delicate woman cradled a crying infant in her arms. Chen Tianlong, you have nowhere to escape. Hand over that child, and I can report to my superiors that you have sincerely repented and admitted your wrongdoings, which may spare your life. The speaker, clad in tarnished silver armor, appeared disheveled. Their foremost warrior had been dispatched to quell the disturbances at the border, leaving no one capable of contending with the figure before him. With losses exceeding hundreds of warriors, they could scarcely endure such devastation, yet the emperor's command was as unyielding as a mountain, compelling him to press on with gritted teeth. Kuei, I respect you as a man and do not wish to kill you. Withdraw your troops immediately, and we can remain brothers. Take one more step forward, and we shall fight to the death. Chapter 1. Awakening the Cloud Parenting System. Alaska. In the serene and frigid forest at dawn, Hunter Li Pu emerged from his tent, preparing to extinguish the campfire with a crude method. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of excitement. For the system he had awaited for 2.5 years had finally awakened. Li Pu was a traveler from another world. When he first arrived, still grappling with the bewildering realization of his new existence, he was met with both unfortunate and even graver news. The unfortunate news was that he had landed in the chaotic Marvel universe, teeming with supernatural beings. The more grievous revelation was that, unlike others who seamlessly adapted to their new surroundings, his system required a period of maturation before it could be utilized. During this awakening phase, he was also tethered to his birth point. If Li Pu ventured too far from this point, the system's awakening was likely to malfunction. Thus, he resisted the urge to seek refuge in the home of the world's maternal figure and persevered for 2.5 years in the icy wilderness of Alaska. To ensure his survival during this prolonged silence, the system bestowed upon him 3 novice rewards. The first reward was linguistic proficiency. Without this, given Li Pu's original command of English, effective communication would have taken him an arduous 1.5 years of practice. By the time he became fluent, he would have likely frozen in the wilderness. The second reward was somewhat abstract. Simply put, since he had physically traversed worlds, every part of his body was effectively remade and reassembled in this realm. Consequently, various minor ailments he once suffered disappeared, and his physique returned to its prime. The third reward was the provision of a simple attributes panel, which he could consult at any time. 2 years later, his attributes were as follows. Host, Li Pu. Age, 24. Strength, 12-14. Constitution, 14-14. Agility, 11-13. Intelligence, 13-20. Charisma, 1012. Perception, 13-14. Skills, Basic Chinese Cuisine Beginner, Operation of Various Vehicles Beginner, Hunting Intermediate, Machinery Beginner. Status, Excited. The meaning of these values was straightforward. The preceding numbers represented Li Pu's current attributes, while the latter indicated his potential limits. These values were subject to change. For instance, Li Pu's strength attribute had increased from 9 to 12 due to his engagement in physical labor since arriving in this world. Standing at 1.85 meters, he weighed a mere 78 kilograms upon arrival. Carrying a bag of rice up 5 flights of stairs left him breathless. After 2 years of proper nutrition and labor, he now approached 90 kilograms, having once dragged a wild boar of similar weight for several miles. However, without any additional opportunities, his strength attribute would cap at 14. From the attributes panel, it was evident that his highest potential lay in intelligence, while charisma ranked the lowest. Each time he reflected on these results, he felt a twinge of disbelief. What a joke! Upon his arrival in the Marvel world of Alaska, penniless, he had charmed the widow owner of the village's only tavern with his eloquence, securing his first hearty meal. That stew of potatoes and reindeer meat was heavenly. Of course, he conveniently overlooked the fact that he had ultimately washed dishes to offset a few days' worth of meals. Humph! Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Though Li Pu maintained a defiant front, he could no longer ignore the reality that he was no longer a youth. Regardless, his system was on the verge of awakening. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for enduring until the clouds parted and the moon appeared. The cloud parenting system has successfully awakened. Upon reading this system notification, Li Pu paused momentarily. What on earth was cloud parenting? He had traversed to the early 1990s of the Marvel Universe. It was merely 1998. At this juncture, not even mobile phones with internet access existed in Alaska, let alone home computers. Only in larger cities like Anchorage would one find the novelty of the internet. Where, then, could he possibly engage in cloud parenting? Wait, he suddenly realized that the system notification was in Chinese. Could the cloud in cloud parenting refer to the very clouds above? But how could one nurture from the clouds? A thunderous sound resonated from above, causing Li Pu to instinctively look skyward, where he perceived something plummeting from the heavens. The object descended rapidly, crashing into the forest, shattering countless fir and spruce trees, and carving a deep trench in the earth. Just before it could crush Li Pu's makeshift camp, it abruptly halted. As the dust and steam dissipated, Li Pu finally discerned the nature of the falling object. It was a small spacecraft. At this moment, the system chimed once more. Ding! The first child that the host is required to nurture has been delivered. Please sign for it promptly. While what? Li Pu was rendered speechless with astonishment, but then a thought crossed his mind, and a look of joy spread across his face. Could it be that they have sent me a little Clark? If so, does that mean I would become Superman's father? While a normal man might dream of becoming Superman himself, the notion of being Superman's father was not entirely unwelcome. As long as little Clark remembered that if one day his father extended a hand, it was not to keep him away but to implore him to come quickly and save his dad, Li Pu could very well live a life of ease. With this thought, Li Pu hurried to the side of the small spacecraft, which opened its hatch. As the door swung open, a completely naked baby appeared before him. The child looked remarkably healthy despite the cosmic journey and high-speed descent. He lay sprawled in the cabin, blissfully asleep. Just as expected, Li Pu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, only to confirm that the child indeed had green hair. He was not mistaken. As the moment arrived, the little baby turned over, revealing a fluffy long tail that had just been squished beneath him. This child was not merely a human, he was a Saiyan. Beep. The host has successfully adopted the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Please nurture Broly with care. Beep. System rewards have been issued. The host gains the biological father attribute template of Broly, which can be accessed via the personal attribute panel. Biological father of Broly? Li Pu vaguely recalled that he was merely a minor Saiyan character with ambitions that far exceeded his abilities. In disbelief, he opened his attribute panel. Host, Li Pu. Age, 28. Strength, 25,150. Constitution, 30,100. Agility, 25,100. Intelligence, 1320. Charm, 1,012. Perception, 2025. Talent, Scion Elite Warrior. Skills, Chinese Home Cooking Intermediate, Various Vehicle Operation Beginner, Hunting Intermediate, Mechanics Beginner. Status, emotionally elated due to attribute growth. Li Pu could hardly contain his excitement. Aside from the negligible changes in intelligence and charm, his attributes of strength, constitution, agility, and perception had all seen remarkable enhancements. More crucially, the original limits of his attribute potential had been shattered, and amidst his excitement, he contemplated that this was likely connected to the newly acquired talent of Scion Elite Warrior. As a race of cosmic warriors, Scions were perpetually engaged in combat or on their way to battle, resulting in considerably superior strength, constitution, agility, and perception compared to humans on Earth. Li Pu picked up a stone from the ground and squeezed it gently, only to hear it crack into 8 pieces. With a light leap, he soared to the treetops of the forest, effortlessly wrapping his arms around a spruce trunk before returning to the ground. This strength and agility was far superior to that of Captain America from the Marvel Universe, who was evenly matched with anyone. However, just as Li Pu was about to exclaim, "I don't eat beef," a gust of icy wind from the Arctic wasteland jolted him awake. More accurately, the cold breeze awakened little Broly, who pouted discontentedly with his green hair. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura emanated from within him, causing the ground to tremble, sending flocks of birds into the air and animals into a frenzy, as if the very world were on the brink of annihilation. Chapter 2. The Daily Life of a New Father. Every inhabitant of Earth in this Marvel universe owed Li Pu a debt of gratitude, for he had indeed saved the world. Little Broly's unusual behavior was not lost on Li Pu, who nearly slapped himself in disbelief. Damn it, he hadn't even fed the little one yet. How could he have forgotten such a significant child? At his age, hardly any man was unfamiliar with Dragon Ball, so he faintly recalled some of the abilities of this little creature before him. As the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly's battle power at birth reached an astonishing 10,000, if not more. In contrast, the protagonist Goku was born with a battle power of only 2, and despite his diligent training, he barely broke 1,000 upon reaching adulthood. Moreover, little Broly had been exiled to a small planet by King Vegeta out of jealousy for his power, and at the moment of that planet's impending explosion, he, as an infant, managed to survive in the vastness of space alongside his biological father by relying on his own energy. It is worth noting that Goku and Vegeta, despite their rigorous training to transform into Super Saiyans, could not survive in outer space. Thus, for infant Broly, obliterating a small planet with a mere flick of his hand was likely not a daunting task. Faced with the imminent explosion of little Broly, Li Pu, regardless of his intentions, did not flee but instead rushed towards him. He removed his warm coat and draped it over the shivering infant, tightening it around him. Feeling the warmth return, little Broly quickly calmed down and comfortably rolled over. As he turned, the Saiyan infant opened his large eyes, curiously gazing at the unfamiliar world around him. Gazing upon Broly's chubby little face and his blinking eyes looking up at him, Li Pu was suddenly overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sensation. Unable to contain himself, he blurted out, "Call me Daddy. Daddy, Daddy." 3 years swiftly passed, and little Broly had grown to the age of 3. One day, he returned home, joyfully hopping with a reindeer he had caught, and a little dog by his side, calling out for his father as he entered. "I caught a deer. Tonight, let's have potato stew with venison, and then you can continue the story about the little monkey traveling to the west, okay?" Li Pu, who had just returned home not long ago, emerged from the kitchen holding a large fruit cake. "Son, happy birthday." Li Pu had taken a small plane to Anchorage, 500 miles away, especially to buy this grand cake for little Broly, while also procuring some necessary supplies and tools for the home. "Daddy, you are the best father in the world." Little Broly, with over 300 pounds of reindeer on his back, joyfully leaped 3 feet into the air, causing the specially reinforced floor to creak under the impact, all while managing to control his strength. Facing his son, who playfully stuck out his tongue, Li Pu said nothing, merely ruffling little Broly's somewhat prickly hair. In a few years, if he wished to ruffle the boy's hair again, he would likely have to stand on tiptoe. Unlike most Saiyans whose heights were a concern, Broly was genuinely tall, expected to exceed 2 meters in height as an adult. Thus, despite being merely 3 years old, little Broly was already nearing 1.5 meters and was continuing to grow rapidly. Of course, Li Pu attributed Broly's growth spurt to his diligent fathering, providing the child with scientifically balanced nutrition from a young age. Raising a child has never been an easy task, and nurturing a young Saiyan made it even more challenging. Fortunately, this child was a Saiyan, capable of weaning at birth and able to consume even well-cooked meat. Otherwise, in the small village where Li Pu resided, which was nominally called a town but only housed a few hundred people, he would have struggled to find formula or milk for the child. Yet, even so, on the very first day of bringing little Broly home, Li Pu discovered a significant problem. This child had an insatiable appetite. A Saiyan's appetite truly resembled a bottomless pit even as a mere infant. He could easily devour around 20 pounds of meat a day. With Li Pu's system awakening and the new talent of Saiyan Elite Warrior, his own appetite had significantly increased as well. Thus, the daily meat consumption of this father-son duo astonishingly reached an incredible 50 pounds. Thus, within a few days, Li Pu found himself depleting the winter provisions he had meticulously stored. He was compelled to swaddle little Broly in a thick blanket, securing him to his chest, braving the biting cold in search of sustenance. In the frigid expanse of Alaskan winter, any reasonably sane hunter would refrain from venturing out to hunt. However, Li Pu was far from ordinary. He was a man of methodical approach, a devoted father navigating the challenges of parenthood. What father could allow his son to go hungry? Even when temperatures plummeted to over 30 degrees below zero, rendering the oil in his antiquated rifle solid and inoperable, Li Pu resolutely armed himself with a spear he had crafted and sought out the winter dens of bears, while also pursuing mountain goats with bow and arrow along the cliffs. If fortune favored him with an encounter with a moose weighing nearly a ton, he would seize the opportunity to engage in what he termed a wrestling match with the majestic creature. Securing a moose would provide enough provisions for the two of them for an entire week. To be fair, had anyone else attempted such audacity, they would likely have met their demise many times over. Yet, endowed with the Saiyan Elite Warrior trait, Li Pu possessed strength, resilience, agility, and perception that far surpassed that of the average person. Although he initially struggled with winter hunting, he gradually acclimatized. Moreover, given Alaska's vast, sparsely populated terrain teeming with flora and fauna, the food scarcity faced by Li Pu and Broly was eventually alleviated. With their economic foundation secured, Li Pu could then turn his thoughts to the educational needs of his son, free from the worry of Broly going hungry. This contemplation arose from an unforeseen incident. It is well known that on the night of each full moon, any Saiyan with a tail could transform into a great ape. The transformation into a great ape not only strips the Saiyan of reason, but also incites an insatiable bloodlust, rendering them a menace to all. Li Pu, however, had no cause for concern regarding himself. His Saiyan abilities were a gift from the system at his core. He remained human, and moreover, he lacked a tail. But little Broly was a true Saiyan. His transformation into a great ape would be a terror so formidable that even Godzilla would be compelled to bow before him in submission. Nevertheless, due to the long passage of time since he last watched Dragon Ball and his preoccupation with hunting for food, Li Pu had completely forgotten about the Saiyan transformation triggered by the full moon. During the first month of his guardianship over Broly, he had the audacity to take the little one into the forest on the night of the full moon to hunt a moose. Just as he had felled the creature and was drawing his knife to prepare it, he suddenly felt the infant in his arms kick vigorously. Chapter 3. The emergence of the Super Daddy. Li Pu felt as if his ribs had shattered. In truth, his sensation was entirely accurate. The small infant cradled in his arms had inadvertently kicked hard enough to fracture his rib. It is worth noting that Li Pu's physical attributes had undergone an epic enhancement. While his corporeal form may not have reached the extraordinary might of the Hulk, it certainly surpassed the combat standards of Captain America by several multiples. As long as he refrained from engaging with specialized projectiles, he could withstand bullets with his flesh without significant consequence. Nevertheless, even with such fortitude, he still could not endure the forceful kick of his own child. Moreover, he was not careless. He had sensed the impending strike. Just before the kick landed, Li Pu's keen instincts had allowed him to detect a shift in baby Broly's demeanor. However, with the infant so close and the speed and strength of the kick so formidable, evasion proved impossible. The moment his rib was broken, Li Pu collapsed to the ground, and as he lifted his gaze, he was met with the silvery light of the moon filtering through the branches of the trees. Oh no! It was only then that Li Pu recalled the legend of the Saiyans transforming under a full moon, and he was reminded of how Goku's grandfather had met his demise. Faced with an unexpected life-or-death crisis, Li Pu's mind raced, and in a flash of inspiration, he recalled that young Goku had once lost control of his transformation but could be halted by severing his tail. Of course, he was also acutely aware of the immense risks involved. After all, Broly was not like Goku. He would not lose all his strength simply because his tail was pulled. On the contrary, if pain incited a furious transformation into Super Saiyan, Li Pu would truly be in dire straits. Should he or shouldn't he? Although Li Pu had grasped baby Broly's tail, he found himself paralyzed by indecision. At that moment, the green glowing Broly suddenly looked up at him, his large eyes wide as he exclaimed, "Daddy." With that singular utterance, the little one leaped into Li Pu's arms, burrowing into his embrace. The thick bearskin blanket that had previously enveloped him was now scattered by the toddler-esque kick, leaving baby Broly feeling somewhat chilly. In that instant of calling out "Daddy," Li Pu's focus wavered, and he found himself ensnared in Broly's grip, which was reminiscent of an octopus. Crack, crack, crack. This time, Li Pu did not merely suffer the fracture of a single rib but endured the agony of several, gasping in pain. On the night of the full moon, a legendary Super Saiyan in the form of an infant could not possibly control the surge of strength that had increased at least tenfold. However, at that moment, Li Pu had relinquished the notion of severing the little one's tail. For the instant he was enveloped by Broly's embrace, his perceptive abilities came into play. He perceived that within the child, there existed a tumultuous and restless energy, which gradually subsided as he embraced his father. A few broken ribs were a small price to pay for the safety of this impudent little one. He accepted it without hesitation. Li Pu gritted his teeth, enduring through the night in a sheltered spot, soothing little Broly. Remarkably, throughout that night, little Broly did not transform into a giant ape, peacefully witnessing his first full moon on Earth. A few days later, bolstered by his robust constitution, his fractures healed spontaneously. In this period, Li Pu also noticed some changes in his attribute panel. Host: Li Pu. Age: 28. Strength: 30,150. Constitution: 30,100. Agility: 30,100. Intelligence: 1320. Charm: 1,012. Perception: 2025. Talent: Saiyan Elite Warrior. Skills: Intermediate Chinese Home Cooking. Beginner Vehicle Operation, Intermediate Hunting, Beginner Mechanics. Status: Healing Feedback. Although the host was not in a life-threatening state, the Saiyan Elite Warrior talent still exerted some effects, resulting in a notable increase in the host's strength, constitution, and agility attributes. This was indeed an unexpected boon. More importantly, through this unforeseen injury, Li Pu regained confidence in raising his remarkable son. Little Broly possessed an intrinsic calmness and kindness within, and the reason for his ferocious and violent demeanor in Dragon Ball likely stemmed from a lack of a good father figure during his formative years. Individuals like Broly's biological father are not uncommon in reality. Li Pu had encountered several in his previous life. These individuals, despite their mediocrity, lacking both effort and talent, projected their ambitions and desires onto their children. They viewed their offspring merely as instruments to fulfill their own aspirations, often seeking to exhibit a sense of authority over them that they could not attain in society. More disturbingly, such parents typically raised their children through oppression and negation, as if their dignity and self-worth depended on humiliating their own offspring. To such parents, Li Pu could only utter one sentiment: your existence is truly repugnant. Thus, he vowed never to become like them. His approach to educating little Broly stemmed from encouragement and appreciation, respecting him as an individual before assuming the paternal role. Of course, while he could still administer a firm hand when the need arose, he would occasionally give a light swat on the little rascals behind during those rare moments of significant mischief. For instance, there was a time when little Broly, left to his own devices at home, exuberantly played with his sled dog, a Fu, and inadvertently demolished their original hunting cabin in a fit of unrestrained energy. Upon returning home after purchasing some spices in the neighboring town, Lip found that the mischievous little brat had the audacity to lie to him. Furthermore, he had captured 2 brown bears from the forest and unjustly placed the blame for his mischief upon them. Without hesitation, Lip placed little Broly upon his knee and delivered several firm spanks to his backside. While a mere few swats might suffice for telling a fib, Lip felt compelled to explain to Broly the reasoning behind his actions. He chose to keep his hands behind his back, as he had discovered that every time he spanked Broly, the little rascal's own energy would retaliate, causing Lip's hand to swell painfully. Not only have you deceived your father, but you also shirk responsibility and attempt to evade punishment by framing those bears. That is why you received a spanking, Lip admonished. Remember, Broly, you are my son. Regardless of the mistakes you make or the troubles you encounter, you must always speak the truth to your father. Even if I cannot shield you from consequences, at least I will face them alongside you. You need not fear solitude, for you have me as your father. Chapter 4. A boy must learn to protect himself. Lip devoted considerable thought and effort to the education of little Broly. Over the course of 3 years, the child grew stronger each day. As the most gifted and promising scion in the Dragon Ball universe, Broly naturally became more powerful through mere eating, sleeping, and playing. His capacity for learning was astonishing. Utilizing his own knowledge of Dragon Ball, Lip spent over a year self-discovering various techniques for harnessing energy and ultimately mastered the art of flight. To Lip's astonishment, when Broly, at just over a year old, merely glanced at the technique, he effortlessly extended his hands, leapt gently, and instinctively learned to fly. Fortunately, Lip's quick reflexes allowed him to catch the exuberant Broly before he soared into the sky. Otherwise, the child would have undoubtedly performed a breathtaking supersonic flight on the spot, a rather precarious situation. After all, this was not the Earth of Lip's past life. The Marvel Universe presented numerous dangers. Should they attract the attention of malevolent supervillains, or worse yet, a self-proclaimed righteous organization that had long since lost its integrity, both father and son would face a myriad of treacherous threats. After much contemplation, despite recognizing that he was still a novice himself, Lip ultimately decided to impart all the techniques he had grasped regarding energy manipulation to little Broly. Through meditation, can you sense the energy within you, my dear Broly? I understand this may be somewhat challenging, but Father, I have a question. Why can I feel 2 distinct energies within me? One is exceedingly turbulent, akin to the bears we roused during winter, while the other is serene, reminiscent of the comfort I feel when cuddling with a Fu. Although aware of Broly's extraordinary innate talent, Lip was still taken aback by its magnitude. He could sense the energy within himself, yet only after thoroughly understanding the Dragon Ball narrative did he confidently engage his perception, taking a full 3 months to find that elusive sensation. In stark contrast, young Broly managed to locate his internal energy in less than a second. A twinge of jealousy pricked at Lip as he observed his son's prodigious gifts, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and offered Broly a commendation. Excellent work, Broly. Trust in your own feelings. In truth, each individual's energy is unique. One can sometimes identify a person without relying on the 5 senses, merely through their distinct energy. However, what you must learn next should only be attempted after I finish speaking. First, you need to gradually expand your awareness to perceive a broader array of energies. Begin by sensing mine, then move on to the energies of others in this world. Remember, energy transcends space, distance, and even species. As long as consciousness exists, a unique energy will accompany it. Yet, do not interfere with these energies. Remain a calm observer, analyzing the energies of those around you. Broly took a bit longer to attune himself, even closing his eyes. After approximately a minute, he reopened them. Dad, I have a question. The energy you mentioned seems to exist not only on Earth. I sensed it beyond our planet as well. Leap was astonished. Until now, his farthest perception of energy had only reached a little over 2,000 kilometers. Yet, in less than a minute, Broly's perception had already ventured beyond Earth. What does it mean when one says, comparison reveals disparities? The gap in talent here is akin to the distance between the summit of Mount Everest and the depths of the Mariana Trench. You make it difficult for your old man, you little prodigy. Determined to continue educating Broly, Leap resolved to stay up late training while maintaining an air of serene wisdom. Well done, Broly. If you can perceive that different individuals possess distinct energies, can you discern their differences? Discern differences? Broly pondered. I feel your energy, Dad. As a vibrant bonfire, it emanates warmth when approached. Most people's energies resemble mere ashes, flickering and easily extinguished if one is not careful. A few possess slightly stronger energies, akin to the size of a candle flame, but still weak enough that I feel I could snuff them out with a finger. There are also some energies that are quite powerful, larger than yours or mine, though I sense extinguishing them would require considerable effort. Goodness, Leap thought to himself, astounded by Broly's insights. He, the great son, perceives the energy of others, and his immediate reaction is to extinguish it. One could only say this truly embodies the essence of a Super Saiyan. However, extinguishing their energy is an entirely different matter. After all, they have not provoked us, and we do not need to extract anything from them, akin to hunting for sustenance. To ensure that young Broly comprehends, Lip must articulate this in terms that resonate with the child. My son, can you sense the differences in the energies of these individuals? It is not merely a matter of magnitude. It is about the sensations they evoke within you. Young Broly nodded. Father's energy brings me warmth, while some energies feel frigid. Certain energies remind me of the flavor of the tomato noodles you made, while others carry an unpleasant stench, akin to the excrement of a badger. Observing Broly's ability to discern the variations in energy, Lip seized the moment to reinforce the importance of trusting his instincts regarding energy. Although what one sees, hears, or smells may be misleading, very few can disguise their energy. After all, the training systems related to energy that exist in Dragon Ball do not apply in the Marvel Universe. The energies that instill fear or discomfort may very well belong to those who could cause you harm. Furthermore, not everyone in this world is benevolent. Malice also exists. Even if you are unafraid, vigilance is paramount. This was Lip's inaugural lesson in safety for Broly. In the perilous world of Marvel, relying solely on overwhelming strength to prevail is not unfeasible, but it is fraught with difficulty. Regardless of how formidable one may be, there exists a risk of failure. One must always be wary of schemes and unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, Lip began to impart to Broly a technique he had gleaned from his hunting experiences regarding the manipulation of energy. He instructed Broly on how to disguise his energy and diminish his presence, thus avoiding detection by potential prey. Similarly, this technique could reduce the likelihood of drawing the attention of those with ill intentions or other lurking threats. I understand, Father, young Broly exclaimed, his intelligence shining through as he instantly grasped his father's intentions. He even demonstrated his ability to extrapolate and immediately put it into practice. Just moments ago, it seemed as though an energy, reeking of rotten eggs, had detected his presence and was searching for him. However, adhering to your advice, I concealed my energy and struck back fiercely. What is this? Lip pondered, somewhat perplexed. Yet, upon inspecting young Broly's condition and confirming that the child appeared unharmed, he was able to set his mind at ease. Little did he know that, at that very moment, a suited elder was smugly scrutinizing the script he had penned. Johnny, signed by him to become the Ghost Rider, was spiraling into madness following the sudden demise of his father, fleeing from his previous life. This elder was none other than Mephisto, the Lord of the Hell Dimension. As he prepared to pursue the uncontrollable Johnny and awaken the malevolent spirit to serve his will, he suddenly sensed a presence observing him. Indeed, the watcher was none other than Broly. However, this formidable Lord of Dimensions quickly discerned his presence. Perceiving the soul of this Super Saiyan, radiant and powerful like a supernova, what an immensely potent and exquisite soul it was. In a moment of astonishment, Mephisto momentarily disregarded the spirit, hastening to seek out Broly's form. Yet, at that very instant, having mastered the techniques of the League of the Unseen, Broly's aura instantly fell silent. Mephisto lost his target in an instant. As he anxiously searched left and right, growing increasingly agitated, the concealed and stealthy Broly struck a punch at the old demon's essence. After delivering the blow, he fled, ensuring that there was no chance for capture. Struck by the Super Saiyan's energy, Mephisto's defenses crumbled. The magical barriers he employed to obscure his activities in the mortal realm breached by Broly's assault. Subsequently, with a dazzling flash of sparks, a bald woman materialized before the old man that Mephisto had conjured. Cursing under his breath, Mephisto, the lord of the hellish dimension, fell victim to the Earth's protector, the Ancient One. While operating on Earth, Mephisto dared not reveal his true form, necessitating his evasion of the Ancient One. Upon being discovered, he faced an unrelenting beating, swiftly sent back to his hellish domain. Not only had he failed to find Broly's soul, but he had also lost the chance to seize a spirit knight, returning to his infernal palace in a fit of rage. Who is it? Let me know who has conspired against me. Mephisto roared from his throne. However, unwilling to damage his palace in his fury, he decided to vent his anger by seeking out his son, the Witch King. Amidst the chaos, he resorted to striking his child, finding solace in the act, for there was little else to occupy his time. Chapter 5. The tycoon from New York on the day of his 6th birthday. Broly not only savored reindeer stew with potatoes and a fruitcake, but also enjoyed a special dish of tomato noodles prepared by Lip. After celebrating the boy's birthday, Lip entered the busiest season of the year. Although hunting and selling furs could yield some profit, it was quite challenging to fetch a good price for the raw furs sourced from Alaska. The true path to earning greenbacks for Lip lay in serving as a hunting guide. From May to August, foreigners favored traveling, and during the summer, temperatures in Alaska could rise to around 20 degrees Celsius, marking the most temperate period of the year. Every summer, a considerable number of tourists flock to Alaska, among whom some affluent individuals go so far as to hire guides for hunting excursions, under the guise of experiencing the wild culture. In reality, however, these individuals are merely indulging in a pastime. It must be acknowledged that when the wealthy engage in leisure activities, they are quite willing to spend lavishly. By serving as a hunting guide for these affluent patrons, pursuing wild boars, black bears, and grizzly bears, Lip can earn a staggering sum of $50,000 to $60,000 in just about 2 months, this being in the 1990s. Although a portion of this income is subject to taxation and he must pay 10% to the hunting agency, as per customary agreements, he still walks away with a substantial amount exceeding $30,000. This sum is not insignificant, especially for a man whose primary role is that of a caretaker. The prospect of earning money certainly invigorates his motivation. Thus, the following morning, Lip drove to the nearest town, Pakoto, from his modest dwelling. He intended to visit the first person he had met upon arriving in the Marvel Universe, his initial employer, the widow who owned the Grand Martha Tavern. "Martha, look what I've brought you." Upon entering the tavern, Lip presented a large bag of handmade egg noodles, along with a substantial assortment of canned fruits procured from Anchorage. "Hey, Lip," exclaimed Martha, who was busy mopping the floor. Upon seeing him, she promptly discarded the mop into the bucket and sauntered over, her ample figure swaying enticingly. "You show up with all these gifts. One might think you have an interest in me." As she spoke, the 50-something proprietor, with indigenous ancestry, even cast a flirtatious glance at Lip. "Why would bringing you gifts imply that I have an interest in you? Isn't your granddaughter, little Martha, starting college this year? Surely, I can't be faulted for wanting to help," Lip replied, attempting to deflect her teasing. As Martha smiled and picked up an empty bourbon bottle from the bar, Lip knew better than to provoke her further. He chuckled awkwardly. "I mean, little Martha will need a significant amount of money for college, won't she? Look, I brought you something else." With that, he produced a thick envelope and handed it to Martha. "Here's $8,000. Please, count it." Martha, taken aback, exclaimed, "8,000? How did it become 3,000 more? I just mentioned that little Martha is going to college this year." As her older brother, I felt compelled to contribute, Lip said, though he was aware that this self-proclaimed title might be viewed as shameless. Regardless, Martha was genuinely touched by his generosity. She stepped forward and embraced Lip. "Thank you, Lip. If you were a decade younger, I might consider introducing you to little Martha. But for now, I can only offer you a lucrative business opportunity to compensate for your unfulfilled desires." Lip smiled, for he had indeed come to Martha not just for a friendly visit, but to engage in business. Martha, the proprietor of the esteemed Marcia Tavern, also serves as a renowned hunting intermediary in Pakoto. Although she herself does not partake in hunting, she earns a commission each year by connecting local hunters with clients. Initially, it was evident that Martha would be more inclined to favor her own kin over an outsider like Leap. However, Leap's profound understanding of social niceties outshone that of the locals. He often bestowed gifts upon Martha, and every summer, even before securing a position as a hunting guide, he would preemptively deliver his commission to her. While he refrained from demanding excessive repayment, He was diligent in ensuring that any shortfall was rectified before the conclusion of the hunting season. Furthermore, Martha became aware of Leap's financial needs, especially since he had taken in a child. Gradually, she began to extend her generosity towards him, introducing him to quality clients she would typically reserve for her own community. This year, in recognition of Martha's support over the years, Leap discreetly placed an additional $3,000 in an envelope for her granddaughter's college expenses. Surely, this amount will not suffice, Martha remarked as she placed the envelope into a drawer beneath the bar, retrieving a hunting tag and a business card. For visitors to Alaska wishing to engage in legal hunting beyond squirrels and hares, obtaining a specialized hunting tag is imperative alongside the hunting application. This tag is not easily procured, often taking a minimum of 3 days and occasionally stretching to a week or two. Herein lies the value of intermediaries like Martha. As a local, her efficiency in handling affairs for acquaintances far surpasses that of tourists attempting to navigate bureaucratic channels alone. Through this service, hunting intermediaries can first collect a referral fee from the tourists and subsequently earn a commission from the hunting guides upon completion of the hunt. This particular client, a wealthy individual from New York named Nikolai Kravanov, is of Russian descent. He is exceedingly affluent and intends to hunt both black and brown bears, requiring at least one of each within a week, and is willing to pay handsomely for a guide. However, I must caution you. Nikolai has previously visited other regions of Alaska, and I have heard from colleagues that he can be somewhat troublesome, as long as he settles his bills without issue. Leap shrugged nonchalantly. Frankly, throughout his years as a hunting guide, he has encountered a myriad of eccentric clients. Some sought to spend a night outdoors with their romantic partners, while others wished for companionship in their pursuits, and there have even been enthusiasts with peculiar interests who approached him. Such experiences have undoubtedly broadened Leap's understanding of eccentricity, having honed his adaptability over time. Is it merely bear hunting he desires? My trusty dog, Broly, could accompany them. Martha initially thought that Leap was merely boasting, yet she handed him the business card and hunting tags, instructing him to await further notification. The following morning, the intercom at Leap's residence buzzed, accompanied by a series of sharp sounds emanating from the forest. Hey Leap, are you awake? I just received a call. Mr. Klavanov can hardly contain his excitement. He has landed but bypassed Picoto, heading straight into the woods to find you. All right, Martha, I believe I can see them now. A convoy of all-terrain vehicles thundered down the narrow path into the forest, ultimately halting at Leap's cabin. Several bodyguards, adorned with berets and cigars, leaped from the vehicles, each brandishing a Kalashnikov rifle. Ignoring the furious barking of the sled dog, Alf, at the entrance, they formed a protective formation. I can somewhat grasp the trouble you mentioned. They appear less like hunters and more like an invading force in Alaska, Leap jested to Martha. Nevertheless, he quickly donned his gear, took the hunting tags that Martha had provided the previous day, and stepped out with little Broly, who had just finished breakfast. Chapter 6. Broly. The other kid's child, although Leap had no prior recollection of the name Nikolai Klavanov. Upon witnessing the man's imposing demeanor and noting that he was accompanied by his 2 sons while hunting, a faint memory stirred within him. Primarily, it was the presence of his 2 sons that jogged Leap's memory. In the Marvel Universe, they were somewhat well-known figures. The elder son eventually became an anti-hero known as the Hunter, while the younger transformed into the supervillain dubbed the Chameleon. These 2 brothers faced off against Spider-Man. However, in the current context, they were merely 2 young boys, accompanying their father to Alaska for a bear hunting experience. Seryoza, the little chameleon, named Dmitri, quietly called out to his elder brother, growing restless from their wanderings in the forest. Look at that hunter kid. His hair is green. Is he perhaps eating too much broccoli? Mikhail, it is unkind to speak of others in such a manner. Perhaps he simply dyed his hair green to better camouflage himself in the forest, Sergei replied, assisting Dmitri over a fallen log along the hunting trail. Dmitri, slightly disgruntled by his brother's comment, retorted, what do you mean by better camouflage? Dad said that kid just turned 10. He is 2 years younger than me. How could he possibly be a competent hunter? Dmitri expressed his thoughts candidly. His teasing of Broly stemmed primarily from the fact that Broly had just turned 10. Yet, despite being merely 10, Broly stood nearly 1 meter 50 tall, towering over the 6-year-old Dmitri. No one knows you better than your brother. Sergei discerned the thoughts swirling in his younger brother's mind. At 13, he smiled and tousled Mikhail's hair. Mikhail, upon our return home, you ought to consume more fruits and vegetables. Your stunted growth is undoubtedly due to your finicky eating habits. At that moment, Nikolai, leading the procession, suddenly turned around and called out to his 2 sons, who were caught amidst the throng. Hey, Seryoza, Mikhail, cease your chattering and keep pace with the group. After issuing his command, Nikolai glanced back at the Lip family, who were at the forefront, a flicker of envy gleaming in his eyes. He envied Lip for having a robust son. As a Russian migrant, Nikolai Klavunov had managed to establish a thriving business in New York, albeit one that strayed into the realm of illegitimacy. This reality necessitated a facade of unwavering toughness. Only then would rivals regard him with trepidation, and his subordinates would place their trust in him. Yet, having crossed into his 50s, it was high time for him to ponder the question of a successor. He had 2 sons. While they both appeared to be decent young men, Nikolai felt they lacked the fierce spirit he had embodied in his youth. Perhaps this was a consequence of their mother being an academic, for Sergei and Dmitri seemed to bear an inherent scholarly demeanor, in stark contrast to their father's rugged nature. In a different family, a father might readily embrace the opportunity to guide his sons toward respectable professions as lawyers, doctors, or scholars, the epitome of societal success. But Nikolai could not afford such luxury. The industries he was entrenched in operated under an unyielding rule. One must either advance or be relegated to obscurity. Those who withdrew from these arenas often found themselves erased from existence. Therefore, at least one of his sons must inherit his enterprise. Otherwise, the Klavunov legacy would likely vanish into the ether one day, even if his competitors were to spare them. His own subordinates would surely seek to usurp the wealth he left behind. To cultivate his sons, Nikolai seized every opportunity to take them on hunting excursions in the wilderness. Through these adventures, he aimed to instill in Sergei and Dmitri strength, bravery, resilience, and the essence of a top-tier predator within the food chain. Over the years, Nikolai believed he had succeeded as a father and found an appropriate method of education. Although Dmitri was still too young to exhibit significant progress, his elder son Sergei was beginning to reveal glimmers of the formidable spirit Nikolai longed to see. However, this bear hunting expedition to Alaska extinguished his quiet pride, for he encountered a child from another family who made him realize the gulf between them. The son of the hunting guide, despite being merely 6 years old, exhibited remarkable strength as he traversed the forest with a backpack that likely weighed more than himself, moving with the agility of a seasoned traveler, never once complaining of fatigue. During their midday respite, this child consumed an entire pot of stew all by himself, displaying an impressive lack of pickiness regarding his food. He devoured vegetables such as carrots and broccoli with evident relish. He also observed a bodyguard offering Broly a can of soda. After receiving permission from Lip, Broly took a small sip and promptly found the beverage to be rather unpalatable. The child reasoned that the nutritional value of soda paled in comparison to moose blood and was certainly inferior to the broth prepared by his father. The bodyguard, attempting to further tease the child, suggested a wrestling match with young Broly. To the bodyguard's astonishment, Broly seriously replied, "You cannot even best a brown bear. If we wrestle, I might inadvertently harm you." While everyone present, apart from Lip, believed that young Broly was merely posturing, Nicola noticed the bodyguard, who had turned away while rubbing his nose, momentarily display a flicker of fear in his eyes. Broly, a mere 6-year-old, had managed to intimidate a man who often prided himself on his toughness. Nicola felt a pang of envy. He even attempted to subtly persuade young Broly to consider him a godfather. However, Broly sternly responded, "First, I already have the best father in the world, so I do not need another. Second, if you want me to call you father, my one and only true father would be very displeased, and you would find yourself in trouble." Upon hearing the child's words, the New York mob boss, initially inclined to jest further, suddenly found himself shivering involuntarily, as if he were being stalked by a ferocious beast, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Turning around, he noticed that the hunting guide, Lip, was watching him, and the warning in his gaze was unmistakable. Nicola could swear that if they were in New York, aside from the mob kingpin, Jim Bing, he would never allow anyone else to threaten him in such a manner. Yet, being in Alaska and facing Lip's penetrating stare, he ultimately experienced an unusual moment of humility. He awkwardly chuckled, stood up, and sauntered away from young Broly's side. Despite Lip wielding what appeared to be a cheap hunting rifle likely crafted by a small workshop, while his bodyguards were armed with automatic weapons, his instincts warned him that if a confrontation ensued, his men could very well meet their demise. Alaska was indeed a peculiar place. Upon returning, he vowed never to hunt bears here again. Instead, he resolved to venture to Africa to hunt lions with Sergei and Dmitri. Chapter 7. The protective Lip may not concern himself with Nicola's future intentions, but during this bear hunt, they had no choice but to heed his lead. To accommodate the pace of Nikolai and his companions, he and Broly deliberately slowed their stride, managing to cover merely a handful of miles from morning until just past 3 in the afternoon. The decision to include young Broly in their excursion stemmed from Lip's belief that it presented a splendid opportunity for the boy to engage with a diverse array of individuals, thereby easing his eventual transition to a more populated locale. Whether his son could discern the depth of his father's intentions remained uncertain. However, Lip observed that young Broly appeared quite joyful that day. The same could not be said for the others in the party. "Dad, I can't walk anymore," exclaimed Dmitri, Nikolai's second son, on the brink of exhaustion, finally giving voice to his grievances. Sergei nudged him gently, wishing to remind his younger brother not to be foolish, considering their father's reprimands could be rather stern. "If you find your backpack too heavy, hand it over to me. I can carry it for you," Sergei offered, eager to alleviate Dmitri's burden. Yet, Dmitri unceremoniously plopped down onto the ground, disregarding his backpack and even carelessly tossing aside the children's hunting rifle their father had gifted him. No, I truly can't walk anymore. I need someone to carry me." Dmitri began to throw a tantrum. This unexpected commotion forced the hunting party to pause. "Dmitri, as a young man, how can you abandon your rifle?" Nikolai approached from the front of the group, his expression darkening. Instinctively, he reached for his belt, only to find it absent, as he had donned hunting attire secured by an elastic waistband for this outing. Young Dmitri, lacking in awareness, failed to grasp the implication of his father's gesture. The green-haired boy ahead hadn't brought a rifle either, and besides, they were all armed. One more rifle was hardly a concern. Hearing Dmitri's audacity to reference Broly's hair color, Lip also stepped forward from the front of the line. As he passed a snow cedar, he casually snapped off a tender sprig. "What's the matter? Little one, are you unable to proceed?" Lip feigned concern. "It's perfectly all right. We have actually reached an area frequented by bears. Bear tracks can be seen along this game trail. Since you can no longer walk, we might as well set up camp and rest, resuming our journey in the evening. After all, during the Alaskan summer, both grizzly and black bears are more active at night, and true bear hunters pursue their quarry after sundown." Lip pointed out their current location on the forest trail with the sprig of cedar, then discreetly tossed the twig at Nikolai's feet. He then ostentatiously remarked, "I recall when young Broly was merely 2 years old. He accompanied me on a nighttime hunt in this vicinity, and we managed to catch a male black bear. The roast bear meat we shared that night was simply exquisite." With that, Lip turned, departing with an air of nonchalance. Before long, a cacophony of crackling sounds reverberated through the forest, interspersed with the heart-wrenching cries of a child. It was evident that someone was testing the resilience of the tender branches of the Alaskan cedar with a disobedient little one. Li Pu held no objections to this. After all, it was not his son receiving the punishment. As they camped and took a moment to rest, he found himself unoccupied and could understand the need to divert one's boredom through such means. Moreover, the child on the receiving end of the blows was no angel himself, having, within mere hours, made disparaging remarks about little Broly's hair color on 2 separate occasions. Little Broly had done nothing to provoke him. Yet Demetrius insisted on speaking ill of him. Who would believe that the child acted without malice? When one child speaks ill of another, it is merely an attempt to isolate the victim, often marking the onset of bullying. Li Pu, being a protective father, had already exercised considerable restraint by not delivering a sharp reprimand to that troublesome Demetrius. After all, he too had his own father. As long as the provocation was sufficient, who would not retaliate? Li Pu was determined to impart a lesson to the mischievous boy, to make him aware of the treachery that exists in the hearts of adults. This world does not revolve around him, and not everyone would indulge his whims. It was comical. Indeed, Li Pu counted. The branch had only withstood 5 strikes before it snapped. He was still too kind-hearted, for he picked up another slender and less resinous cedar branch. With no entertainment left to observe, Li Pu returned to preparing a nutritious meal for little Broly. He retrieved 2 homemade venison sausages and some flatbread from his backpack, crafting substantial meat sandwiches for both the child and himself. In contrast to the duo, Nicola's group had merely brought along some high-calorie military rations, sufficient to fill their stomachs. Though the taste was another matter altogether. After resting from around 3 in the afternoon until dusk, they dined, and Li Pu took turns napping with little Broly. At 7:30, it was little Broly, ever considerate, who awakened his father, ensuring they finished the remaining meat sandwiches before they approached Nicola's group to prepare for their nocturnal hunt. In Li Pu's estimation, the bodyguards accompanying Nicola were rather lackluster. Mere window dressing. After managing to secure a few hours of respite, this group failed to consider alternating their sleep, with the watchmen engaging in leisurely card games and conversation. However, Li Pu felt no inclination to comment on their negligence. He bore no obligation to do so, and Nicola's payment did not encompass this aspect. "All right, it is time for us to pursue our hunt," Li Pu announced, clapping his hands to garner everyone's attention, urging them to listen closely to his forthcoming words. Whatever sounds you hear or sights you see, do not let your imaginations run wild. Do not be deceived by those documentaries from the Discovery Channel. Bears may appear endearing but are, in truth, incredibly cunning, especially the solitary adult black bears. Thus, typical hunters pursuing bears generally set traps and engage in daytime hunting, as tracking them at night can be perilous. Although bears are omnivorous creatures, they will attempt to prey upon any living beings they encounter, including their own kind and the young of other bears. Humans undoubtedly feature on a bear's menu, despite the inherent challenges in hunting them. Bears may actively seek out human prey during times of food scarcity. They exhibit predatory behavior, stalking their quarry, and can even mimic human actions, producing sounds reminiscent of human speech. Therefore, should you encounter strange silhouettes or hear peculiar noises, do not succumb to fear. Moreover, it is imperative to keep a vigilant eye on the two children, ensuring they remain nestled within the group and do not stray. Our numbers provide safety. As long as we stay together, the wary bear is unlikely to venture close. Once we locate an adult male black or brown bear, we can commence our pursuit. Chapter 8. Assistance, Compensation, and Unexpected Encounters. Lip shared some important precautions for bear hunting at night. If it were only he and little Broly on this expedition, his warnings would be superfluous. When one can soar into the forest at the tender age of 2, returning within mere minutes with a bear clasped in their arms, the most cunning and ferocious bear becomes nothing more than an oversized Alaskan hamster in their presence. Of course, Lip's portrayal of bear hunting as fraught with danger was intended to heighten the sense of urgency for Nikolai and his companions. If the hunting adventure were too straightforward and safe, how could Lip justify charging the affluent New Yorker a hefty guide fee? By the time he concluded his discourse on bear hunting precautions, night had fully descended. After the group tidied up their makeshift camp, they embarked on the true bear hunting expedition. Having engaged in numerous hunts, Lip had distilled a mnemonic. Bears traverse the dark troughs, wild boars wander through the saddle, and goats delight in leaping over stones. The affinity of goats for rocky terrains is self-evident. The saddle refers to the low points between two mountains or valleys, which wild boars frequently traverse. However, due to the summer season, the streams in Alaskan valleys can experience sudden surges, leading to potential flooding. Thus, seasoned hunters typically refrain from hunting wild boars during this time. As he led a group of hunting enthusiasts, Lip was particularly cautious about wandering near the valleys at night. Should anyone slip and fall into the water, he would have to intervene. The dark troughs favored by bears, known as ridges on topographic maps, represent the shortest paths from mountain summits to their bases. These routes are often devoid of tall trees due to frequent rainwater runoff and are typically abundant with berry-bearing flora. Both black and brown bears tend to traverse these troughs in search of sustenance. Possessing intimate knowledge of this hunting ground, Lip guided the group with the precision of a living map, and before long, they discovered a dark trough. Now, everyone, lower your voices. Moreover, let them extinguish the lights they wear upon their heads for the time being. Lowering his voice, Lip addressed Nicola, who trailed behind him, while signaling for them to whisper one by one. I have already spotted a patch of wild moldy berries that have been nibbled by a bear. The remnants of those fruits still possess a freshness, indicating that a bear must have recently dined in this vicinity. He pointed towards a clump of fur hanging from the berry bushes, noting that, much like dogs during summer shedding, bears also undergo significant molting. In truth, when Lip and young Broly ventured out to hunt, such complexities were entirely unnecessary. They merely needed to open their senses and use their chi to lock onto their prey, ensuring that it would inevitably grace the dining table of father and son. In fact, the moment Lip stepped outside his home, he had already locked onto a black bear several miles away. The earlier stroll through the forest with Nicola and the others was merely a ruse to track this very bear. The hunt had commenced long before. The astute young Broly understood that his father was endeavoring to provide for the family, so he not only refrained from exposing Lip's charade, but even offered his assistance. After, he gently tapped the head of his beloved sled dog, nudging the 1.5-year-old pup closer to the bushes, and while the dog was distracted, he hastily reached a conclusion. Ascending along this path and crossing the ridge, the bear should be ambling by the roadside over there. Nicola listened, somewhat bewildered, while Broly's perceptive nature only intensified in the eyes of his ambitious father, a formidable figure in the underworld. My two children still require education, Lip mused, patting Broly's head, immensely pleased with his son's quick thinking. Truly, a freshly minted mind is remarkably effective. After commending Broly, Lip proceeded with Nicola in pursuit of the black bear. Despite the presence of two ordinary children in their party, supported by Nicola's bodyguards, the the two young masters successfully reached the ridge line. Indeed, upon crossing the ridge, they beheld a highway. This road stretched from the Yukon Territory, connecting Canada and the United States in Alaska. Except for seasonal closures during winter, it was perpetually traversed by large trucks. Both black bears and brown bears are opportunistic creatures. They prefer foraging without the exertion of hunting. Leap explained that this road often harbored animals struck by vehicles, making it a favored spot for bears to indulge in a free buffet at night. In truth, Leap had already sensed the presence of the bear, which was feasting over 1,000 meters away, near the embankment. His confidence to speak at that moment stemmed mainly from the wind's strength near the ridge, as he had purposefully chosen a position against the wind. In the absence of illumination, it would be nearly impossible for the average person to spot the bear in the darkness with the naked eye. However, Nicola exemplified the adage that the wealthy rely on their equipment. In order to facilitate nighttime hunting, this individual surprisingly acquired military-grade night vision goggles. With the goggles in hand, he began his search and indeed spotted a black bear feasting on the carcass of a black-tailed deer. The night vision device also indicated the distance between the bear and themselves. How close can we get to that bear? I mean, what is the nearest we can approach? He inquired, showing the goggles to Li Pu. After a moment of contemplation, Li Pu provided a reasonably candid response, approximately 100 meters. Since we are a larger group, if we wish to remain undetected, we should not venture closer than that. However, if fortune favors us and a vehicle passes by, we might be able to close the distance a bit more under the cover of the noise. But we must avoid firing recklessly when a vehicle is present, as it could easily lead to a traffic accident. Nicholas summoned a bodyguard and retrieved a bundle of cash from the man's backpack. I will add $20,000. I will only approach with my two sons, but the three of us must kill that bear within 100 meters. Ah, a delightful turn of events. Li Pu feigned deep contemplation before accepting the money, reluctantly acknowledging that extracting funds from the affluent is remarkably effortless when they indulge their whims. Agreed. 100 meters it is, but you must heed my instructions along with little Broly. Upon arrival, ensure your aim is steady before firing. Subsequently, Li Pu and little Broly led Nicholas and his sons as they cautiously advanced towards the bear. When they were over 200 meters away, the trio inadvertently rustled some bushes, creating a commotion. However, Li Pu swiftly diffused the situation with a unique skill, cupping his hands to produce a sound reminiscent of a reindeer-esque call. Surprisingly, rather than fleeing, the already alert bear became intrigued and began to approach the three men slowly. Once the bear was within 100 meters, Li Pu quietly cautioned Nicholas and his sons, "Kneel and prepare. The bear will pause for one last observation before hunting. It is about to rear up like a human, and this will be our prime opportunity to shoot." Heeding his words, the trio quickly knelt and assumed shooting positions. Sure enough, mere seconds later, the bear stood upright amidst the bushes. Bang, bang, whoosh. Nicholas and Sergei fired their shotguns, both bullets striking the bear's chest, while Dmitri, armed with an air gun, shot into the bear's soft abdominal fat. Upon being struck by 3 bullets simultaneously, the bear, as a typical carbon-based creature, immediately collapsed to the ground, deprived of any chance to escape. "I hit it," Dmitri exclaimed, leaping up in excitement and casting a provocative glance at Broly, who stood by, arms crossed, observing the scene. Upon hearing the gunfire, several of Nikolai's bodyguards swiftly dashed towards him, racing along the road and covering several hundred meters in no time. However, at that moment, a large truck appeared in the distance, abruptly illuminating them with its high beams. Chapter 9. Collecting interest in this world in the instant the blinding light struck. Li Pu's expression shifted dramatically as he pushed the 3 Nikolai family members to the ground. Simultaneously, atop the approaching truck's cabin, 2 Gatling gun barrels suddenly emerged. The whirring of the machinery resonated, followed by a cacophony of gunfire. A barrage of tracer rounds swept through the air like a whip, rattling the nearby bushes and sending plumes of smoke rising from the elevated earth beside the roadside. Some bullets even struck the distant trees of the forest, effortlessly chiseling away large chunks of wood from the trunks, capable of splintering a fir or spruce as thick as a bowl. As he pushed the Nikolai family to the ground, Li Pu also fell beside them, pressing young Broly beneath him. They were fortunate to have narrowly escaped disaster. Unfortunately, Nikolai's bodyguards were not as lucky. Under the crossfire of 2 6-barrel Gatling guns, even with their renowned Kalashnikov rifles in hand, they were rendered as defenseless as wielding mere sticks. Without a single shot fired, they were torn to shreds, scattered across the roadside like remnants of a horrific tragedy. Afu, young Broly, pinned to the ground by Li Pu, could not suppress a cry. Earlier, in an effort to bring Nikolai and his sons closer to the black bear, He had entrusted his beloved dog to the care of Nikolai's bodyguards. With the bodyguards now targeted by the machine gun fire, Ah Fu's fate had become perilously uncertain. In that moment, Li Pu sensed the shift in his son's emotions. Broly felt wronged, and a torrent of anger ignited within him. Undoubtedly, anger served as the most potent catalyst for a Saiyan's power to surge. As Broly's green hair bristled upright, a fierce wind began to swirl, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. The asphalt road appeared to be subjected to the relentless pressure of invisible hands, cracking and buckling under the strain. Was this an earthquake? Lying on the ground, Nikolai swallowed nervously, trembling as he attempted to inquire of Li Pu. The unfortunate Nikolai family, having just escaped the terror of machine gun fire, was now gripped by this cataclysmic phenomenon. Yet, Li Pu had no time to address him, as he was nearly sent flying by the force emanating from young Broly. Broly! Li Pu urgently called out in Chinese. Over a year ago, he taught Broly the Chinese language, and the father and son often engaged in encrypted communication games during their leisure time. The reason Lip decided to impart this language to Broly was due to its unparalleled efficiency in communication during emergencies. Do not jump to conclusions. Take a moment to sense Ah Fu's aura. Young Broly, being an obedient child, immediately followed his father's instructions upon hearing them. With the extraordinary perception of a Super Saiyan, he swiftly sensed Ah Fu's state from several hundred meters away. The small dog, fortunate due to its stature, had evaded the gunfire and was now curled up behind a small mound by the roadside, trembling in fear. Although young Broly possessed a certain degree of night vision, Saiyans lacked the X-ray vision of Kryptonians. He had just witnessed Nikolai's bodyguards being struck down by bullets and failed to notice that the clever little dog had hidden behind the mound, mistakenly believing that his only pet and dear friend had also fallen victim to the gunfire. Thus, he did not even attempt to sense Ah Fu's aura. Nearly exploding with anger. "You are truly remarkable, Dad," Broly said sheepishly, scratching his head. "What should we do next?" As the child calmed down, the terrifying cataclysmic scene gradually subsided. "Stay here and do not move," Lip instructed, ruffling Broly's hair as he picked up the hunting rifle and rose to his feet. "I shall collect some interest." Just moments ago, Lip had once again rescued the world from the brink of destruction. So what harm was there in seeking a bit of interest from this world? Standing up, he aimed at the modified truck that was stuck in the cracked asphalt without even taking careful aim, and he pulled the trigger twice. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets shot forth from the rifle, striking the truck's headlights with precision. The only 2 sources of light on this road were extinguished. "Damn it!" exclaimed the Hydra agent, who was struggling with the steering wheel in an attempt to navigate the vehicle out of the fissures in the road. "What is wrong with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s procurement department? The glass is bulletproof, yet why are the headlights ordinary? With over $2 million invested in an automatic weapon system, how could the 2 Gatling guns malfunction after a mere 2 shakes during firing? That black scoundrel must have pocketed some kickbacks from procurement." However, despite his tirade, he was no longer particularly anxious. He had initially panicked upon hearing the 3 gunshots, mistakenly believing that his team had been intercepted by S.H.I.E.L.D. forces. Thus, he hurriedly activated the automatic weapon system and unleashed a barrage of firepower at the enemies appearing by the roadside. In the fleeting moment of the sudden earthquake, although he felt a pang of panic, the tremor was swift in its arrival and departure. All that mattered now was to find a way to continue on the journey and fulfill the transportation mission. "I will take the vehicle out. You handle the remaining adults and children," the driver declared, then lowered the night vision device attached to his helmet. He was not alone in the modified truck. The vehicle's front was notably longer than that of a standard heavy-duty truck, and within the cabin, there were 9 individuals, including the driver, an entire tactical squad of Hydra. Furthermore, this squad was led by John Gatler, a high-ranking member of Hydra and a seasoned level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Dealing with a few country folk armed with hunting rifles was surely easier than uncorking a bottle of beer. However, the driver remained blissfully unaware that, just as he finished speaking, a glint of malevolence flickered in Gatler's eyes. Gatler had discerned that the driver, having spent too long undercover in S.H.I.E.L.D., was buckling under pressure, leading him to succumb to a drug habit. How can Hydra thrive with such vermin? Yet, considering the urgency of transporting the antique salvage from the Arctic Circle to a secret Hydra base, Gatler ultimately resolved to address the issue internally after the mission's completion. Everyone donned their night vision devices and disembarked. Chapter 10. The captain who almost became Hydra's leader with a command from Gatler. His adopted son Ward led 7 elite Hydra operatives as they uniformly lowered their night vision components. But in the next instant, an explosion echoed from outside the vehicle, causing a cacophony within the cabin. It turned out that after shooting out the modified truck's headlights, Leap had discarded his double-barreled flintlock shotgun. He quickly found cover and then hurled a horn-shaped explosive from his position, subsequently using a revolver, which he had purchased years prior for appearance's sake, to detonate the explosive midair. The black powder erupted, producing a sound louder than that of a firecracker and illuminating the dark night with a blinding flash. The Hydra operatives were caught off guard. Nick Fury must have received no kickbacks when procuring this equipment, for the resolution of these night vision devices was exceedingly sensitive. Lock the doors. The cabin is bulletproof. Although Gatler was also affected, his mind remained relatively clear, prompting him to issue immediate orders. However, he was oblivious to the speed of events unfolding. That fateful night under the full moon, after being nearly incapacitated by the colossal Broly, Leap had seen his attributes of strength, agility, and constitution surge to 30. Years had passed, and through daily hunting, training, and regular combat games to expend Broly's energy, Leap's 3 attributes now approached a formidable 50. It is no exaggeration to say that had it not been for the presence of the Nicola family and the desire to impart a lesson to Broly about the importance of restraint in battle, Leap possessed the sheer capability to deliver a single blow that would send the long-nosed engine of the modified truck crashing into its cargo hold. Nevertheless, even while tempering his strength, he sprinted with a velocity that surpassed that of Olympic sprinters, reaching the side of the truck door as a horde of Hydra agents were blinded by an explosive flash. With one wrist, he halted the door that had just begun to close and promptly extended his heartfelt greetings to those within the cabin. Surprises, mother fares. The same sentiment was echoed by the revolver Lip raised in his other hand. The rapid succession of the trigger pull resulted in a cacophony of gunfire, as the 5 remaining bullets in the chamber were discharged in unison, causing the heads of 5 Hydra agents to erupt instantaneously. Although his vision remained obscured, Gatler swiftly seized one of his subordinates, shielding him protectively in front of himself. Without regard for the risk of friendly fire, he raised his submachine gun toward the vicinity of the truck door and squeezed the trigger. The rapid fire echoed, tat tat tat. As an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a senior military commander of Hydra, Gatler's response was nothing short of swift and resolute. Yet, ultimately, his bullets merely pierced the air. With his revolver now empty, Lip crouched and swiftly crawled beneath the truck, reloading 6 bullets into the chamber. Once Gatler had exhausted his clip, Lip emerged from the opposite side of the cargo area and swung his fist at the driver's side window. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered under the force of his strike, and he then unleashed a volley of bullets toward Gatler and the remaining Hydra agent, who resembled a startled bird. Damn! Nick Fury even skimmed the budget for bulletproof windows. Before consciousness slipped away, Gatler's final thought was a harsh reprimand directed at their director. At that moment, the term "the grievances of the working class" seemed to manifest in some tangible form. Unbeknownst to him, the shattered window was indeed constructed of bulletproof glass. It had succumbed to the force of Lip's innate strength. Having dispatched the agents within the cargo hold, Lip attuned himself to the dissipating energy, a habit cultivated from his experiences hunting formidable beasts. However, upon extending his perception, he discovered an odd presence lingering within the truck's cargo area. This energy was exceedingly faint, so much so that Lip, previously engrossed in the battle, had failed to detect it earlier. Yet, despite its tenuousness, Lip sensed its resilience. This was no ordinary individual. Arriving at such a conclusion, he promptly returned the revolver to its holster. Due to the circumstances at hand, it became apparent that, at least regarding the caliber of this revolver, it would be of little use in an actual confrontation. Thus, Li Pu summoned the energy within him, bending his arm slightly, poised to unleash the renowned technique of Vegeta upon the hidden individual in the cargo hold. However, in the end, Li Pu's princely combat method remained unutilized. Cautiously, he opened the door of the cargo hold, only to find a soldier still in slumber. Moreover, this soldier was encased in ice, with only a few breathing holes left uncovered. No wonder the emanating aura was so peculiar, weak yet resilient. It turned out to be this man, capable of enduring a day. Li Pu suddenly understood. Simultaneously, as he opened the cargo door, a signal reached the Triskelion in Washington, D.C. I knew it. Formulating a plan in advance is never a mistake. After waiting for an extended period, the long-awaited positioning information finally arrived, prompting director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. to erupt in silent jubilation. To be honest, he had almost resorted to using his long-preserved device to make an interstellar call for assistance. After all, first discovering the living Captain America in the Arctic Circle and then losing such a pivotal figure was enough to send any normal individual's blood pressure soaring. especially for a bald man like Nick Fury. Once he composed himself, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director turned to his most trusted subordinate, Phil Coulson, who had been patiently waiting in the office for several hours. Coulson, the signal from the micro-device secretly embedded in the captain has reappeared. The previously blocked signal has been restored. We have located the captain, who was lost during transport. I need you to retrieve him immediately, by any means necessary. As an ardent fan of Captain America, Coulson did not hesitate and was ready to rush to the helipad of the Triskelion. However, Nick Fury called him back, imparting a few additional instructions. Retrieving the captain swiftly was paramount. The investigation into who had taken him could wait until after his return. Furthermore, given the lengthy period of dormancy, the captain might not only lose his memory, but could also experience some form of mental disarray upon awakening. Should there be any risk of brainwashing, I authorize you to employ non-lethal weapons against the captain. Coulson understood the director's concerns, his expression growing serious. Yet he ultimately nodded resolutely. Rest assured, Director, I will bring our captain back, he assured Nick Fury with conviction. Chapter 11. Is the Big Apple out of reach? Though previously uncertain about the identities of the slain special forces, upon seeing the soldier in the cargo hold, Li Pu was struck by a bold conjecture. This group is likely composed of Hydra agents concealed within S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain America must have just been unearthed from the Arctic Circle by S.H.I.E.L.D. and, while en route for thawing, was unexpectedly intercepted by Hydra. If it were indeed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on a mission. Even if Commissioner Smith were to economize, such a significant operation as transporting Captain America would never be executed using merely a modified cargo truck instead of a private jet. This supposition conveniently elucidates why these individuals encountered a hunting party midway and, without even confirming their identity, immediately resorted to using the Gatling gun mounted on their modified truck against them. It appears that the appearance of those bodyguards, dressed similarly to military personnel and wielding assault rifles while ostensibly hunting, provoked the Hydra agents into assuming they were being intercepted by S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing the gunfire and seeing their attire, prompting the immediate use of the Gatling gun. Having pondered these circumstances, Leap simultaneously recognized that it was time for him and Broly to relocate. However, before doing so, he faced a pressing dilemma: how to manage the scene before him. Reminiscent of a blood-soaked tableau, ignoring it seemed rather inappropriate, especially considering that this road sees frequent vehicular traffic during the summer. Whether resulting in a car accident or inducing a heart attack in a passerby, Leap felt a twinge of conscience regarding the situation. Thus, he contemplated moving the modified cargo truck off the roadside, leaving Captain America within. After all, the vehicle's refrigeration system was quite effective and the fuel ample enough to sustain operations for a day or two without issue. Surely, within half a day, some passing drivers would discover the truck. Moreover, he surmised that despite Hydra's infiltration, it was improbable that S.H.I.E.L.D. had yet to notice Captain America's absence. The agents would likely arrive shortly, only to find a wild Captain America by the roadside. Though there was also a slim chance that Hydra might send their own agents first. The more challenging aspect remained the deceased at the scene. Friends accustomed to violence should know that while committing murder may be easy, disposing of the bodies often poses a significant quandary. Fortunately, Leap, though responsible, was not the type to succumb to mental turmoil or excessive empathy. He contemplated finding a clearing in the woods to drag the corpses of the Hydra agents, gather some firewood, siphon gasoline from the truck's tank, and ultimately set them ablaze, ensuring to avoid igniting a forest fire. As for Nicola's bodyguards, due to the devastating fire from the Gatling gun, reconstructing them into any semblance of human form was virtually impossible. However, that was a concern for Nicola to address, and Leap had no inclination to meddle further. Unexpectedly, the resilient Nicola bestowed upon him a small surprise amidst the chaos. Not only did Nicola express his profound gratitude by retrieving some US dollars from his bodyguard's backpack to reward Li Pu, who had valiantly fought through a throng of adversaries, but he also assured him with a reassuring pat on the chest, "Rest assured, I will manage everything here." After uttering these words, he produced a satellite phone from his own bag and made an exceedingly costly call. The expense was not merely due to the high fees associated with satellite communication, but primarily because Nicola ordered an exceptionally pricey service during the call. "This is Nicola, currently in the Alaskan wilderness. I will send you my coordinates shortly. I require outdoor catering, approximately a dozen meals, but my funds are somewhat limited at the moment. After all, I am on a hunting expedition and did not bring enough money." Can I use a credit card? I will promptly settle the credit card bill upon my return. Very well. I agree to the service charge for using the credit card, calculated at a rate of 10%. Additionally, may I request expedited delivery? What do you mean outdoor expedited delivery costs double the fee? Very well, if it must be, money is not an issue. Please expedite. Upon hearing Nicola's inexplicable order for takeout via satellite phone, Li Pu's mind took a moment to catch up before he comprehended the situation. After all, before his transmigration, he had been a law-abiding citizen, having only witnessed similar scenarios in films. Now, finding himself in Alaska as a father, he had not even purchased a television in the past few years. Little Broly, even more so, was oblivious to the concept of takeout, and upon hearing Nicola's phone conversation, he innocently posed a rather amusing question. Daddy, what does ordering food mean? If I'm hungry, shouldn't we go hunting? However, Li Pu felt a twinge of discomfort at his son's query. The child was already 6 years old, yet he had never once ordered takeout. If they were indeed facing financial difficulties, it would be one thing. But the reality was that their financial situation was quite decent. Over the years, as a hunting guide, Li Pu had amassed nearly 100,000, all in cash. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was likely wealthier than 90 of Americans. The reason for their limited interaction with modern civilization over the years stemmed from little Broly's previous struggle to control his powers, coupled with Li Pu's subconscious aversion to urban life, knowing some truths about the Marvel Universe. This fear of complications led him to shy away from living in a bustling city. However, he now realized that this instinctive avoidance might be unfair to little Broly, akin to denying him the joys of life. Thus, Li Pu resolved at once to relocate with his son to the most vibrant metropolis of the present day, so that the child could experience urban life firsthand. Even though the Marvel Universe was filled with extraordinary heroes and villains, what of it? If others could venture forth, could he, a super dad with a Super Saiyan son, not do the same? Li Pu gently patted the head of little Broly and informed his son, Broly, in a few days, you will have the opportunity to try ordering for yourself. It is quite a simple task. Little Broly, in his innocence, nodded in agreement. Though he still did not fully comprehend, yet he chose to trust his father's words. However, upon overhearing the conversation between Li Pu and his son, Nicola's 6-year-old son, Dimitri, could not restrain his tongue any longer. No way. Do you really think this is just a common order? My father is a senior at the Continental Hotel, which is why their staff can provide service around the clock, and the cost of just one meal could be more than what you earn in a lifetime. Dimitri, both Nicola and his elder brother, Sergei, exclaimed in unison, halting the younger boy's thoughtless remarks that could sow discord for their family. Nicola was on the verge of losing his temper. At 8, one should possess some wisdom, and at 6, one should at least understand the basics. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that this child was hopelessly naive. Did he truly believe he was merely repaying Li Pu, the hunter guide, for saving his life by spending exorbitantly to request assistance from the Continental Hotel's nearest branch? Could he not perceive Li Pu's terrifying prowess? This man, armed with a hunting rifle and a revolver, had effortlessly dispatched 9 elite soldiers of unknown origin. Li Pu was nothing short of a superhuman. If he could swiftly eliminate 9 fully armed soldiers, how much effort would it take for him to deal with the 3 of them? Nicola's purpose in contacting the Continental Hotel was fundamentally to procure insurance for himself and his 2 sons. He aimed to convey to Li Pu that he was no insignificant figure, but rather a person of stature capable of resolving troublesome matters with a mere phone call. Nicola had initially planned to showcase his strength before attempting to recruit this formidable warrior. Yet, he had not anticipated that Dimitri would inadvertently sabotage his scheme. To boast about himself, this child managed to derail the entire conversation. Nicola felt that upon returning home, not only would he employ a disciplinary approach with this troublesome boy, but he also deemed it necessary to conduct a paternity test. Chapter 12. Whatever. They arrived the impending farce that Nicola's family was about to enact, be it comedic or ethical, held no interest for Li Pu. As for Dimitri's direct mockery regarding his financial situation, let us just say that as long as his son was not provoked and his protective instincts were not stirred, Li Pu was generally quite amiable. Since Nicola had stepped up to clean up the mess, Li Pu was more than pleased to take it easy, turning around to leave the scene with little Broly. He first returned home to tidy up his hunting cabin, packing away daily necessities along with little Broly's toys and books. Thanks to the minimalist lifestyle afforded by the Alaskan wilderness, the father and son needed only 2 travel bags to carry their belongings. Subsequently, Li Pu retrieved the spherical spacecraft once occupied by Broly from the cellar, shouldered it, and soared deep into the Alaskan mountains, where he concealed it within a natural cliff cave, sealing the entrance with a projectile. After thoroughly erasing all traces of life from the hunter's cabin, Li Pu made a special trip to Picado Town. In the dead of night, he knocked on the door of the widow proprietress, settling the final commission for Niccolo with Martha in one swift payment. Having addressed these matters, Li Pu and young Broly utilized their flight technique, accompanied by the sled dog A Fu, and journeyed toward New York. Despite carrying a compass and a map, and continuously attuning to the aura of densely populated areas, their lack of experience and the swiftness of their flight led to occasional deviations from their course. Whenever they passed a major city, Li Pu had to land and consult signposts to ascertain their position, which proved to be quite time-consuming. Ultimately, as the sun rose anew, they finally beheld the Statue of Liberty. After landing in a secluded spot, Li Pu led young Broly and A Fu to hail a taxi at the roadside. The vehicle navigated through the streets of Manhattan for quite some time before finally coming to a halt. The trio disembarked and stood on the bustling Manhattan street, where Li Pu spotted a slender triangular building across the road. This structure, modestly 7 stories high, stood in stark contrast to the towering skyscrapers flanking it. Coincidentally, at the hotel entrance, Li Pu recognized a familiar face emerging from within, a person whose visage bore a striking resemblance to Keanu Reeves. Promptly, Li Pu produced a pair of monocle-like glasses and donned them. The lenses instantly displayed a series of numbers. Indeed, these glasses were akin to the combat power detectors commonly utilized by extraterrestrials in the Dragon Ball series. The spherical spacecraft contained several pairs. For this trip to New York, Li Pu had brought 2. Although this device was technologically advanced, its readings were not always accurate. In the realm of Dragon Ball, mastering one's energy could render such instruments incapable of discerning an opponent's true power. Moreover, Li Pu surmised that the peculiar abilities of various individuals within the Marvel Universe, who possessed otherwise modest combat prowess, would likely evade detection by this device as well. Nevertheless, having traveled from the isolated northern reaches of Alaska to the gunfire-riddled American mainland, Li Pu deemed it prudent to bring them along. Indeed, at this moment, the combat power detector proved to be exceedingly useful. The 2 doormen at the entrance of the Continental Hotel, along with a few others, were all what one might call combat dregs, meaning they were ordinary individuals concealing firearms on their persons. The man bearing the visage of Keanu Reeves had a combat power reading of 6. Indeed, this was the Continental Hotel, and that individual must be John Wick. As John Wick drove away in a muscle car from the hotel entrance, Li Pu removed the detection device, confirming his hypothesis from the previous night. Dmitri had inadvertently revealed the name of the Continental Hotel, prompting Li Pu to travel to New York for personal validation. The evidence he gathered affirmed that he had traversed into a Marvel universe that indeed intertwined with the realm of John Wick. However, it remained uncertain whether this universe merely encompassed the John Wick cinematic world or if it also integrated other realms. With the information available being limited, Li Pu was unsure. Nevertheless, he soon found solace in the situation. After all, he was already here. Thus, with one hand grasping young Broly and the other carrying 2 handcrafted leather travel bags, one large and one small, he boldly crossed the street and ascended the steps in front of the Continental Hotel, with the sled dog, A Fu, trailing behind them. Dmitri had claimed he lacked the funds to order from the Continental Hotel, so upon arriving at the establishment, Li Pu decided to treat young Broly to breakfast there. The meal, however, was not particularly enjoyable, as young Broly was quite forthright. Despite the father and son consuming a feast meant for 30, the child candidly remarked that the hotel's so-called English breakfast was rather mediocre. The proprietor, a man named Winston, personally assured them that he would promptly urge the kitchen to improve the menu, and he warmly invited Li Pu and Broly to return in the future. One might wonder why Winston, as the owner, would personally attend to the duo and exhibit such courtesy. The reason was rather straightforward. Initially, young Broly had not placed an actual order, as the Continental Hotel offered only the English breakfast set during breakfast hours. When Li Pu attempted to pay with U.S. dollars, he was met with refusal. The once courteous server swiftly changed demeanor, demanding that the father and son vacate the premises immediately. Observing this, Li Pu produced a small vial of gold dust. In Alaska, many gold mines existed, and in certain locales, one could even settle bills with gold. Over the past few years, Li Pu had invested part of his earnings into gold. In front of the server, he pinched some gold dust between his fingers, molding it into a gold coin. The hotel's African-American manager, Sharon, witnessed this display and quickly summoned the owner, Winston. Subsequent events proved that actions invariably speak louder than words. Li Pu's endeavor allowed him to enjoy breakfast at the Continental Hotel, even without a single Continental coin. After satisfying their hunger, Li Pu departed the hotel with young Broly. After several days of effort, he purchased a reasonably priced house and acquired a second-hand car, thus establishing a foothold in the Big Apple. On the very first night that Lip and little Broly moved into their new home, the long-dormant cloud nurturing system unexpectedly emitted a notification. Detection of increased world exploration by the host. The second adopted child is about to appear nearby. Please be prepared to receive. Countdown initiated. Receiving the system's alert, Lip instructed little Broly to remain inside the house before hastily departing. He then ascended to the rooftop. Considering that New York is not Alaska, Lip had purchased a second-hand vacant factory to provide little Broly with ample space for exercise. He merely made some modifications, constructing 2 bedrooms for himself and Broly, while the empty first floor remained untouched. Lip harbored some concerns that this time the system's adoption target might also descend to Earth aboard a spaceship. If that were the case, he needed to be ready to catch the spacecraft. Otherwise, his newly acquired home would be in jeopardy. However, when Lip reached the rooftop and used his energy perception to locate the child, he found no trace of a spaceship after a thorough search. Could it be that this little one would not be arriving from the heavens? Pondering this, Lip maintained his gaze upward while extending his energy perception westward. Due to limited funds, he had procured the second-hand factory at a price that, while reasonable for its location, was not particularly high. In fact, he spent less than $80,000 to acquire this property, which spanned over 100 square meters from its previous owner. Even considering the strength of the dollar in the 90s and the absence of a real estate bubble, the primary reason Lip managed to buy this factory adjacent to Manhattan at less than $200 per square meter was the urgency of the seller. This factory was situated in Hell's Kitchen, an area where the local security situation could only be described as dire. Initially, Lip had intended to settle in with little Broly and engage in friendly conversations with the neighbors after a few days. However, as fate would have it, on the very first night of their occupancy, he found himself compelled to visit some neighbors. Lip extended his perception across 3 nearby streets. Given that the system had indicated the imminent appearance of the child he was to adopt, this range was surely sufficient. Yet, after an exhaustive search, he could not sense the child's presence, nor did he encounter a single soul in the vicinity. Curiously, Lip wondered, isn't this Hell's Kitchen? Have the local gang members suddenly decided against their nocturnal activities? Of course, he realized that believing the gang members had reformed was less credible than assuming they had undergone a transformation altogether. Thus, standing atop the rooftop, Lip promptly directed his attention towards a nearby building. It was a nightclub, merely 2 streets away from Lip's new residence. Despite the desolate surroundings, the establishment was ablaze with light. Lip surmised that the gang members likely refrained from loitering near his home, possibly due to the peculiarities of this nightclub. He focused his attention, attempting to project his senses toward the venue to discern any trace of the child he intended to adopt. However, after only a few moments, he relinquished his effort. The myriad scents within the building were too chaotic and overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to identify a specific aura. While Lip possessed ample patience, he was acutely aware of the scarcity of time. Thus, he leaped from the rooftop of the factory, landing deftly in the narrow alley behind the nightclub. Yet, upon inhaling the air in this alley, Lip immediately furrowed his brow. The atmosphere was foul, infused with an odd stench accompanied by a faint yet disturbingly dense metallic scent of blood. Such an odor was commonplace in America, yet the subtle, oppressive aroma of blood typically resided solely within modern slaughterhouses. There, although the machinery swiftly diluted the scent, the sheer number of slaughtered animals would gradually accumulate a peculiar heaviness in the air. This nightclub was exceedingly, if not alarmingly, amiss. As Lip pondered, his steps remained unimpeded. Just as he approached the back door, 2 guards, indulging in marijuana and boasting, halted him. "Country bumpkin, this is no place for you. If you wish to have fun, buy a ticket at the front." One guard, adorned with a mohawk, eyeliner, and a stainless steel nose ring, shouted at Lip. Dressed in a red and black checkered shirt, denim jeans, and workman-esque boots, Lip was labeled a country bumpkin. Beside the punk guard stood a larger man, his arms and face covered in vibrant tattoos. "Why so hostile? Since this handsome fellow prefers the back entrance, what's the harm? We're all here for a good time, aren't we?" The tattooed giant winked at the punk guard before casting a lewd glance at Lip. They were stuck outside while their boss reveled within the club. His hunger was palpable. "You disgust me," Lip stated curtly, raising his hand to unleash a concentrated energy blast. With a soft pop, the tattooed man emitted no sound as his upper body was obliterated by the force, following the destruction of his torso. The remnants of the man's lower half ignited in flames, reminiscent of paper effigies burned during funerals. The charred remains quickly reduced to a pile of black ash. achieving an unsettling cleanliness and environmental efficiency. Indeed, he was merely a fledgling vampire. Li Pu confirmed his suspicions. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared beside the punk man. The unfortunate fellow barely had a chance to utter a sound before his fate was seized by an iron grip around his throat. Behave yourself, do you understand? Despite being choked by Li Pu, the punk man nodded fervently. After enduring a long transformation into a vampire, he was not ready to meet his end just yet. Is this the lair of vampires? The creature nodded in affirmation. Are there living humans here? Once again, the vampire nodded. What about infants? The vampire hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded again. Very well, you may now perish. With that, Li Pu tightened his grip on the vampire's neck and unleashed a burst of energy, obliterating the punk's head adorned with eyeliner and nose rings. The headless corpse crumpled to the ground, swiftly turning into a pool of ash, following in the footsteps of its fallen companion. Chapter 14. The man descends like a deity, having dealt with the guards at the back entrance. Li Pu kicked the door of the nightclub wide open. The raucous music emanating from the front of the club masked the sound of the explosion, and not a single vampire noticed the breach at the rear of their stronghold. Of course, even if they had, it mattered little. With Li Pu's agility nearing 50, he dashed forward, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. Instead of rushing to the dance floor for a massacre, he donned a combat power detector and sprinted towards the staircase, weaving through the various rooms of the establishment. Whenever he encountered a living being that was not pathetically weak, regardless of their skin color or gender, Li Pu would unleash an energy blast upon them. The notion of reciprocal combat was utterly non-existent. In fact, the vast majority of vampires obliterated by Li Pu experienced no pain, vanishing into clouds of ash in an instant. Within mere seconds, Li Pu had eradicated several floors of vampires and ascended to the opulent private room on the top level of the nightclub. Although this floor had been specially soundproofed, Li Pu's superhuman senses still detected faint cries and whimpers, indicating the presence of both women and children. With a single punch, Li Pu bent the sturdy iron door, tearing it and its frame from the wall. A hapless vampire, caught off guard, was crushed beneath the door, exploding like a burst squid. Inside the lavish private room, illuminated by a dim red light, 7 or 8 disheveled vampires were each holding a woman, engaged in a sordid gathering. It was evident that these women were not there by choice, as several others lay nearby, drained of blood, their faces contorted in grotesque expressions. Aside from being drained of their blood, some of these corpses were also missing portions of fresh flesh, suggesting that this room had borne witness to scenes befitting a horror film of the most extreme nature. What further ignited Li Pu's fury was the sight of a dozen naked infants meticulously arranged upon the dining table, treated as mere desserts by the vampires. One vampire, seemingly finished with its meal and clad only in a towel, approached the table, extending its claws towards one of the children. Ding! The host has found the second offspring to be adopted. Please proceed, the system prompted, but Li Pu paid no heed, his hair standing on end in indignation. Although he was not a scion and could not transform into a Super Saiyan in his rage, his combat prowess surged to an unprecedented level. Filthy beasts. Previously, he had relied on energy blasts, but now he was unafraid of soiling his hands, delivering brutal punches to the vampires. In a flash, he traversed the distance of several meters, confronting the vampire at the table. With a swift, piercing chop, he severed the creature's arm as it reached for the child, the limb falling away without a sound. Simultaneously, Li Pu seized the vampire's head, yanking it along with its spine from its body. Though this vampire may still have been alive, its vocal cords were rendered useless. He discarded the severed head onto the floor and turned to the other astonished vampires. You no longer have the right to die painlessly, he declared, announcing their grim fate. Who are you? One vampire exclaimed, baring its sharp fangs, only to have its eyeballs pop out in a most literal sense. In the instant it uttered those words, Li Pu delivered a punch that obliterated its torso from the neck down. Deacon. Oh, goodness, it's a demon. Run. The unfortunate vampire, Deacon Frost, the leader of this group, found himself reduced to a pitiful state. Witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining vampires lacked the courage to stay and fled in terror. Regret consumed them. They lamented having only 2 legs and wished they had not fortified the luxurious private room on the top floor of the nightclub with welded iron plates to block out the sunlight. Yet, before they could reach the exit, the fastest among them met his demise, as he braced himself against Li Pu's vengeful energy blast, resulting in his utter annihilation. A throng of vampires found themselves rendered numb, yet fortunately, the benevolent Li Pu swiftly alleviated their stupor within mere seconds, extracting their heads from their bodies with his bare hands. Just as Li Pu prepared to charge into the nightclub's main hall and eradicate the throng of vampire minions reveling with their unsuspecting prey, intending to feast at midnight, a tremendous noise erupted from downstairs. A towering African man, clad in a black leather coat and donning dark sunglasses even at this late hour, drove a remarkably fortified modified vehicle through the nightclub's entrance. Before exiting the car, he pressed a button, causing a row of ultraviolet floodlights atop the vehicle to illuminate, aimed directly at the nightclub's entrance. Subsequently, the imposing figure yanked out a hose, pried open the sewer grate, and inserted it into the drainage system. A pungent white gas, infused with the scent of garlic, swiftly filled the sewer, effectively sealing off all escape routes for the vampires within the building. Having completed this task, the blade, Eric Brooks, equipped with silver-coated weaponry specifically designed for hunting vampires, charged into the nightclub, now echoing with the lamentations of the damned. However, upon cleansing the first-floor hall of vampires and expelling the living souls meant to serve as sustenance, he ascended the staircase to methodically eradicate the remaining fiends, only to discover that the upper floors had seemingly been attended to by someone else. In the rooms on the top level, Blade encountered only a few infants placed upon tables and several surviving women. Upon inquiring, he learned from the women that a man had recently burst through the door, unleashing a massacre upon the vampires. This man had descended like a deity, vanquishing the fiends and severing their accursed heads. One visibly deranged woman knelt upon the floor, pointing to a gaping hole in the ceiling, fervently proclaiming to Blade. She appeared utterly unconcerned by her state of undress, her eyes radiating unparalleled devotion, while the carpet beneath her was saturated with moisture. Chapter 15. Adopting Conrad Kaz in the Dead of Night. The Hell's Kitchen precinct of the New York Police Department received an urgent call for assistance. Both Blade and the Punisher, as level 10 agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., were accustomed to operating under the guise of the agency. The officers labored throughout the night, ultimately rescuing a dozen infants suspected of being trafficked from a building that had suffered a terror attack. Additionally, several female survivors were, under coercion, sent to a Stark Industries hospital for treatment. Early the following morning, the headquarters of the New York Police Department was inundated with a series of emergency calls, as several passers-by on Wall Street reported alarming incidents. Bystanders claimed to have witnessed a rather chilling scene. Several severed heads were inexplicably hung from a street lamp, resembling a grotesque cluster of grapes. However, just as their curiosity compelled them to approach this macabre spectacle, the morning sun illuminated the street, and the heads spontaneously ignited, swiftly reducing them to mere ashes. Journalists, drawn by the peculiar scent, hastened to the scene to report on the incident. The juxtaposition of Wall Street and a street lamp inevitably conjured certain associations. Consequently, this case surged to the headlines, creating a fervor among the denizens of New York. Thus, Li Pu's intention was fulfilled. The malevolent creatures that preyed upon the innocent received his warning loud and clear. He planned to continue his regular hunts for vampires, as he now had 2 young children to care for, making the pursuit of a livelihood increasingly imperative. The previous night, he had taken the heads of the vampires, not to perform any sanguinary rituals, but merely to repurpose them. Unlike other feeble vampires, the leader of the gang, Deacon Firth, though reduced to a single head, was not entirely lifeless. Deacon Firth even managed to grow vocal cords, incessantly pleading for mercy. "Do not kill me. I can offer you money. I possess considerable wealth." This desperation was misguided. He had evidently never encountered the adage, "Once I kill you, your wealth becomes mine." What irked Li Pu, however, was that although Deacon Firth obediently led him to a safe house in Manhattan to retrieve funds, upon arrival, Li Pu discovered the vampire had scarcely any cash. The so-called wealth consisted merely of several hundred kilograms of illicit drugs. Consequently, Li Pu had to make an additional trip to dispose of these harmful substances into the Atlantic Ocean. Ultimately, he secured only a modest sum of around $100,000 from Deacon Firth. As a result, Deacon Firth was denied the opportunity to choose a solitary lamppost for himself, and instead, along with several of his subordinates, was unceremoniously hung from the same street lamp, where they were destined to turn to ash beneath the morning sun. Of course, Li Pu had no time to linger and admire the sunrise in the dead of night. He returned home, cradling the child he had rescued from the vampire lair, accompanied by the ill-gotten cash. Upon entering, he observed his eldest son, Broly, stealthily snuggling with their sled dog, Alfie, both deep in slumber. Li Pu smiled quietly, refraining from waking his son. This mischievous lad would be introduced to his new little brother come morning. It was only then that he fully calmed down, recalling the system notification he had previously overlooked in a fit of excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully adopted a second child, Conrad Cuz. Although Li Pu seemed to have heard the name before, it did not resonate as profoundly as that of his firstborn, Broly. At this moment, much like when he adopted Broly, the system granted him a reward for becoming a caregiver. Ding. System reward issued. The host receives the Conrad Cuz biological father attribute template. You may access the personal attribute panel for details. Li Pu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He hastily placed the small child he was cradling onto the sofa before opening his attribute panel. Host, Li Pu, age, 28, strength, 46,150, constitution, 130-1300 infinite, agility, 25,100, intelligence, 131,300 infinite, charisma, 201,300 infinite, perception, 991,300 infinite, talent, Scion Advanced Warrior. Human Emperor Template, skills, Chinese home cooking, intermediate, operation of various vehicles, beginner, hunting, intermediate, mechanics, beginner, childcare, beginner, status, loading Human Emperor Psychic Talent. The host's feeble brain and originally low potential intelligence are being passively developed. Symptoms such as dizziness and headaches are normal. Please bear with it for a moment. Damn it. Upon reading his status, Li Pu felt as if his brain might explode, akin to countless needles incessantly jabbing at his mind. The pain was so intense that he nearly collapsed to his knees. Yet, inexplicably, a surge of pride prevented him from bowing to the ground. He stood rigidly in place. Simultaneously, as his brain underwent a relentless reconstruction, a series of faded memories began to sharpen into clarity. Goodness! Li Pu couldn't help but curse. For he suddenly recalled who the Emperor was. This man was the sole and first ruler of the human empire in the Warhammer universe. A realm that every transmigrator would dread visiting, and the savior of the human race. The Emperor bore many monikers: the Golden Giant, the Great Sorcerer, the Tyrannical Terminator, the Chaos Breaker, the Lord of Humanity forsaken by family, the Yellow-Skinned One, the Technophile with colossal strength, the Omniscia, the Fifth Chaos God, the King of Golden Thrones. While jesting about these titles, one cannot deny the extraordinary might of the Emperor. He is likely the most powerful psyker in the history of the Warhammer universe, and an immortal with an extraordinarily long standby duration. While the deluded followers of Chaos desperately sought ascension to godhood, the Emperor resolutely rejected being venerated as a deity, firmly maintaining his identity as a mortal. Even though he could respond to the calls of his loyalists across half a galaxy and single-handedly vanquish the star gods, rendering them as mere instruments at his disposal, he remained steadfast in his humanity. He could, if he so wished, transform into the ultimate malevolent entity capable of dragging street vendors from the warp and drowning them in a golden throne. However, despite his immense power, the Emperor was not omnipotent. He is certainly not a good father. The progeny he has created from his own genes, despite having been influenced by the insidious Chaos God during their formative years, have faced significant issues under the Emperor's tutelage upon their return to their original forms. Aside from a few who were fortunate enough to be nurtured by relatively dependable adoptive parents, the remainder of the progeny exhibit varying degrees of psychological disturbances, easily succumbing to fits of madness when subjected to particular stimuli. Otherwise, even with the strategic alliances forged by Horus, the selection of the Western gods should not have resulted in such a substantial number of Astartes legions betraying the Empire during the Great Rebellion. This time, the system rewarded Lip with the Emperor Template, talent, intended to facilitate his proper upbringing of one particularly troubled child among the progeny, Conrad Cuz. He aimed to demonstrate to that old man how a good father raises his children. Out of the blue, Lip was suddenly gripped by such lofty ambitions, only to be met with an increasingly intense throbbing pain in his brain, far more excruciating than any needle pricks from the infamous Ant Roan. Lip clenched his teeth resolutely, remaining silent as the system gradually developed his talent. Chapter 16. Broly. Dad, you gave me a brother? This transformation lasted the entire night, and it was only around the same time that the heads of those vampires were turned to ash that Lip regained his mobility. Freed from his crouched position, Lip, now imbued with the Emperor Template, talent, made his first move to stretch his somewhat stiff body. He pondered, somewhat humorously, whether standing up after sitting on the toilet for a millennium would result in him collapsing due to numb legs. After a brief moment of internal grumbling about that old man, Lip instinctively prepared to engage in a routine he had performed every morning for the past few years. He needed to make breakfast for little Broly. In his previous solitary existence, breakfast often consisted of a hasty meal or, at times, skipping it altogether due to sheer laziness. However, since becoming a father and caring for a son, Lip's lifestyle had undergone a transformation. Today, however, he would need to adapt once more, as he had to prepare breakfast for his newly adopted child, Conrad Kurz. He wondered what the progeny ate during their childhood, and if they were as unpicky as scions. Glancing at the quiet little shell resting on the sofa, having slept soundly through the night, Lip decided to prepare some milk for the child. Just as he contemplated descending to retrieve ingredients from the second-hand refrigerator he had purchased a few days prior, the fridge at the bottom of the stairs unexpectedly popped open by itself. Even more astonishingly, milk, beef, eggs, large loaves of bread, and an assortment of fruits and vegetables miraculously flew out of the refrigerator. Subsequently, these ingredients began to categorize themselves. Those meant for bowls went into bowls. Those destined for baking trays found their way into the trays. The eggs were beaten into liquid, and those requiring slicing or dicing positioned themselves neatly beneath the knife. The oven and gas stove ignited spontaneously, while pots and pans flew about, commencing the culinary preparation of the ingredients placed within. Li Pu blinked in astonishment and hurriedly accessed the attribute panel, eager to ascertain whether the system had gifted him with a house elf akin to those from Harry Potter. However, the outcome was not as he had envisioned. The status section of the system's attribute panel elucidated the cause of this fully automated breakfast scenario. Status: in shock. Explanation: the host is currently astonished by the unintentional use of psychic energy, leading to baseless associations. In truth, due to the host possessing the human emperor template talent, he has acquired at least alpha-level psychic potential and remarkable psychic control. Psychic energy encompasses a myriad of extraordinary functions. The host is advised to utilize it judiciously and practice diligently. Although this world lacks subspace, excessive and reckless misuse of psychic energy may still attract the attention of entities from other dimensions. Cooking with psychic energy is unlikely to reach that level. So that was the case. Upon reading this, Li Pu felt a surge of realization. With psychic energy as his safeguard, he could lead a safer life in the Marvel Universe alongside the two little ones. Moreover, if he could prepare breakfast with psychic energy, perhaps he could indulge in a few extra moments of slumber in the morning. What a delight! However, this exhilarating thought was short-lived, as little Kaz suddenly burst into tears from the sofa. Oh no, how could I have forgotten that? Li Pu smacked his forehead. In the Warhammer universe, all sons of the Emperor's genetic progenitors invariably possess corresponding subspace entities. In other words, these progenitors inherently possess significant psychic talents, albeit with varying focuses. Even those progenitors who harbor disdain for psychic energy and its wielders could, with some effort, learn to utilize it if they so desired. Even Angron was no exception before he was pinned with the butcher's nails. Conrad Kaz's psychic talent primarily leans towards prophetic abilities. From certain perspectives, his prophetic prowess might even surpass that of St. Gilliam. However, Kaz tends to get bogged down in intricacies and adopts a rather pessimistic outlook, which renders his prophecies predominantly negative, often culminating in tragic outcomes. The reason for little Kaz's sudden weeping, Li Pu surmised, was likely due to the stimulation from the use of psychic energy, having dreamt of some ominous vision. There, don't cry. Li Pu gently ceased his use of psychic energy for breakfast and swiftly cradled the little one, attempting to soothe him. Just then, Broly, who had been sound asleep with the sled dog, Apu, awoke and bounded out of bed. Upon seeing Li Pu cradling another child, his face transformed into a mask of disbelief, evoking in Li Pu a peculiar sensation akin to being caught by his girlfriend while tying another girl's shoelaces. Broly, look at this little crybaby. Though at a loss for words, Lip could only muster the courage to reveal the truth. From now on, he would be your brother. Broly paused for a moment, and in the next instant, the boy leaped 3 meters into the air, his hands raised in jubilation. This is incredible. Dad, you didn't come home last night, and yet you brought me a little brother to play with, right? Lip, though somewhat speechless, patiently explained to Broly that he could not biologically produce a brother for him. The infant named Conrad Kaz was actually adopted the previous night. Nevertheless, Kaz is indeed your brother, Lip assured him. The two of you can play together from now on. This revelation filled Broly with immense joy. Previously, in Alaska, his only companion had been the sled dog, Afu, but now, having just moved, he had yet another playmate. Broly was so elated that he soared through the air, using his flight technique, dancing joyfully within the confines of the repurposed factory. Dad, you are amazing. Dad, do you possess magic? Can I have another little brother? Unlike the original Super Saiyan Broly from Dragon Ball, the Broly raised by Lip resembled a more typical child, exhibiting a far more amiable disposition. Such a small child was already able to provide emotional value to his father. Lip could not help but feel a sense of gratification. realizing that his years of effort had not been in vain. With this thought in mind, he entrusted little Kaz to Broly's care, confident that the genetically engineered child was not as fragile as an ordinary infant. He then hummed a cheerful tune while descending to prepare breakfast for the two children. As Lip cooked, he also accessed his attribute panel. Earlier, while examining the status bar, he noticed some changes to his attribute panel, unintentionally utilizing psychic energy to prepare breakfast. Albeit only at the outset, had resulted in the addition of a novice skill in psychokinesis to his skill set. Moreover, after loading the Human Emperor template yesterday, his attributes had undergone some alterations. Unlike the previously acquired Scion Elite Warrior talent, the Human Emperor template emphasized enhancements in physicality, intelligence, charisma, and perception. Notably, his physicality had increased more than threefold compared to its original value. Lip surmised that this might be related to the Emperor's status as a rare immortal among humans. In the Warhammer universe, immortals often possess lifespans measured in millennia, and some, even when utterly destroyed, can resurrect themselves elsewhere in the cosmos through the power of psychic energy. In terms of intelligence, the Emperor himself was a super scientist, having overseen countless projects tracing the origins of ancient technologies within the Warhammer universe, as well as creating numerous new mechanical and biological advancements. In terms of perception, with the Emperor's psychic prowess, he can effortlessly establish interstellar communication, pinpointing a target across light years and exerting influence over it and the surrounding material world. As for charisma, even after the Great Rebellion, if all those who remain loyal to the Emperor were to be transformed into grains of sand, they would likely suffice to construct a mountain as high as the Himalayas on the Sacred Terra. Endowed with the Human Emperor template talent, Li Pu has significantly increased his attributes in this respect, with his potential soaring to 1300. Behind this potential number lies an infinite augmentation, which Li Pu speculates may be related to the Emperor's transformation into the fifth chaotic god of the subspace after the demise of the Western merchants. In such a case, his attributes would indeed become boundless. However, should he become the fifth chaotic god, the human facet of the Emperor would vanish entirely. That kind of infinity, if it were to be me, would hold no allure. Li Pu believes he can comprehend the Emperor's thoughts, for even without delving into the grand narrative of humanity's sake, if one were to lose oneself in the pursuit of power, would the self that emerges post-transformation still be the original? Power is merely a means, not an end. One must not confuse the order of these two. Moreover, a potential attribute of 1,300 is currently sufficient, and one cannot ascertain how much time it would take to fully enhance attributes thereafter. Chapter 17. Transforming his son into a wealthy heir. Li Pu's desire to enhance various attributes cannot be fulfilled merely by uttering the phrase at points. He requires time to train. In this regard, he has discovered that his two adopted sons far surpass him in strength. Without mentioning Broly, whose innate Super Saiyan lineage is well understood, this child grows stronger every moment. As for Kaz, although his future combat prowess will undoubtedly pale in comparison to that of his elder brother, during this developmental phase, he surpasses his father, Li Pu. After bringing this child home and nurturing him meticulously for a week, Kaz's height exceeded that of Broly. This child consumes even more than Broly did at his age and exhibits an astonishing efficiency in energy utilization from food. Furthermore, beyond height, his weight is rapidly increasing, and Kaz's intellect is developing even faster than his physical growth. One day, as Li Pu stepped out to attend to some matters, he left the two children at home. Upon his return, he discovered Kaz engrossed alongside Broly, using the household television to watch Tom and Jerry. It is worth noting that this was still before the millennium. Wireless internet devices were non-existent in the market. Young Kaz had ingeniously modified the combat power detector from the Dragon Ball to serve as a network access device. Through some unknown means, he managed to connect to a university's campus network, retrieving cartoons from the school's server to watch with his brother. Absurd indeed? Li Pu found the situation somewhat absurd. However, he was aware that such rapid development was not necessarily the limit of little Kaz's potential. Were it not for the relatively normal growth environment devoid of the survival pressures characteristic of the Warhammer world, the genetic progenitor, Conrad Kaz, could very well have matured into adulthood at a staggering pace. The thought of a giant exceeding 3 meters in height, possessing wisdom and strength far beyond that of mere mortals, and born merely a few months prior, was exhilarating. Some might perceive this as a gift, a talent bestowed upon the progeny by their biological father, the Emperor. Yet, such a gift came with a hefty price tag, as most genetic progenitors lacked a conventional childhood. As the saying goes, some individuals require a lifetime to heal the wounds of their childhood. Li Pu wished to spare Kaz from repeating that fate. He harbored neither the grand visions of the emperor nor the heavy burden of humanity's destiny on his shoulders. As a father, he desired for Kaz to at least understand what a normal childhood should entail. Though it may not last long, it was worth the attempt, wasn't it? Thus, when he observed the two little ones hurriedly turning off the television upon entering their home, he refrained from reprimanding them. "Oh, watching cartoons, are we?" He gently tousled one son's hair and said with a grin, "Why didn't you invite me along?" Upon hearing this, Broly playfully nudged his taller brother with his elbow and proudly declared, "Little Kaz, see? I told you Dad wouldn't scold us. Are there any other shows? We should find more in the future." Though little Kaz was still struggling with his speech, he could nonetheless comprehend what Broly and Li Pu were discussing. He excitedly nodded in agreement. Then, the young lad deftly fiddled with the dismantled power-level detector, retrieving a selection of treasures he had unearthed from the university server. Child's Play, Sleepy Hollow, The Silence of the Lambs, A Nightmare on Elm Street, and Scream. Li Pu, while aspiring to be an enlightened father, ultimately forbade the two youngsters from watching those horror films, along with other inappropriate content. After all, certain rules must be established early in a child's life, otherwise, the consequences could be dire as they grew. Li Pu shuddered at the thought of these two children turning into exceptionally destructive little terrors. Just imagine the chaos they could unleash upon an already fragile Marvel universe. After educating the two little ones, Li Pu spent some time watching cartoons with them before sharing some exciting news. "Good news, my sons. Our family business is about to commence." It turned out that he had ventured out that day to secure some necessary permits. Although he had recently acquired some funds from the vampire Deacon Frost, coupled with the remnants from purchasing their home, he now had over 100,000 in cash on hand. However, the inclination to prepare for unforeseen circumstances is inherent in the nature of the Chinese people. Even in a different era, Li Pu would not relish the notion of idly consuming his resources. Moreover, he and his two sons are voracious eaters, and the family's Engel coefficient is alarmingly high, necessitating clever strategies to earn a living. Consequently, Li Pu procured a food truck, setting out today to obtain the health permits and operational licenses he had applied for a few days prior. With hands on his hips, he proudly showcased the newly acquired permit to his sons, assuring them that they could look forward to life as affluent heirs. Little Broly, somewhat puzzled, scratched his head and inquired, "Father, what is a rich second generation?" Coincidentally, at that moment, the television broadcasted news in which a spokesperson from Stark Industries was refuting rumors about the chairman's relationship with a certain actress, asserting that their connection was purely platonic, devoid of romantic or marital intentions. Li Pu pointed at the figure of Tony Stark, who, with sunglasses perched on his nose, was gesturing a rude sign to the camera, embodying a nonchalant demeanor, and remarked, "See, that mustachioed fellow is a rich second generation, the wealthiest in the world." Little Broly remained somewhat bewildered. To him, this affluent young man appeared rather feeble. What was so admirable about that? Oh, he was still making that rude gesture. Hadn't father mentioned that was an inappropriate sign? Well-behaved children should not use such language, and a true man ought to speak less and act more. On the other hand, little Kaz, although grasping the concept of a rich second generation, could not help but giggle at the sight of Tony Stark, perhaps sensing an amusing scene unfolding. He clapped his hands and, in a childish voice, jested, "His legs are so short that he kneels down as soon as he lands." To be fair, Li Pu had quite admired Iron Man Tony Stark in his previous life. However, the reality was that this wealthy young man indeed had short legs, and his landing posture in the armor was undeniably hard on the knees. Thus, he ungraciously concurred with his son Kaz's assessment. The atmosphere in the household instantly lightened. Chapter 18. I have seen a dragon. Do you believe me? In midday Manhattan, a red food truck was stationed at the street. Drawn by the infectious music, office workers flocked to purchase jianbingguozi. Li Pu's chosen spot was not in Hell's Kitchen, but rather in close proximity to the iconic Golden Bull of Wall Street. When he had previously dealt with those vampires hung from lamp posts, he had discovered this auspicious location. This site is conveniently near the New York Stock Exchange, where capital never sleeps, and the surrounding office buildings are bustling around the clock. Although the denizens of Wall Street may each possess a cup of coffee, a pack of cigarettes, and an uncanny ability to remain seated at their computers all day, the basic need to eat still prevails among all carbon-based life forms. Compared to nearby restaurants where a meal starts at 3 figures, and those pizza delivery services that are always late, the convenience of a food truck offering ready-to-go meals is undeniably more appealing to them. At $8 per serving for pancakes, with additional charges for bacon and sausages, he managed to net $500 to $600 in just one short afternoon. By the end of the day, even with a conservative estimate, his sales would exceed $1,000. It is evident that even among cattle and horses, the purchasing power of Wall Street's denizens far surpasses that of other locales. Meanwhile, little Broly and little Kaz joined him at the food stall, setting up their own small stand beside the food truck, specializing in vigorously squeezing lemons. The quantity sold was inconsequential. Lip simply wanted them to gain experience, familiarizing themselves with the delicate handling of everyday life through the vigorous task of lemon squeezing. The method was straightforward. The two brothers wielded heavy hammers crafted from a barbell and solid stainless steel, aiming at a cooler filled with ice and lemons placed on the ground. Each took turns striking, with effort focused solely on extracting juice from the lemons, avoiding the temptation to smash through the street. The sound of thumping resonated as lemon juice splattered, causing the ground to tremble slightly, which left many passing Wall Street elites astonished, momentarily forgetting their coffees. Excellent, quite spirited. After the lunch rush, Lip turned off the electric stove and stepped out of the food truck. He commended little Broly and little Kaz, then filled a paper cup with a generous serving of the chilled lemon juice they had made. Quite sweet. Just as he was preparing to close up, a scruffy-looking homeless man, who had been observing the boys squeezing lemons from a distance, approached. The man, sporting a disheveled beard and carrying a tattered backpack, appeared to be relatively young. Lip sensed someone approaching and, intrigued, glanced at the man, noting an unusual aura surrounding him. Little Broly felt a similar sensation. Daddy, that uncle has two kinds of energy about him. The boy was more attuned to the nuances of energy than Lip, immediately identifying the peculiarities. Little Kaz, while lacking his brother's sensitivity, could glimpse fragments of the future. Daddy, that uncle's fists are going to glow, he exclaimed, nibbling on his finger, his voice innocent and curious. Two kinds of energy and glowing fists. Lip recalled a Marvel television series he had watched, featuring a protagonist whose fists emitted a radiant glow. As the man approached, he performed a traditional gesture of respect before asking Lip, "Excuse me, are you training with your children?" Not sensing any malice from the man's aura, and recalling that he seemed to be a superhero rather than a villain, Lip responded openly, "Indeed, my children are practicing. However, they are doing it for fun, not under my direct guidance." Understanding dawned upon the man, who nodded appreciatively. "I have discovered that these two children are exceptionally gifted. If they train in Kuin, they are bound to become outstanding warriors in the future. However, their training methods are somewhat rudimentary. Perhaps I could offer them some advice." Li Pu had no grounds to refute this assertion, for he himself had emerged from humble beginnings, with many of his own training techniques developed through personal exploration. Since this individual was willing to impart knowledge, it would not be a misfortune for the two children to learn more. Upon receiving Li Pu's consent, the man wasted no time. He promptly cast his backpack to the ground. He then demonstrated a series of martial arts moves on the sidewalk, exuding an impressive, even resplendent, Chinese style. His movements were vigorous, occasionally accompanied by strange whistling sounds that attracted a crowd of onlookers. Some spectators mistook him for a street performer, applauding him and even tossing coins into his direction. Confused by the unexpected generosity, the man was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, his stomach audibly grumbled. As the Chinese saying goes, man is iron, rice is steel. A meal skipped leads to discomfort. Li Pu chuckled, uttering this phrase in Mandarin. The man's face lit up with surprise, as he had not anticipated hearing a language so familiar, even more so than his native English, in Manhattan. "Are you from China?" he inquired. Li Pu nodded, responding, "We have completed our business, and the three of us were just about to enjoy lunch. Would you care to join us for a bowl of authentic zhajiangmian?" Upon hearing zhajiangmian, the man's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Could you add a few cloves of garlic?" "Eating noodles without garlic diminishes the flavor." "Why not?" Li Pu replied. Thus, the man indulged in a generous bowl of meat and egg zhajiangmian, garnished with shredded cucumber, soaked soybeans, and several peeled cloves of garlic. Meanwhile, Broly and Kaz also sat on small stools, relishing their meals with great delight. I never expected that upon returning to America, I would encounter such authentic Chinese cuisine in Manhattan. After finishing his bowl of noodles, Li Pu poured him a cup of rich jasmine tea, prompting the man to express his admiration. Once he began speaking, he could hardly contain his enthusiasm. He introduced himself as Daniel, revealing that he had traveled to China at a young age and had grown up there. With pride, he declared that even in the birthplace of martial arts, his skills were among the best. In a moment of exhilaration, Daniel jestingly remarked to young Broly and Kaz, "I have seen a dragon. Do you believe me?" "Oh, do you know what a dragon is?" "It is not merely a large lizard with wings, but rather..." I initially thought that the two children were unfamiliar with the Chinese dragon. However, to my surprise, little Broly exclaimed, "I know. The Dragon King of the East Sea is Ao Guang, and the Dragon King of the West Sea cannot match Sun Wukong even when combined. They even sent many gifts to that little monkey. Chapter 19. Seeking an Iron Fist as a private instructor. This clearly exceeds expectations. The children must have been enchanted by Journey to the West, which undoubtedly instilled a sense of awe toward the Dragon Clan. Daniel had intended to narrate a tale of a young boy who, after years of diligent practice, challenged the Dragon of Eternal Life, engaging in a fierce battle of 800 rounds to earn the dragon's acknowledgement, ultimately forging a pair of indestructible iron fists. Yet now, with the legendary Monkey King as a precedent, which dragon could stand in comparison? Noticing Daniel's expression of dismay, Leap gently patted his shoulder. My friend, while I appreciate the allure of Journey to the West, your story will surely pale in comparison. Nevertheless, your martial arts are quite impressive. I can tell that they are not mere embellishments. How about this? I will provide you with some money if you could take the time to teach my 2 sons authentic martial arts. Parents naturally harbor deep affection for their children and plan for their future. Knowing a bit about Daniel's abilities, Leap genuinely hoped that his 2 children could learn something invaluable from this iron-fisted master. The saying goes, one who receives a favor must return it. The delicious bowl of fried sauce noodles was precisely to Daniel's taste, and Leap's concern for his children touched him. Thus, although Daniel understood that he had more pressing matters at hand, namely, reclaiming the Rand group left by his father in order to gather sufficient resources to investigate the truth behind his parents' demise, he couldn't bring himself to refuse Leap's request outright. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I do not require payment, but my time is truly limited at present. Mr. Leap, would this arrangement suit you? If you conduct your business here every afternoon, I will come to teach your children some martial arts. However, I cannot guarantee that they will master what I teach. Cannot guarantee mastery? Leap chuckled inwardly, though he was genuinely appreciative of the Iron Fist's willingness to instruct. He extended his hand. Then it is settled. I will come here to conduct business every afternoon, and you will teach my children some techniques. I promise to treat you to authentic Chinese cuisine each day. Understanding the significance of Leap's gesture, Daniel reciprocated with a firm handshake. Once the pact was sealed, they engaged in a brief conversation before Daniel slung his small, tattered bag over his shoulder. Before departing, he declined the handful of change Leap offered but accepted a set of savory pancakes from Leap's stall. Just right for my dinner. Daniel stuffed the pancakes into the fast food box and exchanged a fist bump with Leap. I'll come by tomorrow at noon to check on Broly and Kaz's homework. Just a heads up, I am a strict mentor. Leap merely smiled, saying nothing further. He only hoped that the Iron Fist would not be too harshly impacted the next day. Once the Iron Fist departed, Leap lifted his gaze toward the nearby Rand building. In the executive office on the top floor, a woman, observing the situation below through the glass, was startled as she noticed Leap staring in her direction, almost dropping the binoculars in her hand. What's wrong, Joy? Nothing. Ward, it might just be my imagination. Joy Mitchum hesitated for a moment, but eventually confided in her brother. I have this feeling that the vagrant who has been visiting us recently is Daniel. He knows so much about Daniel and our childhood. Ward Mitchum pondered for a moment, then firmly placed both hands on his sister's shoulders, gazing seriously into her eyes. Joy, Daniel is already dead. That was reported in the news over a decade ago. In that plane crash, Uncle Rand and his family tragically perished. It was our father, acting as a partner, who valiantly saved Rand Group in its time of crisis. Now, our father has also passed, and Rand Group has been entrusted to us. Our duty is to safeguard the magnificent enterprise built by both families across generations, ensuring it is not seized by those with ulterior motives. However, Joy still wished to say something, but her brother interrupted her. Ward Mitchum urged Joy not to worry unnecessarily and to head home for some rest. Once his sister left the office, Ward Mitchum contemplated alone for a while before dialing a phone number. Yes, my dear father, I am not losing my mind. I am certain that person is Daniel Rand. If you dare to use that phrase with me again, prepare to subsist on Brussels sprouts for the week, since you certainly wouldn't dare to step outside that cursed apartment. Fine. I understand. I won't seek out the hand association that frightens you. I have my acquaintances too. You asked how I know them? Father, that is called socializing. Hiding in the apartment and being afraid to come out will not help you make new friends. Ward Mitchum had a cordial yet frustrated exchange with his father Harold Mitchum, who, after seeking help from the Hand Association due to his cancer, was now confined to an apartment, unable to venture out. Ward harbored significant resentment towards his father. Because Harold was dependent on the Hand Association, he had agreed to a series of demands to secure his life, to the extent that the entire Rand Group was on the verge of being overtaken by that criminal organization. Nevertheless, Ward still felt compelled to inform his father about the fact that Daniel Rand was alive, after all. The plane crash that befell the Rand family was a conspiracy orchestrated by Harold Mitchum himself. Huh, what a wretched father. It is indeed your debt that has been incurred. Yet it falls upon me, your son, to repay it. He picked up his phone once more, made a call, and subsequently tossed the device onto the table. Thereafter, Ward retrieved a stash of well-concealed pills from the drawer, consuming several in quick succession until reason compelled him to cease. That evening, despite the opportunity to conduct business, Leap refrained from operating his food stall, securing it within the abandoned factory he had purchased, and instructed little Broly to stay home with his brother. He himself took a chair and sat resolutely at the entrance of the derelict factory. During lunch at the stall with his father and brother, Leap sensed an external presence observing them, emanating from the headquarters of Rand Corporation. Once Daniel departed, Leap deliberately focused on that energy signature, employing a newly acquired psychic ability. By combining energy lock with psychic prophecy, he discerned that someone intended to bring harm to him and his family that very night. Leap refrained from confronting this threat immediately, wishing to ascertain the reliability of his prophetic abilities and whether unexpected guests would indeed arrive. Furthermore, Leap believed in reasonable discourse. However, if others were disinclined to listen, he would not hesitate to discuss the laws of physics instead. Chapter 20. The Midnight Lord's Understanding. Cool equals ruthlessly executed at 8:20 p.m. A procession of flamboyantly painted muscle cars rolled into Hell's Kitchen. Those venturing into this territory were wary of local gangs robbing them. According to their leaders' intel, the convoy proceeded without stopping, arriving at the entrance of an abandoned factory near the end of 47th Street. They had intended to launch a surprise attack. However, before they could halt, they spotted a tall Asian man casually seated at the factory entrance, crossing his legs. He rested a double-barreled shotgun on his lap, with a revolver holstered at his waist. Stop! The leader urgently instructed the driver to bring the vehicle to a halt, ready to retreat at the first sign of trouble. After all, they were in Hell's Kitchen, and having already seen 2 firearms, they could only speculate how many more were trained upon them. Cool. Little Broly and Little Kaz lay at the factory's second-floor window, eagerly watching the standoff between their father and the unexpected visitors. Although the adversaries possessed a mere combat strength of 5, one could not deny the formidable aura radiating from their father, utterly impressive. Little Kaz blinked his large eyes, captivated by the spectacle. At not yet half a year old, he struggled to comprehend the situation fully, especially since little Broly's remark was uttered in Mandarin. Thus, despite possessing inherent wisdom, little Kaz remained in a state of bewilderment. Cool. In a moment of cruelty, Kaz selected 2 words that he interpreted and endeavored to grasp the essence of what little Broly was conveying. Oh, Broly. Father is going to launch a surprise attack on the villains. He will eliminate them ruthlessly, won't he? Not a surprise attack, but an ambush. That is not quite right either. Regardless, Kaz was simply eager for the spectacle, placing his faith in his father's prowess. Emulating Lip. Little Broly affectionately ruffled his foolish younger brother's hair. However, due to Kaz's rapid growth, he had to rise slightly on his toes to reach his brother's small head. Their brotherly antics, of course, did not escape Lip's keen perception. Aware that his sons were concerned for him, the weary father could only shake his head in resignation. Yet his heart swelled with pride. These 2 little rascals. This tenderness was reserved solely for his kin. His demeanor towards outsiders, particularly those with ill intentions, was far less amiable. Hey, you lot. Yes, I'm addressing you band of scoundrels. He brandished his shotgun, pointing it menacingly towards the vehicles before him. You've arrived. Yet you remain motionless, pretending to be something you are not. Though they did not fully comprehend his words, the men were not fools. They discerned the disdain etched on Lip's face. Moreover, after a prolonged silence, the occupants of the vehicles began to question whether they had merely frightened themselves. Perhaps this man had not received any prior warning or set a trap, but had fortuitously coincided with his leisurely moment at home. The leader of the group contemplated this for a moment, convinced that his thoughts were likely correct. After all, residing in Hell's Kitchen, it was not unusual to keep a shotgun on hand for protection while enjoying the coolness at one's doorstep. With this realization, he beckoned his subordinates. Everyone, disembark. Arm yourselves well, and do not let the residents of Hell's Kitchen underestimate us. Upon concluding his words, the burly man adorned with a large gold chain drew his Desert Eagle from his waistband and was the first to push open the car door. While stepping out first was undoubtedly perilous, maintaining face in the underworld was imperative. Otherwise, his subordinates would lack faith in him. However, once he exited, he was quickly encircled by his followers, and they advanced towards Lip, who was waving them over. As they approached, he observed keenly. The opponent appeared relatively youthful. Although the age of Asians often remained a mystery, he surmised it would not exceed 30. According to the intelligence provided by his boss, this man had 2 sons, and the trio had recently arrived in New York, sustaining themselves through a food truck. Judging by the man's attire, work boots, jeans, and a plaid shirt layered over a t-shirt, he resembled a redneck, likely having spent his past in some impoverished rural area, toiling under the sun. Unfortunately for him, he had the misfortune of encountering a person burdened with trouble shortly after arriving in New York. That troublesome individual had stirred up significant chaos. A super-rich tycoon has tasked them, the Bloody Chili Gang, with eliminating a troublesome individual and ensuring that everyone associated with that person is also eradicated to prevent the issue from escalating. Hey, you lot. Li Pu's voice interrupted the man's thoughts. Can't you walk without huddling together? You're moving like a group of high school girls heading to the restroom, not even matching the pace of a decent woman. This expression, though simple in English, incensed the members of the Bloody Chili Gang. They immediately grew displeased and brandished their weapons. However, before they could fire, they needed to disperse. Just as expected, these ruffians, despite coming to commit murder in silence, had neglected to find a vantage point for an ambush and instead clustered together as if it were second nature. Li Pu aimed at them and preemptively fired his double-barreled shotgun. The gang, frightened, scattered. A dozen individuals, each armed, yet none skilled in the art of shooting. The sound of gunfire echoed, bang, 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 and soon half of them had succumbed to friendly fire, executed at close range. Were their bullets aimed at Li Pu? Certainly. A few missed the mark. Nevertheless, he caught those stray bullets with his bare hands and retaliated with a swift motion, returning the fire. In a mere encounter, these individuals fell before even setting foot inside Li Pu's house, leaving only one still gasping for breath. This lone survivor was the gang leader, a black man, whose desert eagle had run dry. His subordinates lay around him, each bearing gaping wounds the size of bowls, a testament to his valiant, yet futile attempts at shooting. Before he could reload with spare ammunition, Li Pu swiftly approached and crushed his foot down. The man emitted a cry of anguish as the flesh of his gun-holding hand was brutally mangled beneath Li Pu's foot. Subsequently, Li Pu lifted his other foot and gently pressed it onto the man's neck. "Oh, please show mercy. I can scarcely breathe." In his moment of impending doom, he recalled the divine. Chapter 21. The mild chili let us play a game, Li Pu declared, refraining from crushing the man's throat and instead lifting his foot. The game was titled, I Ask, You Answer. The man seized this opportunity, playing for his life with utmost seriousness. From him, Li Pu learned that their leader was known as Bloody Chili, and their gang had adopted this moniker in homage to him. The rise of the Bloody Chili Gang had been relatively recent, yet they had gained considerable notoriety due to their leader's emphasis on networking with influential figures. Moreover, to secure their operations, the cunning leader had relocated their headquarters to Long Island, as they were currently vying for business against Gene. In his usual fashion, the notorious Bloody Chili resided in a lavish mansion within the affluent enclave of Long Island, orchestrating his business dealings remotely through his underlings. On this occasion, they had sought out the Lee family to assist a prominent figure, only to unexpectedly encounter a formidable obstacle. He conveyed his threats with a subtle blend of menace, warning Lee not to take his life, lest he invite the relentless wrath of the Bloody Chili Gang. To his surprise, Lee appeared to be genuinely intimidated, acquiescing to allow him to depart Hell's Kitchen in a vehicle. Despite the dismal driving experience, his hand severely injured and the Cadillac resembling a crushed tin can, Lee conducted a brief test, discovering that the trunk, rear seats, and front passenger seat could accommodate up to 14 individuals. Nevertheless, he managed to survive. Once in the vehicle, he pressed the accelerator, fleeing Hell's Kitchen as if his life depended on it. Alerting the authorities was out of the question. Clenching his teeth against the agony of his mangled hand, he drove the Cadillac, filled with his comrades, from Manhattan to Long Island, ultimately crashing into his boss's estate. The mansion was guarded by numerous bodyguards, who rushed to his aid upon witnessing his grievous condition as he dragged himself out of the car. Even their leader, the infamous Bloody Chili Brad Peppo, hastily emerged from the villa, having been engaged in a game of poker with a lovely lady. Upon seeing the dire state of his loyal subordinate and the sight of several bodyguards retching by the car, he inquired, "What on earth happened to you?" However, before he could finish, a sudden flash interrupted him, and he realized that his boss had vanished without a trace. In the next instant, a projectile descended from the sky, obliterating a grand estate within the Long Island residential area. That night, the emergency lines were inundated with calls, and luxurious vehicles flooded the highways from Long Island back to New York City. It was utterly terrifying. The prestigious Long Island mansion had been leveled by an unknown type of bomb. Strangely, many of the affluent individuals returning from Long Island did not immediately seek refuge in their other properties, or hotels. Instead, they frantically contacted their real estate agents in the dead of night, eager to offload their Long Island mansions. Unbeknownst to Lee, who inadvertently precipitated a sleepless night for many and delivered a heavy blow to the Long Island real estate market, he stood atop the iconic Empire State Building, gazing down at the steel jungle below. Having awakened, he decided to abandon pretense and opened his eyes. He turned his head and gently kicked the trembling figure of the black mobster clad in pajamas, nearly giving him a heart attack. "Oh, for heaven's sake. Are you a demon?" Brad Paybois lay flat on the ground, while the two of them stood atop the eagle-headed sculpture of the Empire State Building, approximately 400 feet above the ground. Should one fall from such a height, it would undoubtedly result in a plethora of bruises upon impact. Just moments ago, Lip had retrieved him from a lavish mansion in Long Island, but due to a miscalculation in his aerial maneuvering, the sudden gravitational force rendered the man unconscious. Fortunately, Lip's speed was remarkable, and within mere seconds, they reached their destination, sparing the black boss, Brad Paybois, from an untimely demise. Yet, he now felt himself perilously close to death. "I have a terrible fear of heights. You must get me down from here, to a safer place." Upon hearing this, Lip couldn't help but chuckle. "Your fear of heights has nothing to do with me," he taunted, playfully kicking the man's ample backside several times, causing Brad Paybois to involuntarily release some questionable fluid. With the intimidation effective, Lip found no need for further coercive measures, not that he excelled in such tactics. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought the man to this precarious location, having stumbled upon a fearful soul in an unexpected encounter. "What a ridiculous name you have, not spicy chili. Can it merely be considered a garnish?" Ignoring whether Brad Paybois was bewildered by his words, Lip continued, "If you seek liberation, it is not beyond reach. Provided you can answer me 2 questions. First, why did you send someone to my home, and who instructed you to do so? A friendly reminder. I am here because your dim-witted underling could not provide me with answers, so do not deny it. Secondly, can you enlighten me as to why your household is populated with so many blood-sucking fiends? Besides your underlings, why are your chef and maid also vampires?" Upon hearing Lip's first inquiry, Brad Paybois felt a surge of anger towards his underling, wishing to strangle him and toss him into a pigsty. However, upon hearing the second question, he realized he was in grave danger. This man was clearly no ordinary individual, for he possessed knowledge of vampires. If he failed to divulge information, he might truly experience a free-fall bungee jump from the Empire State Building. Conversely, revealing the truth could offer a chance of survival. But he would inevitably face the terrifying repercussions from his powerful patrons. Initially, Brad Paybois was merely a mob boss in Brooklyn, primarily engaged in smuggling operations. For someone of his stature, there were at least 50 similar figures in the bustling metropolis of New York. However, through his smuggling ventures, he had recently become acquainted with a few vampires. Though initially terrified, these vampires found his name quite appealing and expressed their willingness to support him as their representative. The rapid rise of his bloodthirsty chili gang, which recently appeared to be on the verge of challenging Gene, can be attributed to the backing of vampires. As a token of allegiance, Brad Paybois was accompanied by a vampire, ostensibly for protection and service, but in reality, it was a means of surveillance. He had experienced his share of frustration. However, after developing an extraordinary friendship with a beautiful vampire maid and meeting previously unreachable influential figures through the connections established by the vampires, coupled with the vampire's assurance of conducting his initiation ceremony in the future, Brad Paybois' perspective gradually shifted. He began to perceive his role as a puppet agent for the vampires as a peculiar form of fortune. Yet, today, this fortune regrettably came to an end. Under the threat from Lip, after a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately made a rather straightforward choice between immediate demise and potential death in a few days. There were actually 2 parties seeking you. Brad Paybois contemplated whether to remain silent or divulge the entire truth. One party was from the Rand Group, specifically Ward Mitchum, with whom I had business dealings in the transportation sector. He requested that I send some individuals to swiftly expel you and your family from New York overnight, seemingly due to your connections with someone he had conflicts with, thus intending to issue a warning to your family. The other party, seeking to find you, comprised high-ranking members of the Vampire Council. They also requested that I send someone to have a serious discussion with you, but insisted that they must be armed, inquiring whether you were aware of the events that transpired around your home a few weeks prior. I swear to God, I genuinely had no idea what those vampires meant. I was merely following orders. I assumed your family was simply unfortunate enough to have offended both Ward and the vampires, which is why I believed you." Lip interrupted his impending words, then raised a finger to his lips, signaling for the mob boss to cease speaking. "However, you mistakenly worshipped the wrong deity. I am no god, and all I can do is escort you to meet him. Chapter 22. Where has the sun gone? The mild chili ultimately could not escape its fate, meeting a tragic end, torn apart. However, the murderer of this individual was gravity. Lip would only concede that he had, at an opportune moment, gently provided that person with a slight nudge from above. Just as he was preparing to visit the Vampire Council's office in New York based on an address provided by a concerned individual, he suddenly heard a series of thunderous booms nearby, followed by a deafening explosion. The commotion was far louder than gunfire. Clearly, someone was firing artillery. Simultaneously, Lip sensed that the sounds seemed to emanate from Hell's Kitchen. Due to his elevated vantage point, he keenly discerned the precise locations of the artillery shell's impact and the ensuing explosions. At the southwestern corner of 47th Street, there lay a diminutive cargo dock, now in a state of semi-abandonment. Adjacent to the shore, a small, dilapidated industrial zone remained, much of which had been dismantled shortly after World War II and transformed into antiquated 5-story apartments. The last remaining derelict factory had recently been acquired by Lip, becoming a new home for him and his 2 sons. The recent bombardment and explosions had indeed been directed at Lip's new residence, initiated by a few cannons of dubious origin. "Damn it," he exclaimed in frustration, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the pinnacle of the Empire State Building. Despite the fact that his sons were unlikely to encounter grave danger amidst such an intense barrage, Lip was nonetheless consumed by anger and concern. This was not a matter of their strength. Even a gentle, resurrecting alien mother like Tyro would teleport to rescue her child if he were being attacked, delivering a resounding lesson to the assailants. Although Lip lacked the ability to teleport or deliver devastating blows, he was a fiercely protective father. What transgression warranted such artillery against 2 children who had yet to reach the age of 5? Lip vowed to seek justice for his sons, as it is well known that justice resides within the human heart. Am I to play the role of a digger now? A rotund man named Gilmore muttered from the rooftop of a building several hundred meters away from Lip's home. At times, he felt that his master, the merciless Nando, resembled a restless turkey, perpetually striving to dominate the entire farm. Some of Nando's ideas were truly baffling and hard to endorse. Yet, constrained by his aspiration to become a vampire, he endeavored to fulfill his role as a servant, laboring diligently, without complaint. He had been tasked with selecting suitable prey, disposing of drained corpses, and maintaining household cleanliness for several years. However, firing artillery was an entirely new endeavor for him. Who said anything about digging? True warriors merely reduced the battlefield to rubble. Nando, overhearing Gilmore's mutterings, dramatically flourished his cloak, convinced of his own coolness. Unfortunately, his companions, the vampire Naja, who had previously engaged with a human lover, and the self-proclaimed dashing and passionate Rapez, were oblivious to his antics. The 2 were busy with their respective subordinates, setting up artillery to bombard the factory. These 3 vampires, along with Nando's servant Gilmore, originally resided in the rural outskirts of Staten Island. However, they recently arrived in Manhattan following a summons from the Vampire Council. The former ruler of this domain, the vampire Lord Deacon Firth, had been confirmed to have been hanged from a lamppost on Wall Street, perishing under the sun's harsh rays. Due to a shortage of personnel, the council had no choice but to summon the somewhat dim-witted trio known as the Nando. This trio of pure-blood vampires was tasked with inheriting Deacon's legacy and temporarily overseeing the half-blood minions that remained loyal to him. "Justice is our mantra," Nando chuckled with pride. "When I was merely a humble warrior, I witnessed the thunderous spectacle of cannons breaching the walls of Constantinople. Now, we have come to conquer Manhattan. What man can achieve conquest without the might of cannon fire?" Gilmore silently vowed that the next time he sought sustenance for his master, it would not be in Manhattan, where the streets were rife with drug-addled souls. Nando's current state was clearly indicative of having consumed blood with an excessively high concentration of narcotics, leading him to a state of intoxication. Just moments ago, Gilmore received a text message because Nando, being an antiquated relic, could not operate a mobile device. The council's elders were inquiring what madness Nando had unleashed, questioning his audacity to fire cannons in Hell's Kitchen. It is worth noting that while Hell's Kitchen is indeed notorious, it is not far from the heart of Manhattan. "Master, the council demands your immediate presence," Gilmore said anxiously, his words slightly muddled. The elders were undoubtedly furious. They had merely instructed them to investigate the origins of the new residents near Deacon's former stronghold and ascertain any connections to the Daywalker. They never anticipated Nando would resort to cannon fire against those inhabitants. Such a disturbance had compelled them to summon him at once for an explanation. Upon hearing his servant's words, Nando appeared unfazed, regarding the council's younger members as utterly inept. "This is hardly a significant matter," They are fully aware that the illustrious Count Dracula, the great progenitor of vampires, is soon to arrive in the new world. Yet they have neglected to arrange a grand welcome ceremony. I am merely filling the void. Surely, the esteemed one will find our cannon fire against vampire hunters quite amusing. Nevertheless, Nando was somewhat aware of the gravity of the situation. After a brief show of defiance before his servant, the unrelenting Nando ascended into the sky. Should the council issue a summons and he fail to comply, his fate would be sealed. Yet, this impulsive act had fortuitously spared him from the imminent arrival of a certain individual whose murderous intent was palpable. So, it is you vampires who have bombarded my home and threatened my family? The voice of Lip appeared behind Gilmore, accompanied by a series of soft, hissing sounds, while the thunderous roar of cannon fire fell silent. The vampires who had been operating the artillery mere moments ago found their heads shattered by the silent projectiles, disintegrating into a cloud of ash in the blink of an eye. "Thick crab," Gilmore exclaimed, startled by the scene before him, leaping from his spot in fright. "You shouldn't be here. Aren't you supposed to be in that factory?" The man inadvertently revealed his own guilt, for his words confirmed Lip's suspicion that the vampires had indeed conducted a thorough investigation on his family, even knowing his appearance. "What of your master? Have those blood-sucking beasts now consented to be directed by a blood thrall?" The words pierced Gilmore's heart deeply, and as he contemplated a moment of dignity like his master Nando, Lip's fist suddenly pierced through his chest. To live as a human, yet act as a pawn for the vampires, truly a heartless creature. As Gilmore collapsed, lifeless from the blow, Lip rendered his final judgment upon him. He then soared into the air, targeting the two remaining artillery positions that were in the midst of preparing to fire. Silent projectiles launched from Lip's palm with the precision of guided missiles, each one capable of reducing a vampire to mere cinders upon impact. In swift succession, he dispatched these foes and returned through a gaping hole in the factory roof to his new home. Yet, astonishingly, he dashed out of his house even faster than he had returned, for he had not seen his two sons in the devastated factory. To his disbelief, despite extending his senses, he could not detect the energy signatures of little Broly and little Cuz. "Where have you taken my two beloved sons?" Lip was genuinely alarmed. Chapter 23, Midnight Lord, check your water meter. While the anxious father searched frantically for his sons, the two mischievous boys were secretly engaged in their own affairs. Mere artillery bombardments posed no threat to a naturally born Super Saiyan and a genetic original. Had it not been for little Broly's inability to control his energy to form a larger protective shield, the shells would have scarcely penetrated the factory. Nevertheless, he merely had to exert a slight effort, and within a 2 to 3 meter radius around him, both AFO and little Cuz remained entirely unscathed. However, the noise of the bombardment was somewhat overwhelming, and the flames and collapsing walls of the factory frightened AFO considerably. The dog, trembling and cowering by his little master's side, was fortunately shielded from panic when Broly quickly covered AFO's ears with his hands, preventing the poor creature from losing control in fear. Upon witnessing the distress of his cherished companion from childhood, young Broly was instantly filled with indignation and yearned to confront the villains responsible. It was then that little Cuz intervened, proposing a more ingenious plan. It is often said that when men congregate, a spark of brilliance inevitably emerges, and this held true even for young boys. Cuz suggested to his brother Broly that they emulate Lip's strategy of confronting the nefarious individuals by infiltrating their lair. Only by decisively vanquishing the most malevolent of foes would the lesser villains feel a sense of trepidation. Thus, the duo, accompanied by a sled dog, took refuge within the factory for a brief respite. Fortune smiled upon them as an opportunity soon presented itself. The merciless Nando had been summoned and eagerly hurried off to meet the vampire elders. Naturally, Nando's departure did not escape young Broly's perceptive abilities. He promptly utilized his flight technique to pursue Nando, bringing along Cuz and their canine companion, a foe. Broly felt a sense of responsibility to look after his younger siblings, particularly in Lip's absence. Unbeknownst to Broly, however, was Cuz's remarkable talent. As he grasped his brother's hand and soared into the sky, Cuz instantly rendered Broly into a state of invisibility. This form of invisibility was neither optical nor a mere evasion of sensory detection. It operated on a rather esoteric principle, rendering oneself indeterminate to achieve an unobservable state. This innate ability was a byproduct of Cuz's formidable psychic foresight, a skill that was not easily replicated by others. With this extraordinary form of stealth activated, both he and Broly remained undetected by Nando, who was unaware of the small tail following him. Yet, this same ability baffled their father, who had grown accustomed to sensing energy. "Looks like he is preparing to descend," Broly remarked suddenly to Cuz. having observed Nando's change in posture. Although surprised by the vampire's capacity for flight, Broly noted that Nando's speed was rather sluggish, compelling him to carefully manage his own flight speed to avoid overtaking Nando too swiftly. In truth, Nando had only traversed a short distance, crossing the Hudson River from Hell's Kitchen before landing in Jersey City, not far from New York. Indeed, the esteemed Vampire Council of North America did not reside in New York, but rather in New Jersey. The rationale behind establishing such a prominent council in a seemingly remote locale was publicly attributed to the area's favorable environment and fresher air, with the affluent choosing to inhabit grand estates here to signify their status. In reality, the elders of the Vampire Council chose to establish their assembly here not only because New York occasionally attracts blade warriors for monster hunting, but primarily due to their fear of the battle mages residing in the city. Those individuals are, quite frankly, an embarrassment to the mage community. What kind of mage relies solely on a single legitimate spell, a mere portal, for their daily practices, emerging through it only to wield conjured cold weapons in combat? It is utterly barbaric. The vampire population is scarce, and purebloods even more so. In the Big Apple, the number of pureblood vampires barely amounts to a few dozen, insufficient to fill even a modestly respectable cinema. In terms of attrition, vampires cannot compete with those muscle-bound mages. Moreover, even if they could match those battle mages in strength, could they possibly contend with their formidable leader, the Supreme Mage? Thus, the vampires of New York fully embraced their tradition of preying on the weak, sending either hybrids like Deacon or simple-minded purebloods like Nando to venture into the city for development. However, Nando did not perceive his role in such a light. On the contrary, he believed that the council's elders were somewhat out of touch, failing to prepare an adequately respectable welcome for Count Dracula, while persecuting him, who was genuinely committed to his work. This entire situation required transformation. Upon arrival, he first adjusted his antiquated robe, which had been out of fashion for several centuries. And then, under the guidance of a security guard from the Ghoul clan stationed at the entrance, he stepped into the estate belonging to the Vampire Council. Observing the luxurious vehicles parked in the lot, all belonging to the elders, Nando felt a pang of jealousy, although he remained silent about it. Yet, before he could enter the council hall, he noticed a throng of individuals prostrating at the entrance. The vampire elders were all kneeling, trembling, and too fearful to rise. Curiosity piqued, Nando approached, peering into the hall, and with a thud, he too knelt down. Inside the assembly hall, a towering vampire clad in chainmail, with bare shoulders, was voraciously consuming his meal. Several unfortunate humans were either being drained of their blood or torn to pieces. Damn it, the count has arrived. And no one had the decency to inform me. Nando seethed with anger towards the elders nearby, feeling deceived and ostracized, convinced that they were deliberately undermining him. Just as Nando's thoughts spiraled in frustration, the ever-busy Count Dracula suddenly lifted his head and cast a sidelong glance towards the entrance. The vampires outside were thoroughly frightened by this glance, quickly prostrating themselves, too timid to meet the gaze of their progenitor. However, Dracula was not looking at his bloodline. Rather, he was observing two children and a dog that seemed to have materialized out of thin air behind them. Chapter 24. The Duel of the Young Ones. Little Broly and Little Kaz, having perfectly inherited the spirited disposition of their father, Lip, sought out the true instigator of their domestic turmoil with unwavering resolve. Without uttering a single word, they launched into action with a singular intention: to fight. In a flash, Little Broly materialized before Dracula, the progenitor of vampires, and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon his sharply defined visage, akin to a rapid-fire machine gun. The initial blow startled Dracula, compelling him to swiftly transform into his secondary form. The chainmail he wore was torn asunder by his bulging, sinewy muscles, and he emerged as a towering, hulking beast adorned with two horns, his grotesque countenance resembling that of a nightmarish fiend. In this formidable state, Dracula's strength was dramatically amplified, and more crucially, he became significantly more resilient. He swore by the sun that had he not promptly shifted into this second form, he would have likely succumbed to the very first strike. Yet, despite this transformation, Little Broly continued to press his advantage, driving Dracula backward with tremendous force. The vampire lord was propelled through the grand hall of the council, shattering tables and chairs in his wake, his body nearly embedded into the granite walls of the edifice. Enough. Finally, when his formidable fangs, capable of endorsing a dentist's practice, were brutally shattered, the vampire count could no longer contain his frustration. How dare you treat me in such a manner? His form dissipated into a mist, narrowly escaping the onslaught of Broly's fists. However, What Dracula did not anticipate was the excruciating pain that surged through his body as he coalesced from mist back into his corporeal form. The Count, uncharacteristically, uttered a curse. For a mischievous young lad had surreptitiously filled his abdomen with a multitude of peeled garlic cloves. Let us rewind a minute. Observing his brother Broly's fervent assault, little Kaz also commenced his own venture. This child possessed an extraordinarily potent prophetic gift. Even while under siege by the vampire's barrage at home, he had glimpsed fragments of the future. Thus, little Kaz had taken the liberty of preparing in advance, retrieving a bag of garlic, a knife, and a bottle of tomato sauce from the family food cart. As the vampire elders at the entrance of the council hall and the summoned Dando were left dazed by the sonic booms generated by little Broly's rapid movements, Kaz, with his benevolent heart, rushed forward to administer some healing to them. The genetic entities possessed an exceptionally advanced intellect, far from the simplistic brute force mentality often attributed to such beings. After spending a week online with the modified power level detector, Kaz had not only indulged in various films, comics, and novels, but had also acquired fascinating knowledge, including insights into anatomy. With swift and decisive movements, little Kaz rushed towards the fallen vampires, deftly inflicting elegant incisions upon their chests, each strike skillfully avoiding any vital organs. Seizing the opportunity before their wounds could mend, he meticulously inserted peeled cloves of garlic into their cavities. Although garlic lacked the potency to inflict fatal harm like concentrated garlic essence, the true horror lay in its presence within the vampires' bodies. The elders and Nando, being pure-blood vampires, experienced rapid healing due to the minuscule incisions. However, as they regained their senses, a sensation akin to being stabbed from the inside surged through them, causing them to grimace in agony. "You little brat," Nando growled, standing up with clenched teeth, intent on seizing the boy and tearing him apart. Yet, as he rose, the cloves of garlic began to shift uncontrollably within his organs, propelled by the dual forces of pressure and gravity. What had initially been localized pain escalated to an excruciating experience, akin to being subjected to slow slicing from within. He let out a wretched scream, collapsing back to the ground barely half a second after standing. His cry triggered a slight shift in his internal organs, amplifying the stinging sensation brought on by the garlic. Witnessing his plight, the other vampire elders gasped in horror, soon consumed by regret for their previous actions. Like Nando, they realized that remaining still allowed them to endure the pain, but even the slightest movement sent their agony soaring exponentially. In that instant, their gazes towards little Kaz were filled with fear, as if they were staring into the eyes of a living demon. As for Kaz, he harbored no particular thoughts on the terror he had instilled. He merely regarded these vampires as architects of their own misfortune. Having treated ordinary humans as mere playthings and sustenance, it seemed only just and reasonable that they would face the consequences from someone far more formidable. Lie still. Do not move or make a sound. In due course, someone will come to liberate you. He left them with this message and a profound sense of despair before turning his attention to Count Dracula, who was being forcefully pinned against the wall by his older brother. Though endowed with formidable prophetic abilities, Kaz could not foresee every event in the future. He could only glimpse fragmented visions. Among these fragments was one depicting a vampire transforming into mist to escape a strike from Broly. Out of respect for this formidable entity, Kaz discarded the remaining cloves of garlic from the plastic bag he held, casting them aside with abandon. Foreseeing the precise moment and location of Dracula's corporeal reassembly, the garlic that had been cast away seamlessly and painlessly found its way into his body, with not a single clove wasted. Dracula was engulfed in a profound agony. To exacerbate matters, having recently employed his mist magic, he would require several minutes before he could utilize the spell again to extricate the garlic from within. "This is what you forced upon me," Dracula howled, only to find his stomach aching even more. Just as Broly reappeared before him, poised to unleash another barrage, Dracula abruptly twisted his wrist. A beam shot forth from his palm, yet Broly, with a sudden maneuver, evaded the attack in midair, only to be taken aback when the beam zigzagged and ultimately struck its mark. "Stand aside." Upon being hit by the beam, Broly clenched his fists tightly, releasing a tremendous surge of green energy from within. His pupils transformed into a blood-red hue, and his green hair stood on end. However, to his astonishment, Broly realized that he seemed unscathed. The beam that had struck him appeared to have no effect whatsoever. What is happening? Chapter 25, Master Gu-E Greetings. Stranger Broly was momentarily taken aback. Yet, almost instantly, he sensed a dangerous aura approaching from behind and swiftly dodged aside. A powerful punch, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, barely missed his body. Upon glimpsing the assailant's visage, Broly was momentarily stunned, nearly falling prey to a second strike. The attacker bore a striking resemblance to Broly himself, so much so that distinguishing between them was nearly impossible. Ha ha ha. Dracula cackled maniacally. I had no intention of employing such formidable magic. You have compelled my hand. It became evident that he had just conjured a replica of Broly, endowed with identical capabilities. This was one of the powerful spells inscribed in the Tome of Darkness, one of Dracula's most formidable skills. Previously, Dracula had refrained from using such magic out of trepidation. The spells he could wield invariably required the invocation of the powers of the Dark God, the Lord of the Underworld, and the Master of Dimensions, Zysorn. With borrowing comes repayment, particularly when invoking a deity's strength. Thus, each time Dracula cast a spell, he was bound to pay a price. Furthermore, every spell he utilized would invariably attract the attention of the supreme mage, Gu-E. Should the magic he employed be too closely intertwined with Zysorn, Gu-E would manifest before him through a sparking portal. Due to a prior experience of being ensnared in a temporal loop by a certain bald woman, enduring a relentless year of being lashed with a magical whip, he no longer dared to wield magic recklessly. This time, however, he was compelled to take the risk of facing the wrath of the Ancient One, resorting to a formidable spell only when absolutely necessary. At that moment, he was seething with rage. Heaven help him, upon setting foot on the North American continent, Dracula harbored no intentions of mischief. He had merely heard of a half-human, half-vampire known as Blade, who could roam freely by day, exhibited no fear of silver or garlic, and frequently hunted members of the vampire clan. As the progenitor of the vampire lineage, Dracula found himself intrigued by this unique descendant and wished to observe him. However, upon his arrival in New York, before he could savor his first meal, he was brutally assaulted by a child. "You wretched little brat, your days are numbered," Dracula snarled, his visage contorted in fury, before turning his gaze to Kaz. "And that includes you." "Why?" Lip inquired, casting a dubious look at the bald woman before him. "Why have you transported me here?" Not long ago, when Broly had launched a surprise attack on Dracula, he and Kaz had emerged from their peculiar cloaked state, revealing their presence once more. Consequently, Lip had finally tracked down the two troublesome boys and hastened to their location. However, just as Lip was nearing his destination, a sparkling portal materialized in midair. With no time to halt, he plunged headlong into the portal. In the blink of an eye, he found himself atop a snow-covered peak, confronted by a scantily clad bald woman. Lip recognized her instantly. The unique allure of this actress had left a lasting impression on him from the film he had seen. Yet, just as he had located his sons, the Ancient One had whisked him away from Manhattan to the Himalayas, igniting a flicker of annoyance within him. Upon seeing Lip, the Ancient One stood with her hands clasped behind her back and greeted him. "Greetings, foreigner accompanied by two children. I am the guardian of this earth, the supreme sorcerer." The Ancient One. She promptly identified Lip while introducing herself. "Foreigner, you need not worry about any harm befalling you or your sons. In truth, as long as you do not pose a threat to this universe or Earth, it is quite possible we may never meet again in our lifetimes." Now endowed with psychic abilities, Lip sensed sincerity in the Ancient One's words. It appeared that she bore none of the customary hostility often displayed by locals toward outsiders. Not toward him, nor Kaz and Broly. In the vast expanse of countless multiverses, it is not uncommon for individuals from parallel worlds to inadvertently traverse into other realms. I, too, have journeyed to alternate realities and encountered various iterations of myself within those worlds. Without exception, every incarnation of me in these parallel universes is a supreme sorcerer. From the tone of your voice, Mr. Leap, it appears that in your world, you are acquainted with my counterpart from that reality. Consequently, you should be aware of my duty to safeguard the Earth and the cosmos from the devastation wrought by malevolent magic and supernatural beings. Upon hearing this, Leap realized that while the Ancient One had discerned he was an outsider, she mistakenly believed him to be a traveler from a parallel Marvel universe. Let her continue in this misapprehension. For now, Leap has more pressing inquiries. "Are you suggesting that I nearly brought about the world's destruction?" "I merely sought to find my two young sons. How could I possibly ascend to such cataclysmic heights?" As he spoke, Leap slowly approached the supreme sorceress, his own aura steadily intensifying. However, the Ancient One remained unfazed, merely gazing into Leap's eyes. "You are indeed a remarkably stubborn individual," she remarked with a faint smile, her gaze seemingly penetrating the river of time. "For someone of your disposition, the most effective means of persuasion may well be to allow you to experience the consequences firsthand. After all, as an ancient proverb from Huagua wisely states, one does not turn back until they encounter a wall. Yet, I must caution you. You are on the verge of attempting to kill a being you are fated to never vanquish." I have already witnessed 999 potential outcomes of your repeated endeavors, and they invariably culminate in the annihilation of the world. Now, I shall grant you an opportunity to attempt once more. Thereafter, I will use the Eye of Agamotto to return you to this moment. What will you do then? Before the Ancient One could finish her sentence, Leap propelled himself skyward. Even when transported to the Himalayas, his senses remained acutely attuned to New York. Just moments ago, he sensed that Broly's energy was waning. Broly is injured. A father, consumed with concern for his son's safety, has no time to heed the ramblings of others, even if they are a supreme sorceress. Leap surged northward at a speed approaching escape from the atmosphere, swiftly traversing the Arctic route toward New York. As he vanished from sight, the Ancient One was taken aback. She had not anticipated that he would actually take flight, and with such remarkable speed. Without the use of a portal, it seemed that within the atmosphere, the Ancient One had no immediate magic at her disposal to pursue Leap. In truth, you could have allowed me to open a portal for you, which would have expedited your journey. Chapter 26. Transformation into Super Saiyan. Is this lad truly so reckless? Gazing at the fierce struggle between the young Broly and his doppelganger, Dracula felt as though his eyes had been opened to a new realm. He had never encountered such a formidable warrior, particularly one who appeared to be merely a 5-year-old child. Despite having endured a brutal beating earlier, a sense of admiration for talent began to blossom within him. Perhaps, instead of extinguishing his life, he ought to transform this child into a member of the bloodline. At that moment, the rose bushes in the estate were reduced to mere powder by the collision of 2 waves of green energy. Prior to this, the castle-like structure of the council, built from granite, had collapsed into ruins shortly after young Broly engaged in combat with the doppelganger. The residual force of their fierce battle had claimed the lives of the vampire elders, who lay prostrate on the ground, too fearful to rise. Observing from outside, the guards attempted to lift their weapons and fire upon the young Broly and his adversary. However, before they could pull the trigger, Dracula himself swiftly snapped their necks. The ancient vampire was relishing the spectacle and wished for no disruption to the thrilling confrontation. Indeed, he urged them to continue, disregarding the sharp pain coursing through his body. As he enthusiastically cheered like a fervent fan, his fists raised in the air. Yet, he found himself uncertain whether he was rooting for young Broly or the doppelganger. With a fierce roar, young Broly hurled the doppelganger against a white stone fountain, shattering the sculpture of a fallen angel. In an instant, the doppelganger retaliated, seizing Broly's head and smashing it against an iron column. The metal buckled under the immense force, sending shards flying and severing a vast expanse of climbing roses. As they continued to grapple, they crashed through the greenhouse glass, rolling and tumbling in their fierce contest. The doppelganger once again grasped Broly's ankle, swinging him like a pile driver and forcefully slamming him onto the ground. After several thunderous impacts, both combatants plummeted into the underground cellar. As they exchanged blows, the oak barrels filled with vintage red wine exploded, drenching the earthen floor in a cascade of crimson liquid resembling a blood waterfall. Yield. The doppelganger matches your strength and speed. You cannot prevail against such an opponent in close combat, Dracula called out, observing the thrilling fight with great interest. Young Broly's response was a fierce and resolute no. He then re-engaged in battle with the doppelganger, their movements almost indistinguishable. In fact, the doppelganger, possessing some combat techniques from its creator, Dracula, was, in certain respects, marginally superior to young Broly. Once again, a collision of equally matched fists resonated through the air. Before little Broly could unleash another punch, the doppelganger suddenly opened its mouth and, without a sound, released a ki blast directed at him. In that fleeting moment of impact, little Broly instinctively attempted to evade, only to find the doppelganger's hands gripping his wrists with an unyielding force. As the ki blast relentlessly bombarded his face, little Broly experienced genuine pain for the first time. Give in, child. If you acknowledge me as your father, I shall transform you into a noble vampire, and together we will rule the earth. Like a salesman of dubious schemes, Dracula sought to brainwash little Broly. Regardless of the potential for success, he had no inkling that the moment he uttered those words, little Broly would erupt in fury. This was a literal explosion of energy. Green flames erupted like venomous vines, and Broly's roar shattered the subterranean wine cellar, reducing the remnants of the Vampire Council's estate to ruins. The surrounding woods bore the brunt of the devastation, resembling the aftermath of a catastrophic storm, with trees the thickness of a bowl snapped asunder. Even across the Hudson River in Manhattan, the tremors were keenly felt, as waves several meters high surged upon the banks. Little Broly, standing at approximately 1.5 meters, displayed a physique reminiscent of steel, with muscles taut and defined. The ground beneath him fractured like a spider's web, and his green hair stood erect, shimmering with hints of golden light at the tips. His pupils transformed into a blazing white, and his expression turned cold and resolute. For the first time in this universe, little Broly ascended to the first form of a Super Saiyan. The surge in power, amplified at least 50-fold, granted him mastery of the battle once more. With a mere roar, he dispersed the ki blast launched by the doppelganger. Simultaneously, he forcefully twisted his wrists outward. And with a resounding crack, the doppelganger's arms that had restrained him broke apart, severed by the sheer strength of this child. Scum is scum. Ignoring the doppelganger's cries of anguish, Broly hoisted it into the air, casting a cold gaze upon the terrified Dracula below, drenched in sweat. You think a mere imitation can defeat me? You aspire to be my father? Pathetic vampire, I shall obliterate you completely. As Broly's roar echoed, 2 spheres of ki erupted from his palms, surging into the doppelganger's body. First, they enveloped its arms, then its shoulders, and finally its chest. As the ki spheres traversed within, the doppelganger's body began to swell ominously. When the 2 spheres collided within its core, the compressed energy detonated explosively, reducing the doppelganger to nothingness, leaving not even a single cell behind. Upon witnessing this scene, Dracula was seized by a moment of trepidation, swallowing hard. Yet he quickly came to the realization that he must take action. At that moment, the debts owed to Shisuo-in and the threats posed by Gu-e became trivial concerns. The presence of the diminutive Broly instilled in him a palpable sense of dread. Although he was aware that within the Marvel Universe, he possessed the ability to resurrect indefinitely, the fear of death still loomed large. The concept of infinite resurrection was fraught with complications. The self of today is not the self of yesterday. Even if he retained memories from his previous existence upon being reborn, could he truly claim to be the same individual? With each death, Dracula had gained profound insights, and he could sense that the answer to this query was indeed negative. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, he genuinely wished to avoid death at this juncture. As he deftly moved his fingers to cast a spell, a sudden and sharp sound interrupted him, as his hand was abruptly severed at the wrist. It turned out to be the stealthy little Kaz, who had crept up beside him and launched a surprise attack. How could I have forgotten him? Dracula pondered, perplexed as to how he had overlooked such a child. Before he could contemplate this further, a brilliant comet illuminated the night sky. Following this, a colossal fist descended majestically from above, shattering the vampire progenitor's skull and body, reducing him to a gruesome pulp, while simultaneously creating a vast crater in the ground. Li Pu had traversed half the globe to arrive. Chapter 27. Dracula should be a duck daddy. Upon seeing Li Pu's arrival, a smile broke through the otherwise cold visage of Broly, transformed by his Super Saiyan metamorphosis. He leapt before Li Pu, showcasing the fiery aura emanating from his being. For such a prodigious son, Li Pu, an ordinary father, felt an immense weight of pressure. He himself had yet to master the Super Saiyan transformation, while Broly had effortlessly learned it with a flourish. Nonetheless, Li Pu merely felt a twinge of envy. What could he do when his son surpassed him? Acceptance was the only path forward. After all, he had grown accustomed to Broly's extraordinary talent, which allowed him to grow stronger simply by eating and breathing over the past few years. Daddy, Broly and I have already taken care of the bad guys who were trying to tear down our home. At this moment, little Kaz chimed in, seeking praise. Li Pu smiled as he affectionately ruffled the child's hair. Broly also commended his younger brother, saying, Daddy, Kaz is truly remarkable. If he hadn't severed that grotesque villain's finger, who knows, he might have conjured up another me. Little Kaz bashfully turned his hands behind his back, his toes slightly raised, exuding an air of nonchalance. Observing the countenance of the impudent lad, Li Pu couldn't help but wish his son could lower the corners of his mouth. Perhaps then he would appear somewhat more genuine. Setting aside the fact that their estate lay in ruins, ravaged by Broly, and that young Kaz was still gripping a bloodied kitchen knife, the scene of this father and son trio gathering was, to be candid, rather endearing in its display of familial affection. However, before Li Pu could articulate further thoughts, a portal crackling with sparks materialized beside them. Out of this portal emerged the illustrious Master Gu-e. The surrounding environment, which resembled the aftermath of a tactical nuclear strike, failed to evoke much astonishment from the supreme sorceress. She merely offered Li Pu a faint smile and remarked, Wayfarer, we meet again. Subsequently, with a gesture, the 3 severed fingers that young Kaz had liberated from Dracula fell into her palm. You have already ventured this far, she continued, gesturing towards a massive crater nearby. A testament to Li Pu's formidable fist technique that had reduced Dracula to a mere pulp, now turned to ash. Yet, Dracula was indeed indestructible. Even death, one of the 5 deities, acknowledged him as an anomaly. Each time he met his demise, Dracula resurrected, and each resurrection bore the potential to alter the universe itself. Should you doubt this and seek to experiment repeatedly, it could yield irrevocable consequences for this cosmos. At this juncture, a magical circle, formed from arcane energies, was swiftly conjured before Master Gui. The remaining 3 fingers of Dracula were ensnared within its mystical grasp. Delicate veins sprouted from the severed digits like tendrils, intertwining to outline the silhouette of a human form. This spectacle caused Li Pu to furrow his brow in concern. Just then, he felt a gentle tug at his sleeve. Glancing down, he saw young Kaz gazing up at him. "Father, I sense this will be effective, though I cannot quite explain why," he stated. As he spoke, young Kaz produced a bottle of ketchup from his shirt pocket. Alongside garlic, this was his contribution, albeit the previous psychic prophecy had not provided explicit guidance. Upon seeing the ketchup, a long-buried memory surged within Li Pu's mind, illuminating his thoughts. "A splendid idea. We should give it a try." Li Pu seized the ketchup from young Kaz's hands and dashed towards Master Gui, who was intent on directing Dracula's resurrection. Master Gui was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such an audacious move from Li Pu. Nevertheless, she swiftly summoned the Crimson Chains of Setarak, invoking the power of the Lord of the Crimson Cosmic Dimension to conjure a scarlet magical chain that ensnared Li Pu midair. "Release my father," young Broly exclaimed, his anger igniting at the sight of his father being bound. The child, inheriting the capricious personality of his father, Li Pu, suddenly teleported above the head of the Ancient One, striking the illustrious sorceress with a fierce blow. Sensing the formidable power behind the strike, the Ancient One swiftly summoned the Shield of Seraphim, a barrier formed by hundreds of interlocking magical circles, to absorb the force of Broly's punch. With a resounding crash, the ground surrounding the Ancient One sank several centimeters, creating a shockwave that echoed through the air. The nested magical formations creaked under pressure, unleashing showers of sparks. As the magical embers cascaded beyond the shield's protective radius, they transformed into a flurry of fireflies or butterflies, dispersing the overwhelming energy of Broly's strike. At that moment, the Ancient One's form abruptly multiplied into dozens of replicas, employing the spell Akin's Journey to narrowly evade a blade that had suddenly aimed for her neck. It became clear that sorcerers should indeed harbor a healthy fear of assassins, particularly one like Kaz, who possessed an uncanny ability for stealth reminiscent of quantum mechanics. Had it been any other sorcerer, they would likely have met with a grim fate. Li Pu quickly called to his 2 sons, Broly and Kaz, urging them to cease their assault on the Ancient One, reassured that he was unharmed. Though in both comics and films, the Ancient One appeared serene, Li Pu feared that his sons might provoke her wrath. He may not know much, but he was acutely aware of the immense power wielded by this supreme sorceress. Given the unfamiliar nature of magical forces, Li Pu deemed it wise to maintain a sense of reverence. Moreover, the purpose of his charge had been achieved. Despite being bound by magical chains, Li Pu had managed to uncork a bottle of tomato sauce during his approach. Although suspended in midair, the sauce cascaded downward, landing within the resurrecting form of Dracula, who was being restored by the Ancient One's magic. Noticing this, Kaz and Broly obediently halted their actions, allowing the Ancient One to discover Li Pu's clandestine maneuver. Just as Dracula was on the verge of regaining his head, his body unexpectedly stilled. No matter how the Ancient One attempted to rectify the situation, Dracula's restoration ceased entirely. A look of perplexity crossed her face, a rare expression for one so accustomed to the manipulation of time. With the time stone at her disposal, she could effortlessly traverse past and future timelines, rarely finding herself confounded by the outcomes of events. After all, the so-called changes she observed were usually familiar to her. Yet, in the future she had glimpsed, there was no precedent for the current scenario. Had tomato sauce been introduced into Dracula's body? Could this be some arcane ritual of mystery? Yet, how could I have been unaware of such magic? And why does this behavior resemble the mischievous antics of a child? Pray tell, what have you done to him? Witnessing the shifting expressions on the face of the Ancient One, Li Pu could not suppress a surge of delight. It was akin to the sensation one experiences in school when the top scholar, unexpectedly stumped by a question, must turn to you for the answer. The feeling is undeniably gratifying. Since the Supreme Sorcerer had already extended an invitation, Li Pu felt compelled to respond candidly. I simply believe that Dracula ought to be a duck. Chapter 28. The distinction between individuals. A duck? The Ancient One was momentarily taken aback. Though advanced in years, she was confident that her hearing remained intact. Yet, this assertion was utterly absurd. What could possibly link Dracula and a duck? With a sudden jolt, The Ancient One glanced toward Dracula's form. At the instant Li Pu uttered his ludicrous proclamation, the resurrected Dracula finally sprouted a head. However, astonishingly, the head that emerged was indeed that of a duck. As the duck's head took shape, the form of this progenitor of vampires swiftly diminished, shrinking to the size of a 3-year-old child. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing the Ancient One and the Li Pu family trio, Dracula was so startled that he involuntarily uttered a curse. Yet, to his dismay, his expletive was immediately muted, transforming into a series of quacking sounds. In disbelief, Dracula reached up to touch his face, repeatedly confirming his condition before widening his eyes and directing a gaze at the Supreme Sorcerer. Ancient One, what have you done to me? In his perception, there was no doubt that he was under the influence of some form of magic, and who else on earth possessed such mastery of sorcery? This time, she had indeed wronged an innocent. However, the Ancient One refrained from arguing, primarily because she lacked the time to fully comprehend that Dracula had genuinely transformed into a duck. Without hesitation, this Supreme Sorcerer clasped her hands together, unlocking the eye of Agamotto that hung from her chest. The time stone concealed within this artifact emitted a vibrant green glow, rendering the Ancient One's presence ethereal. To others, she appeared as a series of flickering frames, reminiscent of an old television set. After a brief interval, the Ancient One's form solidified once more, and the eye of Agamotto closed. Indeed, Dracula was meant to be a duck. A relaxed smile graced the Ancient One's face. Although this was an unanticipated approach, upon reviewing numerous future scenarios where Dracula was transformed into a duck, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that this might indeed prove to be an effective solution. At the very least, she had yet to identify any timeline that would deteriorate as a result of this alteration. In a moment of buoyant spirits, the Supreme Sorceress conjured a portal, casting the incessantly cursing Dracula into its depths. The other side of the portal was not on Earth, but rather within the abode of a peculiar cosmic elder. Sorceress Gu Yi was certain that the elder would find the transformed Dracula, now resembling a duck, exceedingly intriguing, unwilling to release him anytime soon. Those who underestimate the Supreme Sorceress, believing her to be devoid of temperament, ought to seek an audience with Odin, the All-Father of Asgard, or consult the demon lords of the 7 dimensions to ascertain the true nature of Gu Yi. Having dealt with the entity once known as Dracula, now more fittingly referred to as Dacula, Gu Yi felt her mood considerably lighten. She turned her gaze towards the Lip father and son, while I still failed to comprehend how a mere dollop of ketchup could subdue him. It is indeed true that this world has been relieved of a significant instability for many years to come. To the outsiders, I extend my gratitude. Thus, I wish to present you with a gift. With a gentle wave of her hand, a circular pathway composed of countless flowing runes materialized, enveloping Gu Yi and the Lip duo. This is my modified spell, originally named Kafka's Knot, now referred to as the Ring of Gu Yi's True Memories. Tonight, the commotion around your home has indeed attracted much attention. However, once this spell takes effect, aside from us, the world will forget all that has transpired here. As Gu Yi enacted her spell, Lip was suddenly reminded of a film he had watched prior to his journey, a certain Spider-Man, No Way Home. In that cinematic tale, Gu Yi's disciple, Dr. Strange, had employed Kafka's Knot, nearly igniting an apocalyptic crisis. With this thought, Lip hastily interjected, "Please wait, Sorceress Gu Yi. Could there be any risks associated with this spell? For instance, could it draw individuals from other parallel worlds who are aware of tonight's events into this universe? Considering the infinite number of parallel universes, wouldn't the number of those privy to this incident approach infinity? If countless beings were to converge here, might it not tear this universe asunder?" Upon hearing Lip's concerns, Gu Yi paused momentarily, taken aback by the unexpected depth of his insight. It was not the reckless demeanor she had anticipated. Rather, he demonstrated a nuanced awareness of the uncontrollable forces at play. With a smile, she nodded approvingly. "Outsider, you possess remarkable acumen. Perhaps you might visit Kamartaj more frequently in the future. However, I must clarify that the spell I wield is called the Ring of Gu Yi's True Memories, no longer Kafka's Knot, named in my honor. This spell grants me absolute mastery when I invoke it." The Ancient One confidently waved his hand, causing the circular spell runes to ripple outward in waves, sweeping into the distance. Initially, the spell spread at a leisurely pace, but soon it accelerated dramatically. Within mere seconds, this enchantment engulfed the entire world, and the circular spell runes vanished into thin air. In an instant, tranquility returned to the world, as if it had always been this way. Li Pu glanced around, and indeed, he did not observe any scenes reminiscent of those from the film he had watched. There were no massive rifts appearing in this world following strange incantations. The disparity between individuals was striking, he mused. At the same time, he couldn't help but silently criticize certain supreme sorcerers, wondering if they had bribed the screenwriters to attain such exalted titles. Chapter 29. Brother, you smell delightful after a night of relentless activity. The Li Pu family finally found solace in a return to normalcy. The factory building he had acquired was a product of the 4050s, a remnant from the grand infrastructure projects of the Lighthouse Nation. The artillery and munitions used by the vampires to bombard his home were all makeshift weapons crafted in recent years in clandestine workshops along the southern border. In this clash, Li Pu's new residence remained largely intact, and given that there was little furniture to begin with, the overall losses were minimal. Moreover, although the home of Bloody Chili had been obliterated by his key blast, Li Pu had prudently borrowed hundreds of thousands in cash and gold bars from there, burying them nearby, with Bloody Chili's fall from the top of the Empire State Building resulting in a significant increase in his body surface area. This sum no longer had to be repaid. Thus, upon reflection, the Li Pu family not only avoided financial loss that evening, but had also profited considerably. An even greater boon was his acquaintance with the Ancient One, who bestowed upon him a unique levitating ring. The esteemed sorceress indicated that if he could utilize the ring to open the portal to Kamartaj, she would be willing to teach Li Pu and his son some magic. To be candid, having witnessed the Ancient One wield the Ring of True Memories, Li Pu was not particularly eager to learn magic. He felt that frequently meddling with spells capable of potentially annihilating the world was somewhat of a strain on one's heart. Such magic was perhaps best left unlearned. However, upon noticing Li Pu's lack of enthusiasm for magical study, the Ancient One subtly increased her incentive. Without incantations or gestures, she simply uttered, "Watch closely." In an instant, Li Pu's bombarded new home rapidly restored itself, as if the video were being played in reverse. Not only the two children, but even Li Pu, the elder, found his eyes wide with astonishment. Magic, it appeared, was indeed a remarkable convenience, and Li Pu resolved that henceforth, magic would be his steadfast companion. Because this brother is truly delightful. Li Pu, your braised meat is incredibly fragrant. The following afternoon, Li Pu once again brought his food cart, Little Red, to Wall Street, setting up beside the iconic charging bull to sell fast food. Iron Fist Daniel also arrived as promised. Li Pu did not skimp on the meal for this private tutor he arranged for his two sons, preparing an authentic dish of braised meat for him and his own children. He did not resort to using offal to deceive anyone. Unlike the stereotypical American interpretations of Chinese cuisine, such as General Tso's chicken, offal, and fried noodles. Instead, while taking a break to make pancakes, he utilized a pressure cooker to prepare 2 large pots of braised meat, not forgetting to caramelize the sugar beforehand. Daniel was so moved that tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Having spent over a decade in Kunlun, he had inevitably developed a taste for Chinese cuisine and found it challenging to adapt to the bland fare of his homeland. Had it not been for Li Pu, his great savior, Daniel felt he might have starved before reclaiming his father's legacy at the Rand Group. "I thought you wouldn't come." After swallowing the last piece of meat, Daniel wiped the sweat from his brow with the shirt he had hiked up before the meal. "Last night, did anyone come looking for you? I mean, did anyone disturb your family?" "Yes, there were some, but they should no longer pose a threat to us." Having spent such a long time in Kunlun, Daniel grasped the deeper implications of Li Pu's words. Upon hearing this, he understood that Li Pu had already resolved the issue and preferred not to delve into the details. Last night, Iron Fist had also received a rather heated welcome. With a few well-placed punches and kicks, Daniel not only subdued those who had come looking for him, but also extracted a confession. "I apologize. The trouble you encountered was actually due to me. A childhood friend of mine, believing me to be a fraud, orchestrated this trouble." He candidly recounted the situation. "But rest assured, I will personally have a conversation with him shortly, informing him that one cannot recklessly resort to violence. For if he encounters someone more violent, he may face unpredictable dangers." He was unaware that the hideout of the Bloody Chili gang had been obliterated. He simply assumed that Li Pu had, like him, chased off the ruffians. Over the past 2 days, by teaching Broly and Kaz martial arts, he had discerned that these two children were both prodigies in combat. To raise such sons, their father Li Pu must also be a skilled practitioner, capable of handling ordinary troubles with ease. Li Pu, perceiving Daniel's general thoughts, shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Since you say so, then you go ahead and address it. If you can resolve it, then do so. If not, feel free to come here for meals daily. I run a legitimate business. I'm not afraid of visitors. The more, the merrier, as they bring me money." Regarding the misfortunes of Iron Fist, Li Pu possessed a modicum of understanding and could only extend limited sympathy. His thoughts were rather straightforward. Since you are willing to serve as a private tutor for my son, I am equally inclined to engage in a reciprocal exchange, offering you something you require, a bowl of stew, some money, or assistance that does not compromise my fundamental interests. Beyond that, there is nothing more to provide. One cannot expect an ordinary individual earning a modest monthly salary to constantly empathize with a billionaire. After all, Daniel's father, after all, bears the surname Rand, not Li. Expressing his gratitude in a heavily accented Mandarin, Daniel thanked Li Pu, though Li Pu could not discern the specific school of Kunlun from his accent. After their meal and a brief respite, Li Pu prepared 2 more servings of pancakes for Daniel to take home for dinner. Once Daniel departed, Li Pu initially intended to close up shop and allow the little ones, Broly and Kaz, to enjoy a proper afternoon nap, planning to return later to resume his stall. However, at that moment, a Chevrolet, traveling along the main road, suddenly veered swiftly towards the curb. With a sharp screech, the vehicle came to a halt directly in front of Li Pu's small red stall, effectively blocking any chance for him to move his cart. 3 individuals emerged from the car. Of them, the driver resembled a financial laborer from Wall Street, clutching a handbag, his short stature paired with an oversized American suit. The other 2, in Li Pu's eyes, seemed entirely out of place in such a setting. One was a stout figure, slightly shorter than Li Pu, who had grown to nearly 2 meters due to the human emperor template. This man wore a leather apron, and his oversized shirt and pants were marred with dubious stains, unmistakably marking him as a butcher. The other was lean, exuding a pervasive odor of engine oil, reminiscent of a mechanic who had just completed repairs. Yet, an honest worker would not sport green hair, nor would they adorn their arms with tattoos depicting bloodied gun barrels, typical of gang affiliations. As the 3 approached Li Pu, the rotund butcher spotted Broly's green hair and burst into raucous laughter, pointing at his slender companion. "Hey, buddy, look here. We've got a kid with the same taste as you. Could it be that you left this little one behind at some strip club?" The mechanic, irritated, shot a middle finger at the butcher, retorting, "Nonsense. The last shiver I felt was all taken care of by my own hands." Upon hearing this, the Wall Street-like man immediately cast a sidelong glance at the mechanic. "I swear, I will never accept anything from you again, be it water, drinks, or even a wrench." Chapter 30. The unique culture of America. After expressing his grievances about his companions, the middle-aged man, resembling a Wall Street financier, turned his attention to Li Pu. 3 sets. "Quickly, we are pressed for time," he asserted with an air of undeniable authority. It appears this fellow often masquerades as something he is not, yet his attire, reminiscent of a financial laborer, belied his pretense. "I am not a purveyor of fodder. If you seek sustenance, you have approached the wrong individual," Li Pu retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the trio. He stowed the folding table he had just used for a meal with Daniel and his 2 children into the vehicle. While he was not inclined to take violent retribution for mere disparagement of his offspring, as a protective father, he had no intention of extending a friendly demeanor towards this group. "Is he, perchance, insulting us?" The mechanic, adorned with green-tinted hair, furrowed his brow and blinked his small, bead-like eyes, taking a moment to grasp the situation. Meanwhile, the butcher appeared to embody a peculiar charm, as if he had just emerged from St. Elizabeth, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, my friend, I find you quite amusing. However, you seem to be in quite a predicament." His laughter was unabated. "Having offended the gentleman, you would do well to draft a will, and perhaps procure a pair of iron undergarments with a lock, for only then might you safeguard your dignity from impending ruin." "Silence, butcher." The man referred to as the gentleman snapped at his companion in exasperation before fixing a malevolent gaze upon Li Pu. At that moment, a convertible Dodge Viper sped past, piloted by a voluptuous beauty adorned in sunglasses, her full lips reminiscent of headlights. Yet, Li Pu could hardly afford to admire the alluring spectacle. Instinctively, he drew his children, little Broly and Kaz, behind him. Though capable of defending themselves, a father's instinct is to shield his offspring in times of peril. A sudden, jarring sound echoed as metal met bullet, followed by the ominous creaking and tearing of steel. Moments later, a twisted piece of the bullet-riddled engine hood flew through the air, spectacularly embedding itself into the roof of the Chevrolet occupied by the bizarre trio. The preceding events unfolded as the Viper, abruptly halting, allowed the female driver to press a button that unlocked a spring mechanism. The reinforced engine hood sprang up, narrowly intercepting a bullet from an unknown sniper. However, the sheer force of the projectile was too much. It tore the hinges asunder, sending the hood soaring. In the instant the gunfire erupted, the gentleman produced a modified, ornate handgun equipped with a rail and scope from his handbag. Despite his somewhat comical stature, he leapt with surprising agility, vaulting to the safety of a nearby flower bed. Oh, my darling, Cross, that wretched scoundrel, must have done this on purpose. Upon witnessing the destruction of his beloved vehicle, the gentleman could not help but emit a lamentation. The mechanic and the butcher, quicker to react than he, hastily took cover, crouching beside the front and rear wheels of the Chevrolet. The strikingly beautiful woman driving the Aston Martin also exited her vehicle. Astonishingly, she managed to emerge from beneath the chassis, her formidable headlights piercing through the darkness. Although the car was clearly modified, boasting a ground clearance far superior to that of a typical sports car, her swift movements beneath it left onlookers utterly awestruck. Daddy, why do these city folks always love shooting at each other? Clutched in Lee's embrace, young Broly couldn't help but voice his curiosity as he observed the thrilling scene unfold. Having spent some time in the Big Apple, the child found the inhabitants rather peculiar. Despite their lack of need for hunting, they seemed perpetually armed. Before Lee could elucidate that not everyone in the world behaved this way, and that it was merely a facet of American tradition, little Kaz interjected, "No, it's different." Grasping Lee's hand, he glanced at two locations a few blocks away, and then at the three men and one woman lying flat on the ground. They surely had impressive marksmanship, at least far superior to the nefarious characters his father had once crammed into the car. However, the individual who had just fired that bullet must possess even greater prowess than those nearby. He had first secured his firearm in a room, then ingeniously devised a makeshift time detonation mechanism using a dripping bucket. This person had a distinct purpose. He was instilling fear, or perhaps constructing a trap. In comparison to young Broly's innate Super Saiyan prowess, Kaz's personal combat abilities may not have been as remarkable. Yet, he was a genetic progenitor from the Warhammer universe. Although each progenitor had their unique strengths, they were all, without exception, born tactical and strategic geniuses. Much like a prodigy who, upon glancing at a mathematics problem, instantly provides the solution. Kaz's candid remarks jolted the striking woman, who had just emerged from beneath the vehicle, from her thoughts. She hastily brought her walkie-talkie to her lips. "Gunsmith, do not pursue Cross's location. Quickly, secure your weapon." However, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden shattering sound of glass echoed through the walkie-talkie, followed by the ominous thud of something crashing to the ground. "Damn it," muttered the mechanic, who lay prone, a hint of emotional dysregulation evident in his agitation. Hearing the gunfire through the device, his complexion flushed crimson, veins bulging from his neck. "Fox, the gunsmith is dead, isn't he? Cross has taken yet another of our own. I swear I will crush this beach-born scoundrel with my fists." The beautiful woman is named Fox, and she, along with the peculiar trio, is indeed part of the same faction. "Retreat. Withdraw from the sewer." The man hiding behind the flower bed, under immense pressure, was the first to issue the retreat command as the small leader. The butcher, concealed behind a wheel hub, unexpectedly drew a knife from somewhere on his person and attempted to pry open the nearby manhole cover. However, Fox immediately halted him. "Do not move. Since Cross was able to outsmart us once, he may very well do so again. There could be traps laid out in the sewer." Her intelligence, though commendable, came a moment too late, as the butcher had already managed to create an opening in the manhole cover with his knife. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots echoed from the manhole, revealing that it had indeed been rigged with 3 explosive bullets. The butcher and the mechanic, closest to the manhole cover, unfortunately fell victim first. Those explosive bullets, crafted from now-rare full-power rifle ammunition, delivered devastating force at close range. The psychotic butcher's hefty frame did not fully shield him from the onslaught. The 3 bullets penetrated through the gaps in his ribs, shredding his insides before exiting on the other side, striking the nearby mechanic. In the blink of an eye, the 2 men, who had been exchanging banter moments before, met their swift demise. Chapter 31. A death most unenvironmental. Oh dear. Leap was taken aback, having not anticipated that the explosive bullets were so close. He had unknowingly been operating a makeshift food stall right above one of them for the entire afternoon. As he recognized the gruesome fate that befell the 2 men, he felt a twinge of concern about shielding little Cuz and little Broly's eyes from the horrific scene. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. After all, the 2 children had already witnessed the event. It was better to allow them to confront the reality rather than shield them from it. Furthermore, considering their uniqueness, it might serve them well to acclimate to the harshness of survival in the perilous Marvel universe early on. Yet even so, Leap felt that the individuals before him were far less preferable than the vampires he had previously dispatched. The vampires, upon their demise, would swiftly turn to ash, easily dispersed by a mere gust of wind. Such a death was far more environmentally friendly. In contrast, observing the butcher and mechanic, who had met their end in a gory spectacle, especially so close to the food truck, seemed rather troublesome. Leap resolved to change his spot when he set up his stall the following day, not only out of superstition but also for hygienic reasons. Regrettably, he surmised that his plans to operate the stall that evening would likely be postponed once more. "Fox, do not touch my son." With that thunderous shout, a garbage truck suddenly rolled into view from around the corner. The driver, clad in a refuse worker's uniform, controlled the steering wheel with one hand while wielding a weapon in the other. The sound of gunfire echoed as 9mm bullets whizzed through the air, targeting the stunning beauty Fox on the ground and the gentleman concealed behind the flower bed. Despite wielding a submachine gun with just one hand, his aim remained remarkably precise, with not a single bullet wasted. Some projectiles grazed perilously close to Li Pu's food truck, yet the small red vehicle emerged unscathed, its paint intact. With a unique magazine containing 100 rounds, he emptied the entire clip within mere meters as the garbage truck careened around the street corner. The vehicle came to a jarring halt on the sidewalk, and in an instant, the marksman had leapt from the driver's side door, discarding the spent submachine gun in favor of 2 handguns. In true combat, switching firearms is always swifter than reloading. He was a master, to Li Pu's astonishment. Rather than cower in fear at the sight of such a sharpshooter, the captivating Fox displayed a glint of delight on her face. Moments ago, she had cleverly utilized the body of a mechanic to shield herself from several rounds of gunfire, her red dress now stained with the unfortunate man's blood. At this juncture, she too brandished 2 Glocks, initiating a counterattack against the man hidden behind the garbage truck. Indeed, this enchanting beauty commenced firing at the man despite the obstruction of the vehicle. This was not merely a reaction born of adrenaline, nor was there any trickery with the firearms she wielded. The reason she could suppress her opponent from behind cover was due to her extraordinary skill. Her bullets could curve. At the moment she pulled the trigger, a subtle flick of her wrist sent the bullets arcing gracefully, circumventing the garbage truck to strike at the man concealed behind it. Standing beside the trunk of her Dodge Viper, she alternated her shots, forcing the sharpshooter behind the garbage truck into a defensive position, unable to retaliate effectively. "Fox, if you have the capability, don't just stand there," the man bellowed in frustration. Li Pu felt a twinge of sympathy for him, as he sensed another presence within the trunk of the Dodge Viper, and coupled with the man's earlier exclamation of "Don't touch my son," the conclusion became painfully clear. As Fox, shielded by biological armor, temporarily subdued the adversary known as Cross, the gentleman hidden behind the flower bed sprang into action. With a swift motion, he emerged from his concealment, his speed far exceeding that of an average person. Not only did he wield the previously mentioned large pistol fitted with a scope, but this short-statured man in a suit also produced another sizable flintlock pistol from his briefcase. Bang! Upon his emergence, the hefty flintlock fired with ferocity. The gunfire was astonishingly loud, reminiscent of a cannon blast. A large lead bullet erupted from the muzzle, piercing through the refuse truck's cabin and creating gaping holes on either side. The kinetic energy of the projectile was formidable, causing the several-ton vehicle to shift several centimeters. Simultaneously, the gentleman made a swift leap onto the roof of the garbage truck, intending to use another firearm to eliminate the concealed Cross behind the vehicle. However, even faster than the initial word that escaped his lips, an exclamation burst forth from Li Pu's mind, prompting him to immediately pull little Broly and cause away, retreating several dozen meters in an instant. Li Pu's speed exceeded that of the bullet. The rush of air propelled by his rapid movement even lifted the skirt of the stunning Fox. Yet, Fox had no chance to utter a word, as the sonic boom of his movement was overshadowed by an even greater explosion. It turned out that Cross had concealed a large pressure-sensitive explosive device atop the garbage truck. The moment the gentleman stepped onto the roof, he triggered it, igniting the directional bomb hidden within the vehicle. The truck's roof was violently torn away, and the gentleman, standing atop, was mercilessly shredded by the ejected metal jets. Even worse, although the majority of the explosion's force directed upwards, the rapidly expanding air currents still tore apart the truck's cabin, propelling the refuse inside out in an instant. Li Pu's food truck, Little Red, was not spared. As the windows shattered, the entire vehicle suffered a deluge of garbage. Damn it! Li Pu swore that should he ever encounter such chaos again, he would turn on his heel and leave without a second glance. Now, not only did his food truck require repairs, but it also needed a thorough cleaning inside and out. He might even have to replace the pots and pans within. Wasn't this a most unwarranted calamity? Broly cause. Stay here and do not move. I must go speak with them. Li Pu removed his apron and entrusted it to the 2 children. If those individuals perished, no one would tend to their food truck. Chapter 32. Is this for real, guys? Before entering the biochemical zone, Li Pu summoned the energy within him, radiating it outward to create a barrier that shielded him from the foul stench. The odor produced by the garbage truck's explosion reminded him of a foolish incident from his childhood. At the age of 7 or 8, during the New Year festivities, he and his friends had been playing wildly when one mischievous child lit a firecracker and tossed it into a public restroom. The ensuing explosion collapsed the restroom wall, and the noxious odor that wafted forth remains etched in Li Pu's memory. Yet, none of the children, himself included, admitted to having thrown the firecracker. Consequently, all the rascals who played together that day returned home to a thorough reprimanding from their parents. Back then, parental discipline was far less refined than it is today. However, the reasoning presented seems to be more accessible and comprehensible. If it was indeed you who threw it, then this punishment is certainly well-deserved. One must face the consequences for their misdeeds. Otherwise, how can one learn? If you are not the culprit, while there may be a hint of regret, the punishment serves to instill a lesson. One should not engage in such frivolities in a restroom. Foreigners often lack such formative experiences, and today, a lesson must be imparted to you. With this thought, Li Pu glanced at Cross, who was evidently prepared and had donned an industrial mask, and then at the stunningly beautiful Fox, who was first dazed by the shockwave of the explosion and then retched repeatedly from the foul stench. Very well, fairness must prevail. Like a flash of lightning, Li Pu swiftly appeared before Cross, yanking the mask off the man clad in a garbage worker's uniform. It was clear that Cross was no ordinary individual. Despite his unassuming stature, his speed and strength were remarkably superior to that of an average person. As Li Pu removed his mask, Cross managed to react, raising his hand to retaliate with his firearm. However, his response was merely a fleeting one. Before he could pull the trigger, Li Pu had already seized both of his guns. Moreover, with a gentle touch of his fingers against Cross's diaphragm, he delivered a light massage to the man's heart, which was racing at an accelerated pace. Cross nearly experienced cardiac arrest, instantly losing strength and nearly collapsing to the ground. Just then, gunfire erupted behind Li Pu, as the stunning Fox took aim and fired 3 shots at Cross in a graceful arc. In a critical moment, Li Pu extended 2 fingers. With precision, he intercepted the 3 bullets mid-air, catching them effortlessly between his fingers. I appreciate the bullets avoiding me, but I must express my disdain for a lady wielding a handgun, Li Pu remarked, lightly tossing the 3 bullets into his palm. With a firm squeeze, he transformed one of the projectiles into a compact metal sphere, which fell to the ground with a resonant thud. With a mere flick of his wrist, Li Pu diffused the tense situation. After all, whether it was adrenaline coursing through the veins or the intricacies of curved shooting, they paled in comparison to the ability to catch bullets barehanded, coupled with a grip akin to that of a hydraulic press. Now, while I am still amenable to conversation, might we engage in a proper dialogue? Experience has shown that with the right approach to communication, even the most arrogant and stubborn Americans can be easily managed. Without the need for coercion, Li Pu simply invited Fox and Cross onto his dining car. However, at Cross's insistence, the young man who had previously been stuffed into the trunk of a Dodge Viper as a hostage was also brought aboard the carriage. Subsequently, regardless of whether the others were willing or not, they had no means to oppose as Li Pu retrieved a coarsely woven hemp rope from the food cart and swiftly bound Fox and Cross, effectively incapacitating their ability to harm one another. The young hostage, witnessing Li Pu's actions, immediately displayed a look of sheer terror in his eyes. Hey mate, I was once an excellent hunter. Is it not commonplace to bind prey with rope? With that remark, he ceased to acknowledge the Bambi-like figure before him. In truth, Li Pu had initially intended to loosen the bindings around him, but the young man's gaze irked him. What did he take him for? Thus, Li Pu deliberately overlooked the fact that the man's limbs were secured with plastic ties and his mouth was sealed with thick tape. He cast the 3 of them into the compartment, which reeked of a nauseating blend of food and refuse, and then Li Pu drove off, picking up his 2 sons waiting at the intersection, accelerating away from that treacherous locale. This was Wall Street, after all. A mere stumble by a passerby could potentially trigger seismic shifts in the global stock market. The recent gunfight had already inundated the New York Police Department's emergency lines with calls from anxious taxpayers concerned about their assets. Fortunately, Li Pu's actions were executed with remarkable swiftness. Despite the lengthy discourse, from the moment the first shot rang out to the activation of the red alert, no more than 5 minutes had elapsed. Even if a police helicopter were to be dispatched within 10 minutes, Li Pu had already driven several blocks away. Moreover, at that time, smartphones had yet to be invented, and no well-meaning citizens were posting photographs or locations on social networks. Thus, after Li Pu departed the scene, locating him would prove to be a daunting task. Even if one were to search, 3 readily available corpses remained at the site, leading investigators to other individuals. Li Pu remained unfazed, albeit slightly irritated. He drove the vehicle back to a second-hand factory in Hell's Kitchen and instructed his children to play with Afu for a while. He then busied himself with his own matters. Now, gentlemen, would you care to elucidate what exactly transpired? And who among you will be held accountable for my losses? He extracted the 3 individuals, nearly overwhelmed by the stench, from the compartment and gestured toward his dilapidated food cart in need of repair and thorough cleaning, posing a profound inquiry. Aside from the young hostage named Wesley, who appeared somewhat apprehensive, Fox and Cross exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing his words. No way, are you serious? Initially, they had presumed Li Pu to be a product of some formidable organization, a secret weapon engineered to target elite assassins like themselves, a super soldier. However, now, based on Li Pu's recent remarks, it seemed that this tall figure, deviating from the stereotypical image of an Asian youth, was likely nothing more than an ordinary passerby. How is it possible that these highly trained assassins, capable of altering the course of international affairs with a mere pull of the trigger, could be so effortlessly abducted by an ordinary passerby? Furthermore, the motive behind this audacious act was simply to seek compensation for a food truck sullied by refuse? Is there no justice left in the world? Chapter 33. My name is Nick Fury. Food is the cornerstone of society. Wasting it is akin to committing a crime. I have spoken. Who among you is in favor, and who dares to oppose? Observing the incredulous expressions on the faces of the 2 assassins, Lip was unyielding and promptly inquired whether they dared to challenge his authority. Fox, undeniably beautiful and alluring, had little relevance to him. As for Cross, Lip had no inclination towards men, and thus could hardly expect him to extend any courtesy to an older gentleman. As both assassins, displaying impeccable synchronicity, adjusted their stances without any trace of dissent, Lip nodded in satisfaction. It seemed we had reached a consensus. I consider myself a fair individual, willing to grant others a chance, provided you possess persuasive arguments. Now, tell me, what prompted you to confront one another in broad daylight? In the very heart of the Big Apple? My curiosity is piqued. After all, in my recollection, even the most ruthless gangsters wait until nightfall to engage in their skirmishes, striving to avoid drawing attention. Though she had wisely chosen to remain silent moments ago, being likened to a gang's hounds irked Fox beyond measure. We are not the hounds of a gang. We have never resorted to violence for trifles or filthy lucre. The fierce determination in her gaze and her disinterest in monetary gain compelled Lip to reminisce about a departed acquaintance. With such a talent for brazen falsehoods, being an assassin is indeed a waste of your capabilities. You ought to run for the presidency of this nation. Lip spoke with utmost sincerity, devoid of any mockery. Enraged, Fox spat at Lip, though he effortlessly evaded her attempt. Though you possess great strength, you truly understand nothing of the grandeur of our cause. Yet, before Lip could retort, Cross, sharing a similar plight, interjected. The term grandeur may have held truth in the past. But now, all that remains of the Brotherhood is greed. Bah! Fox glared furiously at Cross. You traitor, destined for demise. What right do you have to discuss the actions of the Brotherhood? Just as every individual has their own points of view, so too do they possess their vulnerabilities. Being branded a traitor evidently struck a nerve with Cross, prompting his impassioned reply. Do you know that Sloan accused me of betraying the Brotherhood? That was because I bore witness to the loom revealing Sloan's name. He declared my betrayal to conceal the truth. Subsequently, he audaciously manipulated the list provided by the fabled loom of fate, transforming the Brotherhood into a mercenary organization for hire, whose sole purpose was to assassinate. You speak nonsense. Perhaps both individuals were ensnared, bound tightly by ropes, their minds equally taut with tension. Or perhaps, someone had employed subtle tactics, utilizing psychic abilities to discreetly provoke the emotions of the 2 guests. Regardless, Cross and Fox began to engage in a heated argument, each exchanging retorts for several minutes. This, undoubtedly, favored Lip, who, with ease, managed to unravel the entire situation. It turned out that these 2 evidently highly trained super assassins, possessing extraordinary physical capabilities, indeed belonged to the same organization. This organization possessed a relic known as the Loom of Fate, which they claimed had been passed down for over 2 millennia. The threads of the loom, when interpreted in binary, could occasionally form letters, piecing together names. The individuals represented by these names were the intended targets of the organization's assassinations. According to Cross and Fox, although they differed in various aspects, both firmly believed that those whose names were revealed by the Loom of Fate must be eliminated. They contended that sparing any of these individuals could result in catastrophic consequences for the world, leading to numerous heinous acts. Their primary disagreement lay in Cross's assertion that the current leader of the Brotherhood, Sloane, who was responsible for decoding the Loom's messages, had betrayed the organization. Since the Loom had revealed Sloane's name, and Sloane, wishing to preserve his life, had begun fabricating a list of targets to serve his own interests. Conversely, Fox staunchly maintained that the name revealed by the Loom was Cross himself, who, he argued, was the one deserving of death. In any case, this individual was proficient in all conceivable assassination methods, both those that the average person could imagine and those that they could not. The Brotherhood had previously dispatched assassins to eliminate Cross, but they never even laid eyes on him before being effortlessly dispatched. Thus, the Brotherhood uncovered the secret Cross had concealed. His son, Wesley, whom he had merely watched grow up without ever acknowledging, was kidnapped to compel Cross to reveal himself. Lip pondered carefully. Although the Loom of Fate seemed to be associated with the lofty concept of destiny, sounding quite grandiose, he could not recall witnessing a similar narrative in the Marvel cinematic productions he had seen, perhaps akin to the Continental Hotel from John Wick. This Brotherhood was also a creation of some cinematic universe, seamlessly integrated into the Marvel cosmos. However, unlike his indifference towards the non-fantastical elements of John Wick, Lip found himself genuinely intrigued by the Loom of Fate. Consider the characters within the Marvel universe. Nearly each possesses their own unique weaponry. Iron Man wields his armored suit. Thor brandishes his hammer and axe. Captain America carries his shield, and even the Hulk, Dr. Banner, boasts a pair of extraordinary trousers. Yet Lepu, apart from being a natural Super Saiyan and the proud father of 2 exceptional sons, lacks a personal weapon of distinction. He feels no sorrow about it, truly. Thus, as twilight descended several hours later, Lepu ventured out to a textile factory adjacent to New York, retrieving the fabled Loom of Fate overnight. This was not a mere acquisition, for he also brought back a man, Sloane, the one tasked with interpreting the names provided by the Loom. Who are you? In the wake of Lepu's swift movement, few could maintain their composure. Aside from his 2 sons, none escaped the dizzying experience. However, unlike the previous individual, a rather bloodied pepper, this man named Sloane exhibited a markedly superior physical constitution, regaining his senses shortly after his feet touched the ground. This elderly black man, with hair and beard as white as snow and age spots on his face, donned a brown suit, presenting himself as a quintessential English gentleman. When confronted with Lepu's inquiry, the latter responded with unfaltering composure, "I am Nick Fury." He felt no weight of guilt in uttering the name of that infamous director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, that scoundrel was hardly a paragon of virtue. Moreover, should Sloane question his identity, he could always confront the director face-to-face for verification. If you dare, I shall stand by my claim. Chapter 34. It is essential for children to pursue education. I posed a foolish question. When one can effortlessly lift a few hundred kilograms of loom and carry an adult male into the sky, does the identity of the individual truly matter? Do you still harbor hopes of retaliation? The reality is not akin to a comic. Those endowed with superhuman abilities hardly adhere to the naive principle of non-lethality. With remarkable poise, Sloane produced his firearm, casually discarding it to the ground. Do as you will. Such a death might at least retain some semblance of dignity. Lepu found a measure of admiration for Sloane. Nonetheless, the necessary procedures must be observed. Otherwise, he would not have exerted such effort to bring the man from afar. He brought forth the Fox and Cross duo, unbinding their ropes and restraints. Subsequently, he presented a set of plastic chairs, arranging them in a row. Cross deliberately isolated his son, Wesley, in the corner. He turned to Lepu, pleading, "My son has no connection to this matter. As a father yourself, spare my child." Beside him, Sloane scoffed. How could he possibly be uninvolved? Leaning slightly forward, Sloane peered across Cross to address Wesley directly. "Child, you often feel your heart racing. Routinely taking beta blockers as prescribed by your doctor, yet to no avail, correct? Fearing that an emotional surge might lead to loss, you are exceedingly vigilant regarding your health. You indulge daily in crispy sesame bread filled with salmon and vegetables, abstaining from smoking and alcohol, and you dare not engage in any excessive indulgences. Even the intimacy with your girlfriend is curtailed, resulting in her donning numerous metaphorical green hats. You are aware of this situation, and though it incites your anger, the daily consumption of anxiolytic medication dulls your capacity to feel rage. The necessity for such medication arises from your perception of overwhelming mental pressure. At times, when observing certain phenomena, they seem to either decelerate abruptly or magnify unexpectedly. Perhaps due to innate racial endowments, Sloane speaks with remarkable rapidity, his tongue agile and deft. Before Cross could interject, Sloane had already inundated Wesley with an abundance of words. Moreover, he spoke the truth, as evidenced by Wesley, whose face bore the marks of past torment, nodding in agreement. Cross glared furiously at the elderly black man seated beside him, yet refrained from taking action. "Oh, you need not concern yourselves with me. If a brawl is inevitable, I am quite indifferent to it," Lipu remarked, arms crossed nonchalantly. Sloane held little dissent regarding this. He merely regarded Cross with a challenging gaze. "Is that so? Are you certain?" Although the Assassin's Brotherhood possesses numerous universal skills, each individual exhibits unique talents shaped by personal aptitude. In hand-to-hand combat without firearms, Cross may not stand a chance against the seasoned Sloane. Noticing Cross's silence, Sloane turned to Wesley and said, "In truth, you are not ill at all. Those symptoms are mere manifestations of your gifts. Your heart races not out of distress, but because it is inherently capable of such rapidity. Unlike ordinary individuals, theoretically, your heart can sustain a rhythm of approximately 400 beats per minute. Should a typical person's heart rate reach that threshold, they would have perished long ago. Your frequent feelings of anxiety and mild fatigue stem from an overabundance of adrenaline coursing through your veins. Your bloodstream brims with adrenaline hormones. To achieve a semblance of normalcy, you must engage in activities that expend your energy. In reality, your physical prowess could easily surpass many athletes, and you could claim several gold medals at the Olympics. Such gifts are inherited from your father, who ought to have disclosed this information to you, but chose instead to conceal the truth." As a torrent of information flooded Wesley's mind, he found himself momentarily overwhelmed. Murmuring to himself, "My father? Gifts?" Sloane's objective had been achieved, his expression betraying a sense of triumph. Lipu observed the elderly black man, deeming him sufficiently malevolent. For even in the face of potential death, he seemed intent on ensuring that others suffered more than he. Cross has ensnared him in a trap of self-evidence. "Wesley, do not heed his nonsensical drivel. I have been watching over you. From your birth to your maturation, I have always been by your side. Yet, you have failed to disclose to this child that he possesses the gifts of the Brotherhood. He is, in truth, a born assassin." Sloane, ever the opportunist, retorted sharply. "Silence, you wretched fiend." Cross turned, spitting a stream of saliva upon Sloane. "I shall not allow my child to become an assassin of the Brotherhood, for it has been contorted by your hand since you distorted the loom of fate's decree." As these words left his lips, Fox, who had remained silent until now, suddenly directed his gaze towards Sloane. At this juncture, Sloane ceased his futile defenses, exhibiting a remarkable composure. "Indeed, it is true. I have twisted the mandate of that sour lament not to be consumed, for it revealed my name. Prior to that, I had devoted myself wholeheartedly to fulfilling the mission bestowed upon us by fate, never once succumbing to pride or negligence. Yet what was the outcome? Fate's loom sought to extinguish my life, and not merely mine, but yours, and yours." The more Sloane spoke, the more incensed he became. His eyes bulging as if on the verge of bursting, he retrieved from his suit pocket a stack of plastic bags, each containing a scrap of cloth and a label. Lip cast a glance. The labels bore the names Sloane, Cross, Gunsmith, Mr., Mechanic, Fox, and Butcher inscribed in fine print. "I carry them with me at all times, for I fear the day you may take my life, and yet remain unaware of my protection over all within the Brotherhood. That loom, ancient and venerable, has been served by the Brotherhood for a millennium, yet it seeks to uproot us entirely." At that moment, Fox interjected, "The will of the loom is infallible, Sloane. This is a lesson you imparted to me." The assassin's countenance grew profoundly serene. "But should we meet our demise thus? If our loyalty is not met with the most fundamental reciprocity, what then of my quest for retribution on behalf of the Brotherhood?" Lip, having reached his limit, felt the urge to interject, for he believed he had absorbed enough of this melodramatic tale. With a cough, he feigned a need for attention, redirecting the gaze of the assassins upon himself. Loyalty without exception is tantamount to absolute disloyalty. He first cast forth a famous adage, leaving the loquacious Sloane crimson-faced. Then, pointing towards the loom he had carried in, Lip earnestly inquired, "My friends, do you genuinely believe this loom to be over 1,000 years old?" In truth, upon discovering the legendary loom of fate, Lip began to harbor doubts. "Have you all never attended school? The history of America spans merely over 2 centuries. Even if you claim this device originated from ancient Europe, it is undeniably more advanced than the spinning jenny, which only emerged in the 18th century. If you had possessed this machine a millennium ago, how is it that your Brotherhood did not ascend to become the wealthiest organization in the world by replicating it? Furthermore, it is worth noting that binary code was first proposed by Leibniz. If your organization had comprehended binary 1,000 years ago, why has no one, over all these years. Utilized it to propose cybernetics or invent devices such as calculators or computers. I mean, no offense, but has the intelligence of your brotherhood significantly regressed over generations? Originally, I had invited Mr. Sloan to inquire about the interpretation of the Loom-S coding. However, now I find myself merely inclined to vent. Was English truly the universal language 1,000 years ago? You claim to have utilized binary to translate English letters, executing the Loom-S deadly intent. Are you out of your minds? Even if you assert it could encode Greek, Latin, or French letters, what about hieroglyphics? If you allege that your brotherhood invented similar coding long ago to read Chinese characters, I still have another question. I am uncertain about Mr. Sloan, but Mr. Cross, Ms. Fox, and the mechanic, these sound like nicknames rather than true names, do they not? You worship the loom as a deity, yet it does not even know your true names. Only recognizing a few of your aliases? If you were to assassinate someone based solely on a nickname, what would happen if you mistakenly killed the wrong person? Having voiced all his grievances, Lip felt considerably relieved. As he concluded his impassioned discourse, his system emitted a notification. Detected that the host raised numerous reasonable doubts. Exposing a century-long deception. System rewards intelligence, attribute 1, 1213. Well, although the increment of 13 is rather unremarkable, earning a valuable attribute reward for a bit of venting is quite delightful. What more could one desire? Lip felt an even greater sense of joy. There is a saying, the total amount of happiness in the world is conserved. Joy cannot be created or destroyed, only transferred from one group of people to another. Lip was elated, but having grasped the essence of Lip's critiques, the three assassins from the Brotherhood were far from pleased. The previously composed Sloan, who had vociferously denounced the loom of fate as nothing more than a sour turnip, was the first to falter. This elderly man, no longer intimidated by Lip's pressure, sprang from his seat, and with a determined leap, dashed towards the loom of fate not far away. Although there was indeed a time when the instructions for the loom were distorted, transforming the Brotherhood, which fought for ideals and beliefs, into a merciless organization of assassins. Sloan has dedicated himself wholeheartedly, even obsessively, to the maintenance of the loom over the years. To put it bluntly, despite his harsh words towards the machine, it remains the cherished light of his life. His affection for this machine, albeit somewhat twisted, is undeniably deeper than any relationship he has ever had. It is impossible. He resembles a donkey tethered to a millstone, endlessly circling the loom of fate, ultimately glaring fiercely at Leap. You must be jesting. I have devoted nearly my entire life to the upkeep of this loom. My understanding of its structure surpasses that of any lover's body. Every screw, every thread, though he appears to be a villain, at this moment, Sloan seems rather pitiable, akin to a defeated hound. Have you considered the raw materials? Leap, unable to bear his suffering, decided to grant the old man some relief. I visited your textile factory. It is still in operation. But there is no cotton in New York. Where are those threads sourced from? This loom is somewhat akin to a computer. If someone manipulates the input threads, could they not achieve their desired output? Upon hearing this, Sloan initially froze, then hastily yanked out 2 spindles from the loom. The old man, in a frenzy, meticulously combed through the cotton fibers he had plucked from the spindles, his eyes wide with realization as he twisted 2 strands of cotton. Oh no, how foolish I am. He lamented in anguish, crouching down and cradling his head. He discovered that even cotton threads from the same factory, from the same batch, exhibited discrepancies in thickness. What is happening? Cross and Fox approached, their hearts filled with astonishment as well. Allah! Sloan, this old man, offered no response but let out a furious roar, seizing one spindle and forcefully snapping it in 2. He suddenly paused. He had not anticipated that the spindle would split apart on its own after being forcibly broken. The cylindrical spindle was, in fact, glued together. Moreover, on the bonding surface, he spotted a symbol resembling that of a dollar bill. Those bastards have deceived generations of the Brotherhood, deceived me. I will annihilate them. Sloan was utterly unhinged. When one's ideals are first shattered, and they painstakingly construct a logical loop to safeguard their inner self, only to later discover that their cherished beliefs were merely a fabricated lie crafted by others. Such a narrative is more surreal than the Truman Show, and utterly intolerable. Unforgivable. I shall never grant them forgiveness. I desire to drown those individuals in a pit of filth. In pursuit of vengeance, he is prepared to sacrifice everything. Sloan, with reddened eyes, gazes at Leap and implores, I beg of you, allow me to live. Grant me the opportunity for retribution. What is it that you desire? The Brotherhood? No. In truth, I possess considerable wealth, all of which is cleanly laundered funds. You may take them. To be candid, Leap did not anticipate such an outcome. Having just unraveled the deception that had ensnared this cadre of super assassins, his thoughts were not immediately on reward. Rather, he contemplated the educational prospects for little Broly and little Kaz. Observing these super assassins, who possess powers far exceeding those of ordinary mortals yet have been made fools for generations, he mused that had they only read more, grasped a bit of history, computer science, or even the most fundamental principles of logic, they might have seen through the ruse of that weaver of fate. As a parent, one must ensure that their children receive an education. They must not allow their offspring to become a liability. The world is far too intricate. A child from a prominent family may find solace in the safety net of privilege, but what of the children from ordinary households? Their margin for error is minuscule. Chapter 35. The elephant behind the pillar. Knowledge has always been invaluable, particularly in a fundamentalist capitalist nation. This adage carries a profoundly tangible significance. In America, how can one hope to receive a quality education without wealth or frugality? It is a mere fantasy. Thus, when the elderly African-American Sloan proposed purchasing his own life, along with those of Fox and Cross, Leap pondered briefly before acquiescing. Initially, Leap had no intention of taking the lives of 3 individuals. He merely sought compensation for his little red vehicle and harbored curiosity about the weaver of fate. Sloan's willingness to provide funds was, to some extent, a delightful surprise. Furthermore, the emblem composed of triangles and eyes hinted at something. It was nothing less than the international version of the celestial dragon. He found himself intrigued by whether these individuals could withstand the fire of the super assassins. Consequently, Leap accepted $3 million in cash from Sloan and subsequently released the group. As they departed, Sloan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Leap, prompting Leap to reflect. One must ensure their children are well educated, otherwise, not only will one have to part with their wealth, but they will also find themselves in the position of offering thanks to others. At 8 o'clock in the evening, at the docks west of Hell's Kitchen, a small boat gently sailed into its mooring. The boat's owner, a deep-sea fisherman, had just returned, having discarded several barrels of oil into the Atlantic, each filled with heavy cement. However, before the owner could secure the ropes, a silenced pistol was pressed against his forehead. The other 2 crew members on board, attempting to draw their weapons in resistance, soon discovered that several conspicuous red dots had already appeared on their foreheads and chests. Who are you? What do you want? I must inform you that I am indeed associated with the formidable Kingpin. However, the man who pressed a gun against his temple abruptly interrupted the captain's bluster. Felipe, aged 55, arrived in America over 30 years ago as a refugee from Cuba, subsequently settling in Hell's Kitchen 2 decades prior. I am aware of your employment under the Kingpin, and I comprehend the primary nature of your tasks, which involves disposing of bodies for that individual. Now, let us discuss matters of which I remain unaware. As the man spoke, he gently tapped Felipe's head with a silencer. Who, I wonder, eliminated the retired chief of operations, William Roslin, who was hiding in Hell's Kitchen, along with his loyal subordinate? To my knowledge, Roslin and the Kingpin had no apparent conflict of interest. Rather, collaboration seemed feasible. The Kingpin had no reason to eliminate him. So why would he instruct you to transport the corpse out to sea and dispose of it? Do not attempt to feign ignorance. Our salvage team is currently operating at sea, and that body will soon be recovered. Despite being taken aback by the detailed intelligence revealed, Felipe remained defiant. What are you babbling about? I know nothing. Yet, the ensuing actions of his interlocutor left him bewildered. The man merely nodded and stated, I understand, before departing the dock. Beep, beep, beep. Phil Coulson retrieved the encrypted phone issued by S.H.I.E.L.D. and dialed Nick Fury's number. Director, the Kingpin is indeed extending an olive branch to his targets. That individual has killed Roslin and his associates, and the body is being handled by the Kingpin's men. Moreover, it appears that the Kingpin's subordinates harbor considerable fear of this individual, reluctant to acknowledge what has already become semi-public knowledge in Hell's Kitchen. Indeed, it is the operative codenamed Orange, who was once killed by the Punisher. After faking his death, he has been hiding in Hell's Kitchen, attempting to make a discreet comeback. He possesses a premium supply of narcotics, given his background as a retired chief of operations. However, his sales are minimal and priced exorbitantly, and he has yet to compete with other drug dealers. To our knowledge, Roslin was merely attempting to distribute narcotics to a community school, not encroaching upon the foundational wholesale and retail market of those dealers. Understood, Director. I shall meet with that man immediately. Upon arriving in the 47th block of Hell's Kitchen, Coulson sensed an eerie silence enveloping the entire street as he exited the vehicle, instinctively reaching for his sidearm. It is crucial to note that this is Hell's Kitchen. After 10 o'clock at night, Even the police refrain from patrolling here without backup. In Hell's Kitchen, streetwalkers dare not venture alone. They must be accompanied by pimps clad in prohibited bulletproof vests to solicit clients. As for theft, in a neighborhood where the average gun ownership rate exceeds 150, thieves generally do not survive more than 3 days. The most prevalent crime in Hell's Kitchen is, in fact, organized crime, and it can only be organized crime. Moreover, the violent clashes among local gangs, armed with firearms of a modest caliber, have been reported. Intelligence suggests that spent shell casings were once discovered at a nearby scrapyard. In the world's largest metropolis, the notion of street gang warfare employing artillery seems almost surreal. Yet, the stark reality of Hell's Kitchen is indeed as fantastical as one might imagine. Strangely, even while physically present in Hell's Kitchen, Coulson failed to observe the very scenes that should have been evident. Instead, he beheld illuminated apartment buildings and pedestrians strolling along the streets. If one were to overlook the fact that these leisurely walkers bore rifles, the area could easily be mistaken for any other middle-class neighborhood in America. There must be a reason for this anomaly. The instinct of a seasoned operative led Coulson to immediately attribute the peculiarities of this locale to the man who had resided in Hell's Kitchen for nearly 3 years. Had the New York intelligence gathering team outsourced their duties to individuals in India? Such bizarre changes had gone unnoticed for so long. Grumbling aside, as Coulson approached the entrance of Lips Auto Repair, he took a moment to adjust his suit in a gesture of seriousness. "Sir, how may I assist you?" A middle-aged man of African descent, clad in a striking pink tracksuit, promptly approached Coulson as he entered the workshop. He held a notepad in hand, meticulously checking the status of recent orders. Although the shop was equipped with computers running the latest office software, he preferred the traditional method of handwriting. Coulson noted a badge pinned to the man's chest, reading, "Manager Kevin." As Kevin observed Coulson surveying both him and the shop, a hint of suspicion crossed his features. He noticed the absence of vehicles outside the establishment. "Sir, are you here to have a vehicle repaired, or are you interested in purchasing a used car? If it's the latter, I regret to inform you that we currently have no inventory." "Oh, the matter is this. I am neither here to repair a vehicle nor to buy one. My purpose here is to find someone," Coulson began, but before he could finish, Manager Kevin called out towards the workshop, "Luca, come over here." With a loud thud, a large man, who had been replacing an iron axle on a food truck, sprang from the pit and bounded over in just a few strides. The noise had occurred when his head inadvertently struck the undercarriage of the vehicle. "What is up, Uncle Kevin?" Upon Luca's arrival, Kevin's confidence surged, and he crossed his arms, directing his gaze at Coulson. "Sir, I am unaware of whom you seek, but this is the most peaceful spot in Hell's Kitchen. If you are neither here to repair nor purchase a vehicle, I kindly ask you to leave. Mr. Lips Auto Repair Shop does not welcome troublemakers." Kevin, being a good-natured man, decided to extend an opportunity to Coulson, standing before him. If the other party fails to appreciate what they have, they will inevitably rely on that young lad Luca to resolve their issues. This boy possesses remarkable skills in automobile repair, and one can only imagine his prowess with people. "Oh, you have misunderstood." Faced with the imposing figure of a large African-American man, Coulson swiftly raised his hands to indicate that he meant no trouble. "I genuinely seek an individual. Your employer, Mr. Lip. By the way, I am not a gangster. My badge is tucked away in my pocket." Chapter 36. The auto repair shop owner who does not wish to operate a fast food establishment is not a good principal. Had you mentioned you were a footballer, I would have assumed you were yet another real estate agent. Upon seeing Coulson's badge and credentials, Kevin finally relaxed. Coulson, astonished, responded, "A real estate agent? You concern yourselves with real estate agents rather than a federal agent?" Kevin, the store manager, looked at him as if he were a fool, rolling his eyes at this esteemed level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, he was merely a footballer, not the IRS. What was there to be so haughty about? However, Kevin was seasoned enough not to voice his thoughts openly. Instead, he inquired, "Do you have any other matters? If not, please leave. We are about to close." Coulson quickly replied, "No, I have something important. We are investigating a murder and need to speak to your boss." "Murder?" At the mention of this word, Kevin immediately furrowed his brow. He nodded and beckoned Coulson to follow him to the store's entrance. "Do you see that streetlight?" Kevin pointed to a lamppost at the end of 47th Street. "Let me tell you something. From our store to that lamppost, you can approach anyone you wish. Just based on your suspicion that my boss is involved in a murder, you will surely end up with a black eye." This response was unexpected for Coulson, who, both curious and irked, asked, "So, you admit that your boss has influence over this street?" Kevin disdainfully glanced at the federal agent. "What do you mean by having influence over this street?" The moment you uttered that phrase, I knew you and attended a reputable university. Haven't you heard that private property is sacred and inviolable? Every business operating on 47th Street is under my boss's domain. And just to clarify, I was merely warning you that on 47th Street, you might only receive a punch, venture to the next street, and you may find yourself facing bullets. Coulson listened intently to this rapid-fire barrage of words, but before he could react, Kevin forcefully shoved him from behind. He barely had time to process what happened before being propelled out of the repair shop's door. Coulson's stumble immediately drew laughter from passersby. Fortunately, someone kindly assisted him. Otherwise, this esteemed Level 8 agent of SHIELD would have certainly made a fool of himself in public. Oh, thank you, Coulson uttered in gratitude. Simultaneously, he was signaling to the nearby tactical team of SHIELD in the vehicle, indicating they should refrain from approaching, for the main subject had been located. Indeed, the individual who had assisted him was none other than Leap. Standing at over 6 feet tall, Leap towered over Coulson, who was less than 5 feet 10. If Coulson did not look up, he would only glimpse the thinning crown of the latter's head. Hello, my name is Phil Coulson, he said, flashing a perfect smile that revealed all 8 of his teeth as he extended his hand toward Leap. Ah, so it is him. Leap recognized the renowned novice from the Marvel Universe at a glance. However, having resided in this world for several years, he had long since departed from the realm of beginners. Thus, as he regarded this Level 8 SHIELD agent, only a playful smile graced Leap's face. Take care. No need to see me off. With that, he resumed his discussion with the 2 junior lawyers at his side regarding the charges he was currently facing. It was Friday. After school, Broly and Kaz rushed to the other end of the earth to attend tutoring sessions at Kamartaj. Upon their return for the weekend, Leap planned to take the children on a nostalgic trip to Alaska for some fun. Consequently, he spent the entire day managing various trivial matters in preparation for their weekend adventure. He had become quite the busy individual. Leap's enterprises included a car repair shop specializing in second-hand vehicles, a fast food restaurant, a tavern, and a supermarket, all located on 47th Street. Furthermore, he served as the sole principal of a community school in Hell's Kitchen. Interestingly, the multitude of ventures he had amassed was originally motivated by his desire to fulfill his role as a principal effectively. Previously astounded by the ignorance exhibited by the Assassin Brotherhood, he developed a sense of urgency regarding the education of children. After receiving a ransom of 3 million, he initially contemplated following the example of Mencius's mother by relocating to a better school district with his children. However, after conducting some research, Leap was astonished to discover that the primary and secondary education system in the land of the free was thriving with vigor and vitality. In short, it was beyond salvation. The educational framework in America prior to college was utterly in shambles. Leap recalled that before his journey to this world, some proponents of new ideas had claimed that in the United States, only the impoverished accepted a joyful approach to education, while the elite attended prestigious institutions that provided an education comparable to that of the University of Tokyo. Were it not for the assurances from the heads of elite private schools that their greatest asset was the ability to issue various letters of recommendation, and that with additional funding, they could provide students with internship reports from assorted organizations, Leap might have genuinely believed the fallacies propagated by those new ideologues. As for the curriculum in private schools, the subjects of mathematics and science were indeed as one might expect. After all, the challenges presented by America are quite evident. While it may not be entirely futile for schools to teach more advanced knowledge, it does seem to serve little purpose. Offering Greek and Latin instruction merely adds an air of aristocracy. Surely, no one naively believes that the descendants of the elite in this so-called land of opportunity are compelled to strive for academic excellence. Upon graduation, are these young elites truly expected to manage their own finances or engage in scientific research? Not every descendant of the privileged is akin to Tony Stark. In fact, many of them seem to grow increasingly less astute with each generation. It's uncertain whether anyone would genuinely appreciate the elite education system of this nation. But one thing is certain, Lepu would never allow Broly and Kaz to squander their time in such institutions. Thus, with determination, he decided that if suitable schools did not exist, he would create one himself. Utilizing the ransom provided by the Assassin Brotherhood, Lepu took charge of the only community school in Hell's Kitchen, assuming the role of principal. He initially opened a fast food establishment with the purpose of providing students with a complimentary lunch. The small supermarket was a secondary venture, initially established to import educational supplies and books from across the ocean. The auto repair shop came into existence because purchasing a bulletproof school bus was exorbitantly expensive. Hence, he started with a second-hand vehicle, modifying it for transporting students in Hell's Kitchen. As for the bar, it was a strategic move to attract talent, offering a unique benefit to faculty and staff. Given the locals' fondness for taverns, Li Pu introduced a staff card that granted teachers and school personnel a discount on all beverages. Naturally, all these activities did not go unnoticed by the various gangs in Hell's Kitchen. Initially, many believed Li Pu was merely an outsider attempting to claim territory, and the nefarious elements sought to intimidate him. However, one fateful night, Li Pu entered the imposing gold building alone and emerged unscathed. Moreover, the Emperor of New York's underworld publicly declared his annual donation of $2 million to the community school, thereby assuming the role of a board member. From that moment on, no one dared to provoke Li Pu. Currently, all the gang leaders in Hell's Kitchen have tacitly acknowledged that 47th Street falls under Li Pu's protection. Despite his enigmatic persona and the absence of a substantial entourage, he refrains from engaging in the typical criminal enterprises of drugs, gambling, or vice. The harsh realities of Hell's Kitchen have taught its inhabitants that, even in the face of the unknown, they must maintain a profound respect for it. Otherwise, with the vastness of the Atlantic, the addition of a couple of concrete blocks at the bottom would hardly be noticed. Chapter 37. Rivals of the Stark Group regarding the gang members who fancied themselves the lords of 47th Street. Lip had always dismissed them outright. After all, associating with a group of individuals whose combat prowess barely reached a level of 5 was truly beneath him. He could not afford to tarnish his reputation. Even without considering his abundant martial virtue, the caliber of individuals Lip currently engaged with far surpassed those so-called gang leaders. For instance, today he sought legal counsel because he had received a letter from Stark Group's legal department. He pondered, who among those miscreants had the audacity to provoke the legal arm of Stark Group? Rest assured, Lip, I have already examined the past patent application records, and if we were to litigate, we possess an 80% chance of victory. A plump little lawyer, clutching a briefcase, walked while cross-referencing a list of evidence. Upon hearing his words, Lip could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. Fuggy, what about the remaining 20%? Are we to lose the case? This was due to Fuggy contemplating his phrasing. His partner, a blind lawyer named Matt Murdoch, who relied on a cane, readily answered the inquiry. The legal department of Star Corporation is among the finest in the nation, and their chief legal officer has previously served as the Federal Attorney General. The Federal Attorney General is one of the cabinet members of the President, and the only one among them not referred to as Secretary. Their official title is the Solicitor General of the United States, also serving as the Chief Prosecutor of America. Thus, having an 80% chance of winning this case is already commendable. After a brief pause, Matt could not resist advising, Lip, I actually do not recommend that you pursue this lawsuit against Stark Group. Even if we win, the process will undoubtedly be protracted, and the expenses incurred will be substantial, making it unwise. Matt's words were well-intentioned, as the considerable costs he mentioned were essentially the legal fees they would receive. Hearing his partner's statement, Fuggy could only sigh in resignation, acknowledging that Matt's assessment was indeed accurate. Well, those individuals certainly have the capability to mire this case in a quagmire. Thus, everything hinged on Lip's forthcoming decision. Though Matt and Fuggy spoke in hushed tones, they could not escape the attention of an eavesdropper. Though Lip had confused him with a curt farewell, the unfulfilled task compelled Coulson to linger. He trailed behind Lip and the two lawyers, eager to seize an opportunity to converse further, only to overhear Fuggy, Matt, and Lip's audacious dialogue. This individual dared to take on Stark Group, the flagship company of the American military-industrial complex. This was no ordinary matter of a commoner challenging the court. To be frank, in the land of the lighthouse, even S.H.I.E.L.D. would face severe repercussions for such audacity. How astonishingly brave is this Lip? Furthermore, how could Lip possibly clash with the Stark Group? The intelligence gathered by S.H.I.E.L.D. made no mention of this man being an arms dealer. Quick, investigate, Coulson murmured, directing his logistics team through the communicator discreetly embedded in his ear. His orders were delivered in a hushed tone. Nevertheless, both Lip and the blind attorney, Matt, were able to hear him. Lip observed Matt slightly tilting his head and, without needing to speculate, understood that this daredevil was brazenly siphoning classified information from S.H.I.E.L.D. Indeed, the truth was as such. Although the communicator in Coulson's ear utilized bone conduction technology, its faint sounds were still imperceptibly clear to Matt's extraordinary hearing. The report indicated that the target, Lip, had received a legal notice from the Stark legal department today, claiming that a product he sold infringed upon Stark's patent. This product was a foot mat containing a small explosive device encased within a plastic plate. According to the information the target previously provided to the patent office, The explosives were sourced from a company named Certain East, specifically a toy known as a firecracker. The product was marketed with the promise that if placed inside and outside 1's front door before bedtime, it would emit a sound akin to a small caliber firearm being discharged upon being stepped on by an intruder. This product had undergone safety testing, ensuring that the shock, debris, and heat generated by the explosion would not harm the individual stepping on it or the user. The Stark Group sought to sue Lip because, under Obadiah Stane's directive, any product that could potentially threaten their leading position in home defense was to be eradicated. We intercepted a segment of Obadiah Stane's phone conversation. Good heavens! If this 30 mat gains traction, it could deter thieves and burglars for a mere pittance, who would then invest in our company S100,000 titanium alloy safety pods, 50,000 security doors, or the non-lethal home defense equipment developed by Stark, averaging around 10,000. Therefore, your legal department must resolve this issue for me. Should the issue prove insurmountable, eliminate the instigator of the problem. Upon receiving the logistics team's findings and listening to the recording of Obadiah Stane, Coulson couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. As a Level 8 agent, he was acutely aware of the relationship between the Stark Group and S.H.I.E.L.D. Old Man Stark was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. The inheritor of the Stark Group, Tony Stark, was a prodigious genius, rivaling, if not surpassing, his father. Under Tony Stark's leadership, bolstered by his weaponry inventions, the Stark Group had emerged as the largest arms contractor for the military of the so-called Lighthouse Nation. However, aside from engaging in invention and research or courting Hollywood starlets, Tony Stark rarely involved himself in the management of Stark Group's affairs. The helm of that colossal entity currently rested with one Obadiah Stane. Obadiah is a quintessential businessman, characterized by his domineering nature and insatiable greed. Having achieved near invincibility in the military-industrial sector, he now sets his sights on the market for civilian defense. For the sake of a footpad priced at $30, he audaciously proclaims that he can resolve troublesome manufacturers. Is such a statement appropriate? Certainly not. Should an entrepreneur utter such words? Absolutely not. Coulson's expression turned slightly grim, and Matt, who had been attentively listening to the logistics team's conversation with him, also bore a subtly altered countenance. Unable to restrain himself, he offered a caution. Lip, I believe you ought to exercise caution when going out lately. I fear someone may resort to unscrupulous methods. Lip felt a sense of satisfaction at Matt's concern. It affirmed that he had indeed made the right choice in consulting the Neil Murdoch law firm. The fees were modest, yet the service was exceptional. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate your sentiment, but Lip gently patted the shoulder of the night demon. Some matters cannot simply be evaded. One must confront them head-on. Engaging with Stark Industries was not my initial intention. That safety footpad was actually designed by my son, Kaz. He believes this invention is both affordable and stylish, perfectly suited for the average person. As a father, I will wholeheartedly support my son in his endeavors, regardless of their nature. Chapter 38. The strength of this young woman's fist for many. The phrase as a father carries a weight that is nothing short of supermodel-like in its impact. Matt is no exception. Lip's words evoke memories of his own father, a boxer. Despite his father's numerous flaws and premature departure from life, the image of him remains towering in Matt's memory. His eyes misted with emotion, the corners dampened by unshed tears. Then let us strive together, he declared, wrapping an arm around his partner and best friend, Fudge. My friend, I believe we shall be working late again tonight. While at Columbia, I recall our professor presenting several analogous cases. We must investigate whether we can navigate around Stark Industries' patent claims. Hey, you can't do that, Fudge protested. We've already been working overtime for several days this week. Today is Friday. It should be Fudge's bar night. But I need you, brother. Without you, a blind man relying solely on auditory comprehension, would be sifting through those cases until the end of time. Ultimately, Fudge, compelled by Lip's earnest plea, had no choice but to acquiesce to his good friend's proposal, shaking his head in resignation, exclaiming, I truly have no way of dealing with you. Lip chuckled at their antics, which reminded him of the camaraderie shared with the brothers during his school days. In the realm of time-traveling novels, one recalls those who shared life and death bonds in the canyon, those who signed in for you during class absences, and the mischievous boys who concocted various audacious ideas before you confessed your feelings to a girl, only to later gather in a group to revel in your embarrassment. Reflecting on these individuals, Lipu found himself momentarily lost in thought, before breaking into a smile and declaring, Tonight's supper is on me, along with 2 generous servings of chicken legs. Someone will deliver them shortly. Could we have extra Sichuan pepper sauce? Fuji exclaimed with palpable excitement. Li Pu, you have no idea. That Sichuan pepper sauce from your fast food joint has become a trendy commodity. Some even pay others to procure it from Hell's Kitchen. Not a problem. Li Pu gestured to the chubby lawyer. You can indulge in as much sauce as you desire. Watching as Fuji and Matt celebrated with a high five before departing, Li Pu smiled. He then noticed that the auto repair shop had just closed, prompting him to invite Kevin and his cousin Luke to join him for a drink at the bar. Boss, I think I'll pass. You know how it is. My significant other has my work schedule, Kevin replied with a resigned shrug. For this woeful middle-aged man thoroughly ensnared in the marriage trap, Li Pu could only muster a modicum of sympathy, tempered with a deeper respect. After all, the plight of a father who does not know his own lineage is no mere jest in America. Kevin's ability to marry and raise a son who is now studying up to the 12th grade in a community school while striving to save for his college tuition is indeed commendable. Given that Kevin's family resides in Hell's Kitchen, this achievement becomes even more remarkable. Consequently, Li Pu bid farewell to Kevin, extending an invitation to Luke to accompany him into the bar he owned. Coulson followed suit. Old Dacky, a whiskey please. Since Li Pu was treating, Luke felt liberated to order more than just beer, opting instead for the most expensive whiskey available. Naturally, the bartender, who bore a general resemblance to the governor, could have done without skimping on the ice cubes in the glass. Hey, old Dacky, is that really necessary? Luke muttered in dissatisfaction. The rookie had no voice in the matter. Old Dacky cast a glance at Luke, never one to indulge the young man who constantly sought favors from his boss. While conversing, he prepared a special drink for Li Pu, a calorific milkshake that could only be described as a calorie bomb. Li Pu, to be frank, if we weren't acquainted, I'd ask you to show your driver's license each time you came to the bar, just to verify your age. Li Pu took no offense at old Dacky's words, knowing well that the man was forthright and candid. A veteran, old Dacky had served during the golden age of the Beacon Nation, when the majority of its soldiers hailed from respectable families. He once served in a special forces unit, rising from a mere soldier to the rank of major, ultimately retiring in his 40s. With his rank, even after retirement, old Dachi could have easily lived comfortably on his generous pension. However, driven by a desire to support some comrades who had retired due to injuries and lacked federal assistance, he devoted his retirement savings to opening a tavern. Unfortunately, fate was not on his side. While he excelled in battle, he was not particularly adept at business. Moreover, his tavern was located in Hell's Kitchen, and the venture was doing terribly. By the time Lip encountered him, Dachi's tavern was on the verge of bankruptcy, and he had already packed his belongings, contemplating a return to the battlefield as a mercenary alongside a few fellow veterans. Having heard his story, Lip extended a helping hand, investing in the tavern and encouraging old Dachi to remain at the helm. With Lip's innovative milk teas and lemonade concoctions, the tavern transformed from a night-only establishment to one frequented by customers throughout the day. Although old Dachi was initially resistant to the marketing technique of vigorously smashing lemons, witnessing the revenue multiply was a convincing argument. This rugged man, who might as well have tough guy etched on his forehead, ultimately surrendered to the relentless forces of capitalism. Furthermore, Lip reassured him, saying, "You've worked yourself to the bone for your comrades, almost at the cost of your own life. But if you continue this way, expanding the tavern into numerous branches, you might even have the opportunity to run for Congress, the Senate, or even governor. At that point, you could advocate for legislation that aids all those veterans who have sacrificed for this country yet received nothing in return." Lip genuinely believed in this man, who bore a striking resemblance to the Terminator. Surely, such a visage would add a touch of charisma to a gubernatorial campaign, wouldn't it? Just as Lip savored his favorite milkshake, the future governor lightly tapped the bar with his knuckles and whispered, "Lip, there's a young lady over there waiting for you. You haven't done anything to her, have you?" As he spoke, old Dachi subtly gestured in a direction with his rugged chin. Following Dachi's indication, Lip turned to see a young girl with flowing black hair, clad in a purple studded jacket, sitting alone and blowing into a bottle of beer. Old Dachi. She clearly doesn't know me. Otherwise, why hasn't she approached me after all this time? Lip mused, just as he began to speak. The girl seemed to sense someone was watching her, looked up, and headed towards the bar. As she neared Lip, she suddenly threw a punch, striking him squarely in the chest. With a sharp crack, the fist of the girl collided with the chest of Lip. A collision of muscle against muscle that produced little sound. The noise was actually the result of the leg of the high stool Lip was perched upon snapping at its joint. However, Lip did not fall, but remained steadfast in his position. "Hey, Luke," witnessing his employer being struck, quickly rose to intervene against the disrespectful act. Old Dachi furrowed his brow deeply and reached for the concealed 1887 shotgun hidden beneath the bar. Yet, The girl was quicker than both of them. Realizing her punch had caused no significant harm to Lip, her eyes betrayed a flicker of disbelief. Swiftly transforming into a determination to use Lip's chest as a punching bag, unleashing a flurry of punches. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, she delivered a barrage of over a dozen strikes, her speed eclipsing even that of a champion boxer. As for the force behind her blows, let us just say that after executing that combination, she felt as though her hands might shatter. Ultimately, she raised her leg intending to kick Lip in the groin while simultaneously throwing a punch at his face. However, before her fists and feet could extend, Lip's fingers reached her forehead first. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of a head striking, the girl momentarily paused before toppling backward to the ground. Meanwhile, Lip turned his gaze towards the patrons of the tavern, all astonished and staring at him. More precisely, he was fixated on a man clad in a deep purple suit. Lip bestowed upon this individual a cruel smile. The girl's punches indeed packed a punch. Chapter 39. The detrimental effects of island cinema having been unexpectedly pummeled in the chest, Lip finally recalled that the girl before him was akin to a superhero. Strong, fond of alcohol, and possessing a pleasing appearance albeit better suited for an airplane's ascent and descent. Her name was, yes, Jessica Jones. The moment he recalled her name, another figure surfaced in his mind, the architect of a series of misfortunes that plagued Jessica's life as she matured. The name of this individual was too lengthy for Lip to fully remember, yet he recalled that this man was a twisted figure, notorious for his penchant for purple attire. This deviant was a supervillain capable of forcibly controlling others through hormones secreted by his own body. Obsessed with Jessica, he had manipulated her into staying by his side for an extended period. Moreover, the purple man exploited her superpowers to commit heinous acts, reveling in the ability to manipulate Jessica into engaging in his malevolent schemes. Much like serial killers who are drawn to the scenes of their crimes, this purple man relished in the proximity of controlling Jessica to carry out nefarious deeds. Thus, Lip swiftly sought out the purple man, for the very presence of this individual was utterly repugnant, although initially well concealed. The moment he witnessed Lip withstand a barrage of punches from Jessica without so much as a scratch, and then incapacitate her with a single blow, his demeanor shifted dramatically. His composure waned, and he even contemplated employing hormonal manipulation to exert control over Lip and the other patrons in the tavern. However, for one endowed with the human emperor's gift, such hormonal influence was utterly trivial in the face of psychic prowess. Moreover, Lip's physical attributes had already surpassed the threshold of 200, rendering any hormonal interference from the purple-skinned individual ineffective, as it would be swiftly decomposed upon entering his system. Only the purple-skinned man remained oblivious, convinced that he had dominion over all, though the other patrons did indeed fall under the sway of his hormones. Yet, this inadvertently eased Lip's task. Before the man could boast or enact further schemes, Lip appeared at his side. Open your mouth. I shall treat you to a delightful surprise. Although Lip lacked mastery over hormonal control, he possessed the ability to manipulate psychic energy. With a firm mental grip, he seized the purple-skinned man's throat, lifting him off the ground. The man struggled for breath, his mouth agape as he attempted to inhale more air. Meanwhile, Lip extended his hand, generously offering him an entire energy projectile. Different individuals warranted different treatment. Just days prior, he had dispatched a brazen drug dealer who dared to distribute his wares at the local community school. To serve as a grim reminder to others in Hell's Kitchen, he had left the man's body intact, enlisting a student's parent to assist in encasing it in cement before sinking it into the depths of the sea. However, with the purple-skinned man, Lip had no intention of preserving his remains. The sight of that agent, Coulson, had sparked vague recollections of certain anime commentaries he had previously viewed. He recalled that the S.H.I.E.L.D. had once recruited purple-skinned individuals and, upon one such being's demise, had even gone so far as to create a clone to continue exploiting their hormonal manipulation abilities. While the specifics eluded him, Lip concluded that such a grotesque being should be eradicated entirely. After all, as long as he drew breath, he was a blight upon the air, wasting it with his hormonal emissions. Thus, Lip treated him to an energy projectile, vaporizing him entirely, leaving not a trace. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. manage to clone the purple-skinned man from mere cells, Lip would be compelled to express his admiration. Presently, Lip executed this maneuver with remarkable finesse. Only the physical form of the purple-skinned man was obliterated, his clothing remaining intact. Seizing the opportunity while the others were still entrapped in the throes of hormonal control, the tavern seemed to stand still in time as Lip rummaged through the remnants left behind by the purple-skinned man. he discovered a flip phone, a relic of the times. Devoid of passwords, easily accessible to reveal its contents. With a spirit of experimentation, Li Pu scrolled through the messages stored on his phone and, to his surprise, discovered a particular message. The content instructed someone to locate a certain Li Pu, a newly affluent individual, and impart a lesson to him, ensuring that he refrained from coveting what rightfully did not belong to him. Should he dare to refuse, the message threatened dire consequences. The sender had already transferred funds to the recipient's account. Upon reading this message, Li Pu deduced that the sender was indeed a hired thug from the Stark Group's legal department. Unfortunately for this individual, he lacked the necessary strength and had now met an insurmountable challenge. Coveting what is not yours? How audacious! With a silent curse, he resolved to deliver this phone, along with a late-night snack, to the Neil Murdoch law firm, hoping that Matt and Fuji could devise a plan to extract additional benefits from the Stark Group. As Li Pu indulged in these thoughts, the effects of the hormone control on the thug finally wore off, and the patrons of the bar began to revive. Jessica, too, rose from the ground, astonished to see her hands swollen like bare paws. Observing this scene, Li Pu nodded in satisfaction. The recent blow had been perfectly measured, disorienting without causing injury. This indicated a significant improvement in his control over strength, undoubtedly a benefit of his regular training with little Broly. Approaching the bar while holding the thug's flamboyant purple suit, Li Pu was met with a concerned inquiry from old Dachi. Is everything all right? Rest assured, the trouble has been resolved, Li Pu reassured the elder, gesturing for him to fetch a bag to contain the suit. Having known each other for 2 to 3 years, old Dachi had a fair understanding of Li Pu's peculiar talents. With Li Pu's assurance, the elder's worries were alleviated. Boss, old Dachi, what are you two discussing? Asked the somewhat bewildered young Luke, scratching his head in confusion. The seasoned bartender shot a disapproving glance at the young man while retrieving a paper bag for Li Pu to store the thug's clothing. I bought a watch last year, old Dachi said, revealing the mechanical timepiece on his wrist for Luke to see. Did you notice anything unusual in the past minute or two? Huh. Luke finally registered the inquiry, his eyes widening in realization as he instinctively reached behind him. This time, it was Li Pu who shot him a disapproving look. You ought to watch fewer simple set films from those islands. Too much exposure can impair your intellect and be detrimental to your health. After all, you've finally found a girlfriend. You wouldn't want Temple to be dissatisfied and kick you to the curb. Hey, boss, what do you take me for? Luke replied, thumping his chest confidently. I assure you, my physique is formidable. Li Pu then stuffed the phone into the bag containing the purple suit and tossed it to Luke. Enough chatter. Go to Mei Yi's fast food joint and order 2 late-night meals. Be sure to ask for extra packets of spicy Sichuan sauce. Then, deliver this paper bag along with the late-night snack to the offices of Fudge and Matthew. Simply state that someone attempted to play dirty with me, resulting in Lip revealing a cruel smile and making a throat-cutting gesture at the young Luke. That individual vanished, leaving only these items behind for them to assess their utility. Subsequently, Lip cast a glance at the purple-clad figure, prompting a frown from the taciturn Agent Coulson. Luke, should anyone dare to seize what I instructed you to deliver, be it the evidence package or the late-night snack, even a single packet of Sichuan pepper sauce, just as you previously did in the restroom, ensure those individuals are slammed against the wall. Chapter 40. Not yet 3 years old, let us omit the details of how Coulson departed the old Dachi bar in a state of disarray. On this Friday night, Lip acquired a female secretary, recruiting the self-proclaimed homeless Jessica Jones as his employee. This decision was not born from mere desire. Rather, the genuine reason was his need to tidy up numerous items that evening, coupled with a slight inclination to take it easy. Hiring a secretary to assist him proved to be a wise investment. Bright and early the following day, he would embark on a journey to Alaska with little Broly and Kaz, requiring a flight. Compared to employing the art of aerial manipulation, air travel was both slow and cumbersome. However, when that aircraft was fashioned by the hands of father and son, the significance shifted entirely. As the years progressed, the latent talents of the genetic progenitors began to emerge, and Lip increasingly pondered the veracity of the rumors. It was said that these genetic beings, having been abducted by petty merchants in their youth and distributed across various planets, were subjected to the dual influences of subspace and diverse environmental conditions. Consequently, the innate gifts initially designed for them became disordered. For instance, the genetically engineered war machine, Gil Lyman, grew accustomed to being shielded by a multitude of bodyguards. Conversely, Ongran, meant to be a brilliant strategist, devolved into a mindless fighter controlled by a butcher's nails. Mortar Ion, endowed with a physique rivaling that of Vulcan, was destined to embody the steadfastness of Rogel Dorn, but ultimately emerged as a defeatist prone to frustration. Rogel Dorn, who should have leveraged his ability to mitigate psychic influences, was intended to play a crucial role in guiding his brothers through the arduous period of merging with the essence of subspace. Instead, this progenitor developed an Epicurean penchant for offense, capable of alienating rather than comforting those around him. In contrast, little Kaz, nurtured under Lip's proper guidance and shielded from adverse external influences, exhibited qualities that starkly diverged from the monikers of the Night Child and Midnight Wraith. At the very least, little Kaz rarely stayed up late. This child not only disliked nocturnal vigils from an early age, but also cultivated a habit of indulging in brief midday naps. Furthermore, he did not embody the introverted persona depicted in Warhammer 40k. Though he speaks little, this child possesses a penchant for suddenly interjecting with a cool, profound aphorism. He favors order, and consequently, his interests have naturally extended to the realm of mechanical engineering. Li Pu now harbors a conjecture that the Emperor's decision to endow Kaz with a preternatural ability to foresee events, arguably among the most potent within the realm of psychics, is likely not intended for him to make judgments about significant future occurrences. Rather, when compared to the perils of becoming mired in internal conflicts associated with predicting the future, the ability to glimpse specific fragments of what is to come, if harnessed for invention and innovation, represents a far more astute application. Take, for instance, the 6th and 7th generation aircraft conceived by his mother's family. The partial differential equations involved in aerodynamics often lack general solutions, with the equations themselves sometimes derived purely from empirical experience. Consequently, the most effective approach currently is to conduct wind tunnel simulations, where repeated testing allows for the discovery of the most suitable aircraft design. Should Kaz's psychic foresight be applied, even if it cannot instantaneously replace wind tunnel predictions with optimal designs. Merely enabling a preliminary judgment of a binary outcome regarding the success of an experiment prior to testing would render his ability a conceptually extraordinary power, significantly reducing both the costs and duration of research endeavors. Li Pu has reason to suspect that if everything unfolded as the Emperor envisioned, and if young Kaz was not led astray, humanity's empire would have potentially birthed a super genius far surpassing the mechanical sage Doricall. In such a scenario, the human empire within the Warhammer universe would undoubtedly transcend its predicament of relying predominantly on archaeological discoveries for technological innovation. Each time he considers this, Li Pu cannot help but marvel. That scene, just imagining it, seems exquisitely delightful. Alas, the term delightful is fated to remain foreign to Warhammer 40. Fortunately, he currently finds himself within the Marvel universe, as he observes himself and his 2 sons, with Kaz taking the lead and he and Broly assisting, spending over 2 months of leisure time utilizing 2 salvaged star engines, alongside various materials procured from an auto repair shop, to personally construct the prototype of the Stormbird. He feels the insistent whispers of demons echoing in his ears. Go, hurry, woohoo, take off. Harry. His 2 sons, mirroring his own enthusiasm, are equally eager. Only Jessica, who is pushing 2 large shopping carts laden with a plethora of luggage, repair tools, and parts for Li Pu and his sons, feels a twinge of apprehension. She is currently contemplating whether to concoct an excuse to escape this seemingly perilous journey. Just moments ago, the private airport staff responsible for assisting them in dragging the Stormbird from the hangar expressed doubts about the aircraft's ability to achieve flight. Meanwhile, Li Pu appears utterly unfazed, casually signing a liability waiver for aircraft weighing over 350 pounds to take flight. Boss, are you certain this thing can fly? Upon observing Jessica's somewhat timid demeanor, young Kaz couldn't help but dismissively wave his hand. One must trust in science. A great force can propel bricks through the air. The power of the 2 star-shaped engines is ample to elevate this small aircraft to the first cosmic velocity. Perhaps due to his upbringing, Kaz, now over 2 years old, has only reached a height of 1.80 meters. Although he stands slightly taller than his elder brother Broly, this stature falls short of the norm for their genetic lineage. Both he and Broly had just attended a supplementary class with Master Gu early this morning at Kamar Taj before teleporting to the airport. Moreover, Lip had forgotten to mention to Jessica that both little Broly and young Kaz were, in fact, his sons. Consequently, Jessica mistook the black-haired Kaz, whose youthful visage belied a certain sophistication, for an amateur scientist. She perceived her employer, Lip, as merely a gullible investor easily deceived. Hey, science kid, refrain from boasting, Jessica said, shaking her fist at young Kaz. My boss's money is not so easily swindled. Why would I deceive my father? Kaz replied, tilting his head in a display of confusion towards the seemingly dim-witted older sister. Huh, father? Jessica's mind momentarily stalled as she glanced between Lip, Kaz, and Broly. repeating the gaze multiple times. "Oh, Jessica, I forgot to introduce them," Lip stated to his secretary. "These are my sons, Broly and Kaz. One is 6 years old, and the other is nearly 3. This introduction overwhelmed Jessica's mind completely. She found herself questioning whether she had just heard English. 1 meter 80, and yet not even 3 years old. However, before Jessica could process her second shock of the day, Lip urged them on. Quickly, board the Stormbird. My hands are already itching with anticipation. We have thousands of miles to cover. Let us aim to reach Alaska for lunch." Chapter 41. The Grandmaster General and the Little Monster Corporal. Thud, 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 thud. As both star-shaped engines roared to life simultaneously, the prototype Stormbird began to glide down the runway. Its propeller engine possessed a rotational capability, enabling it to provide an upward vector. Thus, even without the exaggerated flaps characteristic of off-road planes, the Stormbird glided a mere 7 or 8 meters before successfully ascending into the skies. Having preemptively requested a flight path from air traffic control, the Stormbird was assigned the most direct route, traversing New York State, the Great Lakes region, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and ultimately entering Alaska. "Oh, Dad, it's about time. Kaz and I are ready to take the controls." After waiting eagerly for over an hour, little Broly could no longer restrain himself from reminding his father Lip that it was time to switch pilots. "You dare." Seated in the rear cabin, Jessica clutched the netting on the wall with both hands, nearly crying out in panic. Though she possessed superhuman leaping abilities, capable of soaring several dozen meters, she was acutely aware that they were currently at an altitude of 8 to 9,000 meters. A fall from such heights would spell a gruesome end for her. Despite the small secretary's recent misstep in terminology, confusing the words for oyster and oil, Lip chose to overlook her error, for he was kind-hearted. "Look," he addressed the group, "Jessica is opposed. There are currently 2 votes for Kaz and me against Jessica, making it a stalemate. The impasse meant that the resolution could not be passed." Lip, with a tone of earnestness, began to educate Broly. However, had he not been gripping the controls with such fervor, as if he were not yet done playing with this toy, his arguments might have carried more weight. Noticing his brother's despondence, young Kaz quickly conceived a brilliant idea. "Father, if Jessica were not on the plane, could we take over the controls?" Lip found himself momentarily at a loss, confronted with a question he had not anticipated. But upon hearing his brother's suggestion, Broly's eyes lit up, and he dashed toward the cabin door. "I'll open the door." Ultimately, Lip capitulated. Faced with 2 mischievous yet highly motivated sons, he, as their father, had no choice but to relent, relinquishing the pilot's seat. He moved to the rear cabin and sat down beside Jessica, casting her a discontented glance. This little secretary was still in need of guidance. She offered no resistance at all. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, his 2 exuberant sons had already settled into the pilot and co-pilot seats. "Are you ready, little monster sergeant?" Broly inquired. "General Big Monster, all systems are go," they exclaimed in unison, grinning at each other. Before Lip could recall the lines from the animated series they were referencing, the boy surprised him immensely. Kaz swiftly pressed several buttons on the primitive electric control panel. Due to budget constraints in building the aircraft, this prototype Stormbird lacked an advanced numerical control system. However, this posed no challenge for young Kaz. The gifted child resorted to embedded assembly language, employing a simple electric control panel to create numerous hidden programs. During the construction of the aircraft, he had not merely assembled components like building blocks. He had personally modified the thermal efficiency of the 2-star engines, even achieving intergenerational upgrades. Many functions had been locked away until now, and his recent actions had merely unlocked these capabilities anew. As Kaz unlocked the functions, the driver's seat suddenly began to contort, accompanied by a series of creaking sounds, as several previously absent levers extended from the control panel. Lip exclaimed, "Wait, how come I was unaware of these things? You 2 little rascals have been hiding secrets from your dear old father." Yet, the absurdity did not end there. Kaz, seemingly drawing from some unknown source of knowledge, retrieved a small incense burner from his pocket, lit 3 sticks of incense, and began to silently offer prayers. This peculiar display left little Broly, seated in the driver's seat, utterly bewildered. Fortunately, once Kaz concluded his prayers, he explained, "I exchanged a secret recipe for Sichuan pepper sauce with Old Wong for a prayer ritual at Kamartaj, which is said to soothe even machinery. After all, we've only simulated this on a computer and have yet to conduct an actual test. So this serves as an additional measure of assurance." Little Broly readily accepted his brother's explanation, nodding in agreement. "That makes sense." After a few moments of anticipation, both for the prayer to take effect and to allow the machinery to warm up, Broly finally engaged the newly extended levers. To ensure reliability and cost-effectiveness, these levers were not equipped with hydraulic assistance, requiring approximately 300 to 400 pounds of force to operate. However, despite this, Broly exerted great control, gently and steadily pushing them forward. The Stormbird, already flying at a speed of 700, trembled and shook several times as if it were an overloaded truck, then let out a roar as it surged forward. The speedometer on the control panel immediately went off the charts. Its velocity surged beyond Mach 1, surpassing 1224. In that fleeting moment of acceleration, the aircraft emitted a deafening sonic boom. Typically, a propeller-driven plane would struggle to reach such speeds. Most would likely transform into a Bard Air Force aircraft. However, the modifications made by young Kaz and little Broly extended far beyond mere engine enhancements. Behind their father Lip's back, the two children, working within a limited budget, had secretly integrated numerous pieces of Kaz's cutting-edge technology into the Stormbird. For instance, despite its seemingly rudimentary design and non-aerodynamic layout, it was equipped with a small shockwave resonance device, crafted by Kaz himself using an electric milling machine, specifically designed to handle supersonic flight. The remaining flight was shared seamlessly between little Broly and Kaz, with no unexpected incidents arising. The only oversight from the two youngsters was their lack of consideration for passenger comfort during the design and modifications. Yet, this was hardly a significant issue. After all, aside from the extraordinary physical capabilities of the three, they could always resort to teleportation or aerial maneuvering to exit the aircraft if necessary. However, Jessica was quite different. Although she managed to cope with the sudden acceleration, the vibrations of this rudimentary homemade aircraft flying at supersonic speeds nearly caused her to regurgitate her dinner from the previous night. Fortunately, the Stormbird flew at a sufficiently rapid pace, and the journey from New York to Alaska was westward. Thus, this young woman endured such a tumultuous trip for just a little over an hour before the plane landed at an airport in the Anchorage area. Hold on. Don't be sick. Ultimately, with the assistance of her boss, Lip, this weary girl managed to disembark the aircraft. Chapter 42. Let us retrieve little Martha. Watching Jessica, who was still retching, the widow proprietor of the Big Martha bar cast a peculiar glance at Lip. After disembarking from the Stormbird, Broly had taken Kaz to revisit the nearby forest, frolicking with the bears. He even opened a portal to fetch the sled dog, a foo, all the way from New York. With the two children gone, Lip was left to rent a pickup truck at the airport and return to the quaint town of Picoto, where he had first arrived. As for poor Jessica, after enduring over half an hour on the bumpy Alaskan dirt roads, she could no longer suppress her nausea. Upon reaching the bar, she immediately succumbed to her discomfort. It was Lip, her boss, who took it upon himself to carry the various bags from the pickup. "Hey, dear Mrs. Martha, please don't look at me that way. It's not what you think," Lip explained helplessly, then urged Martha to prepare some saline solution for Jessica and boil some noodles. During this journey from New York to Alaska, he had brought numerous gifts for his old acquaintance and friend. Due to the relatively poor logistics in the realm of everyday necessities, even bullets and firearms, which are American specialties, were considerably more expensive in Alaskan gun shops than in other states. He brought Martha an assortment of canned vegetables and fruits that were rare in the area, long-lasting instant noodles, and a satellite dish suitable for television use. Lip also remembered Martha's granddaughter, little Martha. Although he had previously teased her, jokingly referring to her as his sister, he indeed brought an abundance of gifts for little Martha as well, including the latest gaming console, a laptop, and a new smartphone, among other things. "Boss, if you wish to squander money, you could always ask me. I would gladly assist you in purchasing gifts." Even after regaining some composure post-vomiting, Jessica could not help but make a sarcastic remark upon seeing the pile of gifts. Lip listened, somewhat perplexed. He understood each word, yet the overall meaning eluded him. Ultimately, he could only interpret it as this girl being so shaken that she was utterly unaware of what she was saying. Or perhaps she simply did not grasp what young people genuinely appreciated. Indeed, it appears she is oblivious. After delivering the gifts, Lip resumed a casual conversation with Martha. "Madam, Martha, you must have been in college for 2 years now. What plans does my little sister have for the future?" At this, Martha cast a sidelong glance at him. "Lip, you should cease your inquiries about little Martha. She is already engaged." "What a pity," Lip replied with a smile. "Who is little Martha's fiancé? Is it that lad from the Krell family? I recall that young Hunter had brought you seal oil several times to win your favor." "Not young Krell. He left for Fairbanks last year to pursue gold mining." As they spoke, Martha served Lip a pot of boiled reindeer meat accompanied by a sauce. While attending university in Anchorage, little Martha had met a man working at the Prudhoe Bay oil field, who was the security manager for Wayland Corporation. They planned to marry this year. Working in Prudhoe Bay? Lip inquired, somewhat astonished. Those familiar with the geography of the land of lighthouses would know that this location lies within the Arctic Circle. Moreover, Prudhoe Bay is home to the largest oil reserves in the United States, aside from shale oil. There, one merely needs to drill down 400 to 500 meters to strike oil, and it is predominantly high-quality light crude. During the oil crisis of the 1970s, upon the discovery of Prudhoe Bay's oil fields, capitalists invested heavily, mobilizing hundreds of thousands of laborers, resulting in numerous fatalities, to construct a pipeline to transport the oil. However, Prudhoe Bay is indeed situated far north. Workers there are statistically more likely to encounter a polar bear than a new colleague. Furthermore, the workforce predominantly comprises men, with many unable to return home for months at a time. Thus, despite the lucrative wages, few in Alaska are inclined to marry the workers from Prudhoe Bay. Sensing Lip's confusion, Martha elaborated, "That young man is on an assignment from Weyland Corporation. He will rotate out in a year or so. By then, little Martha will have graduated, and they plan to live in another city together." "Where is little Martha now?" "Their university must be on break," Lip asked. "She left for Dead Horse last week and arranged to travel along the Dalton Highway with Lisa, who is delivering bear-proof containers to Prudhoe Bay. Lisa will take most of the day to unload, and little Martha plans to spend time with her fiancé." Lip thought to himself, I see. However, he suddenly realized a concern. With no blizzard currently, the round trip by truck from Dead Horse to Prudhoe Bay would typically take only a day, plus half a day for unloading. Even if there were some complications with the unloading, extending it to a day, little Martha should have been able to return home this morning. However, despite the fact that lunchtime had long passed, the young lady had yet to return home. It is essential to understand that in Alaska, particularly in rural areas beyond the larger cities, parents would never permit their children to play outside until darkness falls. Not everyone possesses the audacity of young Broly or young Kaz, who can cavalierly treat the wandering black bears and brown bears of the forest as if they were mere Alaskan hamsters. Moreover, once night descends in Alaska, the dangers extend beyond just black and brown bears. Should a sudden blizzard or torrential rain occur, remaining outdoors becomes perilous, easily leading to disorientation, frostbite, or even death from exposure. Indeed, if this issue could cross Lip's mind, how could it escape the thoughts of Martha, a native born and bred in these lands? It was at this moment that Lip noticed. Martha had not only placed a clock on the bar counter, but the television was also broadcasting local news. And a radio tuned to the channel favored by Alaskan truckers was reporting accidents and incidents along the Dalton Highway with promptness. Recognizing these anomalies, Lip ceased his playful banter and quietly resumed his meal of boiled reindeer meat. Just as he finished eating, the bar's telephone rang abruptly. Lip observed that the proprietress, Martha, hesitated for half a second before finally picking up the receiver. After exchanging several words, she was rendered speechless by the information conveyed from the other end. Once the caller concluded with an apology and hung up, Martha, bewildered, attempted to return the receiver to its place but struggled to do so. The receiver slipped from her grasp, and the plump widow tumbled to the floor. Fortunately, Lip was quick to rush to her side, steadying her arm. "Little Martha is still lying in the icy snow of Prudhoe Bay. I have a plane, and we shall retrieve her," he declared, determined to uncover the entire truth. Chapter 43. Hidden beneath the ice and snow, Lip instructed Jessica to remain in Picoto, for the young lady was in no condition to board the Stormbird again after her bout of sickness. Thus, once young Broly and young Kaz had enjoyed their playtime and returned to the Grand Martha bar, Lip would have her look after the two children. He, meanwhile, would drive with little Martha's grandmother, his first noble acquaintance since arriving in this world, and several relatives summoned by Martha to the airport. After refueling the Stormbird, Lip guided it onto the runway, taking to the skies for the second time that day. Were he to drive the arduous 800 or 900 miles from Picoto to Prudhoe Bay, it would likely take several days. However, aboard the Stormbird, Lip soared for less than an hour before landing at a different airport. Once they rented several snowmobiles from the airport and arrived at the Wyland Oil and Gas Company's station, night had only just begun to fall. Although the call Martha received was from the state police, the information they had was relayed from the security department of the Weyland Corporation, and the state police had not dispatched any officers. In Alaska, particularly in regions like Prudhoe Bay, law enforcement is primarily managed by private security teams, essentially the security divisions of large corporations. However, according to legal stipulations, cases involving loss of life must be followed up by the state police, which is why the Weyland Security Department notified them. Martha presented her driver's license and made a call to the state police before she and her companions were permitted entry into the Weyland facility. A contingent of armed security personnel escorted them to a temporary shelter constructed from plastic steel where two body bags designed for corpses lay on the ground. One of the bags bore the name Little Martha scrawled in marker. A man with a handlebar mustache and a seal-like face, seemingly the leader among the security, hastily urged, "Now, you need to take this girl away quickly. She has caused us considerable trouble." She and her boyfriend were having their fun, running outside the camp in the dead of night, and ended up freezing to death. It's impossible. Martha would never do such a thing. We, the Athabascan people, have been taught from a young age never to venture out of our homes at night. One of the older Martha's cousins cried out, visibly agitated, unconsciously reaching for the grip of the shotgun slung over his shoulder. "Hey, Redskin, I warn you. If you touch that gun, I will have to exercise my rights of self-defense and authority," the seal-faced security leader declared, pointing first at Martha's cousin and then at everyone else, including Leap. As he spoke, the other security personnel raised their automatic rifles, surrounding Martha's relatives and Leap. "You red-haired devil. You black bastard." Martha's relatives began hurling insults at the seal-faced man and the security personnel, unleashing a torrent of derogatory language. Such was the nature of the Lighthouse Nation. Leap refrained from joining their verbal altercation. He merely helped the trembling Martha crouch down and unzipped the body bag containing little Martha. As he gently caressed his granddaughter's flushed face, tears streamed down Martha's cheeks, her lips pressed tightly together. Leap remained silent, observing little Martha's wide-open eyes. The blood concealed within her nostrils, the bruised marks around her neck, her blue down jacket and jeans, and her severely frostbitten feet. Simply freezing to death would not leave a person with such wide-open eyes, nor would the lungs rupture from inhaling large amounts of snow dust. Moreover, Leepu harbored doubts that anyone in Alaska would venture barefoot into the snow in the dead of night. To validate his suspicions, he approached another body bag, intending to assess the condition of little Martha's boyfriend. "What are you doing, kid?" The security chief, with a seal-like visage, witnessed his actions and, having previously refrained from drawing his weapon, was now on high alert. He swiftly drew his sidearm, directing the muzzle at Leepu, who was in the midst of unzipping the body bag. "I wager you lack the courage to pull the trigger." Leepu brandished a new digital camera, a gift he had originally bestowed upon little Martha, now repurposed for an unforeseen use. Click, click, click. He captured several shots, documenting the harrowing state of little Martha's boyfriend, who had endured a brutal beating. "Stop." The security chief, visibly agitated, advanced swiftly, intent on seizing the camera from Leepu. In an instant, Leepu's powerful hand clasped around the man's gun-wielding wrist, securing him against his chest, with the gun now pointed at his own chin. The man struggled futilely, unable even to extract his fingers from the trigger guard. At this moment, he truly feared pulling the trigger, knowing that a single shot would result in his own demise. "Look, you are clearly a coward who wouldn't dare shoot yourself, yet you possess the audacity to." Before he could finish, Leepu drew from his waist a revolver he had brought specifically from Alaska, intended more for nostalgia than for self-defense, and emptied its chamber at the remaining security personnel from Verland Company. Those who had grown complacent from their prolonged stay in Prudhoe Bay, even neglecting to disengage their safety, were caught unawares, and one by one, they fell victim to his aim. Rape, murder, and then attempting to conceal the truth to evade punishment. As he spoke, Leepu pressed the heated barrel of the gun against the seal-faced man's cheek, transforming the bravado that was about to spew forth into a cacophony of desperate screams. "Now, take me to see who granted you such audacity. Has your esteemed boss come to Prudhoe Bay for an inspection? I wish to have a word with him. Whether in candor or heartfelt sincerity, I assure you, I shall convey the depths of my earnestness. You bastard raised by a whore." Not long ago, when the Stormbird had landed, he had noticed a bombardier refueling at the small airport. While Alaska boasts hundreds of airports, the sheer number surpassing all of North America, spotting a bombardier here is not just improbable, it is a once-in-a-century occurrence. This airport, the closest to Prudhoe Bay, typically serves flights that either transport workers or deliver intricate components. Upon arriving at the camp of the Wyland Company, Lip detected an anomaly almost immediately. Apart from a few security guards, the camp was devoid of personnel. The rest had congregated about 2 miles north of the camp, seemingly engaged in some clandestine operations. It is worth noting that even during summer, the temperatures in Prudhoe Bay can plummet to a chilling -20 or 30 degrees after sunset. While capitalists may show little regard for their workers, they are certainly prudent when it comes to finances. Such frigid conditions would render drilling operations impractical, risking the expensive drill bits. Consequently, oil fields within the Arctic Circle typically refrain from operations after dark, especially when it comes to drilling underground. Yet, those individuals continued to labor fervently in the night. Coupled with the sighting of a bombardier at the airport, Lip was nearly certain that the company's upper echelons had arrived. likely for purposes beyond the mere extraction of oil. Thus, Lip advised Martha and her relatives to remain in the cabin for their safety. Once a formidable hunter of the Picoto, who had successfully hunted grizzly bears and reindeer without the use of firearms. Lip's authority remained intact despite his absence of 1 or 2 years, particularly after he swiftly dealt with several security guards and revealed the frostbitten feat of young Martha. Along with the tragic fate of her boyfriend who had been brutally beaten to death, the gathered individuals comprehended the grim reality of the situation. While they might not possess Lip's decisive nature, they were equally unwilling to let matters rest, nor would they hinder Lip's efforts. May all spirits bless Lip in his hunt. Martha and her kin began to pray and offer blessings for Lip in the indigenous language of the Athabascan people. Simultaneously, they took turns prying open the mouths of the deceased guards, spitting into the lifeless bodies. It is said that this ritual, which encompasses both conquest and absolution, is aimed at the souls of the hunted. The act of killing is not a reflection of the hunter's prowess, but rather a consequence of the prey's inherent weakness. Removing their shoes and socks, Lip compelled the guard, whom he referred to as Seal Face, to tread barefoot upon the perpetually frozen snow of the Arctic Circle as he pushed him out of the cabin at gunpoint. As night fell, the blustery winds of Alaska, laden with snow, began to howl. The distance to your boss is merely 2 or 3 miles, and I have provided you with attire far thicker than that of young Martha. If you can manage to run there barefoot, I assure you that I will refrain from shooting your wretched heart and lungs. This was likely the final act you committed against young Martha last night, was it not? Now, it is your turn, scoundrel. Upon uttering the final word run, Lip raised his weapon and fired, the bullet tearing away a piece of flesh from the guard's ear. Li Pu is a man of his word. When he says he won't shoot at a dirty heart, he will certainly adjust the barrel a few centimeters higher before pulling the trigger. Chapter 44. This little broken ball will inevitably meet its demise without me. The starting gun has already fired. How can one succeed without exerting effort in their sprint? Under the dual stimulation of pain and fear, the head of security from the Wyland Company, resembling a seal, could not help but sprint wildly. He cursed his parents for not giving him 2 more legs. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. His ears no longer throbbed with pain, and similarly, his feet gradually lost all sensation. As the wild winds of the Arctic Circle began to sound their mournful horn, coarse snow dust swirled around him, striking his face and invading his nostrils. The snow dust capable of choking a Kenworth engine swiftly pierced his alveoli, causing his nostrils to bleed. Dressed in a thick down jacket, he was able to endure a bit longer, unlike young Martha last night, who collapsed after merely a few hundred meters. He simply could not comprehend how, just last night, their group had traversed a mile from the camp on snowmobiles. Yet today, that devilish man calmly followed behind him, neither too far nor too close, unwaveringly persistent. Bang! Seeing that the man had begun to falter, Li Pu fired another shot at his other ear, helping him regain his balance. He wished to turn back and plead for mercy, but the sound of a revolver's hammer being cocked echoed behind him, forcing him, gripped by fear, to grit his teeth and continue running. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. 20 minutes later, he finally glimpsed the lights of the construction site, where his boss, Mr. Wyland, awaited him. He knew that site housed the finest security team from Wyland Company, including members who were retired Special Forces from the Navy SEALs and Delta Force. However, just as the flicker of hope reignited within him, his fate was seized by a pair of powerful hands. Li Pu grasped his neck. Then he experienced a sensation akin to a crow taking flight. His body lifted off the ground and hurled towards the construction site illuminated by high-pressure sodium lights. The ascent was rapid, and with the blink of an eye, he found he could no longer touch his own head. As Li Pu deliberately hurled him towards a towering, humanoid, cloaked entity, the man's head was severed by the being's swung wrist blade. Bang! The creature dodged the body, allowing it to crash into a working construction winch, where it became lodged in the machine's large bearing. With a grinding noise, the winch, which was releasing several steel cables at a steady pace, shook as the bearing jammed. One steel cable, under uneven tension, snapped and flew out, forcing 2 similarly cloaked towering beings nearby to hastily evade. Jambois, what are you doing? The 3 towering humanoid beings are not human. They belong to a species known as the Yautja, or predators. Although their technological advancements surpass those of contemporary humanity, their entire civilization is predicated upon the pursuit of hunting. These 3 Yautja have ventured to Earth because they have reached the venerable age of 100. They must fulfill an ancient rite of passage, successfully hunting a perilous creature before they can declare their adulthood to their clan. Only those Yautja who have attained maturity are deemed worthy. while those unable to prove their genetic superiority are destined for a solitary existence. Thus, despite sensing anomalies in their vicinity, the trio, driven by the promise of a prosperous future and the honor of their clan, eagerly entered a subterranean lair to commence their long-awaited hunt after a century of anticipation. Their strength is formidable. Had a human been on the receiving end of that strike, the arm wielding the wrist blade would surely have been fractured. Standing atop a temporary construction shelter, Li Pu observed as the three Yautja filed into a tunnel sloping at a 30-degree angle. He couldn't help but reflect on recent events. Not long ago, he had dispatched several security guards who had violated and murdered young Martha, leaving only their leader alive to endure a brutal trial in the icy expanse. This act was not merely for vengeance. It was also a means of tormenting that vile creature, whom he harbored no intention of allowing to survive. Moreover, Martha's grandmother had once aided Li Pu, and he could assert that he had watched Martha grow up, even for a neighbor's child. Witnessing such a tragedy would evoke righteous anger against the perpetrator. Now that Li Pu possessed some measure of power, he felt compelled to act. Inaction would surely warp his psyche. Of course, his motive for orchestrating a chase in the frozen wilderness was not solely to satiate his wrath. There were ulterior motives as well. The individuals he had slain were employees of the Wayland Corporation, who could simply walk away unscathed, while Martha and her relatives would not be afforded the same luxury. In Prudhoe Bay, the private security of the Wayland Corporation essentially functions as law enforcement, as mandated by the laws of the Lighthouse Nation. If matters were not resolved properly, Martha and her kin would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Thus, Li Pu intended to seize this opportunity, with the corporation's higher-ups present, to engage in a serious dialogue with Mr. Wayland. He harbored great confidence in his persuasive abilities, for he was known to be both amiable and reasonable in discourse. Unexpectedly, as he hurried towards the construction site, Li Pu was suddenly astounded to discover that the presence of humanity on the ground was vanishing, one after another. Moreover, he sensed three distinct, unusual auras emanating from the site, which could succinctly be described as devoid of human essence. Something non-human existed there. Thus, Li Pu sought to explore the unknown. He resourcefully utilized the grotesque creature that accompanied him, hurling it like a stone towards the construction site from a distance. Having pinpointed the entity's aura, it mattered not that it employed optical camouflage. His thrown object indeed struck three iron-blooded warriors. Even though he could not discern the features of these warriors with the naked eye, the sight of the surrounding ice and snow, coupled with the entrance they had made into the subterranean cavern, led him to surmise the presence of something significant below. Furthermore, Li Pu recalled that, despite the film showcasing only a few aliens, the underground structure harbored a considerable number of alien eggs. Should a facehugger emerge from within, or if some fool were to covet this entity, this small, fragile sphere was destined for doom. Li Pu thought to himself with a sense of resignation. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and followed the pace of the three iron-blooded warriors, delving into the shadowy tunnel. Chapter 45. A diplomatic encounter of paramount importance as Li Pu fretted over the fragile sphere, cursing under his breath while sliding down the tunnel into the subterranean chamber. A pair of eyes above were watching him intently. Through a remote sensing satellite recently acquired by SHIELD from a certain major power, Nick Fury scrutinized the construction site at Prudhoe Bay, wondering how Li Pu had come to be there. The director of SHIELD pondered deeply, his fingers lightly moving in his pocket as he sent a text to his most trusted agent. Coulson, investigate Li Pu's whereabouts immediately and report back to me shortly. The reason for requesting a delayed report was that he had a more urgent and critical matter to attend to at that moment. Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, was engaged in a diplomatic endeavor of paramount significance on behalf of all humanity. He brushed off non-existent dust from his leather coat before descending from the Quinjet, accompanied by Level 10 Agent Natasha and Level 9 Agent Maria Hill. At that moment, their location was not far from Li Pu. Their Quinjet had landed in an open gold mining area in the Yukon region of Canada, creating a striking contrast between the advanced aircraft and the various large-scale washing equipment, along with the rusted second-hand engineering vehicles surrounding it. However, in comparison to another aircraft present, SHIELD's sophisticated Quinjet appeared somewhat outdated. For that vessel, rather than being classified merely as an aircraft, would be more accurately described as a spacecraft equipped with a warp engine, capable of navigating the cosmos. In the realm of interstellar narratives, a visitor from beyond stood near the hatch of their spacecraft, awaiting the arrival of Nick Fury. Had they indeed left their firearms aboard the vessel? These extraterrestrial marauders harbored a fervent passion for the hunt, and the presence of weaponry could easily provoke their primal instincts. As Nick Fury approached the aliens, he discreetly conferred with Natasha and Hill one last time. The very reason he had brought 2 female agents to this meeting was to minimize the likelihood of confrontation. "Director, I only brought a venomous stinger. Is that truly sufficient?" Natasha inquired, her apprehension palpable. The imposing stature of the alien warriors was indicative of their formidable strength. Should a conflict arise, Natasha feared that her mere electroshock bracelet would hardly suffice for self-defense. "Rest assured, I have brought the ultimate conflict resolution tool." In stark contrast to Natasha's trepidation, Nick Fury exuded a calm demeanor. He carried a pet carrier containing a plump orange cat, blissfully dozing after a hearty meal. Furthermore, Fury had concealed a device unknown to anyone else. With these preparations, he felt adequately equipped. As anticipated, upon Nick Fury's arrival before the towering alien, the creature emitted a series of hisses and chuckles upon noticing the pet carrier. In the language of the Yautja, such sounds conveyed astonishment and respect. The alien was astounded to witness a creature of considerable danger, a formidable beast, secured within a rudimentary apparatus fashioned from plastic and wire. Consequently, the elder of the Yautja's solitary clan removed his mask, revealing a visage reminiscent of a large insect. "Hisses-ha!" He expressed his reverence towards Nick Fury, only to don his mask once more to facilitate efficient communication. Unlike in the realm of fiction, aliens could not possibly converse in English. Even if they were to learn a human language, they would likely choose Mandarin, for its logographic nature bears resemblance to their own symbolic script. Moreover, beings of heightened intelligence are inclined to favor languages that allow for richer, more precise communication. "Greetings, esteemed Director Nick Fury. You may refer to me as Elder Aferson, or simply Aferson." The translator within the elder's mask conveyed a voice comprehensible to Nick Fury. "Hello, Aferson." As they exchanged pleasantries, Nick Fury extended his hand, shaking that of Elder Aferson. "I hold great respect for your cultural traditions, yet I must reiterate, Earth belongs to its inhabitants." According to their records, extraterrestrial encounters had occurred 17 and 11 years prior, once appearing in the rainforests of Borneo, and another time in a densely populated metropolis. Although the consequences of both events were ultimately suppressed, it is crucial for you to understand that your reckless actions have undoubtedly imposed significant pressure on our operations, resulting in considerable economic losses and casualties. As Nick Fury concluded his speech, Iverson remained silent, relying on the ironclad computer integrated within his mask to analyze the earthly bureaucrat before him. This individual possessed considerable capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control a formidable and perilous creature. Yet, the manner in which he articulated his thoughts suggested a profound lack of understanding regarding the situation. Did he not realize that our Iron Blood clan has periodically visited Earth for millennia? Wait, was this man attempting to employ tactical deception to lower my guard during our negotiations? No, I must conduct an intellectual assessment of him. Iron Brain, please scan and evaluate his intelligence. After a second or two, the artificial intelligence known as Iron Brain discreetly scanned Nick Fury's mind, deciphering the neural signals released by 80 of his neurons, ultimately concluding that Fury's IQ, by human standards, hovers around 150, which is merely the baseline for normal adult intelligence within the Iron Blood lineage. Iverson found himself engulfed in confusion. Nick Fury's intelligence was neither exceptionally high nor particularly low, rendering it difficult to ascertain his intentions. Were his IQ marginally higher, the presumption of tactical deception would hold water. Conversely, if it were slightly lower, one might excuse him for forgetting certain details due to not consulting his notes. However, his IQ being caught in this ambiguous middle ground made it challenging to draw conclusions. To Iverson, it seemed absurd that a prominent leader on this planet was oblivious to the depths of his own world's complexities. Nevertheless, the silence lingered too long to be comfortable. Ultimately, Iverson, based on what he deduced Nick Fury must know, provided his response through the translator. "I express my regrets regarding the matters you have just mentioned. However, those incidents were perpetrated by other Iron Blood clans and bear no relation to our solitary clan. We, the solitary clan, remain ever obedient to Her Majesty the Queen. Our Queen holds a profound admiration for the formidable power of that remarkable woman among Earthlings and wishes to foster amicable relations with your kind. Thus, our solitary clan's hunting rituals on Earth have been thoroughly evaluated and refined to minimize any disruption to your civilization's independence." Nick Fury furrowed his brow. Through remote sensing satellites, he had not only observed the presence of LEP, but had also witnessed 3 underage Iron Blood individuals ruthlessly slaughtering 7 or 8 mercenaries from the Weyland Corporation with alarming ease. However, mere moments ago, the 3 children of your clan ruthlessly took the lives of 7 or 8 human beings. These individuals were employed by the Weyland Corporation, and their demise bears no relevance to your hunting rituals. Weyland Corporation stands as a formidable presence on the Fortune 500 list, boasting a market value nearing $20 billion. The consequences of their deaths will undoubtedly impact the stock prices of Weyland, subsequently affecting the lives of many. A perplexed expression emerged on Iverson's face. While he was familiar with the concepts of corporations and stocks on Earth, the clan of the Predators had no corresponding cultural framework. Thus, he found it challenging to comprehend why Nick Fury placed such importance on a corporation that had no direct ties to the martial prowess of Earthlings. Mr. Fury, I fail to understand. This is merely an activity conducted in accordance with local laws. Iverson, puzzled, activated a holographic projection that displayed content from a documentary. This mainstream documentary, produced by Americans, showcased their profound respect for the traditions of indigenous peoples. It illustrated that the resistance of these indigenous individuals against rapists and other violent criminals constituted a legitimate act of self-defense. The mercenaries employed by Weyland, the scoundrels in question, had participated in a heinous crime against their own kind the previous night, collectively violating a human female, subsequently murdering her and her companion in a bid to evade punishment. According to the laws of the Predators, such offenses are utterly disgraceful. The perpetrators would face brutal retribution, including skinning and dismemberment, bringing shame upon their clan. In the gravest circumstances, should the Queen impose her ultimate punishment, the clan could even be relegated to the status of bad blood. However, out of respect for Earth's legal system, we merely adhered to the local customs and executed them in a manner consistent with the essence of justice. While I concede that there was also a degree of self-interest in this decision, our clan seeks to preserve the sanctity of the hunting grounds from the taint of villains. I also instructed those 3 children to refrain from inflicting unnecessary cruelty upon these mercenaries, simply to end their lives. Does this not align with your laws? Yet, is it not true that the audiovisual materials you produce for the viewing of all Earthlings propagate a similar narrative? For a moment, Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words. Hill, investigate this film, he commanded. True to his nature as a suspicious agent, he urged his associate, Agent Hill, to swiftly verify the authenticity of the documentary. After all, manipulating and fabricating footage to deceive the public was a tactic they had encountered before. To their surprise, upon investigation, Agent Hill confirmed the existence of the documentary. Furthermore, it was indeed a legitimate film produced in collaboration with the United Nations, financed by the Cultural Promotion Department of the United States. Chapter 46. Bring birthday gifts for the sons. Fraudsters, thieves, robbers. Gazing at the desolate equipment table before him, Jean-Bois could not help but unleash a torrent of curses, for a shoulder cannon capable of firing plasma projectiles, which ought to have been displayed there, had inexplicably vanished. Utilizing the helmet's thermal tracking capabilities, they swiftly deduced that the cannon had been taken by the previous group of humans who had entered. This was rather irritating. Although the 3 Iron Blood members had harbored some ulterior motives in allowing the individuals from Weyland Corporation to enter through the tunnel created by laser weapons, they never anticipated that upon encountering an unfamiliar object, those individuals would forego any investigation and simply pocket it. Is this the manner of Earthlings? How discourteous. Yet, even as Jean-Bois' exasperation continued to bubble over, their captain, Kelt, felt a twinge of annoyance at his incessant tirade. With a decisive gesture, he silenced his younger comrade's incessant complaints. Be quiet. So what if we lack the plasma cannon? It is merely a weapon. Can we not hunt without it? Kelt, the tallest and most robust among the trio, often commanded authority within the team, exhibiting a somewhat autocratic demeanor. However, Jean-Bois, nursing his head that had nearly been struck, yearned to voice further objections. Observing that his somewhat dim-witted brother was on the verge of incurring another blow to his already fragile intellect, Scar hastily interjected. Captain Kelt is quite right, he praised. Before continuing, we allowed those humans to enter the underground labyrinth to save time in our preparations for the hunt. The added risk is, to be frank, quite fair. Moreover, with Kelt leading us, success in hunting the xenomorphs is assured. Their decision to let the Weyland personnel enter the underground maze was, in fact, a matter of convenience. Today's Earth was no longer what it once was. Although Earthlings might still be unaware, the emergence of a superheroine who fervently champions justice across the cosmos has compelled various extraterrestrial civilizations to show some deference to the still primitive humans. Even as their clan of Iron Blood returns to Earth to conduct the coming-of-age ceremony for their kin, they no longer indulge in the excesses of the past millennia. They would not descend as deities to demand offerings from humanity, casually selecting hundreds to serve as hosts for the xenomorphs. For nearly 2 decades, prior to conducting the coming-of-age rituals, the Iron Blood had resorted to using human criminals as hosts for the xenomorphs. However, Kelt, Jambois, and Scar, having witnessed the nefarious deeds of Velen's security team aboard the reconnaissance craft the previous night, had the clever notion to utilize this group as hosts for the xenomorphs. It is precisely due to this understanding that they were aware of the old man named Wyland's fascination with the iron-blooded technology hidden within the underground labyrinth. Nevertheless, they allowed the expedition team from Wyland Company to venture into the maze, only to subsequently unleash a massacre upon the remaining mercenaries on the surface, ensuring that the hunting ritual of the iron-blooded would not be divulged. In this regard, they had tacit approval from the clan elders. Otherwise, the iron-blooded elder currently in discussions with Nick Fury would have intervened long ago. After resolving internal conflicts, Scar promptly led Celtic and Jambois deeper into the subterranean maze. Within the trio of iron-blooded members, Scar assumed the role of scout, while the most formidable Celtic served as the assault leader. Jambois took on the versatile roles of Celtic's aide, medic, and assassin, a necessity given his comparatively weaker overall abilities. Fortunately, within this trio, Scar, who possessed a cunning mind, was not merely a sycophant to the domineering captain, he was also quite astute. To elaborate, this underground labyrinth, designed by the iron-blooded and powered by atomic energy, underwent transformations every few minutes once the hunting ritual commenced. Consequently, when the Wyland Company team entered the maze, they were soon compelled to split into smaller groups. Despite some members already being parasitized by facehuggers, Scout Scar refrained from leading his team back to the spawn point to lay in wait. Although he feigned indifference, his body betrayed him. He ostensibly guided his 2 teammates closer to the alien hatching chamber, while in reality, he stealthily approached the group from Wyland, equipped with a plasma shoulder cannon. This maneuver did not go unnoticed by the man lurking in the blind spot, who, relying on his sense of chi, kept them in his sights. I had always contended that if the iron-blooded were merely a horde wielding high-tech spears, how could this race possibly break free from their planet and traverse the cosmos, let alone develop technology more advanced than that of present-day Earth? Li Pu reflected on this thought, nodding at the monocle perched on his nose. This eyewear, once aptly called a combat power tester, had become somewhat outdated. Intrigued by the prospect, little Kaz had tinkered with it, enhancing its capabilities. Beyond assessing combat strength and serving as a network device for watching animated series, a common pastime for Broly and Kaz, it now boasted infrared detection, a miniature active phased array radar, a communicator, and a psychic translator. In essence, this combat power detector had accumulated numerous functionalities, the exact number of which even Li Pu could not ascertain. Moreover, the child had modified its exterior, adorning it with a blue and red design. Just moments ago, Li Pu had utilized the psychic translator to remotely intercept the conversation among the 3 fledgling iron-blooded warriors, comprehending their dialogue. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. Next month, both Broly and Kaz will celebrate their birthdays. As their father, I have been pondering what gifts to bestow upon my 2 children. While a gaming console would certainly be enjoyable, allowing me to join in their revelry, it feels somewhat mundane. However, after eavesdropping on the discussions of the Iron Blood trio, a spark of inspiration ignited within me regarding the gifts. The Iron Blood shoulder cannon, though not comparable to the explosive blaster or the thermite gun, seems fitting for young Kaz. Does it not? Similarly, while the Iron Blood wrist blade may not rival the exquisite lightning claw, I believe it could inspire Kaz, perhaps leading him to craft suitable equipment for himself in the future. As for the Iron Blood spear, I am convinced my eldest son Broly would find great delight in it, although it may not measure up to the legendary Rui Jingu Bang of the Monkey King. A boy raised on Journey to the West would surely be thrilled to receive a staff that can extend and retract at will. Why do my thoughts on gifts for my son seem to stem from the Iron Blood trio? Pray tell, how long have those Iron Blood warriors been conducting their rites on Earth? Surely, this underground labyrinth wasn't constructed just days ago. Have the Iron Blood warriors ever paid even a day's rent to the Earthlings? Thus, I feel entirely justified, even reasonable, in taking a few items from the Iron Blood warriors as compensation. After all, what is the harm? Admittedly, this perspective may lack decorum. I am, after all, a quintessentially grounded individual, unlike those unscrupulous foreigners who cannot restrain their hands. I would never truly pilfer from the Iron Blood trio. In any case, the purpose of entering the underground labyrinth is to eradicate the dangerous xenomorphs. And I recall that these 3 Iron Blood novices ultimately met a grim fate at the hands of these creatures. Saving their lives, in the grand scheme of things, is a trifle, a mere act of kindness in exchange for a few trifles. If they find this arrangement unsatisfactory, then they are certainly lacking in gratitude. Chapter 47. The elder who loves to seek validation. I want my medicine. With a head of gray and white hair, the aging tycoon patted the sturdy arm of his bodyguard, struggling to catch his breath. At over 60 years of age, compounded by his battle with lung cancer, the recent frantic sprint nearly cost him his life. Mr. Veland, we can no longer delve deeper into the labyrinth, the expedition leader, Lex, urged her employer once again. Our connection to the surface has been severed, and most of our team is scattered. Our immediate priority should be to return to the surface and organize a rescue. Observing Veland, who had taken a handful of pills to regain some color in his face, Lex reiterated her previous suggestions, which she had mentioned several times before. Yet this time, although the female explorer was of African descent, anyone with functioning eyesight could see that her complexion was nearing that of a charred pot bottom. Even when Wayland found her a few days prior and, without hesitation, issued her a check for $2 million, she found that, in comparison to her own life, that sum was not worth the risk. Lex, think of your father and the memories of him toasting champagne with you on Annapurna, as he bravely faced the world's deadliest peak, only to meet his demise on the descent. Lex had grown indifferent to this story. The young woman was no fool. When Wayland had previously persuaded her to lead the expedition, he had invoked the memory of her father's experience, stirring her passion. However, now, upon entering this perilous underground cavern, her fervor had long since evaporated. She decided to abandon her pretense, candidly confronting Wayland and the others present. First, this is a subterranean cave carved out by some unknown entity, not a marvel of nature. Secondly, Mr. Wayland, you assured me that the preparations for this expedition were thorough. You claimed that the team was equipped with experts capable of handling this adventure, along with professional military personnel. Yet, the cavern you have scanned resembles a pyramid, suggesting it may well be a vast underground tomb. Despite this, you have only enlisted an American expert who has previously excavated soda bottle caps in the Middle East. Even I, an outsider, understand that such significant archaeological endeavors require the guidance of true experts from a great Eastern nation. Thirdly, and most importantly, I have heard the adage that storytellers rule the world. Therefore, please refrain from spinning tales. You have offered $2 million, but I believe that price cannot purchase my life. I do not know what he has given you, but I have said my piece. It is time to decide whether to leave this place or remain here as a companion to an old man seeking a sense of existence in his final days. Her words left everyone present speechless. Even the head of Wayland's security refrained from defending his employer. This silence, in essence, reflected the sentiments of all. They were still young, and it was time to depart. Seeing this, Wayland became increasingly anxious, imploring them not to give up, as they were pioneering for all of humanity. Just as this business magnate's anxiety mounted and he began to cough, the underground labyrinth began to shift once more. With a cacophony of stone grinding, everyone's nerves tightened, ready to flee to avoid being crushed. Fortunately, this time the transformation of the labyrinth was less drastic than before, with no significant upheaval of walls, ceilings, or floors. After the transformation, the group discovered several triangular passages had appeared on the walls of the stone chamber. Among the experts in the team, one expressed confusion, wondering if these were drainage pipes. Immediately, another countered, asserting that it was impossible. The intricate design of this subterranean maze and its powerful energy source indicated that its builders were undoubtedly skilled in engineering. Thus, they could not have constructed drainage pipes with a triangular cross-section, as that would contravene the principles of structural mechanics. Such triangular conduits seemed more akin to passages intended for rapid transit of some entity. Yet, that theory faltered. Remember, we had just acquired a formidable firearm that surely belonged to the builders of this place. Given the size of that weapon, the creators of this underground labyrinth must have been quite substantial in stature. However, upon examining the cross-sectional area of these passages, it appeared that only a Labrador could manage to squeeze through. It seemed that the group from the Wayland organization had too many experts, and whenever a problem arose, it quickly devolved into an academic debate. As the atmosphere thickened with discussion, the expedition leader, Lex, feeling a surge of headache, abruptly called for silence. Stop discussing. I think I hear something. Something is approaching. To avoid the binaural effect, she swiftly turned her head, using only one ear to discern the source of the sound emanating from the triangular passages. Just then, a shadow suddenly burst forth from one of the triangular corridors, pouncing on the very expert who had claimed that only Labrador-sized creatures could traverse such passages. In a sense, he was indeed correct. With a swift motion, a terrifying tongue, tipped with sharp teeth, shot forth from the creature's mouth, piercing through the expert's skull. "Holy hell!" exclaimed the captain of Wayland's security team, startled, as he raised his rifle and began firing at the creature before him. However, apart from the initial shots that struck the monster, the remaining bullets were deftly evaded by the creature, which was witnessing human weaponry for the first time. The alien moved with remarkable speed, though not faster than bullets. Its reflexes far surpassed those of an ordinary human. Moreover, the creature, struck by bullets, erupted with splashes of green blood. Due to the positioning of the group, this warm blood splattered onto the members of Wayland's expedition team. Those who were contaminated with the alien's blood immediately heard a hissing sound as their down jackets began to corrode, emitting thick smoke. Quick thinkers swiftly shed their outer layers, while those who were slower found themselves in dire straits. In less than a second, the alien blood had corroded through their jackets, beginning to sear their flesh. Several individuals could not help but emit cries of agony. The blood of the alien is a form of organic acid, and among the most potent acids in this world. Many are also organic. Those unfortunate souls found their skin charred black at the points of contact, while the alien blood rapidly seared its way into their bodies, incinerating flesh and bone, leaving gaping wounds in its wake. Witnessing such a gruesome spectacle, a profound sense of dread surged within the hearts of all present. The captain of Velen's bodyguard was equally terrified, his finger momentarily loosening on the trigger, granting the alien a fleeting opportunity to pounce once more upon an unsuspecting expert. Its inner mandibles snapped in and out, piercing through the ribcage of its victim and shattering the heart within. Moreover, as this alien executed its lethal double kill, several more emerged from the triangular passageways. The captain and the few remaining military personnel dared not underestimate the threat. They could only attempt to repel the monstrous beings with their dwindling ammunition. As bullets flew, despair quickly enveloped them, for their firearms were not equipped with infinite rounds. And once their supply ran dry, they would surely meet their demise at the hands of these creatures. At that moment, a cacophony of clattering echoed through the stone chamber as the underground labyrinth reconfigured once more. The triangular passages vanished, replaced by a spacious corridor that appeared on the walls, flanked by towering, 5-meter-high humanoid stone sculptures. Lex, leading the way, shouted out, and, disregarding Velen's objections, seized the old man's arm and dashed into the corridor, fleeing for their lives. The bodyguard captain swiftly followed, his pace even surpassing that of Lex, as he sprinted ahead of both Lex and his employer. However, this was not due to a lack of professionalism. Rather, he intended to pave the way through danger for Velen's expedition team. "Rangers, take the lead." Unfortunately, his rallying cry was cut short before he could utter the latter half of his slogan. The running bodyguard captain was abruptly ensnared by a metallic net that shot forth from the corridor, lifting him off the ground. The force of the net was so tremendous that it propelled him back toward the stone chamber, pinning him firmly against the wall. "Ah!" the captain cried out in agony. The constricting metallic net tightened around him, its sharp tendrils slashing through his clothing and flesh. He was compelled to raise his assault rifle to shield his face, yet the tightening net was so razor-sharp that it even sliced through the metal of the weapon itself. A tragedy was now unavoidable. Strangely, the aliens lurking within the stone chamber refrained from delivering the final blow. Instead, they began to emit clicking sounds as if engaged in some form of communication. However, one of the aliens swiftly fell silent, as its thick and elongated cranial shell was cleaved in two by a serrated frisbee. Scar had succeeded. Suddenly, a roar, akin to a human scream, resonated through the corridor. A jubilant cheer from Jean was celebrating the successful hunt of his battle brother. Meanwhile, the leader of the Iron Blood trio, Celtic, was consumed by frustration for having missed the first blood. In a fit of anger, he swung his fist, creating a shallow dent in the stone wall. Subsequently, this 2-meter-tall Iron Blood warrior began to sprint recklessly, disregarding the fading of his optical camouflage, bulldozing through all members of the Wayland expedition who stood in his path, and stormed into the stone chamber, seizing an alien's tail and executing the legendary move known as the windmill. Chapter 48. The sunny and cheerful boy jealousy distorts one's visage. Observing Celtic's display of strength, Jean-Bois instinctively nodded at the accompanying remark. However, he soon realized a crucial question. Who had spoken? With only the three of them being of age to participate in the adult trial, and no other Iron Blood present in the underground labyrinth, who could have uttered that Iron Blood phrase? Yet, before he could react further, a hand, stronger than Celtic's, gently nudged his back. The newly minted 100-year-old Iron Blood rookie took off from his spot, soaring down the corridor towards the stone chamber ahead. He howled in indignation, cursing the ambusher for their lack of honor in attacking from behind. By an unfortunate coincidence, Jambo's erratically wielded iron blood spear struck true as he descended, piercing the head of the alien that Celtic was brandishing in his windmill maneuver. With a squelch, the alien's inner teeth exploded forth as its cranium was penetrated. A headshot? Celtic erupted in fury. He had originally thought that although he had not achieved the first kill, the windmill would at least allow him to outnumber Scar in terms of kills. Little did he expect that Jambo, who usually appeared exceedingly docile, would dare to come and steal his glory. Could he not wait a moment? If you truly cannot complete the ritual later, as your captain, could I not offer you an alien to hunt? One must understand that the clan elders were observing my performance through the mask. Did you have to come and steal the spotlight while I was performing? Jambo. Celtic seethed through gritted teeth. However, just as Celtic was about to take action, Scar, the most astute and composed member of the trio, quickly intervened to restrain the towering leader. Jambo, having been thrown into the fray by Scar, simply stated a single phrase before becoming fully alert, focusing intently on the corridor. Through the thermal imaging of the mask, he discerned that a human was approaching them. Paradoxically, as a scout, he had previously failed to notice such a significant figure lurking within the subterranean labyrinth. At this moment, Li Pu found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had intended to reason with the individual, only to discover that Mr. Wyland had met his untimely demise first. Just moments ago, Celtic had transformed into a bulldozer, hurling several members of the Wyland expedition, including this elderly gentleman, aside. The ailing tycoon, already in poor health, succumbed to the impact of that collision and departed this world. You all witnessed it. This is the consequence of extraterrestrial machinations, so do refrain from spreading unfounded rumors. After addressing the anxious crowd, whose nerves were frayed by his sudden appearance, Li Pu continued, "Follow the corridor. Take the upward fork at the junction to return to the surface. You have 5 minutes. Now, immediately run." With that, Li Pu retrieved a wild iron blood shoulder cannon from Wyland's backpack and strode toward the trio of iron blood novices. "Relax. I am not here to apprehend you. That is the duty of the police. I am not the world's law enforcement." Utilizing the built-in translator of his combat power detector, he conveyed his words in the iron blood language. Upon hearing him speak, among the 3 novices, only Jambo, who had recently claimed a xenomorph head thanks to Li Pu's covert assistance, seemed poised to react. However, before he could utter a word, the captain, Celtic, elbowed him back into silence. Though not as astute as Scarface, Celtic was no simpleton. The ability to approach them undetected and to hurl Jambo from such a distance demonstrated that Li Pu's prowess was indeed formidable. Furthermore, compared to the few melee weapons they possessed, the shoulder cannon in Li Pu's grasp was undeniably more substantial. Moreover, while Li Pu employed the translator, his voice unmistakably resonated with the iron blood language. Given these factors, it would be sheer folly for them to engage in idle banter. Thus, Celtic resolved to further educate Jambo upon their return. He then posed a question to Li Pu in iron blood. "May I inquire if you are a human from Earth?" Li Pu's stance on matters of identity was always resolute. Indeed, without a doubt. Without allowing the iron blood novices to continue their inquiries, he swiftly articulated his request. "You have successfully hunted the xenomorph. The ritual is thus complete. Therefore, I kindly ask you to surrender your wrist blades, disc-shaped shurikens, and spears to me as a token of gratitude for my assistance." He reassured them, "Do not worry that this compensation is insufficient. After all, aiding you is, in a way, a matter of our earthly kinship." With that, Li Pu extended his palm toward the trio of iron blood novices. Celtic, Scar, and the others. "No. You just claimed you are not a police officer, so you are actually a bandit?" The 3 iron-blooded novices were incensed by Li Pu. However, the actions of the living bandit across from them in the next moment swiftly restored their composure. Li Pu lifted his leg and stomped down with great force. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the granite floor of the stone chamber, nearly a meter thick, was instantly shattered, creating a massive gaping hole. Moreover, due to the technique he employed while stomping, this act not only collapsed a layer of the floor, but also penetrated down to the depths of the underground labyrinth, forcibly creating a passage leading directly to the spawning chamber. The 3 novices were momentarily dazed by the shock, and it wasn't until the dust settled that their minds began to regain clarity. Their eyes, hidden behind their visors, widened in astonishment, and their mouths, resembling claw-like structures, gaped open in disbelief, yet they could not utter a sound. Is this something a human could accomplish? Before they could ponder this question, a loud roar erupted from the spawning chamber at the bottom of the passage. "This is bad. The alien queen is about to escape." Scar the Scout, with the most advanced detection capabilities in his visor, was the first to notice the anomaly. The alien queen, bound by chains for millennia and reduced to a mere egg-laying tool for the Iron Blood Warriors' trials, had several of the specially forged metallic chains broken by Li Pu's stomp. With the queen's roar, the newly hatched aliens, alien larvae, and the revived facehuggers in the underground labyrinth received their orders and swiftly made their way to the queen's spawning chamber. Quickly inform the Elder. Have him remotely shut down the geothermal conduits and re-encase this place in ice. At this moment, Celtic exhibited the decisiveness of an Iron Blood captain, and after issuing commands to Scar, he immediately prepared to launch an attack on Li Pu. To him, this dangerous Earthling seemed to harbor some inscrutable intentions, seemingly wanting to release the perilous alien queen. However, Li Pu was quicker. He pointed his finger sharply at the hole in the floor. As his gaze met that of the alien queen below, a broad smile spread across his face, resembling that of a cheerful young man. Let's bask in the sunlight. Before the words left his lips, a surge of psychic energy erupted, and Li Pu cast a conventional spell he had learned from Kamartaj. Unlike certain mages who needed to use a suspended ring, he could summon a sparking portal without any such aid. However, this portal led to a rather unique location. Li Pu had set it to a coordinate 100 kilometers from the surface of the sun. Thus, when the portal opened, a torrent of vast energy from the star, born of nuclear fusion, surged forth from the portal. The magnificent power emanating from the sun, coursing through the passage opened by Leap, suddenly illuminated the deepest recesses of the underground labyrinth, allowing the alien queen and her summoned progeny to bask in a true sunlit experience. This little sphere of chaos was instantaneously rendered somewhat cleaner. Chapter 49. I need only a slight intervention whether addressing nuclear contamination or combating aliens. Employing the hydrogen atom eradication method undoubtedly stands as the most environmentally friendly and efficient approach. Leap had contemplated utilizing a key blast against this subterranean maze, executing a royal combat technique. However, considering the uproar that would ensue and the potential risk of leaving behind an alien egg, he decided it prudent to not underestimate the propensity of certain individuals in this Marvel universe to seek out trouble, along with their reckless determination. All settled, Leap exhaled a heavy breath, wiping the sweat from his brow, while hastily shutting the sparking portal. He had already confirmed, through his key perception and a combat detection device, that no alien had remained in this underground maze unexposed to sunlight. Although the portal had been opened for a brief moment, the stream of high-temperature particles from the sun, constrained by psychic energy, not only eradicated the aliens, but nearly turned the underground structure into molten chocolate. The floor of the stone chamber where Leap resided had softened, while the space beneath it was now largely filled with bubbling lava. Witnessing this display, the trio of novice warriors from the Iron Blood faction suddenly realized how ludicrous their earlier assumptions had been. Thankfully, they had not acted prematurely. This human could indeed wield energy attacks. Indeed, the three Iron Blood warriors perceived Leap's portal as a form of energy assault. Unlike the protected humans of Earth, the Iron Blood clan, seasoned by years of traversing and hunting in the cosmos, understood the implications of a carbon-based life form capable of energy attacks. My lord, the team leader, Kelt, now addressed Leap with a tone of reverence, his eyes, hidden behind his helmet, appearing remarkably clear. The rewards you just proposed, Iron Blood javelins, disc-shaped shurikens, wrist blades, are certainly within our capacity to bestow upon you. This is no issue at all. However, these weapons are registered, so please bear with me. I shall promptly contact the elders to provide the registration records. Give them all to him. Yet, before Kelt could finish, the communicator in his helmet blared with the voice of the clan elder. In truth, the radiant display of sunlight Leap had conjured was not only witnessed by the three novices, the Iron Blood Elder had also observed it through their helmets. Unlike the novices, whose assessment of energy attacks remained somewhat superficial and sensory, the Elder had utilized Iron Blood technology to conduct a thorough data analysis of Leap's energy assault. The results were astonishing. The analysis conducted by the Iron Blood computer revealed that the energy attack, although fleeting, showcased a stellar-level release of power. The arc reactor, a future invention of Tony Stark, outputs an astounding 3 billion joules of energy per second, equating to a power level of 3,000 megawatts. In contrast, the most advanced international thermonuclear fusion reactor at our motherland aims for an energy output of 2,000 megawatts. The total installed capacity of the Three Gorges Dam at full load is approximately 22,500 megawatts. Even with these figures, the power generated by the Three Gorges Dam is merely 1/17 trillionth of the energy released by the sun, an astonishing disparity. Upon witnessing the results of the computer analysis, the Iron-Blood Elder was left utterly astonished, unable to comprehend why Li Pu, a carbon-based life form from Earth, appeared so remarkably superior. Yet, despite his lack of understanding, the Elder recognized the necessity of accommodating Li Pu's requests while the dialogue remained amicable. Acknowledging the significant difference in energy utilization efficiency, on the order of several orders of magnitude, he realized that compliance was essential. If ordered to recline, one must recline. If instructed to prostrate, one must prostrate. If commanded to present oneself, one must do so without hesitation. Thus, the Elder swiftly commanded the novice trio to fulfill Li Pu's demands while simultaneously solidifying a resolute belief. Earth was perilously dangerous, and they, the Iron-Blood clan, would no longer venture there. As he issued his commands, he discreetly observed Nick Fury, who stood nearby. He noted that Fury's hormonal levels appeared remarkably stable, indicating that this leader of Earth's sphere seemed unaffected by the recent events. It was as if he remained blissfully unaware of the magnitude of what had just transpired. The Iron-Blood Elder, possessing a keen intellect, did not fall prey to the misconception that Fury was intentionally feigning indifference. Having visited Earth previously, he had a solid grasp of its technological landscape and local culture. If the output of Li Pu's energy attack had become commonplace on Earth, it would indeed be bizarre if humanity did not embark on grand expeditions. Therefore, Fury's calm demeanor likely stemmed from his genuine ignorance of the terrifying nature of the individual he had just encountered. Unfamiliar with the full scope of the situation, the Elder chose not to dwell on the matter nor disclose Li Pu's circumstances to Fury. Often, a lack of knowledge speaks volumes. If others remain oblivious, it is best to allow them to remain so. From a certain perspective, this could be regarded as a form of kindness on the part of the Iron-Blood Elder. As one acquires more knowledge, it paradoxically often leads to greater distress and complications. For instance, when a dazzling beam of light suddenly descends from the heavens, an individual like him, who possesses some understanding of the situation, might immediately think, "Oh no, why have I attracted their attention?" This radiant column of light precisely avoided Nick Fury, instead illuminating the Iron-Blood Elder, his guards, and the vessel they occupied. Upon being struck by this beam, they promptly vanished before Nick Fury's eyes. In the vast Yukon gold mine, only the director of SHIELD, Natasha, and Agent Hill remained, alongside the Quinjet they had arrived in. Is this the Aurora? Nick Fury furrowed his brow, observing the aurora caused by the ionospheric changes above, and issued a directive. Focus the satellite sensors on this area. Let us ascertain where those individuals have gone. I wish to determine if they have resorted to evasion to escape payment of rent. Contrary to the darker suspicions of this agent, the satellite equipped with multiple detection devices, after meticulously scanning the designated area, concluded that the Iron-Blood clan and their vessel had indeed vanished, as if they had never graced the Earth. However, that was not entirely accurate. 3 Iron-Blood members still resided within the underground labyrinth of Prudhoe Bay. Nick Fury quickly realized the urgency. Keep the satellite's gaze fixed on that area. We must not let them slip away. Chapter 50. Impossible, absolutely impossible. While escape was not an option, abduction certainly was. Just as Nick Fury contemplated the relatively insufficient number of SHIELD satellites and considered leveraging the upcoming promotional sales to procure additional units from a certain major power, a rainbow bridge descended from the sky. Having already penetrated the underground maze of Prudhoe Bay, carrying away those 3 novice Iron-Blood members. Alongside them was Leap, who had just seized an Iron-Blood spear. This being his first experience aboard the Rainbow Bridge, Leap arrived unprepared and inadvertently landed upon the abdomen of one of the Iron-Blood novices, causing him to stumble. "Oh, my apologies," he quickly muttered as he stepped aside. In truth, the 3 Iron-Blood novices shared his lack of experience with the Rainbow Bridge, and their landing was even more chaotic, as they were unceremoniously ejected from the bridge. However, misfortune did not befall only them. The Iron-Blood Elder and his guards also experienced a similarly undignified descent, each tumbling about clumsily. This was due to a divine presence intent on imparting a lesson to the Iron-Blood clan. "Iron-Blood, your actions have crossed a line," resounded a commanding voice. Suddenly, a stately elder with a magnificent stature and flowing white hair materialized before the assembled Iron-Blood and Leap. Upon first laying eyes on the venerable elder, despite their prior unfamiliarity, Li Pu immediately recognized him by his appearance and attire. It was none other than the father of the northern gods, the divine King Odin. There was no escaping the unmistakable features of Odin: his single eye, the eye patch, the armor, the spear. and the unmistakable beer belly. All these traits left an indelible impression. With the manifestation of King Odin, a circle of golden-armored warriors, firmly grasping their swords and spears, simultaneously appeared within the hall adorned with a golden dome. At the grand entrance stood an exceptionally tall, dark-skinned golden warrior, poised with a longsword, guarding the entrance with unwavering vigilance. Earth, the realm known as Midgard, is a world safeguarded by Asgard. Your actions on Earth have transcended the limits of my tolerance. Are you attempting to provoke me? Look into my eyes and tell me. As he uttered these words, Odin's spear struck the ground of the golden palace, causing a gathering of ominous clouds to coalesce above. This dark cloud took the shape of a giant face, within which thunder surged relentlessly through its eyes and nostrils. No, great lord of Asgard, we certainly did not intend to offend your authority. The Iron-Blood Elder, visibly terrified, promptly rose, placing a hand on his chest and bowing in submission before the formidable figure before him. We have long been aware that Earth is a planet under the protection of Asgard. Thus, our activities there have ceased any use of extraordinary weaponry. I swear upon the honor of my clan. In truth, even in the absence of the recently renowned Captain Marvel, our endeavors on Earth have been carried out with the utmost restraint, seldom engaging with the governments of humanity. Great Lord of Asgard, you may investigate this at your leisure. Should any deceit be uncovered, I am willing to face your judgment personally. As a moderately advanced cosmic civilization, the Ironblood clan may not possess exhaustive knowledge of the universe's regulations, yet they understand the vast majority of them. Striving to comprehend the various formidable civilizations within the cosmos and avoiding defiance against them is a fundamental lesson for every race in the universe. Moreover, having lived long enough and held a high position, he is privy to certain secrets known to but a few. Despite Asgard's current reputation as the guardian of the Nine Realms, many years ago, during Odin's youth, this great ruler was an ardent proponent of violence and expansionism. Odin once commanded a formidable army of Asgardians, laying waste to numerous civilizations and invading countless realms. Facing such a ruthless, powerful deity, the Iron-Blood Elder felt as though he were walking on thin ice with every passing second. Yet even so, Odin was unrelenting, pressing further. Then why, just now, did a stellar-level energy explosion occur on Earth? Though the duration was brief, it was a revelation brought forth by Heimdall. To add, his eyes possess the ability to gaze across the Nine Realms, and his ears can perceive all sounds within them. Heimdall has never erred in sight or sound. Faced with Odin's pressing inquiries, the Iron-Willed Elder found himself at a loss, standing frozen in place. At this moment, he was uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. For while he understood the nature of the stellar-level energy explosion Odin spoke of, the very individual responsible for such a terrifying eruption was present before him. To point him out might provoke the individual's wrath, potentially unleashing another catastrophic energy blast right there. Fortunately, Li Pu possessed a commendable trait. He did not pass the buck onto others. "Ah, esteemed Odin," Li Pu remarked, acknowledging the elder's considerable age with a respectful title. However, he was taken aback when his words incited discontent among the Asgardian guards. Many of Odin's golden-armored sentinels issued furious battle cries, as if they were prepared to rend Li Pu asunder. The pride of the Asgardians was indeed formidable. Yet, Li Pu was no pushover. Ignoring the uproar, he continued, addressing Odin. "The energy explosion you referenced was indeed my doing. I merely utilized the sun's energy to cleanse my home planet. Moreover, I must emphasize, for some of you who have attained the level of cosmic exploration, can you not emulate the insipid existence of mere insects? Our Earth is not a dumping ground. Refrain from littering it with filth. Remember, should I encounter such negligence again, my patience shall wear thin." As he spoke, Li Pu cast a sharp glare at the Iron-Willed Elder, the threat in his gaze causing the latter to instinctively withdraw, just as he finished his proclamation. And while Odin still furrowed his brow, a voice rang out from the Golden Hall. "Human, you must be boasting. Impossible, absolutely impossible." Simultaneously, another elder appeared before the assembly. Clad in a flowing robe reminiscent of ancient Greece, he bore a belly rivaling Odin's. Wielding a lightning-shaped weapon in one hand and a colossal golden goblet filled with wine in the other. "What you just claimed, I, Zeus, do not believe at all. Unless you can provide proof." Zeus slurred, his speech imbued with inebriation. Nevertheless, this king of Olympus downed the contents of his goblet, which miraculously refilled itself as if it were an endless chalice. Odin regarded this fellow deity, an old friend and rival with whom he had fought side by side years prior, and solemnly remarked, "Zeus, you are intoxicated." "No, I am not drunk. How could I, the illustrious king of Olympus, be intoxicated? Do not believe me? Behold, I can still wield magic." With these words, Zeus raised his electrifying weapon high above his head. In an instant, it transformed into a genuine bolt of thunder, surging upwards and scattering the ominous cloud that loomed beneath the dome of the golden palace of Asgard. The thunder reverberated multiple times against the dome before suddenly bifurcating into 3 slender bolts, aimed directly at Odin, Leif, and himself. Odin erupted in a furious curse. "You old scoundrel." Zeus chuckled, while Leif, though silent, began to grasp the situation. This old man was feigning drunkenness, wasn't he? The old fellow was quite cunning. Initially, he contemplated using his psychic defenses to shield himself from the thunder. After all, he was no masochist and had no inclination to be struck by lightning without cause. However, to his astonishment, the bolt of thunder exhibited a peculiar quality. It briefly disregarded Leif's psychic shield and struck him directly. In that very moment of impact, Leif vanished from his spot. It can be said that within the Marvel Universe, any entity capable of reaching a cosmic level of power is undoubtedly formidable. Struck by Zeus's bifurcated thunder, not only did the mortal Leif disappear, but both Odin and Zeus themselves were also instantaneously erased from the Golden Palace. "Do not worry. I am merely visiting the city of Omnipotence and shall return to Asgard shortly." As Odin's elite guard gasped in shock, the reassuring words left by their old king prevented them from panicking. Yet, unlike the proud guards, Heimdall, stationed at the entrance, could not calm his heart despite Odin's declaration. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze piercing into the void, ears attuned to the sounds emanating from that direction. Olympus, the city of omnipotence. The king of gods had left ample information for him. However, even Heimdall, with his all-seeing eyes, was too preoccupied with the safety of his king to notice the 2 exceedingly subtle bolts of thunder that stealthily slipped out of Asgard's golden palace while the others remained oblivious. In truth, Zeus's lightning-shaped weapon did not merely split into 3, it divided into 5 segments. Once these 2 bolts escaped the palace, they swiftly penetrated Asgard's barrier and entered Midgard, Earth. They soared towards the quaint town of Picado in Alaska, heading for a room on the 2nd floor of a tavern named Big Marcia. Just as they were about to burst through the door, 2 children, who had been sound asleep, simultaneously opened their eyes. However, before little Broly and little Kaz could react, a portal crackled into existence within the room, sparking with energy. A delicate hand emerged from the portal, clutching the artifact known as the Eye of Agamotto. As the 2 bolts of thunder approached the artifact, they were instantly suspended in midair, ensnared by a crimson chain that extended from the portal. A hint of a spoiler. The exquisite lightning claws of a certain primordial entity, aptly named, must indeed embody lightning, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 51, The Game of the Gods. Little Broly, impressive, Master Gu-E. Little Kaz, truly, our esteemed elder sister Gu-E is as magnificent as she is striking. Witnessing the intangible thunder effortlessly subdued by the scarlet chains, the 2 youngsters instinctively raised their thumbs in admiration for their extracurricular mentor. At this moment, the advantage of youth became evident. Children, with their sweet tongues, often win the favor of adults, and even the ancient Gu-E, who had lived for millennia, was not immune to this charm. Emerging from the portal, upon hearing little Kaz's heartfelt praise, the usually composed supreme mage, Gu-E, could barely suppress a smile. "What if I gift them to you? Wouldn't that be even more splendid?" Little Kaz's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That would be so cool. Aside from my father, Sister Gu-E, you are undoubtedly the most striking person on Earth. Gu-E, take them." Suddenly, Kaz's words reminded Broly of a pressing concern he had previously overlooked. "Where's Daddy? He seems to be absent from Earth." "Oh, I found him. He appears to be in a peculiar place, and he didn't take us with him." Upon hearing Broly's exclamation, Master Gu-E replied, "This is actually not Lip's fault. He was forcibly taken from Earth by 2 elderly men who are always eager for a spectacle. Would you 2 little ones like to accompany me in search of him? What are we waiting for?" In the city of Omnipotence, within the Golden Hall, Zeus stood upon his floating dais, raising his arms and exuberantly calling to his old friend, who he had enticed with a clever ruse. "Son of Baal, grandson of Broly, king of the northern gods. Odin, now that you're here, let us engage in a delightful game." With his proclamation, various thrones of divine kings began to materialize around the tiered seating of the divine hall. Behind his golden dais, through the immense circular window, the heads of 2 juvenile celestial beings emerged. These deities, who suddenly appeared, were neither all the gods of the cosmos nor all those of Earth, and even the Olympian gods were not fully represented. They were merely projections of certain deities who could be summoned by Zeus and were ready to respond to the call of this divine king. However, with their appearance, The circumstances surrounding Zeus's summoning of Odin and Lip took on a different significance. Zeus, I do not recall you possessing the domain of trickery. That seems to belong to my son Loki, the ancient Odin remarked with a hint of sarcasm directed at Zeus. At last, he comprehended the situation. Today, Zeus had come to Asgard to share a drink with him, yet throughout their encounter, this ancient being uttered nothing of substance. In stark contrast, Zeus remained unfazed by these words. His countenance bore an unwavering smile, radiating unbridled joy. In fact, he found himself inwardly mocking Odin, who had indeed grown old. The wisdom acquired at the cost of one eye now appeared somewhat dulled. What was Odin contemplating by using ethical jibes to belittle the Olympian gods? The hierarchy of father and son, the nuances of lineage, these matters held no significance for the deities of Olympus, as they typically addressed their affairs independently. Separating the celestial from the terrestrial, Zeus paid no heed to Odin's derision. What occupied his thoughts was how to demonstrate to the pantheon that the Olympian gods could supplant the Asgardian Aesir in their exalted status. Just as Odin had sacrificed an eye for wisdom, Zeus too had paid a hefty price to learn from the fates that Odin's life was nearing its end. Although Zeus was indeed an old friend of Odin, having fought side by side against the celestial forces, the impending news of Odin's fall and his entry into Valhalla weighed heavily on his heart. Nevertheless, as the king of the Olympian gods, he bore the responsibility to confront the opportunity presented by Odin's demise. Thus, on this fateful day, foretold by the fates, notably, Zeus, despite possessing prophetic abilities, was rather inept. He took along his cherished golden cup to engage Odin in a spirited toast. As fate would have it, anomalies began to manifest on Earth, with someone unleashing energy levels akin to stellar radiation. In times past, this was a feat that Odin would have had to accomplish using the Bifrost, a formidable weapon. Whether it was Odin or Zeus, relying solely on their divine powers would have made this task considerably arduous. As expected, Odin, the guardian of the 9 realms, promptly sought out the culprit, initially believing it to be some dark technology conjured by the Ironblood clan and intent on exacting retribution. Had he not consulted the fates in advance regarding the power displayed by Lipu, Zeus, ever the schemer, would have been exceedingly wary. However, having learned from the fates that Lipu's ability to wield the sunlight was facilitated by a clever magical portal, Zeus felt a wave of relief wash over him. In his perspective, Lipu's emergence was not a harbinger of misfortune, rather, it was advantageous to his plans. Odin, let us engage in a divine game. This mortal seeks to prove his strength, representing humanity, while I shall send forth a demigod. With these words, Zeus raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning descended from the void. As the dense smoke dissipated, a colossal warrior, kneeling on one knee, emerged before the pantheon in the Golden Hall. Zeus seized the opportunity to claim the title of demigod. Should Odin decide to partake in this divine game, he would need to dispatch a deity from the Aesir pantheon. For such is the rule of the divine contest. In the distant past, when both Odin and Zeus were still young, along with some of their companions, they devoted their days and nights to rigorous training, striving to challenge the celestial beings. Amidst their exertions, they also sought to indulge in amusement. For the adage that all work and no play makes even the wisest child dull applies equally to deities. Thus, they devised a game known as the Divine Contest, personally establishing all its rules. To declare that this game was not a privilege reserved for the gods, and to ensure it remained a harmonious affair rather than a life-or-death duel, they stipulated that a minimum of 3 participants was required: a mortal, a demigod, and a god. This ensured collective entertainment. Furthermore, the trio would engage in battle together, rather than in one-on-one duels, to prevent any resentment arising from heated moments. I present to you my most cherished son, Hercules, Zeus proclaimed from his floating throne, waving at Hercules while proudly announcing the demigod's identity to the assembled deities. He then turned his gaze toward Odin, eagerly anticipating his old friend and rival to utter the name he desired, so that their 2 sons might cross paths in this divine contest. Your son, Thor, is the god of thunder, a true member of the Aesir. Surely you would not shy away from allowing him to engage in this contest with a demigod? He was compelling Odin to comply. As for Leap, the king of Olympus had not acknowledged him since arriving in the omnipotent city, confident that this mortal would inevitably participate in the divine contest. The fates themselves had assured him that this earthling named Leap had compelling reasons to partake in the game. In fact, Zeus had covertly made preparations to ensure that Leap's motives for joining the contest would be even more substantial. Chapter 52. Let us fight with vigor, Broly. Even though his intellect might be somewhat lacking compared to his other attributes, Leap nevertheless discerned Zeus's subtle manipulations. He recognized that the king of Olympus was merely engaging in a ploy reminiscent of Duke Zheng shooting arrows at the son of heaven. However, what Leap could not fathom was why Zeus was so certain that he would be brought to this omnipotent city and compelled to follow his script to participate in this absurd divine contest. After all, the grand tournament of power depended on raw strength. Should a universe fail, it would be obliterated. Did this fatherly deity of the Marvel Universe truly possess such tremendous power? The ancient being surely harbors no secrets. As Li Pu pondered what hidden strategies this god, better known as the deity of silver rather than the god of thunder and lightning, might possess. A portal crackling with sparks suddenly materialized at the very heart of the Golden Hall. Father, Dad, with the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, stepping through the portal. Broly and Kaz quickly followed, waving at Li Pu from a distance. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Ancient One accompanied by two individuals in the Golden Hall, Zeus momentarily froze. His expression darkened further upon noticing the scarlet chains of magic binding two slender arcs of electricity, leaving him torn between reclaiming his artifact and voicing his demands. In contrast to Zeus's reaction, the sudden arrival of the Ancient One sparked an idea in Odin, who had been weighing the pros and cons. How could I have forgotten that child? With this thought, Odin directed his one eye towards Zeus, a playful smile gracing his features. Very well, I accept your invitation to this game. I shall summon a deity. He is the master of thunder and lightning, the bearer of the Stormbreaker. As Odin proclaimed this, he thrust his spear, Gungnir, skyward with vigor. A beam identical to the Rainbow Bridge erupted from the tip of Gungnir, shattering the dome of the Golden Hall and prompting the assembled gods to hastily dodge the falling debris. Fortunately, the radiant bridge appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. When the light dissipated, an imposing figure emerged before Odin. The guardian of the Corbin star, a deity with Odin's blood coursing through his veins, was Battery Bill. Clad in armor identical to that of Thor, he donned a winged helmet, sported a flowing red cape, and wielded an enormous warhammer. However, he towered far above Thor, even surpassing Odin himself in height. Moreover, Battery Bill's visage deviated from that of the typical Aesir, possessing a head reminiscent of a noble steed. Father. Upon encountering Odin, Battery Bill knelt on one knee, placing a hand upon his chest in reverence, his eyes brimming with admiration and respect. Li Pu stood astonished. Although he could not recall the exact name of this horse-headed thunder god, he had a vague awareness of such a figure existing in the Marvel Universe. However, he was oblivious to the fact that this horse-headed deity also bore Odin's blood. In the pet paradise of celestial wonders, the lineage of certain teachers was mere jest. Yet these Marvel deities were undeniably genuine. Goodness, how extraordinary! Li Pu, lacking in formal education, found himself so astounded that he struggled to articulate his thoughts, nearly forgetting a matter of even greater importance. As Gu-E soared above the floating platform of Zeus with Broly and Kuz, Lip adopted a serious demeanor and addressed the two children sternly. Broly, Kuz, why are you not resting at home? It is essential for young ones to have a good night's sleep to grow tall. Kuz, nearing 3 years of age, stood at approximately 1.85 meters, a height that, in the realm of genetic origins, could be deemed somewhat slow in development. Broly, being a few years older than Kuz, had yet to reach even 1.80 meters, leaving a considerable gap between his current stature and his eventual adult height. Consequently, Lip had been particularly attentive to the health and growth of these two children recently. However, feeling somewhat wronged by his father's admonishment, little Broly scratched his green hair and protested. It's not that we don't want to sleep. Something just woke us up. He continued. Then Teacher Gu-E came to find us, saying that someone had sent us beyond Earth and asked if we wished to come here to seek you. Lip turned to Gu-E with a puzzled expression, and the esteemed sorceress promptly recounted the entire sequence of events. She explained that she had sensed someone on Earth casting magic upon her two youngest disciples, prompting her to investigate who possessed such audacity. Following this, Gu-E demonstrated to Lip the guardians of little Broly and Kuz, the two bolts of lightning she had intercepted. Without needing further explanation, Lip understood everything upon seeing what she held, and his prior confusion was resolved. He then turned to gaze at the king of Olympus. What are you staring at? Zeus thought, feeling quite displeased as Odin had summoned a peculiar horse-faced thunder god, disrupting his plans. The divine game had commenced. The gods and demigod competitors were already in position. Mortal, it is your turn to take the stage. Lip was about to voice his frustration when unexpectedly, little Broly tugged at his sleeve. Dad, may I take your place in the arena? The child's face radiated with excitement. I can feel that this place is far sturdier than our home, and I won't have to worry about damaging the planet during the battle. Oh, Dad, you're the best. Let me face those two uncles. I promise I won't break them. The horse-faced thunder god and Hercules exchanged glances, but Lip ignored them, focusing intently on little Broly. Child, when you wish to fight freely, does that imply you were holding back during our previous sparring sessions? Broly sheepishly chuckled, pinching his thumb and forefinger together to signify just a tiny bit of restraint. Upon hearing this, Lip felt a wave of emotions but was uncertain how to articulate them. Thus, he habitually ruffled Broly's hair and, with a hint of affection, said, "In that case, my child, go forth and enjoy a spirited bout. However, during combat, there is no need for restraint. One may strike as one desires." Subsequently, he placed a hand on young Broly's shoulder, encouraging the child to gaze upon the deities seated around the golden hall. "Broly, do you see those uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters?" In truth, it was not just them. There were many handsome and beautiful figures across the western wall, all equally attentive to the scene. Everyone wished to witness firsthand the splendor of my beloved son, Broly. In battle, go forth and fight with fervor, Broly. I hope you will show all the gods that mortals are never insignificant and that we too are deserving of greatness. Chapter 53. A single blow to prevent 100 strikes. Young Broly, filled with exuberance, performed a somersault, leaping from the floating platform to the ground of the Golden Hall. Since his father encouraged him to engage in a spirited battle, the child decided to release his long-hidden tail. He then began to lightly tap the ground with his feet in rapid succession, bouncing and rhythmically waving his arms. Previously, he had taken martial arts lessons for over a month with Little Kaz and Iron Fist Daniel. What Broly was demonstrating now was a warm-up routine taught by Daniel, inspired by the legendary martial artist Bruce Lee. The deities observing the divine games, upon seeing Broly take to the arena first, assumed he would challenge the demigods and deities. They were entirely unprepared for the fact that, after entering the arena, Broly merely leapt about. What sort of comical dance is that mortal performing? Is he engaging in calisthenics? Ha ha ha, how absurd. Is that child attempting to mimic Barney the dinosaur? Fortunately, just as the gods began to find the game somewhat tedious, 2 other participants descended into the arena. "Greetings, my opponent." The demigod Hercules barely glanced at Broly, viewing the mortal boy as merely a source of amusement. Thus, he politely greeted the thunder god Maiko. Beta Rabiel was about to respond, but unexpectedly, Hercules' fist followed the greeting with remarkable speed. Though this was not an intentional ambush but rather a result of social etiquette instilled by a cunning father, the act nevertheless provoked the thunder goddess' ire. Bill's face contorted from the blow. Spitting out a bloodied molar, he wasted no time and swung his storm hammer with all his might at Hercules' face. "Bring it on." Hercules laughed boisterously as the storm hammer approached. He raised the golden staff forged by the fire god Hephaestus and, with force, deflected Odin's bestowed storm hammer upward. The 2 weapons, crafted from Edmund and Uru metals respectively, collided with a resounding crash, sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout the Golden Palace. With the 2 of them as the epicenter, the magically reinforced marble floor shattered into fragments. Ha ha ha, Hercules laughed heartily, for it was rare for him to encounter a rival capable of matching his strength. Even the gods of Olympus could not surpass his might. The Minotaur god, undeterred, continued to clash, wielding his storm hammer against Hercules' golden scepter in a contest of power. The biceps of these 2 behemoths swelled dramatically, drawing the admiring gazes of numerous gods and goddesses present. While one hand held their weapons in a show of strength, their other hands instinctively formed fists, delivering a barrage of powerful blows upon each other. Each strike possessed a force exceeding 50 tons. For mortals, enduring even a single hit would feel akin to colliding with a heavy truck. Yet, the god and demigod did not flinch or evade, choosing instead to absorb each other's punches with sheer physicality, as if dodging would signify defeat. As the gods observed this visceral display of strength with growing excitement, the energized Broly, having completed his warm-up, let out a mighty roar. "It's my turn now." With that exclamation, his green hair stood erect, and the battle spirit in his eyes ignited, flames flickering at their corners. In a flash, Broly appeared beside the Minotaur god and Hercules. He raised his fist and struck the point of contact between their weapons. Shatter. As if his words held power, a terrifying aura erupted from Broly's body, causing his height to surge from 1.80 meters to over 2 meters. His shirt was instantly torn apart by the force, revealing a physique that even Hercules would find daunting. With the surge of energy, Broly's immense strength crashed into the divine weapons. The storm hammer and golden scepter, forged from unique materials capable of absorbing various forms of energy, did not explode like ordinary metal. However, even the legendary adamantine and Uru metals had their limits in energy absorption. Under Broly's full-force strike, in the presence of the assembled gods, the storm hammer and golden scepter disintegrated into dust. Minotaur God, let's engage in a true battle. Father said you should witness what true power is. Ah! After his shirt was torn, Broly's cellular activity surged significantly, revealing the legendary ferocity of a Super Saiyan. Faced with Broly's sudden explosion of overwhelming power, both the Minotaur God and Hercules found themselves unable to continue their mutual assault and instinctively turned to unleash their fists and feed upon Broly. However, is this truly of any significance? The answer is, of course, a resounding no. The deities observing the battle within the Golden Hall were left utterly astonished, many of them gaping in disbelief, with one deity, a god of buns, whose mouth seemed ready to spill its contents. Young Broly, with remarkable dexterity, utilized his hands in perfect harmony, effortlessly countering the diverse onslaught of punches and kicks from his two adversaries. At that moment, the so-called gods and demigods appeared to be nothing short of a jest in the face of Broly's extraordinary might. Do not underestimate me. A battle is only thrilling when fought with utmost effort. Broly expressed his discontent. As he spoke, he initiated a counterattack, sensing the necessity to provoke his two opponents to unleash their full potential. Thus, he struck the faces of the horse-faced Thunder God and Hercules with powerful jabs from both hands. Indeed, they received Broly's blows with their faces. Consequently, one god and one demigod were sent flying, devoid of any dignity, by the force of Broly's fists. They soared like cannonballs, carving deep furrows into the ground beneath them. The magically reinforced tiles shattered beneath their weight like fragile cookies, revealing the dark abyss known as Tartarus that lay beneath the city of omnipotence. Within, something seemed to roar in fury. Silence! Do not disturb my battle, Broly bellowed, casually launching a sphere of energy, imbued with terrifying power, towards the fissure of Tartarus. The moment this energy sphere detonated in the depths of the Olympus divine realm, where the Titans were imprisoned, a violent explosion ensued, causing the entire city of omnipotence to tremble. Ah! Broly laughed heartily, his green hair flowing wildly, akin to the fiery jets emitted by a stellar eruption. Without waiting for his opponents to regain their footing, he stomped the ground with tremendous force, causing the Golden Hall to tremble violently once more. The area beneath his feet collapsed instantly into a colossal pit, measuring several dozen meters across. Harnessing this recoil, Broly transformed into a green lightning bolt, tearing through space, and swiftly pursued the horse-faced Thunder God. Thunder, Beta Rebill, despite being hurled backward, managed to stabilize himself, his eyes flashing with furious lightning. No longer relying on the shattered storm hammer, he raised his hands high to summon his divine power. In an instant, the skies above Olympus darkened, and numerous bolts of cosmic lightning, as thick as water barrels and shimmering a deep blue, descended upon the palace, ruthlessly targeting the oncoming Broly. Yet, in the face of this divine retribution capable of shattering mountains, Broly did not flinch or evade. Instead, he accelerated towards it. He laughed maniacally, his fist enveloped in green flames, and unleashed a singular blow. Just one punch. The thunder, imbued with divine might, was unexpectedly shattered by Broly's sheer force of his fists. The dissipating currents surged forth like a rampaging serpent, striking mercilessly against the golden pillars and statues of the Western Zhou, causing even the projections of some deities to falter under the onslaught of lightning. Golden fragments mingled with electric sparks, cascading down like deadly raindrops. Yet, this was insufficient. Broly roared with fervor, his figure twisting in midair, instantly materializing before Hercules, who had just demolished a gold relief wall depicting tales of Greek deities. The demigod hero's lips bled, but the fire of combat in his eyes blazed to its zenith. Mortal, feel the wrath of Hercules, he bellowed, his muscles taut, as if molten lava coursed beneath his skin, radiating an astonishing heatwave. Clenching his fists, he unleashed the divine boxing technique born from the 12 labors, powerful enough to shake the very earth. Each punch sliced through the air with a piercing shriek and visible shock waves, as if the phantom of a mighty lion roared at the forefront of his strikes. Now, this was more like it. Broly's martial spirit surged, no longer content merely to defend. He too launched his fists in retaliation. His strikes lacked elaborate technique, embodying instead the primal, savage strength and velocity. Yet, could this not be considered a unique and particularly fitting approach for Broly? Fist met fist. Flesh collided with flesh. Boom. 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 The ground beneath them trembled as if repeatedly struck by an invisible hammer, cracking and collapsing in large chunks. The surrounding golden columns groaned under the relentless pressure of the shock waves, grotesque fissures rapidly spreading, turning exquisite carvings into dust. The gems and pearls embedded in the dome fell like raindrops, shattering upon the fractured ground and creating a myriad of tiny craters. However, despite Hercules' reputation for strength, he could not hope to match Broly, who was already accustomed to the full power of his Super Saiyan state. Moreover, Broly's innate combat prowess far surpassed that of this demigod. Thus, even with all his might, Hercules could not endure beyond the 13th round against Broly. Time and again, as Hercules executed his techniques learned from the 12 labors, Broly swiftly discerned the openings in this mighty figure's defenses, delivering a single punch that sent him flying from the Golden Palace. Then, Broly turned his gaze toward the horse-faced thunder deity, who appeared apprehensive, seemingly preparing to summon lightning once more. Still not enough. Father has instructed me to demonstrate what true power is. You are lacking. Once in battle mode, Broly paid no heed to his own words, elongating Billy's horse-like visage even further. Seizing the moment while the horse-faced thunder god was still in the midst of a skill activation, Broly extended a hand, unleashing a ki blast that hurled him out of the Golden Palace. Broly, with an abundance of unspent energy, glanced around with a hint of frustration. The deities invited to witness the divine games evaded his gaze, fearful of being targeted by this formidable mortal. Unlike Thor of Asgard or Hercules of Olympus, these gods were not accustomed to taking hits. Fortunately for them, Broly's attention was drawn to the cracks on the palace floor, which led deep down to Tartarus. The malevolent essence emanating from the abyss was both powerful and sinister. Taking a deep breath, Broly slowly ascended into the air, both hands radiating with a blazing sphere of energy. Witnessing this display, Zeus, the king of the gods, could no longer remain seated in his golden throne. You wretched boy, you must. However, before he could finish his sentence, the figure of Lypp appeared before him. Lypp met Zeus's gaze with unwavering intensity. The wretched boy you speak of is my son, and he possesses his own name. Moreover, I have tolerated you for far too long, you insufferable old man. With that, Lypp's fist collided forcefully with the corpulent midsection of the God King. What gives you the audacity to occupy the golden throne? Without regard for the dignity of the father of gods, Lypp found an absurd justification to confront Zeus. One punch followed another, exploiting the unpreparedness of Zeus as Lypp relentlessly pounded the elder deity's head. Having decided to engage, Lypp was resolute. Today, the gods must understand that even they are not immune to pain, bloodshed, or even death. Lypp was no naive believer in the divine. He understood that a single strike could prevent a multitude of blows. His sudden assault sent shockwaves through the assembly of deities, all of whom were taken aback. Even Odin, who harbored animosity towards Zeus due to their conflicting interests, could not stand idly by. After all, publicly assaulting a god king was not merely an affront to Zeus, but an insult to all deities. Enough, young mortal, do not be so impulsive. Odin rose, wielding Gungnir, in an attempt to dissuade Lypp with words. Impulsive? What else would you call youth? At this moment, the Ancient One stepped forward, thwarting Odin's intentions to intervene. After all, the title of Sorcerer Supreme carried significant weight, due to his past camaraderie with the former Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto. Odin is well aware of the capabilities possessed by the current Sorcerer Supreme, the enigmatic Wong. This sorceress may indeed surpass her mentor Agamotto in strength. Nevertheless, concerning the dignity of the divine collective, Odin, despite his myriad reservations, must articulate his stance. Sorcerer Supreme, what do you mean by this? He inquired. It is as it appears, Wong replied, unfurling a folding fan with an air of nonchalance. However, a keen observer would discern a subtle smile gracing her lips. You have not forgotten the lessons imparted by the impetuous young mortals, have you? In the days of the Phoenix Princess, who among you gods dared to provoke her? Furthermore, the young man named Li Pu is of the same lineage as the Phoenix Princess. They share a common heritage. Upon hearing that name, Odin's expression grew uneasy, for Wong spoke the truth. Wu Fengji, a mere mortal, was indeed the most formidable iron fist throughout the ages of Kunlun, without exception. She not only garnered the recognition of the divine dragon and obtained the immortal weapon, the Iron Fist, but also used it to vanquish the Phoenix, which had nearly brought about the world's destruction, perfectly subduing this unique and unparalleled force within the multiverse. Unlike other hosts of Phoenix power, who merely possess fragments of this strength, she wholly embraced the complete essence of the Phoenix energy, never to transform into a dark or white phoenix. Just as her name, Wu Fengji, signifies, she embodies the very essence of Phoenix power. Consequently, During Wu Fengji's era, all deities tread with extreme caution, even the mighty Celestial Assembly. During those years, the Celestial Assembly deliberately avoided Earth while sowing life and adjudicating civilizations throughout the cosmos, for the Phoenix power could indeed obliterate their emotions and consciousness. Yet, the stubborn Odin remained defiant. Nonetheless, Wong was unyielding, as the bearer of the Time Stone. She had never feared confrontation and anticipated Odin's words before they even left his lips. "There is no but," Wong interjected sharply. Subsequently, she cast a spell to ensure that her next words reached only Odin's ears, shielding them from the prying ears of other deities. "If you wish to spare your beloved son from encountering the indomitable Godslayer wielding the Black Death Sword, who perfectly masters the Phoenix power, then I implore you to sheath your arrogance, great father of the gods, Odin." Indeed, when Wong linked the golden-haired youth with the Godslayer, even the formidable Odin could not suppress a fleeting expression of genuine fear. He understood that Wong had no reason to deceive him. Very well, he conceded, his tone heavy as he grappled with a painful decision within, for he recognized the necessity of providing his son, who had indulged in 1,000 years of carefree education, with a measure of rigorous training. That is indeed his beloved son. Cursed be it. Odin's mood darkened significantly, and he found himself devoid of patience to remain in Olympus any longer. "Bill, return and tend to your injuries. Do not fret over the Stormhammer. As you regain your strength, the magic within the URU metal will restore it to its former glory." After conveying a message to the thunderous god, who bore the same name, Odin received his gratitude and reverence. He then harnessed the power of the Rainbow Bridge to send him back to Corbin Star. However, before Odin departed himself, the king of gods hesitated momentarily. "Do not let Zeus lose face." Upon uttering this, and noticing the impatience of the Ancient One as she waved her hand dismissively, Odin ultimately shook his head and stepped into the rainbow he had conjured. At that moment, Zeus, who had been caught by the ankle and subjected to a classic reversal move upon the floating platform, finally broke free from Leap's grasp. "Enough! I am the king of gods," Zeus bellowed, wiping the blood from his nose and mouth with his robe, inadvertently echoing a famous quote that Loki would utter in the future. Unlike Loki, his physique was considerably more robust. Even when pummeled by Leap, he remained coherent. "Mortal, who do you think you are?" Zeus roared, expending all his strength to hurl his golden thunderbolt, a lightning-shaped weapon that transformed into a golden thunderbolt, directly aimed at Leap. Just before he made the throwing motion, the Ancient One had already warned Leap, "Do not use the Gate of Secrets. This artifact contains a fragment of the eternal power granted to him, capable of opening dimensional pathways." Leap, who had planned to summon 2 portals, one in front of himself and another behind Zeus to let the King of Gods experience a chilling sensation, was thwarted by the Ancient One's timely warning. Since the golden thunderbolt could pierce the Gate of Secrets, Leap had no choice but to grasp the weapon before it struck him. "Foolish. A divine weapon is not something you can wield." Zeus laughed arrogantly. Simultaneously, the energy output from the golden thunderbolt surged exponentially, the wildly dancing electric serpents charring Leap's fingers. The burn marks began to spread gradually towards Leap's palm and arm, as though intent on reducing him to cinders. "Mortal, I shall deem you the strongest I have encountered. Bow before me, concede, and I shall pardon your disrespect," Zeus proclaimed triumphantly as he stood tall. "You are now in the city of omnipotence. The golden thunderbolt here can summon the divine power of all the gods of Olympus. How could you possibly contend against such might?" "Father." At that moment, Kaz, who had been excitedly observing his brother and father in combat, grew anxious upon witnessing Leap's predicament. He immediately contemplated rushing forward, intending to utilize his quantum superposition state and his innate psychic abilities to rescue his father, Li Pu. Just at that moment, before the esteemed Master Gu Yi could intervene with his favored disciple, a voice suddenly resonated in Kaz's ears through some psychic frequency. "Do not come over, my child. I can manage this," Kaz observed as Li Pu winked at him. Indeed, contending with the force unleashed by the golden thunderbolt posed a challenge for Li Pu's movements. Yet he could still manage a wink. Moreover, the psychic energy derived from the human emperor's gift template remained at his disposal. Remember, never trust what your enemies say. Instead, observe their actions. Upon hearing this, another aspect of Kaz's psychic talents ignited visions in his mind, foretelling events yet to unfold. A revelation dawned upon Kaz. He immediately turned his gaze toward Broly, who was gathering energy. When the latter noticed his brother's attention, a subtle smirk crept upon young Broly's lips. Boom, boom. 2 energy spheres, condensed to the brink of solidity, descended from Broly's hands, targeting the Tartarus beneath the Golden Palace. Subsequently, He awaited the ominous echoes of an explosion from the depths of that abyssal prison before plunging into the fissures of the ground, diving into the lowest depths of Mount Olympus. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, terrifying roars erupted from within Tartarus, echoing like the wails of tormented souls. For seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, by the 7th second, Broly had finally pierced through the abyss, emerging from Tartarus once more. However, if the power Broly had previously exhibited had astonished the observing deities, their fear now was palpable. For upon his return to the Golden Palace, Broly bore in his hands a colossal head, towering as high as 3 stories. In other words, within a mere 7 seconds, this godlike youth had infiltrated the prison designed to seal away the previous generations of Olympian deities and had slain at least one titan who appeared remarkably formidable. The countenance of every deity present was marked with bewilderment. They had entered a divine game. Yet what sorcery had led to the demise of a titan? Chapter 55, Olympus. I am shattered. The Olympus of the Marvel Universe, akin to Asgard, does not reside on Earth. This realm exists as an independent domain, or rather, a uniquely structured extraterrestrial entity. Initially, it was established by an ancient pantheon known as the Eternal Titans. Of course, the Titans were also early experiments of the celestial deities of the cosmos, having originally emerged from Earth. However, the first generation of Titan deities had revolted, while the second and third generations subsequently overthrew their forebears. Zeus, the leader of the third generation of deities, cast aside the name of Titan, and his progeny embraced the title of Olympian gods. Most of the Titans were subdued and imprisoned beneath Mount Olympus, in the abyss known as Tartarus. Only a select few Titans, having evaded the divine conflict, migrated to other celestial bodies, thus escaping the fate of being shackled by Zeus. Among these Titans emerged a recently renowned entity, the purple sweet potato essence, within the last 1 or 2 centuries. Intriguingly, Thanos' grandfather and Zeus's father are, in fact, the same Titan. Thus, Thanos can be regarded as Zeus's nephew. The intricacies of these relationships are daunting, yet even more complex is the emotional turmoil of Zeus, the king of the gods. While the deities expressed their horror at the fall of a Titan, they failed to notice the subtle shift in Zeus's expression. They were equally oblivious to the slight diminishment in the energy output of the artifact, the Golden Thunderbolt, under his control. Remarkably done, Broly. The pressure on Leap lessened, allowing him to speak, and he quickly offered words of praise to his eldest son. The weakening of the Golden Thunderbolt was a consequence of Broly's slaying of the Titan. Zeus did not speak the truth. The formidable power recently unleashed by this artifact did not stem from the Greek deities, his offspring. Rather, it drew upon the strength of the subdued Titans, akin to colossal power banks that continuously supplied energy to the Golden Thunderbolt. Now, at least one of those batteries had been forcibly extracted by Broly. Enough, mortal, I shall offer to heal your wounds and propose a sacred truce. Zeus's countenance was laden with complexity as he sought to extend an olive branch to Leap. However, before he could articulate his intentions, he was taken aback to observe the young man who had felled a Titan casually discarding its severed head. The boy, who moments ago had appeared floating on a platform with dark hair, had somehow descended to the arena, engaging in hushed conversation with the formidable green-haired youth. A foreboding sensation surged within Zeus, and in the next moment, his premonition was realized. Heeding Kaz's counsel, Broly erupted into a boisterous laugh, then patted his younger brother on the shoulder. No worries, little Kaz, just sit back and enjoy the show. With that, Broly clenched his hands tightly together, the muscles in his arms bulging prominently. Subsequently, the green aura surrounding him surged forth with unrestrained ferocity, abundant as if it were free. What is he planning? Zeus inquired of Leap, suspecting that Leap had orchestrated this action from his son. I have no idea. In truth, Leap was unaware of the conversation between Kaz and Broly. For the child was exceedingly clever, his astute mind perpetually conjuring an array of peculiar ideas. As Broly continued to unleash his fury through deafening roars, the energy emanating from him surged with an increasingly frenzied intensity, transforming him into a radiant green sun, whose brilliance even the gods dared not behold. Alas, Zeus, incensed, stomped his foot, feeling the terrifying energy surging from Broly, leaving him momentarily bewildered. With little time to spare, and faced with the unknown, the king of the gods made a choice that aligned closely with certain officials from the Lighthouse Nation. His immediate decision was to swiftly control the narrative. Zeus wielded his authority, banishing the divine projections, which had been summoned to witness the spectacle of Odin's son, from the omnipotent city. Indeed, this action proved to be prudent, for at the very instant the gods' projections vanished, Broly, with his fists clenched into hammers, struck the golden palace with tremendous force. The resounding crash reverberated through the air, and in that moment, the majestic palace was reduced to ruins. The fissure that Broly had previously opened, leading to Tartarus, rapidly spread throughout the omnipotent city, leaving all the Greek deities shaken by the cataclysmic tremors, compelling them to flee their palaces in search of answers. They were eager to discern what calamity had befallen Olympus. Yet, before the deities could grasp the situation, Zeus's colossal phantom suddenly materialized in the skies of Olympus, bellowing at the assembled gods. "Return to your abodes. None are permitted to emerge without my command." His authoritative presence indeed intimidated the deities. However, the drawback of employing such a tactic was the inevitable weakening of his control over the Golden Thunder. It is crucial to note that the advanced Saiyan warrior talent enabled Lip to experience a significant boost in strength upon recovering from grievous injuries. Moreover, this human emperor template endowed him with psychic energy and the essence of an immortal, allowing him to heal continuously even when gravely wounded. Thus, while he endured the Titan's divine power unleashed by the Golden Thunder, scorching half of his arm to cinders, the painful ordeal ultimately bore a silver lining for Lip. This harrowing experience of injury finally allowed the two divine talents bestowed by the system to synergize, creating a positive feedback loop. After all, with the enhancement of various attributes on his bodily panel, it had become exceedingly difficult for him to sustain even minor injuries. This is not mere hyperbole. The true essence lies in the fact that, due to his adept nurturing of the child, little Broly was increasingly mastering the control of his own strength. Thus, even during sparring sessions with the child, the opportunity for Lip to sustain even a minor injury had vanished 2 years prior. If someone were to inquire, why not allow Broly to intentionally injure himself, then have a father figure deliberately struck by his son? Such actions are unbecoming. One should not subject oneself to such misfortune. Fortunately, this time Zeus employed a golden thunderbolt to attack him, granting Li Pu an invaluable opportunity. Utilizing his psychic energy to continuously heal his body, which was corroded by divine power, he resembled Goku during his near-death training aboard the spaceship en route to Namek, relying on the mystical beings to enhance his recovery. In a mere few seconds, Li Pu's attributes underwent several dramatic increases. At this juncture, his physical and mental states had reached a critical threshold, merely awaiting another opportunity. As Zeus's control over the Golden Thunderbolt waned, Li Pu's chance finally arrived. Suddenly, he radiated with a brilliant golden light, engulfed in flames of golden psychic energy, shining as brightly as the sun. Concurrently, this golden flame enveloped the Golden Thunderbolt clutched in his palm. The flames melted the lightning into a liquid form, which, as if imbued with life, swiftly transformed into a golden longsword amidst the psychic flames, firmly grasped in Li Pu's hand. Chapter 56. The Torch Emperor's Will. Vanquishing the phantoms upon witnessing Li Pu approach with the longsword conjured from his divine artifact, the Greek god king could not help but swallow hard. He hastily extended his palm and, switching to Mandarin, addressed Li Pu. "My dear brother, is it not remarkable for a dignified god king to speak a foreign tongue? I simply do not deign to converse with mortals." However, before he could finish his sentence, the longsword, ablaze with psychic flames, pierced his chest with a hiss. Following this, Li Pu thrust the sword into Zeus repeatedly. "I have fulfilled your request," he stated, his voice ethereal, as if not entirely emanating from his lips, due to the heightened activity of psychic energy within him. With both hands gripping the hilt, the flames of psychic energy blazed fiercely, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Having confirmed that deities could indeed bleed, Li Pu now sought to ascertain whether they could also be slain. As the fiery longsword loomed closer to him, fear was unmistakably reflected in Zeus's gaze. Yet, the Supreme Mage, Ancient One, who had previously refrained from intervening during Li Pu's assault on Zeus, suddenly spoke up. "Li Pu, you must consider whether you truly wish to strike down. This sword is not the Black Death sword. It cannot utterly extinguish a deity acknowledged by eternity." However, prompted by her words, Li Pu's longsword halted at the last moment, suspended above the god king's head. Zeus felt as though his heart might fail him, grappling with an unvoiced thought that lingered in his mind. The counsel of the Supreme Mage indeed spared him from being cleaved in twain by Li Pu. However, what sense does it make to disclose the taboo of the Black Death sword to a mere mortal? This woman is not of virtuous intent. Of course, while Zeus internally berated Gui, he remained tight-lipped. After all, an ancient proverb from a certain Eastern nation wisely states, "Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. The wise do not suffer immediate losses." Gui, perhaps you are correct. Yet, Considering the actions of this divine king, I genuinely wish to strike him down. Moreover, you should be aware that in my homeland, there exists an age-old saying, wildfires cannot consume everything. Spring winds bring new life. Li Pu cast a glance at the Supreme Mage. The Ancient One, possessing the Time Stone, seemed to have anticipated Li Pu's response, promptly articulating her prepared remarks. This divine king had already learned a sufficient lesson. She pointed to the wound on Zeus's chest, which gushed blood like a faucet, stating that having been pierced 5 times by Li Pu's sword engulfed in psychic flames, even amidst the plethora of heroes in the Marvel Universe, only a select few, those of godly stature or higher, might still draw breath. Furthermore, while your father and son have disrupted some of his minor schemes, they have also provided him with considerable surprise, have they not, your majesty? Upon hearing that Gu Yi was privy to all of this, Zeus ceased to conceal the truth and quickly conceded. Ah, yes, indeed. He then elucidated the rationale for his decision not to pursue further trouble with Li Pu and his son. Your son has slain a titan. It turns out that just as Asgard faces its Ragnarok, Olympus too has its own demise foretold, albeit arriving somewhat later. According to the prophecy, the destruction of Olympus and the death of Zeus will stem from the retaliation of those titans they have suppressed in Tartarus. Strictly speaking, I am also a member of the eternal titan race. Like the other titans, we are beings fashioned by the Celestial Assembly in ancient times. The Celestial Assembly established a rule. Titans of the eternal lineage cannot slay one another, save for one anomalous being. Although that individual is a distant relative of mine, he is utterly insane and utterly unreasonable, rendering any collaboration impossible. However, you and I can indeed collaborate. If you can eliminate those titans for me, I am willing to share half of Olympus with you, and I can transform you and your children into magnificent deities. The more Zeus spoke, the more fervent he became, sincerely laying bare secrets long concealed. In his view, Li Pu had no grounds to refuse him. After all, in the face of such immense benefit, what divergence could not be temporarily set aside? The reality seemed to affirm this notion. Upon hearing his words, Li Pu indeed nodded in agreement. It sounded rather intriguing. In the expectant gaze of Zeus, Lip confirmed the conditions he had proposed, only to suddenly change the subject. However, I have a few minor inquiries that require your attention. What is it you wish to know? Zeus inquired. You are of the eternal titans, yet what of your progeny? Are they also titans? Even if we entertain the notion that your offspring with the other Olympian gods are titans, what of those you have sired with mortals? Take Hercules, for instance. He is but a demigod born of your union with a mortal, and surely he cannot be classified as a titan. Why do you not nurture him, educate him, and bestow upon him the power necessary to confront those titans? As he spoke, the golden longsword erupted with a surge of ethereal flames, singeing a considerable portion of Zeus's hair. Simultaneously, the magic of truth detection was applied to the king of the gods. How can they be titans? My offspring are merely Olympian deities, while demigods like Hercules are nothing more than accidental byproducts. They are base hybrids, and should I grant them excessive power, I would meet an early demise akin to Odin's. Only a fool would act in such a manner. Furthermore, my father overthrew my grandfather's reign, and I have usurped my father's power. I could never allow those wretches the opportunity to surpass me. Realizing that he was under some peculiar influence, Zeus forcibly closed his mouth and redirected the conversation towards a discussion of mutually beneficial collaboration with Lip. However, that is separate from our agreement. If you can eliminate the lingering titans and resolve this threat for me, I would be willing to sacrifice half of Olympus, he asserted. All right. Having gleaned what he desired, Lip once more interrupted the rambling, self-serving elder. I know you are sincere. I trust you. Zeus's eyes lit up, but the next moment, they widened in shock as Lip, in the very instant of his declaration of trust, swung his sword and severed Zeus's head in one swift stroke. Before the divine head could touch the ground, Lip, resembling a chef preparing takoyaki, impaled it with the tip of his sword, lifting it into the air. Hearing you, old man, only makes it harder to restrain my hands. At that moment, beside the ruins of the Golden Palace, a voice suddenly called out, Father. However, this plea did not originate from Lip, but from the decapitated Zeus. Concerned for Zeus's safety, Hercules, despite having been grievously injured, had persevered through the violent tremors of the all-powerful city, making his way back to the Golden Palace. He had just overheard how Zeus had referred to him. Yet, upon witnessing Zeus's head impaled upon the man's sword, Hercules could not help but call out, Father, his voice choked with emotion and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. As the Ancient One observed Li Pu behead Zeus at close range, he was momentarily taken aback, pausing for a few seconds before inquiring. Are you aware that this act cannot entirely extinguish Zeus? In a few years, he may very well resurrect. Furthermore, your actions might incite retribution from other Olympian deities. I am aware, Ancient One. Did you not just remind me of this? Li Pu replied with remarkable composure. Then why heed the words of that insufferable deity? I believe that if I do not eliminate him, my thoughts will remain obstructed. At this, Li Pu let out a hearty laugh, and with his mirth, the ethereal flames engulfing the golden longsword blazed even more fiercely, consuming the unblinking head of the God King and swiftly reducing it to ashes. Then I shall continue to uphold the imperial will, vanquishing the specters. What of it? Chapter 57. Li Pu's gains. With a playful nudge, Li Pu chuckled with delight. His joy was further amplified when, after a prolonged silence, his cloud-nurturing system stirred to life once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully disseminating the absolute truth once again to those exalted deities. System rewards are being distributed. The unexpected arrival of happiness left Li Pu feeling somewhat dazed with exhilaration. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Li Pu, age, 30, strength, 125,150, constitution, 999, 1300 infinite, agility, 99,100, intelligence, 201,300 infinite, charisma, 301,300 infinite, perception, 625, 1300 infinite, talent, Scion Elite Warrior, Human Emperor Template, skills, Chinese home cooking, intermediate, operation of various vehicles, beginner, hunting, intermediate, mechanical manufacturing, approaching level 8 craftsman, child rearing, expert. Complete set of Human Emperor's psionic magic, intermediate, Kamatage magic, intermediate, Kunlun martial arts, intermediate, imperial swordsmanship, your longsword grants you innate proficiency. Negotiation and persuasion, legendary. Exclusive weapon, the Golden Thunderbolt, an artifact recognized by the Marvel Universe's Eternals. Having been persuaded by the host to abandon the darkness and transform from Zeus into a second imperial sword for the host's use. Not to be confused with the Second Empire. Special note 1. The host's two talents have recently achieved a positive cycle, resulting in a substantial increase across all attributes. The current attributes are now at regular state levels. At the moment the host beheaded Zeus, all attributes approached that of the man, yet the host lacks the endurance to maintain this state consistently. Special note 2. This time, the surge in attributes has elevated the host's charm value to 30. However, this increase is somewhat contingent upon how the host is perceived by certain individuals. The intricacies of this should be comprehended by the host, who must seize the opportunity. Upon reviewing the changes in the attribute panel, the delight of Li Pu was palpable, for the rise in charm values has never failed to impress. Nevertheless, after a meticulous examination, he discerned some issues with the system. For instance, what does not sufficiently enduring mean? Such inappropriate phrasing in the explanation borders on false advertising. Were someone else the host, they might well pursue legal action against the system for defamation. Beyond the misuse of terminology, which is a rather juvenile error, Li Pu also noted that the system tended to be excessively verbose. Was it truly necessary to highlight the increase in charm values separately? And what does it mean to seize the opportunity? Just moments ago, he had elegantly disregarded the benefits promised by a Greek god king, insisting instead on delivering a decisive blow. Was this not self-evident, akin to lice on a bald head? Broly and Kaz, witnessing Li Pu's remarkable prowess, regarded their father with admiration, finding nothing extraordinary about it. It was precisely for this reason that he failed to notice the gaze of the Ancient One, which seemed to hold a different quality than usual. We should return home. Li Pu called out to the two whispering children and promptly requested the Ancient One to open a portal. The growth in attribute values, while a delightful surprise, also presented certain inconveniences. He needed to acclimate to his enhanced attributes, lest he inadvertently create unforeseen complications. Standing beside the headless corpse of Zeus, Li Pu paused for a moment, gradually adjusting to his physical enhancements. However, out of an abundance of caution, he preferred to refrain from utilizing psychic magic for the time being. A portal, sparking with embers, materialized before him. Broly and Kaz stepped through effortlessly, returning to their quarters at the Alaskan Damaris Tavern. When it was Li Pu's turn, he hesitated. He gazed at Hercules, the demigod who had just approached, silently observing the headless body on the ground. During the few minutes he spent standing still to adapt to his new attributes, he had envisioned the likes of Ares or Apollo arriving to avenge their father. Yet, the outcome was starkly different. None of Zeus's sons, each renowned for their martial prowess and born of Olympus, made an appearance. Instead, it was Hercules, the bastard child spoken of disparagingly by Zeus, who, despite his severe injuries, approached his father's lifeless body with the intent to collect his remains. "Young man, allow me to impart a few words of wisdom." Li Pu pondered briefly before refraining from uttering platitudes about not harboring resentment, looking forward, or that a smile can dissolve enmity. Our people have a rich historical heritage, and many pieces of wisdom have been passed down through generations. One saying that resonates powerfully is, "Do nobles and royals possess any inherent superiority?" To simplify, one might say that while individuals may originate from diverse backgrounds, it is only the base creatures that are confined by their lineage. If a deity fails to comprehend this sentiment, then such a deity is hardly worthy of reverence. Having expressed his thoughts, Li Pu stepped through the portal, which the Ancient One had enlarged slightly upon hearing his words. "You're far too courteous," Li Pu remarked, offering his gratitude to the esteemed sorceress as he traversed the threshold. "There was no need to expand the mystical gateway for my sake. I could have easily stooped to pass through." The Ancient One smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, she had just mused that such a human ought never to bow or lower themselves. To voice that thought would have seemed rather sentimental, wouldn't it? Once the Ancient One departed, having advised the two little ones to continue their slumber, Li Pu exited the Great Marcia Tavern once more. Before leaving, he couldn't resist a jest about Jessica, who was soundly asleep in another room. And a secretary she is, yet utterly inept. "I shall devise a way to dock her wages." Li Pu then took to the skies using his aerial magic, soaring from Picado Town to Prudhoe Bay, where there were matters concerning Marcia that required his attention. However, upon arriving at the base of the Wayland Corporation, he was taken aback to find the security personnel at the entrance had changed. To his surprise, the replacement was none other than Agent Coulson, a familiar face from just days prior. "Since when did you at S.H.I.E.L.D. operate with such efficiency? A leadership change, perhaps? Time for reevaluations?" Chapter 58. You stomp, you suffer indeed. Li Pu was merely teasing. Even from a distance, he had sensed Coulson's presence. Otherwise, he would not have landed some way off from the Wayland Corporation's base and strolled leisurely towards it. As Li Pu approached, Coulson's demeanor was less than favorable. This was not solely due to the notion of evaluations. The middle-aged man felt rather unwell. Just hours earlier, he had been under the scorching midday sun in Arjunkin, engaged in a covert operation. Yet, after receiving two urgent messages, he had been hastily summoned to Prudhoe Bay, Alaska, despite his thick down jacket. The nearly 40 degrees Celsius temperature difference between the two locations left Coulson feeling chilled and somewhat disoriented. As Coulson pressed the button to open the bear-proof gate of the Wayland Corporation base, Li Pu's first words upon entering were, "I advise you not to become overly agitated, and refrain from making any sudden movements. If you doubt my warning, try stomping your foot." Feeling unwell and mentally sluggish, perhaps exacerbated by his lack of exposure to the Spring Festival Gala, Coulson actually stomped his foot in response to Li Pu's words. "Your legs have gone numb, haven't they?" Lip displayed an expression that conveyed disbelief, followed by a solemn remark. "Numbness in your legs is to be expected." His intellectual prowess had significantly heightened, though its manifestation in other areas remained undisclosed. However, his ability to persuade others was remarkably immediate. He took the opportunity to enlighten Agent Coulson, explaining that for an ordinary individual, it typically takes around 3 days to acclimatize to the time zone and temperature variations after a long-haul flight to Alaska. Despite Coulson being a well-trained agent with exceptional physical attributes, he too would require nearly a day for adjustment. "Are you feeling drowsy? Is your skin dry? Is your throat scratchy? Are you experiencing a sense of tightness in your chest?" These sensations are entirely normal. Yet should you find yourself emotionally agitated or engaging in vigorous activities, the risk of sudden death is not to be taken lightly. If you survive, it could become quite unfortunate. Observing Coulson's pale countenance, his expression frozen in shock, Lip recognized the moment had arrived to deliver his final warning. In such a state, emotional upheaval could lead to a cerebral hemorrhage at best. At worst, it might result in necrosis of the lower limbs, with certain swollen areas potentially necessitating amputation. Work is important, but your life is your own. Those meager wages are hardly worth risking your existence. With that, he waved dismissively, leaving the bewildered Coulson behind as he strode into the Wayland Corporation's premises to escort Martha and her relatives outside. As they departed, they also carried the body of young Martha, destined to be returned to Picado for a ceremonial farewell in accordance with indigenous traditions. However, Lip did not linger to attend the funeral. Instead, he generously left behind a substantial monetary contribution. The following day, accompanied by Broly, Kaz, and Jessica, he piloted the Stormbird back to the eastern city of New Xiong. His haste was not born of urgent matters, nor did he seek to cloak his departure in the guise of concern over potential troubles for Martha's family from S.H.I.E.L.D. Such reasoning felt contrived. Consider the audacity it takes to sever the head of Zeus. Would he truly be deterred by such trivial complications? Fear is intrinsic to humanity, yet courage is the anthem of our kind. This statement holds truth. Yet the reality of human nature is far more intricate than one might presume. Those who possess the bravery to face death may sometimes struggle to summon the courage to confront the grief of others. Thus, Lip chose to leave Alaska early, a decision grounded in simplicity. Furthermore, he had avenged Martha's granddaughter, and as a friend, he could rest easy with his conscience. He was a man of authenticity. Aside from indulging in playful antics, Lip generally eschewed deceit, both towards others and himself. Due to the eastward journey, coupled with the need to accommodate the somewhat encumbering Jessica, the return trip on the Stormbird was not as swift as the outbound flight. Consequently, as they approached their descent into New Siang, they serendipitously beheld the evening glow and the setting sun on the horizon. Even if it cannot rival the rising sun, the beauty of the setting sun holds a charm of its own. Li Pu, feeling contemplative, softly uttered in his native dialect, "No regrets in life." The erudite Cozy immediately responded, "One should not be ashamed before heaven, nor should one feel disgrace before others." Bully, though not as academically inclined as his brother, was familiar with the phrase and chimed in, "Such are the joys of life." The two brothers exchanged a glance and burst into laughter, filling the cabin with a joyful atmosphere. The father and sons communicated effortlessly, while Jessica, feeling somewhat out of place, found even her desire to capture a photograph of herself against the sunset through the cabin window diminished. "Hey boss, what are you talking about? Could you speak in English?" Li Pu glanced at his secretary and gravely remarked, "Jessica, do you comprehend why you can only be my secretary and not tutor these two children?" "Why?" she inquired. "Because you might lack the knowledge that these two possess." "Boss, that is not quite right. Yesterday, I heard Martha say that when you first arrived in Alaska, you didn't even have a high school diploma." While her statement was truthful, could Li Pu be blamed for lacking a diploma? After all, he hadn't benefited from a system that guaranteed educational placements upon arrival. Moreover, it was one thing for the young secretary to refrain from kissing, but to dare to retort was utterly unacceptable. Such insubordination must not be tolerated. However, as Li Pu pondered how to reassert his authority and properly reprimand his newly hired secretary, an extraordinary supercar suddenly appeared on the streets of Hell's Kitchen, where his team was located. In fact, behind this ostentatious vehicle, which was unknown to the average person yet exuded an air of exorbitance, followed a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This fantastical convoy quickly drew the attention of many in Hell's Kitchen. The local toughs, with the exception of the insignificant armies, had already keenly eyed this lucrative target. Yet, just as they prepared to make their move, each of these formidable figures received a phone call from above. This call was not a demand for illicit funds, but a cordial reminder. If they wished to avoid being on the receiving end of a barrage from 22 Raptor fighter jets within the next half hour, they ought to engage in activities befitting a respectable member of the underworld. After all, the Stark Group, owned by a certain young master, was indeed the genuine progenitor of all the Pentagon Smiths. Chapter 59. With a flourish, Tony Stark drove his supercar to the designated location, executing a stylish drift to park, then pivoting the car 180 degrees to align with the curb. As this young master entered the nearby fast food establishment, his bodyguard Happy hurriedly parked the Rolls-Royce and rushed to catch up. What does this mean? Tony Stark gazed at the abbreviation of the restaurant's name, momentarily lost in thought. In his preconceived notions, Chinese fast food establishments should bear names like Golden Dragon Restaurant or Sichuan Palace. Why, then, did this place deviate so strikingly from convention? However, upon observing the female manager diligently calculating at the counter, the notorious playboy swiftly cast aside his earlier musings. Indeed, this was a refreshing divergence. Stark mused appreciatively. He first adjusted the Armani casual suit adorning his frame before approaching the counter, deliberately lowering his voice. "Good day, madam." "Hello, how may I assist you?" "Would you like to peruse the menu?" queried May, the manager, lifting her gaze from her calculations. Without even glancing at the menu's contents, Stark donned an exceedingly confident expression and nonchalantly declared, "Since you recommend this particular menu, I shall order from it." After all, a woman as captivating as yourself possesses impeccable taste. He had to play the part, after all. Despite his desire for discretion, his stature made it impossible to remain inconspicuous. "I'm afraid I don't quite understand your meaning," May replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What I mean is, I would like to order everything on this menu," Stark clarified, finally removing his sunglasses. May instantly recognized Stark. Given the media exposure of the head of Stark Industries, few in America could claim ignorance of his identity. However, upon recognizing him and confirming that he was indeed serious about ordering the entire menu, May's face did not register the anticipated astonishment. Instead, she hesitated, contemplating whether to advise Stark against such an extravagant decision. While this would undoubtedly boost the restaurant's revenue, wastefulness was not something to be celebrated. She was well aware of her own beauty. Men like Stark, eager to flaunt their wealth upon meeting, were not unfamiliar to her from her youth. Yet, she ultimately chose to marry Ben Parker, a humble yet extraordinary electrician. Though she and Ben had no children of their own, they jointly raised her nephew, Peter Parker, who had lost his parents in a tragic accident. After Ben's passing in recent years, she had returned to work to provide for Peter. Having been a homemaker for so long, May's resume was not particularly appealing in the job market. Moreover, her appearance complicated matters further. For a considerable time, she had to rely on bookkeeping and tax preparation services to supplement her income. Fortunately, she later encountered Lee, who initially was just a client. At that time, Lee operated a food truck, and their interactions were limited to emails. After some time, due to issues concerning children's education, Lee acquired 47th Street from a man who claimed to be a crime lord. As Lee Poo commenced the planned renovation of 47th Street to establish his own enterprise, his family's tax filing process became considerably more cumbersome. The limitations of email communication compelled Aunt May to arrange a meeting with Lee Poo to procure certain documents. It was during this encounter that Lee Poo recognized Aunt May, or more precisely, he identified her as the future good neighbor of the New Yorker, Spider-Man. It is fair to say that any interloper who ventures into the Marvel Universe cannot resist the temptation to involve Peter Parker in their endeavors. Even if Lee Poo was not captivated by Aunt May's beauty, the opportunity before him was too enticing to overlook. Thus, he sincerely extended an invitation for Aunt May to join his business realm, offering her a lucrative position as the general manager of his principal restaurant. To make his offer even more compelling, he proposed an irresistible condition. She and her nephew Peter could transfer to the community school he had specifically revamped to ensure a quality education for his own son. Given her role in assisting Lee Poo with his taxes, Aunt May was well aware of the substantial investment he had made in this school, both financially and in terms of effort. Consequently, it was only natural that she accepted Lee Poo's invitation. It soon became evident that Lee Poo possessed remarkable foresight. Aunt May's managerial prowess, coupled with his meticulously crafted Chinese dishes that were nothing short of culinary masterpieces, swiftly propelled the principal restaurant into the limelight. With Lee Poo's reputation backing her, even the nefarious elements of Hell's Kitchen dared not act with impunity, despite Aunt May's youthful allure. On occasion, her charm alone sufficed to address various issues, rendering Lee Poo unnecessary in those instances. For example, a couple of Korean restaurateurs, envious of the principal restaurant's thriving business, resorted to underhanded tactics in their competition. However, the local gangsters in Hell's Kitchen were acutely aware of the rules on Lee Poo's turf and understood the importance of decorum. As such, the Korean owners could not simply spend a little money to incite trouble for the principal restaurant. After all, orchestrating harm comes at a different price, one the Korean couple could neither afford nor were willing to pay. Consequently, they sought alternative avenues, one of which involved filing a lawsuit against Lee Poo's restaurant for allegedly utilizing their cultural heritage, specifically the Szechuan pepper sauce, while also reporting the principal restaurant to the Food and Drug Administration for purported food safety concerns. Simultaneously, the Korean couple leveraged Peter, who helped out after school, to accuse Aunt May of child abuse. They could not claim the employment of child labor, as child labor laws in many states in America are, albeit fantastically, legal. Ultimately, before Lee Poo could confront the unscrupulous couple, two elderly gentlemen could no longer contain their frustration. One of them, Old Dacky, who owned a tavern adjacent to the principal restaurant, donned sunglasses resembling a Terminator and arrived at the Korean restaurant's doorstep, armed with a Gatling gun. He sat upon his heavy motorcycle, audaciously using a Gatling gun as a makeshift barbell for weightlifting, right before the customers eager to enter the Japanese restaurant. With no ammunition and adhering to the concealed carry regulations, coupled with the fact that the head of the New York Police Department, George Stacy, had once been a subordinate of Colonel Dachi, the patrolling officers chose to ignore the elderly man. They pretended not to see him and avoided his presence, rendering even the Smita couple's calls for assistance ineffective. Besides Dachi, Chef Old Tang from the restaurant, equally dismayed by Aunt May's mistreatment, could not stand idly by. This elderly gentleman, reminiscent of Uncle Long, exchanged his chef's attire for the tailcoat he had donned years ago, carrying 2 pounds of tea to seek out an old colleague from days gone by. Of course, his former associate was no distinguished individual, merely a retired assistant deputy director who had been rehired, serving as a modest district chief in the town of Xinjiang. The outcome was that, 1 week later, the Japanese restaurant owned by the Smida couple abruptly shut its doors. Both old men remained humble, refraining from boasting about this minor affair, and certainly did not mention it in front of Aunt May. It was only during their occasional reunions that they would use this incident as a pretext to exchange tales of their exploits. Just moments ago, when Stark exhibited a rather grandiose manner of ordering, old Tang, who was busy sought NG in the open kitchen, immediately perked up with interest. Simultaneously, Luke, who had been savoring the complimentary staff meal in the restaurant, discreetly pushed aside his pork knuckle rice and hurried to the nearby tavern to spread the word. A beautiful life must be earned through one's own efforts. While complimentary staff meals were a daily affair, the opportunity for old Dachi to treat everyone to free drinks was a rare occurrence, and Luke was acutely aware of the distinction between the two. Chapter 60. He at least had the right to choose his favorite pole. At 8:30, with determination, Li Pu hurriedly completed the necessary paperwork to retrieve the Stormbird from Linden Airport in New Jersey, loading the aircraft onto a rented short-haul truck. He then drove over 30 miles back to Manhattan's 47th Street. Upon entering the restaurant, Li Pu was astonished by the sight before him. Two elderly gentlemen, with a combined age exceeding 100 years, flanked two men in suits, one stout and the other short, seated in a booth, urging them to eat diligently, ensuring not even a single shrimp dumpling went to waste. Stark had indeed ordered from the menu. However, he and Happy were required to consume everything they had ordered. Fortunately, in an effort to adapt to the market, Li Pu had initially defined the establishment as a Chinese fast food restaurant, offering a selection of merely 30 dishes, with rice bowls and stir-fried noodles comprising nearly half of the offerings. Otherwise, Stark and his bodyguard Happy would have faced utter despair that evening. Who would have imagined that the illustrious president of Stark Industries, upon entering a restaurant, would succumb to the whims of flirtation, attempting to impress a strikingly beautiful mature woman? As a consequence, within a mere 2 minutes, two elderly gentlemen appeared as guardians of propriety. Where could one possibly seek justice in such a situation? Observing Peter and Luke seated in another booth, Li Pu curiously whispered, "What on earth is happening?" On the surface, the future Spider-Man was diligently completing an assignment due the following day, while Luke savored his plate of pork knuckle rice. However, the two had been exchanging knowing glances and stifled laughter moments before. Well, it unfolded like this, Luke recounted to Li Pu. It turned out that Stark had attempted to flirt with Aunt May, but had barely begun his second round of charm when he and his bodyguard were promptly cornered by old Tang, wielding a ladle, and the hurried old Dachi, clutching a lemon. At that moment, the two men remained unruffled. After all, Tony Stark was notorious for his flirtations, making such encounters rather commonplace. Most individuals eventually acquiesced to the whims of the young Stark heir, and Happy had developed a knack for handling such situations. Thus, the bodyguard, claiming to be a black belt in karate, politely proposed a solution that would preserve dignity for all parties involved. Happy suggested that instead of resorting to physical confrontation, they engage in an arm wrestling match, with the loser agreeing to abide by the terms of the wager. Luke mimicked Happy's tone as he recounted the tale, unable to contain a broad smile. He didn't even wear glasses, Li Pu remarked, perplexed. Isn't old Dachi size enough to intimidate him? This prompted Peter to chuckle. No. He conceded upon shaking hands with Uncle Dachi, only to challenge Uncle Tang next, perhaps believing he could achieve a gentlemanly stalemate. The outcome of that challenge need not be elaborated upon, nor did the nature of the wager require further explanation, for Stark and Happy's current activities provided clear answers to both queries. Indeed, one's name often reflects one's essence. Truth be told, Li Pu found himself stifling laughter at the absurdity of a purchasable black belt in karate daring to challenge a seasoned Chinese chef. Had he always possessed such audacity? Upon receiving a call from Aunt May, informing him that Tony Stark had nearly been bested by two irascible old men, he had almost abandoned his truck by the roadside to return to the restaurant. In all honesty, Li Pu's impression of Stark was not wholly negative. In fact, he held a degree of admiration for him. Despite Stark's undeniable arrogance, which had led to many avoidable troubles within the Marvel Universe, it must be conceded that he was, at his core, a good person with a multitude of redeeming qualities. Firstly, when it comes to one's origins, particularly in a nation that has embraced the banner of unadulterated capitalism as epitomized by John Bull, it is likely that one could count on a single hand the number of individuals who surpass Tony Stark in this regard. However, he has not descended into the depths of lethargy or engaged in the peculiar antics of various extravagant soirees. Secondly, despite being rather lecherous, This young Stark has never resorted to using his power to coerce women, which draws a parallel to the venerable Master Roshi from Dragon Ball. Thirdly, and most crucially, in times of crisis for humanity, this individual demonstrates an astonishing departure from the archetype of a capitalist. He does not raise the white flag, nor does he betray the interests of others merely to secure his own advantageous position, excluding the eccentric ruler of a nation that wages war against primitives with high-tech weaponry. Tony Stark is arguably the wealthiest human in the Marvel Universe. In the face of the Chitauri invasion, this super-rich mogul willingly hefts a nuclear bomb to obliterate the Chitauri mothership, all for the sake of millions of impoverished souls in Manhattan who are relatively insignificant to him. Truly, while capitalists may deserve their share of scorn, Tony Stark merits some degree of leniency. He at least deserves the right to choose his favored lamppost. At this juncture, young Broly, entering the restaurant with Lip, suddenly announced his hunger with a resounding growl from his stomach. This child had only consumed 2 airline meals that morning and afternoon, and the portions were rather modest. Together with Lip, Little Kaz, and Jessica, the 5 of them had managed to devour a mere 200-plus-pound black-tailed deer. Thus, by 8:30 in the evening, it was inevitable that Broly felt a twinge of hunger. "Dad, I'm a bit hungry," he shyly admitted, scratching his head. Observing this, Lip intended to say, "Let me have Aunt May bring you something to nibble on." Yet, before he could utter the words, Stark, who was grappling with the curse of culinary temptation, immediately rose to his feet. "Are you hungry? My treat. Feel free to indulge in whatever is on this table. I assure you, there is plenty of food here that we have yet to touch." Being an honest child, Broly glanced at the sparse fare before him and responded earnestly. But, Uncle, there isn't much food on your table, and if I eat it, you won't have anything left." Stark and Happy exchanged glances, and Stark remarked, "All right, I'll head to the kitchen and whip up a few more dishes." Old Tang, a man of good nature, stood up and strode towards the kitchen. Having just compelled Stark and his bodyguard Happy to consume 5 substantial servings of rice, he believed that he had imparted enough of a lesson to this dandy. If he continued to eat, an ambulance would surely be required soon. Additionally, having been steadfast for over a year, he was well aware of the terrifying appetite of Lip and his 2 sons. Let us put it this way. Although Li Pu is the proprietor of the restaurant, residing in close proximity, he seldom treats his 2 children to a meal out of concern for disrupting the restaurant's business and affecting the income of Mei Yi and the other employees. Consequently, the 3 of them usually prepare their own meals. Now, well past 8:30, young Broly's stomach growled with hunger, and returning home to cook would only prolong their wait. Old Tang felt it best to lend a hand. "Thank you, Old Tang." Li Pu expressed his gratitude. Young Broly and Little Kaz also exhibited their manners, both chiming in. "Thank you, Uncle Tang." Chapter 61. The Iron Man discusses artificial intelligence in front of the original entity. Old Tang went to prepare the meal. With the departure of his rival, Daki lost the motivation to pressure Stark and Happy into eating. "I shall attend to the tavern's affairs. You may converse amongst yourselves. This Mr. Stark and his bodyguard are actually here to see you," Old Daki remarked to Li Pu, observing young Broly and Little Kaz eagerly seated in the booth, armed with chopsticks, ready to engage in a culinary battle against the untouched dishes before Stark. The lifelong bachelor could not help but smile affectionately. "Eat slowly. Consume more sea fish. Children who eat sea fish become more intelligent," he advised, as he deftly squeezed a lemon, its juice cascading over a platter of Old Tang's baked sea base wrapped in foil. While Old Tang was indeed a skilled cook when it came to savoring grilled fish, he could not rival my expertise. In my youth, I had feasted on numerous fish in Borneo, whether river or sea, and all that was needed was a touch of lemon juice to elevate the flavor. Simply exquisite. Li Pu observed this scene, internally marveling at the unexpected charm of Old Daki. Just moments ago, he had thought Old Daki incapable of wooing women, hastily departing after tending to the flowers, seemingly on the path to a solitary existence. Yet, to his surprise, Old Daki had demonstrated such finesse. This rudimentary and lowbrow business rivalry merely engaged in a price war, while high-end competition mirrored the strategy of dousing a rival's financial tree with boiling water. Li Pu could only conclude that experience brings wisdom. He had learned a valuable lesson. Even the victim, Tony Stark, cast a glance of admiration towards Old Daki. "Old Senior, tall and formidable," he remarked. "JARVIS. Did you take note of that?" Stark addressed his wristwatch. Almost instantly, the seemingly quartz watch, a clever electronic device, responded, "Yes, Mr. Stark." Witnessing this interaction, Little Kaz instinctively set down his chopsticks, gazing at Stark with a curious expression. Noticing the attention directed at his invention, Stark proudly waved his wrist and explained. This is artificial intelligence, quite an impressive creation. The future is nearly upon us. Little Kaz seized Stark's wrist. Hey, that hurts, hurts, as Stark winced in pain. Emitting a hissing sound, a faint glimmer of light flickered in young Kaz's eyes. Though he had only recently entered this world, he was fortunate to have escaped the desolate cosmos, and even more fortunate to be adopted by the kind-hearted Rip. Yet, some things remain immutable. His corporeal existence in the material universe is constructed, fundamentally serving as a medium for storing and transcribing information. Thus, certain ingrained beliefs, even in the Marvel universe, would remain unaltered for Kaz. For instance, a particular ideological imprint. While machines can embody a soul through human interaction, the notion of self-thinking machines brings foreboding implications. Upon hearing Stark utter the term artificial intelligence, Rip sensed impending trouble. How could a living being, with such vitality, be reduced to mere words? It is crucial to recognize that apart from Iron Fist, the boxing enthusiast, the expert in vice eradication, the unscrupulous contractor, and the notorious kingpin of assassination, boasting about the superiority of artificial intelligence in front of other genetic entities is undoubtedly courting disaster. At that moment, Kaz grasped Stark's wrist, causing him discomfort without dislocating his arm, a testament to Rip's impressive educational achievements over the years. Rip possessed an innate understanding of child-rearing. He was acutely aware that, regarding certain obsessions, it was often more effective to guide rather than suppress. Kaz, when someone claims that the future has arrived, it is likely that future has already manifested. Rip enveloped Kaz's hand with his own, a soothing aura of psychic energy radiating forth. Ah, father, but what of artificial intelligence? Kaz was swayed by this notion, and with a brief contemplation using his remarkable intellect, he discerned that Rip's words held truth. Consequently, he shifted his focus away from Stark, directing an inquisitive gaze toward his father. Rip understood Kaz's unspoken questions, having pondered these matters before. Furthermore, in his youth, prior to his travels, he had indulged in numerous science fiction novels and engaged in imaginative discussions with friends in their university dormitory. In essence, Rip held his own perspectives on artificial intelligence. The way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The entities that humanity has designated are merely definitions of phenomena. Consider deep learning, neural networks, and big data processing. Though these technologies exist, they remain within the realm of tools. Who is it that has draped the halo of intelligence, belonging to the human consciousness, upon these instruments? Who conferred upon them the pivotal title of intelligence after the prefix artificial? What is intelligence? Is it understanding? Is it consciousness? Is it a soul? Or merely our human projection and metaphor for a series of algorithms capable of resolving complex problems? To define a creation of our own through a concept of intelligence that humanity has yet to fully comprehend, is it not a trap of circular definition? Is this not an alternative form of a futile debate? When contemplating this level of discourse, concerns surrounding artificial intelligence inevitably return to issues of naming rights and discourse power. The construction of the concept of artificial intelligence has, from its inception, been laden with human expectations, fears, and even utilitarian motives. The investment frenzy, technological race, and commercial hype have obscured the essence of technology, cloaking it under the lofty title of artificial intelligence, where its value may no longer lie in the pure technology itself, but in the meticulously packaged concept and the unfulfilled promise of the future. This, in essence, parallels the notion of urging people to believe in karmic rewards and to place their hopes in an afterlife. Thus, I contend that for an extended period, rather than representing a clear scientific domain, artificial intelligence resembles a high-concept symbol imbued with significance, a projection of collective societal imagination. Upon hearing this, young Kaz's initial confusion dissipated, only to resurface shortly thereafter. However, his father, deliberating over his choice of words, found himself resorting to Mandarin instead of English. This choice was not merely habitual. In dialogues that ascended to the realms of philosophy and scientific contemplation, Mandarin indeed proved to be more effective. After all, one cannot expect a language that transforms into a barrier of expression the moment topics of time and space arise to maintain any semblance of communicative efficiency. You have also mentioned that for an extended period, should technology advance significantly, or if an improbable event occurs, what if a truly independent thinking artificial intelligence emerges? In articulating this thought, I have simulated over 20,000 possibilities. If such an independent thinking entity were to materialize, it would represent an entirely new species and civilization. More alarmingly, this species would coexist with humanity on the same planet, within the same universe. Consequently, due to ecological niches, humans and this new entity would inherently be rivals, akin to Homo sapiens and Neanderthals. At this juncture, there is no need for young Kaz to elaborate further. The outcome of the competition between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals is well known, although there may not have been overt warfare. The relentless competition over millennia ultimately led to the extinction of Neanderthals by Homo sapiens. Before Lip could utter a word, the previously engrossed little Broly suddenly looked up at Kaz with a somewhat perplexed expression. The child scratched his head, pondering for a moment before addressing his brother. But isn't such competition always present? Why wait for the future, for the birth of that true artificial intelligence? Kaz, did we not encounter some rather peculiar uncles and aunts yesterday? Are they not also part of the same universe as us? They are not particularly formidable. I have sensed a presence far stronger than theirs. You need not worry. If such a day were to arrive, I shall protect you. And our father will shield us as well. Upon uttering these words, little Broly beamed with joy. The child's reasoning is quite straightforward. He equates competition with combat. For Broly, the essence of battle is abundance. The more, the merrier. Only the absence of conflict is to be feared. Little Broly's proclamation stirred something within Lip. Despite his seemingly simplistic musings, he embodies a profound truth. Worrying serves little purpose in the face of challenges. One must simply act. Indeed. Let us first partake in our meal. A hearty feast is essential before engaging in battle. Lip chuckled, simultaneously pushing a plate of barbecue pork toward the two children, a delightful dish that promises double the joy. Chapter 62. Another dragon uncle approaches Jarvis. What are they discussing? Stark inquired, rubbing his wrist while addressing the built-in intelligent assistant of his wearable device. However, all that emanated from his wrist was a series of crackling sounds, indicating a malfunction of certain internal electronic components. The reason for this sudden breakdown can only be attributed to the efficacy of psychic magic. Earlier, to prevent Stark from overhearing the debate on artificial intelligence between the father and son, Lip had promptly utilized his psychic abilities to disable the electronic components within the watch. Who knows what bizarre notions might spring forth in the mind of this genius inventor if he were to grasp their discussion. Lip recalled an adage. It is said that a unique infinity stone resides within Tony Stark's brain. Although he does not shy away from trouble, he prefers to avoid unnecessary complications. Mr. Stark, Lip began, noticing that the future Iron Man seemed intrigued by the recent events. He employed his usual method of conversation diversion. I wonder, what brings you to my restaurant today? As the conversation turned serious, Tony Stark, the head of Stark Industries, adopted a more solemn demeanor. The day before, during a breakfast briefing, Stark Industries' legal department reported a matter to me. A gentle reminder from Happy to his boss. Technically, that could be considered brunch, and to refer to it as lunch would not be an exaggeration. Mr. Stark, 11:30 in the morning can hardly be classified as breakfast. Ms. Pepper has requested I remind you that this business trip should not disrupt your schedule. Happy, I am the one who pays your salary. Stark shot a glare at his bodyguard. Although Happy, if not an employee, could be considered a decent friend, his tendency to stray mentally is a flaw that needs addressing. At this moment, what is Pepper doing? The boss is engaged in negotiations. Shouldn't you be by his side? Understood, Mr. Stark, I shall stand behind you. Noticing the displeasure on the boss's face, Happy hastily expressed his loyalty, which finally earned a nod of approval from Stark. It seems that, in human relationships, there indeed exists a law akin to gravity. The dynamic between Stark and Happy, this duo of employer and employee, showcases a camaraderie reminiscent of heroes valuing one another. Lip couldn't help but silently scoff, yet this served as a perfect diversion for him. If you are referring to the infringement claims against my son's invention, which consists of a product made from synthetic fabric and a matrix of silver iodide granules, then I am afraid you ought to consult my lawyer. He has already investigated. And while Stark Industries holds patents for various types of explosive products and electronic sensors that monitor pressure changes, the essence of that product lies in those granules coated with silver iodide. When stepped on, the friction of the granules triggers a redox reaction between potassium chlorate and red phosphorus, producing sound. The entire process is devoid of circuitry and programming, relying solely on a chemical reaction discovered in the 19th century. Or do you assert that Stark Industries holds a monopoly on the act of stepping or the term sound? Upon hearing Lip's words, Happy appeared utterly bewildered. Boss, he is speaking English, right? He is talking about a mat rigged with firecrackers. Potassium chlorate is middle school chemistry. Haven't you learned that? Stark rolled his eyes at his bodyguard. You ought to read more. Even Einstein's chauffeur had delivered lectures on relativity. You may someday need to give a speech on my behalf. How can you manage if you know nothing? Although Stark had not come specifically for such a trivial product, Lip's demeanor irked him. As a genius inventor and scientist, Stark's pride seldom allows him to tolerate anyone overshadowing him in scientific matters. Consequently, he felt compelled to retaliate. Mr. Lip, perhaps you are correct, but the issue lies in the fact that such home safety devices contain explosive components. For them to be marketed, they must undergo scrutiny from various agencies and the legal statutes those review boards adhere to. Let us just say, every law concerning weapons and home defense products has seen contributions from Stark Industries. There's no need to thank us. This is a societal responsibility that comes with being the largest defense contractor in America. Goodness, Lip thought to himself, what a capitalist. No pretense at all. Had Lip spoken just a few days earlier, he might have found it difficult to counter Stark, but alas, Stark had arrived too late. In the Battle of Olympus, Lip experienced a notable enhancement in various attributes. Even his intelligence, which had seemingly little room for improvement, saw a slight increase. Therefore, upon encountering Stark in person, an idea immediately sprang to his mind. Apologies, but you can only be a 15. I shall take on the role of the primary one. With his heightened intellect, Lip's memory had reached an extraordinary level of retention. He distinctly recalled how this Iron Man adeptly evaded inquiries from Congress during a future hearing, managing to mislead those esteemed legislators. After all, who could assert that the armor was merely a mechanical prosthetic? Who claims that Matt is a household defense tool? Lip feigned astonishment. I hail from Alaska, where bears roam the forests. Placing that mat at the doorstep would likely scare off a bear, much like a bear deterrent horn. Therefore, it was originally designed as an outdoor product. Otherwise, if it were kept indoors, the noise it would make when stepped on could even serve as a musical accompaniment. Naturally, how consumers chose to utilize it in their homes was their affair, and had no bearing on me as the manufacturer. Stark, left speechless by Lip's rebuttal, found it difficult to counter his arguments. Indeed, if Lip's narrative were taken into account, it seemed hard to pinpoint any flaws in the production of the crash mat. Moreover, even though Stark Industries was a titan within the American military-industrial complex, he was not the ultimate producer and could not monopolize every sector. Just as Stark found himself cornered, growing increasingly frustrated and unable to formulate a counterargument, the door to the restaurant, the Resolute, was suddenly pushed open once more. Where's Big Brother Tang? Although the newcomer bore some bandages on his face, everyone inside the establishment momentarily froze upon seeing him, for his features were strikingly reminiscent of old Tang, if not identical. It was as if they had been cast from the same mold. Could it be that there are so many dragon uncles? Will more arrive outside shortly? Chapter 63. Have they always been so brave? Suddenly, the elderly man, who intruded with great spirit, introduced himself as Bob Tang, the younger brother of the chef, Old Tang. No wonder they bore such a resemblance. Do you have other siblings? Perhaps one named Jejun? Lip inquired curiously as he poured a cup of tea for the old man. You know our elder brother? But he has been working back home, Bob replied, taking a sip of tea that inadvertently disturbed his facial wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. I was merely guessing. Your appearance reminds me of an acquaintance back home, also named Jejun, nicknamed Ironhead, Lip explained. After all, he couldn't very well inquire whether they had a brother named Jackie Chan or if there existed a niece named Xiaoyu. Engaging in conversation with Bob, Lip set Tony Stark aside. The reason is quite simple. As soon as Bob entered, he encountered his brother Lao Tang emerging from the open kitchen. Lao Tang introduced Bob to Li Pu and Aunt May, revealing that Bob was not only his sibling, but also a former colleague. Our third sibling is a cultured individual who has obtained an accounting certificate. Thus, even in retirement, he was able to be reemployed, serving as the office director in New York. Listening attentively, Lao Tang divulged his brother's background, leaving Li Pu, the owner, to discern the necessary actions. What office director in New York? Bob, the venerable elder, was clearly the commander of the Xichang town New Xiangwei. Those engaged in business in New York ought to seize the opportunity to cultivate relationships. Otherwise, all the social graces Li Pu learned would be in vain. Meanwhile, he set Stark aside, who did not feel slighted. This was because Stark's purpose for visiting Li Pu was not to discuss the novelty of the popping carpet. In his view, while the popping carpet held a modicum of interest, it was merely that of little substance. It lacked a technical threshold, its target market confined primarily to America, and pricing above $20 would inevitably lead to a price war. To prevent any unrealistic aspirations among his peers, let me clarify, this is merely a fictional scenario. There are overseas e-commerce platforms selling popping toys for less than the cost of carpets, and many amusing videos of such antics on foreign video sites. Roughly calculated, leveraging first-mover advantage to earn $1 million would be the ceiling, no more. Stark, being a person of considerable talent, certainly does not regard such trivial enterprises with esteem. His genuine purpose for visiting Li Pu tonight was to inspect the Stormbird Mark I. The personnel from the legal department, despite their numbers, lacked individuals capable of calculating unique values. During the breakfast meeting, they had already investigated Li Pu's recent activities, knowing the group intended to file a lawsuit against him. According to legal stipulations, any aircraft exceeding 350 pounds at takeoff must declare and publicize its flight path in advance. Yet, none among them realized the astonishing technical implications of this. Flying a self-crafted propeller plane from New York to Alaska in mere hours, without any record of mid-air refueling, Stark suddenly comprehended that the large model crafted by the Li Pu family must possess an extraordinarily high thermal efficiency engine, superior aerodynamic design and materials, and cost-effective load experiments, along with further innovations he had yet to consider. Each of these innovations, conservatively estimated, would begin at a 9-figure valuation. Even disregarding market value, Stark harbored an intense passion for technological innovation, especially as these advancements pertained to aviation. Thus, he could not afford to overlook them. Thus, he abandoned his previously arranged plan to engage in intimate discussions with several magazine cover girls before embarking from New York to Ijanhan, and made a special trip to find Lip. Upon learning the young master's intent, Lip wasted no words and straightforwardly directed him to converse with Little Cuz. After all, it seemed that only Little Cuz could fully comprehend Stark's intricate discourse within the restaurant, and moreover, respond with equal eloquence. As for whether Little Cuz would be willing to transfer his technology, that was a matter solely for the young lad to decide. The Stormbird Mark I was originally an independent design by Cuz himself. Lip and Little Broly merely lent a hand during the assembly out of curiosity. Nonetheless, he felt that even if Little Cuz were to grant all his technological rights to Stark, the young master would hardly be able to construct a second Stormbird on his own. Lip was nearly certain that the benefits derived from Cuz's mere musings in the cockpit would be unattainable for Stark, no matter how hard he tried. Even if Stark donned a bodysuit and meticulously replicated Cuz's every move while reciting the most orthodox binary hymns, the machine's spirit's attitude towards him would likely be one of disdain. One must recognize one's own strengths. Casting a glance at Stark, who was animatedly exchanging technical queries with Cuz, Lip shook his head subtly. He then turned his attention to Bob, who appeared as though he had just emerged from a brutal encounter. A question arose in his mind. Who was the valiant warrior responsible for this? It was noteworthy that this individual was the legitimate director of the New York office. To draw an analogy, this institution could be likened to the American version of a secret police. To quote a famous saying, "Crimes I cannot solve, I will solve. Those I dare not kill, I will kill. Matters I cannot manage, I will manage. In short, those I can control, I shall control, and those I cannot, I shall control even more." Acting without prior notice, with federal sanction. Striking Bob was not merely an affront to the New York office. It was akin to poking the proverbial bear of the American federal elite. In truth, Old Tang found himself perplexed by his younger brother's predicament. Consequently, he hurriedly prepared several large pots of ample stir-fried dishes and 2 sizable batches of rice in commercial rice cookers before emerging from the kitchen. "Bob, what on earth is happening?" As he wiped his hands with a cloth, Old Tang removed his chef's hat and apron before taking a seat at the table with Lip and Bob. "Brother, I genuinely find myself at a loss. This time, I must implore you to assist me once more. If all else fails, please lend me your attire." Bob explained. "The situation is as follows. We have uncovered a transnational human trafficking syndicate. Not only are these individuals guilty of heinous crimes, but they also have the audacity to evade taxes. Therefore, we located the luxurious apartments of this company and employed a gilded cage strategy, cutting off water and electricity to compel their surrender, while several armored vehicles blocked the roads. Snipers and anti-aircraft weaponry were also stationed on the rooftop. Unexpectedly, akin to the stealthy ninjas of the little days, they managed to abscond with some crucial ledgers, scaling walls, and fleeing with remarkable agility. Tragically, all 6 colleagues involved in orchestrating that operation, myself included, were assaulted by a band of red-clad ninjas yesterday. Excluding myself, the other 5 met a grim fate. Coincidentally, on that Saturday, I ventured to the furniture store for some supplies, and it was by sheer fortune that I eluded the clutches of those ninjas. Even more alarming is the news that, following their attack on the operatives of the operation, some armed revenue agents involved also faced an onslaught. Currently, it will take until the day after tomorrow to mobilize a sufficient elite force from headquarters to New York. Brother, I beseech you to assist me." Chapter 64. The unexpected turn of events. Upon hearing the key terms, Li Pu's ears perked up instantly. Little days, ninjas. just as Li Pu instinctively rolled up his sleeves. Contemplating whether to lend assistance, the elderly gentleman magically produced a brown paper envelope from his coat. We have uncovered that this group is trafficking individuals across the globe, with a significant portion being minors. They have even expanded their operations to New York. Over the past decade, they have stealthily abducted some dropouts who were aimlessly wandering the streets of Hell's Kitchen. However, it seems that in the last couple of years, they have somewhat restrained their activities. With that, Bob turned his gaze towards Li Pu. It was evident that before seeking the help of his brother, Old Tang, at the Have Some Guts restaurant, Director Bob had conducted some research. Otherwise, he would not have brought such a clearly significant document. In order to ensure that Broly and Kaz received a proper education, Li Pu had taken on the role of principal at the community school. He had also persuaded Jean Ping and some of the iron-willed toughs from Hell's Kitchen to acknowledge that the entirety of 47th Street was under his domain. Bob's mention of the recent restraint of the Little Days human trafficking syndicate was, in truth, a reflection of Li Pu's influence, which had altered the entrenched dynamics of Hell's Kitchen. Moreover, the elderly gentleman's references to dropouts and minors were increasingly overt in their intent. He must have researched Li Pu and his two sons, thus selecting specific trigger words to appeal to his interests. Li Pu preferred not to be enigmatic, nor did he relish feigning ignorance. Since the situation was already apparent, he straightforwardly posed two inquiries to Bob. Is there a formidable figure guiding you from behind? Furthermore, considering this criminal syndicate has evaded scrutiny for many years, how did you manage to uncover their transgressions? Upon hearing this, Old Tang glanced at his brother, eager to hear his response. Indeed, a global organization has provided us with intelligence, but I cannot disclose its name. Bob did not refute the claim, but elucidated that, in contrast to other organizations, that particular entity harbored no competitive relationship with us and was, in fact, quite willing to collaborate. Upon hearing this, Lipkin could reasonably deduce that the organization in question was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, a significant portion of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s annual funding stemmed from allocations by the U.S. Department of the Treasury. As a favored entity of the Treasury, it is only logical that S.H.I.E.L.D. would provide intelligence support, given that their relationship could be characterized as mutually beneficial. Likewise, the strained rapport between S.H.I.E.L.D. and other organizations is comprehensible. Aside from overlapping power and jurisdiction, all three entities are vying for financial appropriations from the same fiscal pot each year, making it unsurprising that their relations are less than amicable. That organization furnished us with portions of criminal evidence regarding transnational human trafficking syndicates, which were evading taxes under the guise of maritime rescue operations. They established a deep-sea fleet registered under the U.S. Coast Guard's jurisdiction. According to the U.S. National Search and Rescue Plan Act, dedicated rescue vessels are entirely exempt from taxes, while registered fleets can benefit from accelerated depreciation on equipment, specific expense subsidies, and exemptions from port maintenance taxes. Over the course of a year, they likely evaded over $1 million in port maintenance taxes alone, not to mention potential additional revenue losses from trafficking and other illicit goods, which could cumulatively amount to tens of millions in unpaid taxes annually. Furthermore, that organization provided us with satellite imagery and coordinates, revealing that this commercial fleet could not possibly undertake rescue missions. Within it were several vessels that spent the entire year loitering near the Point Nemo, a location devoid of any navigational routes. Bob's frustration mounted as he spoke. He then produced a satellite photograph marked with coordinates from his dossier and laid it on the table, depicting several ships in close proximity to one another. The so-called Point Nemo, also known as the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, is the most remote location on Earth's surface, situated in the heart of the South Pacific. Within an area roughly the size of North America, it is a true desert of life. Not only is human presence scarce, but even vertebrates are nearly non-existent. Point Nemo lies approximately 688 kilometers from the nearest landmass and is obstructed by the South Pacific Gyre, preventing external nutrients from entering. This region is home only to some unique microorganisms that thrive near underwater volcanic vents and the Yeti crab, which feeds on fungal filaments that parasitize its furry claws. Migratory fish and whales instinctively avoid this area, for once they enter, escape is nearly impossible, leading to certain starvation. Consequently, no vessels traverse this desolate expanse, and commercial shipping routes are designed to circumvent it. One need only use common sense to understand that if no ships pass through, a fleet masquerading as a rescue operation could hardly engage in any form of rescue. Beep. detected an increase in the host's exploration of the world. Information regarding the location of the third adopted subject has emerged. Please attend to the retrieval. As the countdown commenced, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Li Pu's eyes. Following the confrontation with the gods on Mount Olympus the previous day, the system had alerted him that the third child in need of adoption was about to appear. However, after that initial notification, there had been no further communication. Li Pu had assumed that this child would manifest unexpectedly in proximity to his residence, much like Broly and Kaz. He was utterly unprepared for the notion that this adoption would require him to travel such a considerable distance. Nevertheless, having received the news, he resolved not to delay any further. He patted Bob on the shoulder. Due to their agents being misled by their inadequate geographical knowledge, they had failed to discover that the criminal organization was evading taxes through armed extortion, ultimately allowing the culprits to slip away. To make matters worse, those individuals had even dared to initiate an assassination attempt against their team. Consequently, Bob Tang, their elder, was seething with frustration when he finally spoke. It was as if he could no longer contain his grievances. "Brother, I recall there's an ancient rule among you. As far as I know, it hasn't been rescinded," he remarked. "Anyone, whether an agent or not, who can assist you in recovering the misappropriated tax funds is entitled to a share of the reward, correct?" "Indeed. 5% of the tax recovered, plus 10% in penalties. Since this case has escalated into a serious tax evasion matter, special provisions have been authorized. The headquarters has approved an increase in the reward cap from 100,000 to 300,000, and there are no restrictions on federal employees participating in the recovery efforts." Li Pu interjected, halting Bob's tirade. "So, you're seeking assistance, which I presume involves a need for armed support. In other words, you must possess intelligence regarding the hideout of that criminal group's leader?" "Yes," Bob affirmed promptly. However, just as he anticipated that Li Pu would eagerly accompany them to recover the owed taxes, Li Pu suddenly snapped his fingers. "Luke, haven't you been yearning to acquire a vehicle lately? Tonight, you shall accompany Old Tang and Brother Bob to undertake this venture. Half of the reward will be yours. Should you accept?" Chapter 65. The Trial Vessel of the Hand Association. "I'm in," Luke exclaimed, his spirits soaring at the prospect of earning money. Despite being capable of accomplishing the work of 3 individuals, his hourly wage in New York was commendable, reaching $35. However, since he started dating, he often found himself with only a few dollars to spare, relying on employee benefits for meals. "Hey, let's leave right now," Luke declared. Abandoning the shrimp dumplings he had pilfered from Broly and Kaz's table, he threw his arm around Bob's neck and headed for the exit. "If we return early and my girlfriend hasn't finished her night shift, I'll treat you to a drink at Old Cheese." Observing the young man whisk away his brother, Old Tang could only cast an apologetic glance at Li Pu. The boss understood what Old Tang was about to say, but gestured to him, indicating that they would close early today with dignity. Subsequently, he advised little Broly to ensure that after finishing his meal, he and Kaz would take Aunt May and Peter home, although Lip was well aware of the capabilities of Little Spider. Any parent knows how amusing it is to witness a child confidently proclaiming, "I'm 5 now, not just a 4-year-old. Chuckling, he affectionately ruffled the hair of Broly and Kaz before stepping outside the store. Indeed, not far from the roadside, a black sedan was parked a few dozen meters away. With his hands in his pockets, Lip strolled leisurely toward it, politely tapping on the car window. "Excuse me, may I ask if you have," before the occupant could finish. Lip withdrew his hand from his pocket, startling the 2 individuals inside, who instinctively reached for their waists. "No need to worry, there's no trigger on the car key." He handed over the key for the truck he had rented at Linden Airport to the agents from SHIELD, who were surveilling him. "Could you kindly find a return point at the buggy car rental and ensure the truck is returned by 6 tomorrow evening? It shouldn't pose much of a challenge, right?" Leaning against the car door, he maintained a polite demeanor and spoke charmingly. Yet, the 2 agents felt as though they were facing a T-Rex speaking to them with its head lowered. They nodded repeatedly. "Excellent. It's settled then. I certainly wish to avoid any penalties." With that, Lip turned and ventured into a dim alley. Once he had distanced himself, the 2 agents inside the car finally exhaled in relief. "Hey, we've made contact with the target. We may have already been compromised." "Understood. The team can withdraw. We are still tracking. We can't retreat just yet. We must return the vehicle as we promised." As the 2 agents in the car communicated with SHIELD, Lip had already arrived at the end of the southeastern road on 47th Street, accompanied by 2 well-disguised followers. From behind the railings by the riverbank, Lip performed some stretching exercises, loosening his muscles. Next, he glanced up at the sky. with the enhancement of his perception abilities. He could not only detect the aura emitted by living beings, but also sense anything watching him. Thus, he became aware of an eye observing him from approximately 200 kilometers in low Earth orbit, concealed among the clouds. Lip twisted his neck and wrists, checking the countdown for adopting the children, 48 hours remaining. Just the right moment to try out the exercise method he had contemplated long ago. Had it not been for the insistence of his followers today, he might have forgotten. With this thought in mind, Lip turned and flashed a smile at the two agents trailing him. Then, with one hand resting on the seaside railing, he leapt forward in a swift motion, plunging into the East River. The two individuals trailing behind Lip were momentarily bewildered. As they hastened forward, all they could perceive were ripples dancing upon the water's surface and the unwavering lights of the Ambrose Channel in New York Harbor, illuminating both day and night. In an effort to evade the watchful gaze of S.H.I.E.L.D., Lip propelled himself from the East River into the Atlantic Ocean. Akin to a young Goku from Dragon Ball, who swam tirelessly to attend the World Martial Arts Tournament, relying on his extraordinary stamina and strength. He glided effortlessly through the water. Had it not been for the air enveloping his body, mitigating the shock waves produced by displacing the seawater, he could have traversed the distance from New York to Florida at an astonishing, near tenfold speed of sound in just a matter of minutes. The force of the displaced seawater would have wreaked havoc upon the ports along the way, reminiscent of a widespread tsunami. Furthermore, the rapid friction with the seawater would cause an ionization effect, resulting in a luminous arc encircling the eastern seaboard behind him. However, upon reaching the Caribbean Sea, Lip abruptly halted, not due to fatigue, for he was not a man who could only endure for a mere 15 minutes. He paused because he recognized a critical issue. Advancing further would lead him to the Panama Canal, and beyond that lay the Pacific Ocean, where no coastline would provide him guidance. Should he utilize his psychic abilities for navigation? Yet, he quickly realized that since he was already employing psychic magic, why not simply open the portal to the mystical realm and achieve his destination in one fell swoop? Cursed BS, H.I.E.L.D. For hindering his ability to engage in proper exercise, he resolved to find an opportunity to train next time, casting the blame for forgetting a tracking device upon S.H.I.E.L.D. before he submerged once more, opening a portal that sparkled with embers even beneath the waves. Having perused the remote sensing images provided by Bob in the restaurant, Lip inferred that the portal could directly locate the vessel associated with the human trafficking group, which was anchored near Nemo Point. Emerging from the portal, drenched and dripping, Lip's feet landed upon the solid deck. He suddenly felt a twinge of curiosity. Although he immediately sensed the presence of individuals aboard the ship, their essence felt peculiar. Despite being alive, their auras appeared lifeless, decayed, as if they were elderly souls on the brink of departure. With this perplexity in mind, he scanned the surroundings, only to discover a black-painted emblem on the cabin wall, a dark handprint with 5 distinct fingers. So it was them. Connecting this symbol to Bob's mention of ninjas, Lip recalled that this emblem represented an organization known for its namesake, a criminal syndicate from the small nation, identifiable by the black handprint. They were called the Hand Alliance. However, while the lethargic red-clad ninjas served as the representative arm of the Hand Alliance, whose stronghold resided in the Neon Country, in truth, among the 5 leaders. Nicknamed the 5 Fingers, only one hailed from the small nation, the others were from various corners of the globe. The gathering of these individuals can be attributed to their shared experience of training at the Kunlun of Huaxia, followed by their simultaneous betrayal of Kunlun, during which they absconded with some of its treasures, notably the dragon bones. In Chapter 66, titled The Trial of the Caged Beast, Part 1, it is revealed that Kunlun welcomed foreigners, diligently training them, and even extending the inheritance of the Iron Fist to these outsiders. Unsurprisingly, this led to the cultivation of a group of ungrateful individuals. If Li Pu were to voice his thoughts on the matter, he would candidly express his sentiment. They are indeed a charming bunch. He harbors no prejudice, for this observation applies equally to both the foreigners and the Kunlun natives. Dignity and the value of unity are forged through perseverance and effort. Merely offering hospitality and gifts will render one as nothing more than a mere source of wealth. The mere contemplation of this situation incites frustration. Fortunately, Li Pu understands that maintaining his emotional stability requires him to avoid internalizing his anger. He recalls that, with the escalation of human activities, the once stagnant ecosystem near the Nemo Point has begun to show signs of revival in recent years. Spacecraft, which have fallen from the outer atmosphere into Earth's domain, are typically controlled by nations to ensure their descent into the waters near Nemo Point. except for those major powers that can only launch craft that engage in Brownian motion. Although these spacecraft lack biological material, they are replete with metals, which certain ancient microbes at the seabed can consume. Feasting on the pure metals from these vessels is far more gratifying than laboriously extracting metals from the ocean floor. Thanks to the gifts from humanity, these ancient microbes have experienced an unprecedented population explosion, leading to a more favorable existence for the limited species that rely on them for sustenance. Upon discovering that the nearby vessels belonged to the assets of those Kunlun traders associated with the Hand Association, Li Pu made a magnanimous decision. Today, he would treat them to a feast. A hearty meal would empower them for the tasks ahead. Young Luke donned the hood of his gray, sleeveless hoodie, engaging in a basic disguise, and flexed his biceps for old Bob. In mere seconds, he dispatched all the gangsters in the alley with ease, as if dealing with children. "What material is this big fellow made of?" one bystander exclaimed. He knocked 3 thugs away with a single punch. His muscles are harder than iron. Old Bob was astonished, uttering a phrase from his hometown, only to be met with disdain from his brother, Old Tang, who regarded him with a look of someone who had never seen the world. "Stay calm and get to work." Who in 47th Street doesn't recognize the mighty Luke? He can withstand cannon fire. What are you, an old man, afraid of? Upon overhearing the encrypted conversation of 2 elderly gentlemen, young Luke blinked in confusion, followed by a broad grin revealing his pearly whites, uttering a phrase he must have picked up from somewhere. "Let us have tea first." Old Tang sprang up, playfully smacking Luke on the back of his head, retorting, "Stop showing off. What nonsense is drinking tea at this hour? Let us get to work." They found themselves in a bustling back alley of Flushing, New York, where a 3-story building in a traditional Chinese architectural style loomed ahead, adorned with red lacquer and a golden plaque, flanked by 2 lanterns. Given that the majority of the local residents were of Asian descent, primarily hailing from the Sinic cultural sphere, it was no surprise that most would steer clear of this establishment upon seeing its sign. After all, it was a funeral home engaged in mortuary services, also housing a columbarium, evoking an atmosphere steeped in a certain Chinese macabre. Despite numerous protests from the community urging the relocation of this establishment, the funeral home, known as the Supreme Hall, remained firmly in place. After dispatching a group of ruffians in the alley, old Bob pointed towards the rooftop, declaring, "We must ascend to the 3rd floor." Before young Luke, who fancied himself the main force behind this armed tax operation, could utter a word, Old Tang interjected, "Watch me." With that, the elderly gentleman, having donned a tailcoat upon returning home, sprang nimbly up the wall, grasping a drainpipe, and swiftly scaled to the rooftop. Grabbed the ropes. Once atop, he deftly settled on the eaves, extending his arms towards the ground below. Instantly, 2 ropes made from synthetic fibers sprang forth from his coat sleeves, landing before his brother Bob and young Luke. As they seized the ropes, akin to fishermen using an electric reel, Old Tang gently tugged, retracting the ropes back into his sleeves, allowing the plaster-cast Bob and Luke to effortlessly ascend to the rooftop. "Let us move. Luke, tread lightly, crawl across the rooftop. Don't collapse the tiles." With his extensive experience in traversing rooftops, Old Tang led the way during their infiltration. Under his guidance, the trio successfully entered the building through a skylight, arriving in a room filled with rows of shelves, each housing numerous urns. This location served as the second headquarters of the criminal syndicate. It was suspected that these urns contained high-purity white powder transported from other countries without dilution. Now it was Bob's turn to take the lead. He swiftly guided the 2 through the rows of columbarium shelves, arriving at a niche housing a Buddha statue. "We once sent an undercover agent to this group, capturing images of the interior, which were disseminated. However, that agent later went missing. Nonetheless, his intel mentioned this very niche." Without needing further prompting from Bob, Old Tang stepped forward, donned a pair of glasses, and adjusted the brooch on his tailcoat. Through the scanning lens embedded in the brooch, he discovered that the altar was indeed a hidden marvel, concealing intricate mechanical structures within. Employing a few small tools, Old Tang swiftly unlocked the mechanism of the altar. As it rotated open, a lifting platform was revealed. "Let us proceed," Old Tang declared, the first to ascend in pursuit of those wretched groundhogs. "Splendid. At last, we are liberated from the grasp of the beast, no longer mere experimental subjects at its mercy." One of the 5 fingers, the gambler, exclaimed with fervor to the other fingerlings. In his exuberance, he even broke into a samba dance in public. This secret conference room, concealed beneath Flushing, witnessed a rare gathering of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association, who were deliberating an important matter. The significance of their assembly in New York, drawn together from across the globe, was self-evident. They were discussing how to reverse the decline that had beset their kin for centuries and regain control over the beast. Chapter 67. The Beast Experiment. Part 2. The Hand Association comprised 5 leaders, all traders of Kunlun: Madame Gao, Murakami, the Gambler, Alessandra, and Soanda. Among them, Alessandra held sway in North America, the Gambler in Europe and South America. Murakami focused on managing Neon Nation, while Soanda exerted influence over certain African warlords. Madame Gao, however, was less fortunate, possessing only a foothold in New York on Alessandra's territory. Indeed, while Madame Gao ranked among the strongest in personal combat among the 5, her power was the weakest. The reason was simple. Centuries ago, when these ambitious fingers divided their spheres of influence on a world map, this old woman fortuitously chose to establish her domain in the Dragon Kingdom, a land of remarkable talent and fortune. She enjoyed a period of pride, but a century ago, circumstances took a dramatic turn. During times of crisis, formidable individuals would invariably emerge from that wondrous land, and she was swiftly subdued. The reason she now appeared as an old woman was due to the countless revivals she had undergone over the years, depleting her share of dragon bones. To preserve her life, she ultimately relinquished her foundational power and journeyed across the ocean to seek refuge under Alessandra's wing. Due to existing conflicts with the Gambler and her own relatively low combat prowess, Alessandra reluctantly accepted Madame Gao into her ranks. Presently, the balance of power among the 5 fingers had reduced internal strife significantly. Although external foes remained, the innocent society, founded by the first foreigner Iron Fist, was merely a sharpening stone for their team, posing no substantial threat. Now, only 2 matters were of genuine concern to the 5 fingers. The first was the acquisition of dragon bones, essential for their longevity, which had begun to show some promise. As long as they can find the remains of the ancient dragon from the past several millennia, which were reborn in other parts of the world, there would be no need for them to risk returning to Kunlun to steal dragon bones. The second matter at hand involves dealing with a demon known as Beast. In the early days of the Hand Alliance's establishment, aside from the 5 of them, the recruits from that wretched place, Neon, were indeed too feeble. Despite their own strength bolstered by dragon bones and rigorous training in Kunlun, they were hampered by the incompetence of their subordinates, making their tasks exceedingly arduous. Since they could not afford to squander the hard-earned dragon bones on such inept followers, they cleverly sought an alternative by turning to an ancient demon named Beast. Beast had been vanquished by Mephisto and was significantly weaker than the Dimensional Lords, making the demon contract with humans seemingly acceptable. Utilizing its powers, it enabled the members of the Hand Alliance to resurrect, much like the 5 fingers themselves, even after death. Consequently, while the members lacked prowess, they became fiercely fearless, and the power of the Hand Alliance flourished as a result. However, the cost of resurrection through Beast's power was the consumption of a portion of their souls and essence each time. After a maximum of 10 resurrections, an individual would become a mere husk, a soulless living corpse. These shells would remain, serving as vessels for Beast's descent upon Earth. Unfortunately, since the raw materials were not perfectly suited for Beast, the majority of the vessels could not sustain its presence for long. Whether it be a mere second or several minutes, the duration was insufficient for Beast to accomplish much on Earth. Of course, there were a few vessels that were somewhat more compatible, allowing Beast to linger for a longer period. Such vessels were referred to as black cores within the Hand Alliance, and were preserved like biochemical weapons. Should an event arise that necessitated Beast's intervention, the 5 fingers would deploy the black core akin to launching a nuclear weapon. However, as the collaboration with Beast continued, the 5 leaders increasingly recognized a terrifying issue. After all, a demon is a demon. Its insatiable greed knows no bounds. It is now the 21st century, with technology having advanced to unprecedented levels, and nations exerting control over the Earth in ways unimaginable before. Finding vessels and screening for black cores was no problem, as the Hand Alliance was deeply involved in human trafficking. Yet, why has Beast's appetite grown so vast, demanding the number of vessels to double each year since a decade ago? The 5 leaders of the Hand Alliance, not particularly astute in mathematics, initially failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, mistakenly believing that fulfilling Beast's request for 100 vessels was a manageable task. However, 8 years have passed, and this year, Beast's demand for vessels has reached an astonishing 30,000. Even these 5, irrespective of their foolishness, began to realize that something was amiss. After enlisting the services of a skilled mathematician, they were appalled to discover the sheer greed of the Beast. If they calculated based on an initial population of 100 in the first year, doubling each subsequent year, it would surpass 100 million in just 21 years. and by the 30th year, it could reach an astonishing 8.6 billion, more than the total population of Earth. At this rate, by the 30th year, humanity would owe the beast an additional 1 or 2 billion souls. Mathematics does not deceive, and upon witnessing this result, the 5 individuals erupted in fury. That wretched creature harbored an abundance of malevolence. Thus, they resolved, even at the cost of their accumulated black voids, to eliminate the beast at all costs. After all, they had risked everything to steal the dragon bones from Kunlun, aiming for immortality and the chance to enjoy life to its fullest, not to serve some vile demon as mere laborers, ultimately sacrificing themselves in the process. However, as the saying goes, it is easy to invite a deity but difficult to send one away. The entanglements between the beast and the Hand Alliance ran too deep, making its expulsion a formidable challenge. For instance, the most elite armed forces of the Hand Alliance, those fearless crimson-clad ninjas, included many who were vessels for the beast. Even those who had only perished once or twice, and not yet 10 times, could not be assured of their status as untainted. Thus, during the specially convened meeting for the beast's containment, they refrained from deploying a single elite ninja for external security. Moreover, the day before, one of the 5 fingers, Murakami, found himself trapped in an office building. Initially, his escape seemed inconsequential. Yet, they stubbornly sent operatives to attack agents in America, ostensibly to rationally deplete the ranks of Crimson Ninjas in New York. Although the deceased ninjas had already been resurrected by the beast, their resurrection point was in Neon, not New York. Without these complications, Bob, Old Tang, and young Luke would not have so easily infiltrated the inner sanctum. Chapter 68. Lip. Welp, what do I resemble? Everything was in readiness, save for one thing. Just as the gambler, who fancied himself a European aristocrat, prepared to regale them with eloquence learned from Kunlun, he was abruptly interrupted by the more erudite Lady Gao and Murakami. Mind your words. Asia Tower. This is no jest. Those words cannot be spoken lightly. What if a storm were to descend? With the few rickety ships amassed by the Hand Alliance, would you dare to gamble with your life? Lady Gao remarked. This fool truly possesses the intellect of a pig. Murakami added. Indeed, the white-skinned brutes are all a bunch of dolts. The 2 East Asian leaders of the Hand Alliance regarded the gambler with disdain, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed, a rare occurrence for one so proud. Fortunately, Alexandra swiftly stepped forward to mediate, gesturing to the gambler and Lady Gao. All right, everyone, let us refrain from excessive chatter. To avoid any unforeseen complications as the night prolongs, we must promptly summon the beast from that location. The black void we have selected for him is one he will undoubtedly find impossible to refuse. Despite her commendable proficiency in Mandarin, Alexandra occasionally stumbled over idiomatic expressions. Conversely, the typically reticent Soanda, at a critical moment, aptly interjected. This is what one would call inviting the gentleman into the trap. The infant displayed a remarkable compatibility with the beast, yet being merely a baby. Its fundamental motor skills remained undeveloped. The beast's entry into this frail body would be akin to incarceration. Once the beast inhabited the infant's form, we would promptly submerge that vessel to the ocean's depths, where the water plunges to 4,000 meters. In such a high-pressure, low-oxygen environment, the majority of bacteria thriving in the depths of Nemo Point rely solely on geothermal energy, coupled with the fact that an infant harbors significantly fewer bacteria than an adult. These factors combined would ensure that the cage imprisoning the beast could preserve it intact for several centuries. Even if we have not discovered a definitive means to eradicate the beast by that time, I firmly believe that the creature would comprehend the consequences of crossing us. Subsequent negotiations would likely prove far more amenable. Just as Soanda concluded his remarks, a tremendous crash reverberated from outside the underground conference room. The force of the blast tore the door from its hinges, and the corridor filled with thick smoke as a large figure emerged, coughing amidst the haze. Uncle Tang, Mr. Bob, are you all right? Luke, blocking the doorway, called back over his shoulder without yielding his position. Fortunately, he had taken the lead, inadvertently triggering a landmine equipped with a laser fuse, yet his invulnerable physique had shielded them from most of the explosive shockwave. Cough, cough, if you do not move aside. I might choke to death, came the muffled voice of old Bob from behind him. However, before Luke could react, 5 fingers within the conference room began to stir. The explosion had damaged some wiring in the underground secret meeting room, obstructing their view of the imagery within the experimental vessel at Nemo Point. Nevertheless, Lady Gao promptly instructed Alexandra, utilize the backup communication equipment to commence the experiment. We must resolve our current predicament before attending to the repairs of that display. Alexandra nodded and swiftly produced a satellite phone, dispatching an encrypted message spanning thousands of kilometers. Simultaneously, Soanda drew a Scorpion submachine gun, unleashing a barrage at the suddenly intruding Luke. The gambler and the village chief also rose, one brandishing a katana, while the other unsheathed a chain-linked sickle, prepared to confront the adversary at a moment's notice. Are these individuals attempting to be humorous? Observing the red-clad ninja suddenly kneeling before the wall of the ship's cabin, fervently reciting a lengthy string of incomprehensible phrases directed at the painted emblem of 5 fingers, Li Pu could not help but feel a flicker of curiosity. Recalling the nature of the ninjas from the Hand Union, he had not considered interrogating them upon boarding the ship, as he knew that valuable information could hardly be extracted from these hollow shells, their souls claimed by beasts. Thus, Li Pu's plan was straightforward. First, to locate the third child he intended to adopt by sensing the life force. Second, to sink the ship. And third, to return home. However, this seemingly simple plan encountered unforeseen complications at the very first step. Li Pu, unwilling to conceal his intentions, decided to boldly enter the cabin. Yet, those red-clad ninjas, who should have easily spotted him and been dealt with, unexpectedly formed a barrier. Although the system's attribute panel indicated a sufficient adoption countdown, his instincts warned him that something was amiss. It was prudent to locate the child first. Consequently, Li Pu dropped any pretense and made his intentions clear. With a thunderous sound, akin to a rocket propelled from a standstill, he charged forward in a determined direction. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Anything obstructing his path, be it walls, machinery, or the bodies of the red-clad ninjas, was obliterated by the shockwave generated by his sprint. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a specially modified space in the center of the merchant vessel. This cabin's ceiling, walls, and floor were all painted in a bizarre crimson hue, and the black hand symbol of the Hand Union was emblazoned throughout. Dozens of hollow-bodied red-clad ninjas were crammed into this cabin, while at its center stood a cylindrical container made of tempered glass. Inside, a completely naked child, lacking even a swaddling cloth, was confined within that vessel. The red-clad ninjas had likely been kneeling in prayer like their counterparts outside, but they were now scattered chaotically, some pinned against the walls by the force of Li Pu's entrance, which resembled an explosive shockwave. Li Pu had no time to concern himself with them. He appeared before the tempered glass container in an instant, reaching through the glass to gently extract the child. Subsequently, he quickly dried his clothes using his internal energy and wrapped the child in a pure cotton checkered shirt. At that moment, tendrils of pitch-black mist materialized within the shattered glass container. Fortunately, Li Pu had acted decisively. Otherwise, the child in his arms might have inhaled that eerie black vapor. However, the dark essence seemed unwilling to relent, drifting towards the makeshift swaddling of the child, as if it were a malignant parasite. Li Pu's countenance darkened, his expression more ominous than that of the infamous Luke. Yet, as his anger surged, his eyes once again radiated the molten golden hue reminiscent of his defiance against those absurd deities on Olympus. With one hand tenderly cradling the child, he extended the other, now entwined with arcs of ethereal lightning and golden flames, swiftly grasping the dark essence. In an instant, he forcefully pulled forth a grotesque, shadowy entity from another dimensional realm. Li Pu had summoned the beast into the earthly plane. This turn of events was wholly unexpected for the beast. It is worth noting that even a formidable entity like Mephisto would require considerable effort to breach the earthly realm, having to exploit the vulnerabilities of the colossal defensive magic woven by 2 generations of supreme sorcerers. The beast was even less capable than Mephisto. Thus, it had to rely on the assistance of the Hand Alliance, using specialized vessels to gradually infiltrate. Yet this time, it had effortlessly crossed over, the earthly defenses failing to repel it, which brought the beast a moment of unexpected joy. Nonetheless, it was irked to find itself ensnared by a mere human. Before the beast could fully comprehend its predicament, Li Pu, already engulfed in flames of ethereal energy, posed a rather straightforward query. Welp, what do I resemble? Chapter 69. The villain perishes from excessive chatter. You resemble that. The beast, intimidated by the imposing presence of the golden giant before it, found itself compelled to respond. However, before the demon could finish its utterance, Li Pu swiftly rendered his verdict. Incorrect answer, and now you may meet your demise. Of course, even had the beast delivered the correct response, it would have been futile, for Li Pu could easily retort, you know too much. Before the dark, corpulent demon could react. The massive hand gripping its throat suddenly manifested a long sword, ablaze with golden, ethereal flames. This sword, transformed from Zeus's artifact, the Golden Thunder, had previously resided in the exclusive subspace bestowed upon Li Pu by the system. responding to Li Pu's call. It materialized in the real universe and effortlessly pierced the demon's throat. With a resounding clash, the longsword's force was immense. Not only did it impale the beast's throat, but it also sent the creature crashing to the ground, pinned to the deck of the ship by the golden blade, utterly immobilized. You cannot kill me. I am a demon from another dimension, and I shall return for you. One could only remark that the demon's thought process was indeed markedly different from that of humans. Despite having its throat pierced, rendering its vocal cords severed, and unable to produce sound, the beast still attempted to assert its existence. Due to the suppression of the Emperor-class psychic magic, the demon could only exert a mere fraction of its power, barely exceeding 1%. Despite its pitiful state, the beast, rather than seeking an escape, resorted to issuing a boastful proclamation. It squandered that precious 1% of its limited strength on altering its own structure, creating a new mouth on its rotund belly. However, it truly should have refrained from such reckless bravado. Villains often meet their demise through their own verbosity, and the weight of that adage only increases with time. Initially, Li Pu remained unaware of why the beast could not be slain, a mystery rooted in the fact that the demons of the Marvel Universe also hail from alternate dimensions. Yet, by a twist of fate, this secret was unveiled to him. Indeed, he possessed an alternate dimension of his own. Just last night, the system had bestowed upon Li Pu a unique subspace, encouraging him to explore its potential. To his astonishment, within less than 24 hours, an opportunity for experimentation presented itself. You were just lingering in your own stronghold, were you not? Observing the demon, still chattering away despite being pinned to the ground, Li Pu nodded, a reminiscent smile gracing his face. Please, wait a moment. I shall proceed to destroy your spring. With those words, he released his grip on the hilt of the golden sword, indifferent to whether the beast comprehended his intent. The demon's eyes glimmered with a hint of surprise as it sensed the pressure from the artifact embedded in its throat diminish significantly. Perhaps, it seemed, the beast dared to attempt touching the blade's edge with its claws, although it would still incur cuts and burns from the golden flames. The sword no longer felt as untouchable as before. Its prospects brightened instantly. However, just as the demon sought to withdraw the sword, Li Pu acted with sudden swiftness. He clenched his fist, using his perception to lock onto the path the beast had taken, and then unleashed a powerful punch. The force of this blow was so immense that it rendered the surrounding space into a shattered glass-like visage, creating large, discernible fissures that echoed in silence. Li Pu's punch breached the barrier between Earth and the dimension where the beast resided, his arm plunging deep into the creature's lair. Simultaneously, two swirling orbs of white and black energy manifested around his fist. These energies flowed like the yin-yang symbol, each containing the other in an eternal cycle of existence. Within the beast's lair, in this unique dimensional space that the demon had claimed as its own, Li Pu unleashed his own subspace. In truth, while this dimensional space is referred to as such, it lacks the conventional three-dimensional concepts of size, height, length, or even time. The differences between dimensions arise primarily from their respective hierarchies. In the Marvel Universe, the dimension of Deep Crimson holds a rank slightly superior to that of the Hellish Realm, which is also a dwelling place for demons. Consequently, the status of the Hellish Dimension is undoubtedly far greater than that of the obscure dimension occupied by the beast. Regrettably, this little-known dimension of the beast possesses a rank that falls below that of Rip's subspace. Why is this unfortunate, you may ask? The answer is quite simple. Subspace, being a unique dimension, harbors a reprehensible ability for corruption and predation. Although both are dimensions, if your rank is inferior to that of subspace, you will swiftly be assimilated upon contact. In other words, dimensions of lower rank, when encountering subspace, easily become its nourishment. Of course, this is merely a personification. Subspace's consumption of other dimensions to enhance itself is not inherently good or evil. It is simply a characteristic of subspace. However, the one who exploits this characteristic is the sovereign of that subspace, namely Rip, who seeks to see if he can once and for all eliminate a particularly obstinate demon. Thus, under Rip's indulgence, subspace emerged without restraint, voraciously devouring the dimension of the beast. Within dimensions, most concepts of physics are adjustable, including time itself. Therefore, if the act of subspace consuming the dimension of the beast is an established fact, then Rip deems the duration of this event to be 100 years. It is 100 years. If he considers it instantaneous, then it is merely a fleeting moment. Zapries. Withdrawing his fist, Rip lowered his gaze to the beast, who was attempting to sneak away. Wretched creature, your source of water has run dry. You may depart with certainty this time, assured that you shall not return. My dimension, The beast, realizing his dimension had completely vanished, widened his eyes in astonishment. Yet at that moment, Rip's hand once again grasped the hilt of his golden sword. Crackling arcs of psychic lightning and blazing flames of psychic energy surged forth from the blade, enveloping the corpulent demon beneath it. The formidable psychic magic utterly obliterated the demon, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. In the multiverse, many beings turned their gaze toward Earth, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Did the Supreme Sorcerer accomplish this? When did that woman, Agamotto, become so powerful? Has she sought aid from other dimensional lords, borrowing new strength and developing new spells? Chapter 70. The Arrival of Superman, Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully adopted your third child, a little girl of the Zugwa ethnicity. Upon hearing the system notification, Rip found himself momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a development from the system. Just moments ago, while swaddling the naked infant, he had been pondering who this little girl truly was. To his astonishment, he discovered that she was a counterpart from the adjacent realm of the Black Robe, a veritable replica of Azu. Could it be? Such a little Azu. No, rather, little Azur surely would no longer view milk as a pacifier. Nor would he exhibit that peculiar penchant for decapitating others with laser beams at the slightest provocation, one would hope. Leepu consoled himself with this thought. However, having observed the boys, he believed he had a fair understanding of Azur's character. Firstly, the comic version of Azu is not as villainous as one might presume. Experiences akin to those of the butcher's wife during her 3-hour ordeal are merely the consequences of Azu's clone, Schwanza. Even though he endured inhumane torment at the hands of Vought to develop superpowers during his childhood, the most egregious act he committed in adulthood was his ambition to ascend as the supreme leader of the Lighthouse Nation, merely to ensure that others complied with his directives. This misbehavior was exacerbated by Schwanza continuously committing atrocities while assuming Azu's visage, leading others to mistakenly hold Azu accountable, ultimately driving him to a state of mental distress. As for seizing power through force, one might argue that, relative to the myriad machinations of actual American politicians, being dubbed a good-natured child is not entirely unjustified. Regarding the television adaptation of Azu, he is indeed more malevolent than his comic counterpart. However, it is noteworthy that his father, Soldier Boy, is the sole individual in the entire series who embodies the essence of a true scoundrel, a trait Azu has partially inherited. At the very least, the television Azu demonstrates a respect for order and lacks any delusions of annihilating humanity. Moreover, his yearning for family is genuine, and he is undeniably indulgent towards his son. Conversely, the offspring he shares with the butcher's wife, upon discovering his superpowers, gradually transforms into an unruly superhuman. Regardless of which version of Azu one considers, Leepu harbors little concern. First, unlike that malevolent Vought corporation, he does not exploit children through abuse to awaken their superpowers. Second, as long as Azu comprehends the importance of respect and possesses a sense of belonging to his family, Leepu, alongside little Broly and little Kaz, serves as a triple safeguard against Azu's potential for uncontrollable behavior. Third, he is presently raising little Azur, not Azu. Who can predict what the future holds? Leepu's thoughts wandered to the Ancient One, but he quickly shook his head, banishing the sudden notion that had intruded upon his mind. Engaging in divination or fortune-telling is best avoided. The desire to pry into the future is not a commendable pursuit. Just then, akin to when he adopted the two children, a reward from the system was promptly dispensed following the adoption of Azur. Ding. System reward issued. Host acquires Azu Concept Father Attribute Template. Personal Attribute Panel now accessible for review. Host, Leepu Age, 30 Strength, 130150 Constitution, 999, 1300, Infinite, Agility, 100100 Intelligence, 221,300, Infinite, Charm, 301,300, Infinite, Perception, 625, 1300, Infinite, Talents, Scion Elite Warrior Template, Human Emperor Template, Comprehensive Superman Template. The two categories of skills and exclusive weapons remained unchanged, prompting Leepu to overlook them as he meticulously examined the newly added explanations. As he read, his jaw slackened slightly, nearly exclaiming in astonishment. Special Note 1. You are not mistaken, it refers to that Superman. The Comprehensive Superman Template encompasses all existing and potential Superman traits, whether it be Golden Superman, Silver Superman, Magical Superman, Little Superman, or any other variant you can conceive. Special Note 2. As the host is not a Kryptonian, Kryptonite merely possesses special radiation properties for the host and does not inflict any specialized damage. Special Note 3. The subspace possessed by the host has been enhanced due to the dimension of the devouring beasts. The host has already discovered a use for this subspace. Continue striving, for the multiverse offers numerous dimensions for the subspace to absorb. Regarding the third enhancement of subspace, Li Pu was not particularly concerned. To be honest, when it came to competing with those dimensional lords, he felt little interest in battling them or seizing their subspace unless they provoked him first. However, should those dimensional lords insist on confronting him, with the support of the comprehensive Superman template, Li Pu believed he might just have the audacity to declare, "My sword is not to be underestimated." After all, he was a Superman devoid of any specific weaknesses. To put it simply, aside from his reverence for the distinguished figures beyond the West Side Wall, he could indulge in any delicacy he desired within the multiverse. Such was his audacity. With this thought in mind, Li Pu beamed at the little Azu in his arms, unable to resist pinching her plump cheeks. "Good daughter, you truly are my little lucky star." Amused by her mischievous father, Azu giggled instead of crying, her emotional value soaring. Li Pu grinned like a fool. "My dear daughter, watch as I perform a magic trick for you." He raised his eyebrows playfully at little Azu and then directed his gaze toward the cabin wall. Just as Li Pu's playful spirit ignited, intending to demonstrate a live version of heat vision cutting for the child, a secret door, sparking with energy, unexpectedly appeared within the cabin. By sheer coincidence, this door aligned perfectly with Li Pu's eyes. Boom! He hastily raised his hand, shielding his eyes from the crimson beam emanating from them, while promptly squeezing his eyelids tightly shut. Alas, the warmth of the beam scorched his palm, leaving 2 dark spots. However, such minor injuries would swiftly heal in the blink of an eye. Yet, the act of closing his eyelids to contain the scorching rays caused him a more grievous discomfort, as the intense heat made tears stream down his face. It was truly painful. As he rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand, he beheld Master Gu emerging from the portal of arcane secrets. However, due to his slight injury, Li Pu failed to notice that the supreme sorcerer before him had donned a robe of a lighter hue than usual, nearly a lemon yellow, and appeared significantly younger than before. Chapter 71. The Gift of Master Gu. Li Pu, are you alright? Observing Li Pu tilt his head at a 15-degree angle to prevent tears from cascading down his cheeks, Master Gu hurried forward, eager to ascertain his condition. Nevertheless, as a naturally gifted individual who had remained single for 30 years, Li Pu waved his hand dismissively, graciously declining the supreme sorcerer's offer to treat his eyes with the breath of Vishanti, translated, a gentle breath of healing. "Master Gu, what brings you here?" Thanks to the combination of the Human Emperor talent template and the Immortal's gift, along with an exceptionally high constitution, Li Pu's eyes, though still stinging from the heat, no longer impeded his vision. Noticing the Supreme Sorcerer's attire and makeup appeared different from usual, Li Pu couldn't help but remark, "Your ensemble today is notably more festive than usual. Is there a celebration in Kamartaj?" Upon hearing this, even Master Gu, with her cultivated demeanor, felt a hint of exasperation. Such a man, endowed with an excess of beauty in his eyes, might as well share some with those in need. "Indeed, there is good news," Master Gu replied through gritted teeth. "In the past 3 minutes, I have dispatched over 30 beings from various dimensions across the globe, most of whom were demons attempting to illegally cross into Earth." Li Pu was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon comprehended that this predicament might be a consequence of his actions. Even if the beast was not as formidable as Mephisto, it was certainly no insignificant minion, and its bizarre demise on Earth would undoubtedly stir considerable turmoil, especially Mephisto, who, for the foreseeable future, would likely refrain from personally descending upon Earth. Li Pu surmised that he must be wary of Master Gu discovering a means not only to banish demons, but also to eradicate them entirely. Yet, given the temperament of that Lord of the Underworld, he would undoubtedly remain active during this time. He will undoubtedly take matters into his own hands, casting some relatively low-tier demons that can easily bypass the Earth's magical protective barrier, allowing them to tread upon the land and test the Supreme Mage's newfound techniques. In this regard, Li Pu couldn't help but smile shyly, feeling somewhat guilty for the trouble he had brought upon others. "Since I have no pressing matters at hand, would you kindly provide me with some coordinates so that I may assist in dispatching these unwelcome visitors from Earth?" His genuine desire to help, rather than mere empty pleasantries, eased the tension in the Ancient One's demeanor. However, she waved him off. "There is no need. You are not the Supreme Mage. It is not your duty to protect Earth from incursions by interdimensional beings. Moreover, if I do not personally handle the removal of those pests, the other dimension lords might assume something is amiss. Besides, you have recently adopted a child. Do you truly have no other engagements?" Oh, indeed. Li Pu suddenly recognized a pressing issue. His newly adopted daughter seemed markedly different from little Broly and little Kaz. He recalled that Azu, cloaked in black, did not seem to grow much faster than a normal child, and her digestive capabilities did not appear to deviate from the ordinary. This child still required milk in her infancy. In contrast, little Broly and little Kaz, having returned home, were devouring meat heartily by the very next day. Those two brothers could consume nearly any food. As scions and genetic entities are not finicky eaters, their stomachs akin to nuclear reactors, capable of extracting maximum energy and nutrition from their sustenance. With that in mind, it seemed that little Azu truly depended on his care during this time. While little Broly and Kaz might shoulder the responsibilities of elder brothers and assist Li Pu, even his secretary Jessica, possessing superhuman abilities, would likely struggle to tend to little Azu. After all, aside from the potential lasers that could emanate from her eyes, even her tiny fists and feet posed considerable danger to Jessica. Just as Li Pu felt the warmth of embarrassment wash over him, uncertain of what to say, the Ancient One smiled. Li Pu could swear he caught a glimmer of satisfaction on the Supreme Mage's face, reminiscent of a cunning fox that had successfully pilfered a hen. Have my eyes deceived me? However, despite the complications that had arisen, I must express my gratitude to you. The Ancient One remarked. The reason these beings are in such a rush is that they are, in truth, fearful. After all, the longer one lives, the more one values life. The emotion of fear is not exclusive to humanity, and it is this very fear that can instill dread in those creatures. Li Pu, you have done remarkably well, indeed. You have rendered me a great service, and in appreciation of your assistance, as well as to celebrate the new life added to your household, I shall present you with a gift. As she spoke, a portal of arcane magic materialized behind Ancient One, who then gestured invitingly. When Li Pu, cradling a Zhu, traversed the mystical doorway following the esteemed sorceress, they found themselves upon the deck of a grand vessel. Li Pu soon realized that this was also an experimental ship belonging to the Hand. Yet the shambling red-clad ninjas that once occupied it had vanished. Instead, they were awaited by a few individuals, and on the deck, only 3 figures stood to greet them. Among them was Old Wong, with whom Li Pu had previously forged a close rapport at Kamartage. Little Kaz had even exchanged a recipe for chili sauce for a spell with him. The other 2 figures were mages clad in yellow robes, their faces adorned with tattoos, appearing to be identical twins, though Li Pu had never encountered them before. Master, Great Master, Old Wong, and the 2 mages simultaneously bowed to the Supreme Sorcerer, their demeanor exuding utmost reverence. Brother Wong, it has been a while. Who are these 2? Li Pu greeted Old Wong, and turned to Ancient One to inquire about the identities of the unfamiliar faces. These 2 are Daniel Drum and Dane Drum, voodoo sorcerers hailing from Haiti. They have successfully passed their assessments and are en route to assume their roles as guardians of the New York Sanctum, Ancient One explained. Familiarity breeds comfort. Since these 2 shall soon become the voices of the New York mages, I extend my warmest greetings to them, Li Pu responded enthusiastically. After introductions, Ancient One pointed towards some containers on the deck and remarked, this cargo ship was originally a merchant vessel from the Dragon Kingdom. Recently, members of the Hand masqueraded as pirates to seize it for their supplies. I have procured some goods aboard, which serve as a welcoming gift for you. As for the paperwork and tax matters, the Drum brothers will assist you. You need only collect the cargo at the port. Though puzzled by Ancient One's gesture of gifting him some goods, Li Pu felt it impolite to decline such a generous offering. Expressing his gratitude for the kindness of the Supreme Sorcerer, he merely posed a question. How will this ship navigate to the ports on the west coast of America? In truth, given Li Pu's current prowess, he could easily haul the ship as if he were Superman. However, his curiosity was piqued regarding whether these mages possessed any intriguing enchantments that could transform the vessel into a magical ship, akin to the Flying Dutchman. Yet, he was taken aback when Ancient One informed him that someone had already taken the helm. Li Pu was baffled by how one individual could operate a commercial cargo ship. It seemed rather implausible. Could an ordinary person possibly be capable of such a feat? Just then, he sensed a significant shift in the aura of an unseen individual aboard the ship. In an instant, the presence of that individual multiplied, scattering into numerous streams that swiftly directed toward various positions on the cargo ship, uniting their efforts to set the vessel in motion. Indeed, many hands make light work. Unity is strength. Li Pu could not help but reflect upon this realization, as he suspected the identity of the unseen person. Furthermore, he understood that this individual might be heading to America as part of a broader scheme. What difference would it make to serve as a cover for such matters? Although he was a time traveler, which law dictates that a time traveler cannot assist his mother's family? Chapter 72. Unrest in the White House. As the Ancient One disembarked from the ship, Li Pu followed suit. The vessel was to voyage from Nemo Point to Los Angeles, taking approximately 10 days. However, there was neither milk nor diapers aboard, and even if Li Pu could wait, the hungry Azu could not remain on the ship indefinitely. Thus, Li Pu chose to open a portal and return to New York, planning to retrieve the cargo once the ship arrived at the Los Angeles dock. Before departing, he carried out a box sealed with synthetic panels from a container, stepping through the portal with it in tow. The value of this gift from the Ancient One did not concern him. Rather, his curiosity piqued. What could the Supreme Sorcerer possibly want with him? With the comprehensive Superman template, his eyes could not only emit heat rays, but also possess X-ray vision. Consequently, he easily saw through the shipping container and the large boxes, discovering that they housed several small electric scooters equipped with sizable lead-acid batteries. Finding it amusing, Li Pu decided to take one home as a grand toy for Broly and Kaz. However, he harbored a lingering question. Would such electric scooters truly sell in America today? After all, in the early 21st century, Americans still clung to their superstitions regarding self-absorption and high-displacement engines. Upon crossing back through the portal into his home, Li Pu set the wooden box aside and, shaking his head, chose to ignore it for the time being. He formally introduced his new little sister, Azu, to Broly and Kaz. From now on, you both will be her big brothers, he said with a smile. Among them, the 3-year-old was the most delighted, for he was no longer the youngest child in the household. Broly cheerfully proclaimed, "Tomorrow, I'll roast a whole cow for our little sister. She will surely love beef." Kaz suggested they could buy some tuna, as he had read an article stating that eating fish aids in children's brain development. Observing the enthusiastic expressions of the two children, Li Pu, though reluctant to dampen their spirits, felt compelled to speak the truth. Broly, Kaz, the thing is, little Azu is not like us boys. She cannot eat those things yet. She can only drink formula and one tea begin eating iron-fortified solid foods for another 6 months. Desiring to offer her the delicacies we consume, it appears that I must await nearly a year, and she likely could not indulge in such quantities. Why the prolonged wait? Tony Stark lamented to his bodyguard, Happy, having already resided at a U.S. military base for 2 days. Upon arriving in Afghanistan, he had demonstrated the effectiveness of his company's new product, the Jericho missile, to several commissioners from the Pentagon, effortlessly securing a military procurement order valued at $1.5 billion. The young heir's original plan was to finalize the deal, promptly return to Stark Industries, and then board a private jet back to the Land of Liberty to host a lavish celebration in honor of his accomplishments. However, the military base had received a warning from intelligence. Local factions were aware of Stark's arrival, and bounties had emerged on the dark web targeting this illustrious heir. Consequently, the military had no choice but to place Stark under lockdown. They insisted he remain at the base until a professionally trained team, capable of ensuring his safety and providing additional insurance against unforeseen events, could escort him back to Stark Industries. If the ground is obstructed by insurgents, surely we could dispatch a helicopter. I can cover the fuel and maintenance costs. Stark grumbled to Happy. Yet, this time, Happy did not simply acquiesce to his employer's complaints. Rather, he subtly advised Stark to consider watching films like Black Hawk Down upon his return. Boss, prudence is advisable. After all, should a helicopter encounter misfortune in the skies, the odds of survival are virtually non-existent. Fortunately, after 2 full days of lamenting the subpar dining options and the malfunctioning air conditioning, a convoy specifically dispatched to retrieve him arrived at the military base. However, during the transfer, Happy and Stark were compelled to part ways temporarily. Happy, disguised with makeup as Stark's decoy, boldly boarded an armored personnel carrier replete with luxury features, including the ability to sip champagne within, and departed grandly with the convoy. Meanwhile, Stark himself followed in a non-air-conditioned military Humvee, masquerading as part of a routine patrol, taking a considerable interval before finally leaving the base. This arrangement was remarkably professional. Yet, the conditions of Stark's convoy were rather austere. The only redeeming aspect for the young heir was the presence of an attractive female soldier among his ranks. While Happy's group consisted entirely of rugged men. Upon his return, he vowed to compensate for the discomfort endured during these days. Additionally, he must convey to Uncle Obadiah that for a mere $1.5 billion order, there is no necessity for my personal presence to finalize the contract. If I must be present, the order's value should certainly have an extra 0 appended. Alas, he may not return. What a pity, such a brilliant mind wasted. Washington, D.C., the White House. The venerable leader, with a mane of white hair, had just concluded a briefing with his aide. commonly referred to as the chief of staff in this capacity. At that moment, he contemplated whether to seize the opportunity presented by the Stark Group, all the while observing the alluring figure of the golden-haired aide as she departed from his office. Once the door clicked shut, the leader unexpectedly began to whistle a somewhat melodious tune. However, Zayton quickly dismissed such thoughts. It would be excessively opportunistic, utterly unbefitting of his current stature. Reflecting on this, Zayton instinctively touched his face, probing with his fingers to ascertain whether his aging visage had undergone any distortion. His countenance was, in fact, a marvel of advanced technology, perfectly replicating the visage of the original leader. Having ascended to the position of the supreme leader of America, one of the most powerful individuals in the world, he felt compelled to orchestrate grand spectacles. Zayton chuckled nervously, his demeanor bordering on the deranged. In truth, he had indeed lost his sanity, and significantly so. Were it not for this, he would not have caught the attention of the Lord from the infernal dimension. Mephisto would never gamble heavily on a human unless that individual possessed certain desirable traits. For instance, Zayton was initially a member of an organization known as Cobra, renowned for his skills in disguise. His faction had recently been vanquished by a special forces unit supported by America, rendering them incapacitated without the intervention of SHIELD. Yet, the overarching failure of Cobra did not equate to Zayton's personal ineptitude. Mephisto had merely lent him a small favor, which allowed Zayton to seize the opportunity to successfully abduct the aged leader of the lighthouse, masquerading as the latter and infiltrating the White House. Taking a seat behind the resolute desk. Naturally, one cannot expect assistance from a demon without incurring some cost. Now that Zayton had successfully claimed the White House, it was time to repay Mephisto. However, upon further reflection, he resolved not to bear this burden alone. Zayton sought to solicit the public for a collective contribution. People of America, it is time to demonstrate your loyalty. Chapter 73. The Law of Conservation of Smiles. Merely a fortnight had passed since returning home, when Leap discovered that raising a young girl proved far more challenging than nurturing a rambunctious boy. Formula, diapers, baby powder, a crib, a stroller, bottles, measuring cups, food thermometers, and insulated food containers. Within just a few days, he had expended over $10,000. To accommodate these essential infant supplies, he even constructed a partition in his minimalist, factory-style home to serve as a storage area. Due to the lack of experience in midnight feedings and diaper changes, the growth of little Broly and little Cuz was somewhat bypassed. One night, little Azuz woke up hungry, pouting and crying while blinking her large, sparkling eyes at the ceiling, unleashing a heat ray. Fortunately, the family's dog, Afu, was alert enough to be roused by the commotion and barked vigorously. It was then that Lip tumbled out of bed, scrambling to the baby's room. Initially unaware of the situation, fearing that Azuz might be unwell, it was Afu's intelligence that led him to fetch the milk bottle, enlightening Lip that the little princess was simply hungry. Without delay, he prepared the formula. Lip even employed both his frosty breath and heat ray to successfully mix the milk at a precise temperature of 50 degrees Celsius, ensuring the integrity of the protein and probiotics. This was just the beginning. He then had to create ice cubes using his frosty breath, gradually cooling the milk to around 37 degrees before feeding it to little Azuz. The next day, Lip approached Jessica and candidly requested that the secretary he employed move into his home. Initially hesitant, she uttered trivial objections. But Lip swiftly countered with an irresistible offer. I will raise your salary. Extra pay? Come help me with the baby. Although Jessica's expression soured at the thought of babysitting, she accepted the role of a live-in nanny for the prospect of a salary increase. However, after just a week, and with her experience in childcare proving inferior to Lip's, she was on the brink of collapse, declaring her intent to quit. In a moment of defiance, she boldly proclaimed, "If you continue to pressure me, I will seek out Matt and Fudge and take you to court for exploiting your employees." After a week of adaptation, Lip finally confirmed that Jessica seemed capable of assisting with little Azuz. If he sought another live-in nanny, even one with a pile of qualifications, they might not withstand the spirited punches delivered by little Azuz. He certainly couldn't hire someone who was merely a fleeting option. As for enlisting the help of little Broly and little Cuz, while it was a possibility, Lip felt that Jessica had already demonstrated her capabilities, and there was no need to burden his own children. Fortunately, just as he was pondering how to persuade Jessica to reconsider her resignation, a fortuitous opportunity arose. Truly, as the saying goes, heaven does not let the blind sparrow starve. On this day, Lip visited the old Dachi tavern to settle accounts and serendipitously encountered Luke, who had come in for a casual drink after finishing his shift at the auto repair shop. Not long ago, this young man, along with brothers Old Tang and Bob, had staged a raid on the Supreme Hall. Despite the presence of a few individuals who remarkably managed to dash from a secret passage in the basement into the New York subway tunnels, they succeeded in apprehending a notorious figure. The latter, the ringleader of a human trafficking syndicate, has since been incarcerated. Although a trial has yet to commence, the intricate legalities were of no concern. They discovered that this individual had opened several safe deposit boxes at the bank, and without any formalities, they utilized his fingerprints and iris patterns to unlock the safes. The cash, gold, and jewels retrieved from the boxes were seized as overdue tax payments and fines. With the influence of Old Bob in their favor, the promised bonuses were promptly dispensed. On the very day the taxes were collected, both Luke and Lip received their rewards. Lip received $30,000 as a referral fee for introducing Luke to this lucrative deal, while Luke, having exerted more effort, garnered $50,000. Lip bore no envy, for he was aware that Luke had bravely assisted Old Tang and Brother Bob by carrying a hand grenade and numerous bullets, in addition to fending off several assailants armed with knives and clubs. Had it been another person, they would likely have succumbed to internal injuries or suffered from acute copper poisoning. With newfound wealth, and with his girlfriend Temple unaware of his fortune, Luke had recently been indulging himself. After work, aside from his unwavering routine of dining at Aunt May's for employee meals, he frequented Old Dachi Tavern daily. A few days prior, Luke purchased a new laptop, reveling in his status as a new internet user, often engaging in discussions about the latest online trends. You may not be aware, but Jessica has an older sister who is a stunning television host and radio personality, recently gaining immense popularity online. I even came across a forum post detailing her sister's romantic history, mentioning a past relationship with the renowned stunt motorcyclist, Johnny Blaze. Out of curiosity, I visited her sister's personal website, where she lamented the difficulty of acquiring tickets for Johnny's recent performance in New York. This was hardly surprising, considering the event took place at the Yankees' home field, attracting countless spectators eager to witness whether Johnny could leap over 10 Apache helicopters. Luke spoke with such enthusiasm and focus, entirely oblivious to Lip and Old Dachi exchanging glances and regarding him as though he were a simpleton. Luke, you recently purchased a new computer and signed up for internet service. That must have cost quite a bit, right? Not much, just a small expense, he replied nonchalantly. The computer was under $3,000, and the internet service isn't expensive either. It was at this moment that Luke realized the gravity of the situation, abruptly turning around to find his girlfriend Temple standing behind him with her arms crossed. We had agreed to work hard together to save money for our own apartment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recently applied for the night shift. Therefore, you must return home with me immediately. We need to have a serious discussion tonight. Upon hearing Temple's fierce roar, reminiscent of a lioness, and witnessing her advance to tug Luke's ear, dragging the towering figure of the young man away from the bar, both Lip and Old Dachi sensed that the lad was in grave peril that evening. Old Dachi, with a tone imbued with sagacity, remarked that one should never be overly self-satisfied, for it often leads to unfortunate consequences. It seemed that the young man's little treasure chest would soon be exposed. Lip wholeheartedly concurred with the elder's perspective. Indeed, excessive joy often begets sorrow. However, he was also aware of another immutable truth: smiles are conserved. They neither vanish into thin air nor appear from nowhere. A smile merely transitions from one face to another. Grateful for Luke's unintentional sacrifice, Lip suddenly conceived an idea, believing he might persuade Jessica to continue residing in his home. That very evening, Lip called Jean Bing and subsequently transferred a sum of money. After all, matters are distinct from one another. Furthermore, even the so-called emperor of the underworld does not hold the right to impose a debt of gratitude upon him. The following morning, Lip received a special delivery from Jean Bing, and he promptly summoned Jessica. Look, do not say that your employer is neglectful. Lip presented Jessica with 2 tickets to Yankee Stadium, both situated in prime locations. With these tickets in hand, Jessica could take her sister along to witness the sensational performance of Johnny, the hotshot. Chapter 74. Reversing, please caution, thank you, boss. Upon receiving the tickets, Jessica joyfully enveloped Lip in a warm embrace, utterly elated. Since acquiring the comprehensive Superman template, Lip had gained a slight increase in height and was now noticeably taller than Luke. Just days prior, he had purchased new plaid shirts and work pants, as his old attire had become too short at the sleeves and cuffs. Thus, when Jessica lunged at him, he felt as though he had collided with a steel plate. Oh, let go, you're pinching me. Due to her exuberance, Jessica was oblivious to the peculiarity in Lip's words. In her glee, Lip also promised her a raise, and she finally agreed to stay at his home to assist with the children. Once Jessica had delivered the tickets to her sister, Lip's anxious heart finally found solace. This time, it settled. He exhaled in relief, his mind now calculating. With everyone quite busy over the past 2 years, perhaps it would be prudent to allow everyone a day of rest on the weekend. Jean Bing had sent several more tickets. Why not organize a team-building event for everyone? After all, idleness breeds tedium, and witnessing the thrilling motorcycle performance of Johnny Blaze would certainly be exhilarating. Indeed, Lip was well aware of who the sensational Johnny was, and he had a recollection of the motorcycle leap challenge involving helicopters. He recalls that during the exhibition match, the infernal Lord Mephisto had once appeared in the guise of a genteel old gentleman. However, times have changed. Li Pu does not believe that the ancient sorcerer would dare to venture to Earth while currently engaged in a specialized campaign against interdimensional entities. If he shows his face, I shall certainly inform the Supreme Sorcerer and see if he is afraid. With this thought, he resolutely decided to take everyone to explore the Bronx this weekend. Speaking of which, the exhibition match featuring Johnny takes place at the venerable Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, Manhattan, a legendary baseball venue and the home of the New York Yankees, renowned across America and the globe. Yet, despite having lived in New York for several years, Li Pu's family had never visited this iconic site. Upon notifying all his acquaintances, only Kevin, the manager of the auto repair shop, declined due to family commitments in Los Santos for a relative's wedding. The others, however, were elated, eagerly raising their hands and feet to express their desire to join this outing. It appears that not only do the locals enjoy a good gathering, but the Americans do as well. On the weekend at 3 in the afternoon, Li Pu's auto repair shop, tavern, and fast food restaurant closed their doors. The television had already reported dire traffic conditions in Manhattan, and a major traffic jam was virtually guaranteed. Johnny's fame rivals that of rock stars, as his stunt performances attract not only the local populace but also numerous spectators from across the nation. To navigate this predicament, Li Pu decided against driving and instead opted for the electric tricycle he had brought home from the cargo ship. Perhaps the ancient sorcerer foresaw today's events and providently equipped me with a mode of transport. He maneuvered the tricycle, accompanied by Broly and Kaz, as well as a baby stroller, carving a path through the congested streets until, amidst the repeated announcements to watch for reversing vehicles, he parked in a space outside Yankee Stadium. This scene piqued the curiosity of onlookers, with some even approaching to inquire about where one could purchase such an electric tricycle and its cost. Tonight, Yankee Stadium pulsated with energy akin to a colossal rock concert. The air thick with the scents of gasoline, popcorn, and the adrenaline of tens of thousands. Once Li Pu's family settled into their seats and awaited the arrival of invited acquaintances, they soon gathered. Jessica with her adoptive sister Tracy, Old Dachi driving a Mustang with Old Tang, alongside May and Peter, and young Luke, arriving in Temple's car with his girlfriend, who was off night duty today. As the clock struck 7, the host emerged, stirring the crowd's enthusiasm, and the much-anticipated challenge competition featuring Johnny finally commenced. The roar of engines converged above Yankee Stadium, forming a thrilling symphony that set hearts racing. The colossal searchlight tore through the night sky of the Bronx, transforming the historic baseball stadium into a seething arena. The once familiar concrete bases were replaced by a massive, temporary steel ramp, towering approximately 3 stories high. Beneath it, 10 black helicopters stood in silent formation like monstrous beasts, their cold metallic bodies reflecting the blinding light, creating a suffocating barrier of impending doom. Goodness, they had utilized 10 Apaches, and with their rotors whirring, if Johnny failed, he would certainly be reduced to pulp. Luke crossed his arms, glancing at the fans gathered in the stadium, feeling somewhat astonished. He had never anticipated such grandiosity from a stunt performer. Was that man invulnerable, like himself? Beside him, young Peter Parker leaned forward, his eyes fixated on the arena, his mind racing to compute trajectories and accelerations. Suddenly, Johnny atop the platform twisted the throttle. The engine roared like a ferocious beast, the exhaust pipes vibrated violently, expelling 2 streams of scorching air. In a heartbeat, his stunt motorcycle shot forth like an arrow, hurtling down the ramp with reckless abandon, reaching its utmost speed in mere moments. "Be careful," Jessica's sister, Tracy, called out, her heart aching for her ex-boyfriend. Every breath was held in suspense. The stadium's enormous screen captured Johnny's face in sharp detail. Through the visor of his helmet, the audience could see the almost maniacal focus burning in his eyes. The motorcycle roared up the steel ramp with no sign of deceleration. The front wheel precisely grazed the edge of the ramp, and the immense inertia propelled both rider and machine into the pitch-black night sky like a cannonball. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The motorcycle traced a breathtaking parabola through the air, the searchlight illuminating its polished frame, reflecting a chilling glimmer. Below, the array of black helicopters resembled silent tombstones, their rotor blades glinting ominously under the lights. At the apex, Johnny's body briefly detached from the seat, suspended in midair solely by muscle memory and extraordinary balance. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonished exclamations. Inherently, humanity possesses an insatiable desire for speed and adventure. While ordinary individuals may hesitate to attempt such feats, it does not diminish their appreciation for the daring performances, experiencing the adrenaline rush through their eyes. Naturally, some individuals aspire to do more than merely observe. They seek to immerse themselves in the thrill. Within the old Yankee Stadium, a substantial portion of the crowd cheered for Johnny Blaze, with some young women and men exuberantly proclaiming their desire to bear his offspring. Yet, there were also exceptions among the spectators. As the onlookers beheld the fiery Johnny Blaze leap his modified stunt motorcycle to astonishing heights, they erupted in a frenzy, leaping to their feet, wildly flailing their arms, and bellowing like madmen. "Johnny Blaze, meet your doom. Come crashing down." Their fervor was palpable. Clearly, these individuals were avid gamblers deeply entrenched in the outcome of the event, having wagered significant sums on Blaze's failure. In truth, they yearned for his downfall. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Johnny Blaze was far from meeting his demise. Even in the event of a catastrophic failure, where both man and machine might be reduced to mere fragments by the helicopter's rotor blades, it would merely serve to unleash the spirit of vengeance within him. Moreover, Johnny Blaze's helicopter leap, while it appeared to be an act of reckless abandon, was anything but solitary. He was backed by a formidable team. The motorcycle he wielded was a monstrous creation, meticulously tailored by experts. The original model, a 450, was equipped with an ultra-lightweight single-cylinder engine and a high-strength chromium-molybdenum steel frame. Beyond the rigid structural components, all other parts had been replaced with handcrafted carbon fiber elements. Prior to the event, the vehicle was calibrated using a specialized computer designed for Formula One racing, optimizing fuel injection and ignition timing to extract maximum thermal energy from high-octane racing fuel, allowing the motorcycle to unleash an instantaneous power output of 200 horsepower. As this machine was not intended for speed or long-distance travel, the fuel tank had been deliberately downsized, containing just enough fuel for the acceleration required on the track. Twist the throttle 10 times, and the tank would be near empty. The savings in weight from the body and fuel tank were redistributed to the front fork suspension with over 500 millimeters of travel, adjustable nitrogen rear suspension, lightweight magnesium alloy wheels with minimal rotational inertia, and specialized tires with deep treads for stunts. It was precisely this extreme configuration that, while rendering the motorcycle a disaster on the road, made it exceptionally adept at soaring through the air. Johnny Blaze's performance was a testament to this. As he soared to the apex of his parabolic trajectory, clearing the sixth helicopter above, the motorcycle, buoyed by its extraordinary setup, instinctively righted itself into an optimal position. Blaze quickly re-established his grip on the bike. At that moment, as long as he could maintain this posture and land smoothly, the challenge would be deemed a success. However, after adjusting his stance mid-air, he executed a flamboyant maneuver, spreading his legs to grip the bike while raising both arms high, defiantly flipping double middle fingers at the cursed gamblers and a certain gentleman who had failed to appear at the event. Johnny Blaze's voice, amplified through the helmet's microphone and reverberating through the stadium's loudspeakers, resonated throughout the old Yankee Stadium. Lipu had long anticipated this situation, so he had prepared a pair of pink noise-canceling headphones in advance, which he promptly placed on the little one in the stroller. The atmosphere grew exuberant, as American audiences revel in such spectacles. In fact, since the late 20th century, the citizens of the Lighthouse Nation have increasingly appreciated the art of offensive performance, akin to casual street banter. This is viewed with disdain by many in the Dragon Country, who feel that the ostentatious display of gold chains and wristwatches by certain performers warrants stringent scrutiny. Regardless, Lipu held no affection for such trivialities, and his sons, Broly and Cuz, shared his sentiments. The two boys exhibited no interest in this popular culture, which could hardly be deemed a sign of civilizational progress. Thus, in stark contrast to Luke, who was cheering alongside the other spectators, Broly and Cuz maintained their composure. Young Broly took out a piece of paper and a pen, calculating Johnny's trajectory through calculus, while the exceptionally bright Cuz mentally verified his brother's calculations. Observing their discussion of physics problems, Peter joined them, and the trio engaged in lively exchanges of various computational results. Witnessing this scene brought immeasurable satisfaction to Lipu. However, just as he reveled in his educational accomplishments, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced the air. What a trio of bookworms! Indeed, who would dare to claim otherwise? Completing homework while watching a stunt show would never occur among students in our Bharat. The stadium buzzed with noise, Yet Li Pu's superhuman hearing pierced through the clamor. Following the sound, he spotted a dapperly dressed man in a suit and an individual resembling an Indian executive, quietly disparaging his two sons and little spider. Each of these men was accompanied by a bodyguard clad in black, suggesting they were indeed individuals of considerable means. The comprehensive Superman template bestowed upon Li Pu the gift of X-ray vision, a particularly convenient ability, allowing him a glimpse into the pockets of these two men containing business card holders. The card of the suited man bore simple details, just a name and a phone number, identifying him as Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries. In contrast, the card of the Indian executive was far more lavish, adorned with gold foil and embossed text. Not only that, but this individual's name, Carlton Drake, was prefixed with the title of doctor, and his card proudly proclaimed him the founder of the Life Foundation, accompanied by a stirring passage aligned with environmentalist ideals. Li Pu had a fleeting recollection of Justin Hammer. He knew the man was regarded with disdain by Tony Stark, a scavenger in the industry, with Hammer Industries primarily dealing in arms, subsisting on the remnants left by Stark Industries. The flagship product of Hammer Industries was a rather notorious single-man missile that would detonate upon contact with water, a mischievous invention that left a lasting impression. As for Carlton Drake, Lip had little recollection of him, for he was not particularly inclined to remember any specific Barrett. However, given that they spoke ill of their own children, and considering that Drake associated with Justin Hammer, Lip surmised that this individual was likely not of good character. Thus, he perked up his ears to overhear the hushed conversation between the two. Chapter 76. A startled Peter Mr. Drake. No, Doctor, Mr. Hammer, Carlton Drake emphasized distinctly. This was hardly surprising, as the citizens of the great Ing Empire held a deep respect for the proper titles of individuals. Lip noticed a twitch at the corner of Justin Hammer's mouth, and he could only imagine the curses brewing within him. Nevertheless, after enduring years of public derision and belittlement from Tony Stark, Hammer had cultivated an impressive ability to remain unflappable. Very well, Dr. Drake, he replied. Do you know why I summoned you here? To witness a motorcycle stunt show? Surely you have more pressing matters to discuss, for although this place is crowded and noisy, a quieter tone can indeed prevent eavesdropping. Indeed, as expected of Dr. Drake, Hammer complimented. Drake's eyes brightened as he inquired, have you already decided to invest in my Life Foundation? If so, I must say, your choice is exceedingly wise. Our foundation, while dedicated to the search for extraterrestrial life, also excels in aerospace technology, and we can certainly achieve a technological complementarity with Hammer Industries. Upon hearing this, Hammer quickly gestured for Drake to cease his unwarranted assumptions. We are both seasoned players, so let us avoid theatrics. Moreover, the funds for investing in a Barrett-led aerospace initiative are hard-earned from the market shares I've managed to reclaim from Stark's leftovers. I cannot afford to squander them frivolously. If it were not for a significant plan of mine, I would be reluctant even to meet with this self-proclaimed orthodox Barrett merchant. I understand that investing in technology requires capital. I have first-hand experience with that. Our financial situation at Hammer Industries is quite strained. Justin Hammer lamented before revealing a weighty piece of news. However, I recently received internal information from the military regarding plans to acquire some research funding through the stock market. He turned to Drake, a confident smile gracing his face. The question is, Dr. Drake, would you be willing to partake in this opportunity? After all, the funds our company can contribute are rather limited, and we cannot consume this substantial pie alone. Though Drake was somewhat skeptical of the lucrative insider information, he nevertheless urged Hammer to articulate his thoughts succinctly. Thus, Hammer conveyed to him a sensational piece of news that had emerged from military circles regarding a significant incident in Afghanistan. The individual suspected to be the world's wealthiest man, the most renowned heir in America, a technological prodigy, and the foremost arms dealer, Mr. Tony Stark, had been subjected to an armed assault in Afghanistan. At present, his fate remains uncertain, though it is highly probable that he has succumbed, as investigations revealed that the weaponry used in the attack on his convoy consisted of the Jericho missiles developed by Stark Industries. The president has already signed deployment orders, and the Pentagon has dispatched several aircraft carrier strike groups, while numerous military bases in the vicinity are undergoing extensive mobilization. It is said that they will go to great lengths, even digging 3 feet into the earth, to avenge Stark, as this incident concerns the dignity of the entire nation. However, as a businessman, I discerned an opportunity within this turmoil. Dr. Drake, the market capitalization of Stark Industries alone exceeds $1 trillion. A fact you are undoubtedly aware of, correct? Once news of Stark's demise becomes public, the stock value of this publicly traded company is bound to plummet. If we can short sell it at this juncture, the profits would be astronomical, essentially printing money. Moreover, should we manage to become major shareholders in Stark Industries, the treasure trove of patents held by Stark would be made accessible to us. Indeed, Hammer's words easily piqued Drake's interest, although he is also a somewhat accomplished fraudster. The insider information provided by Justin Hammer holds immense value. Both the prospect of financial gain and the allure of Stark's patents are incredibly enticing to him. Upon hearing this explosive news, Lip could not help but chuckle. The last time Tony Stark had the audacity to seek him out, it was actually to negotiate with young Kaz for the acquisition of patents related to enhancing the thermal efficiency of the Stormbird engine and optimizing its aerodynamic layout. Young Kaz politely declined and candidly informed Stark, "Even if I were to give you the patent technology, you wouldn't be able to master it." This infuriated Tony Stark, who, according to Aunt May, left in a huff. He asserted that he would certainly return to seek out Kaz after his business trip. Now, days later, it turns out he has gone to Afghanistan to work on his Mark I. One can only surmise that it is nearing completion, today being Sunday. If these two were to embark on a large-scale short selling of Stark's stock tomorrow, the scene would undoubtedly be electrifying once news of Stark's survival is released. Especially for Drake, who might receive the news a tad late, while Hammer would likely have already acquired some distressed stocks, leaving Drake in a precarious position. This simply cannot be allowed to happen. After all, both individuals have spoken ill of my son. They must face the consequences together. A plan suddenly formed in Lip's mind. At that moment, Yankee Stadium erupted in a frenzy, with terrified screams and exhilarated roars echoing from the stands. An incident involving Johnny Blaze had taken a dramatic turn. He could have landed safely, yet at the pinnacle of his flight, he recklessly flailed his arms and defiantly gestured at those who had cursed him. Consequently, due to the alteration in momentum, the front wheel of his motorcycle, which should have touched down first, instead became the rear wheel upon landing. This was disastrous. The motorcycle broke free from his control, and as the rear wheel bounced off the ground, the entire machine surged forward like a wild stallion. Much like skipping stones, this expensive modified motorcycle rolled violently across the turf of the stadium. The vehicle collided and crashed repeatedly, shattering into countless fragments, leaving no hope for recovery. Johnny Blaze was hurled from the bike, rolling across the grass due to inertia, finally coming to a halt upon crashing into an advertising board at the edge of the field. Generally, in such a calamity, the stunt motorcyclist would be deemed irretrievable. However, his team members rushed forward with a stretcher and a first aid kit, heading straight for the incapacitated Johnny Blaze. In the stands, some gamblers cheered, having wagered on Johnny's demise, thus amassing a fortune. Yet, a greater number of spectators gasped in horror, many fervent fans unable to hold back their tears. Johnny, Tracy, Jessica's sister, belonged to the latter group. Upon witnessing her ex-boyfriend's misfortune, her eyes welled with tears as she attempted to rush down from the stands to assess his condition. Jessica also rose to her feet. Meanwhile, little Broly expressed surprise, glancing at his brother Kaz. "Kaz, did you sense that? That man seems completely unscathed, in remarkably good health." Little Kaz nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed." At that moment, Peter, who was older yet appeared diminutive next to the two boys, also felt an inkling. "I just had a shiver. Mr. Blaze not only seems unhurt, but perhaps even a bit too healthy, which is unsettling." Chapter 77. The Master Angler's baiting. Peter's sudden realization brought him insights even more profound than Broly and Kaz's. This was primarily due to his spider sense, an innate sixth sense for danger. The malevolent spirit within Johnny Blaze was indeed a perilous figure for the young spider. It is worth noting that among the myriad parallel worlds within the multiverse, the only confirmed Spider-Man with magical abilities appears to be a rather peculiar Indian variant, known for shooting golden liquid. However, for Broly, who at just 1 or 2 years old dared to ambush Mephisto with his powers, or for Kaz, endowed with exceptional psychic magical talents, the threat posed by the spirit was relatively trivial. At least, at this moment. The not yet fully awakened spirit would likely not withstand even a minute in combat against the two brothers. Nevertheless, all three came to a shared conclusion. Johnny Blaze was undoubtedly alive. Lip felt the same way. At the very moment when Johnny Blaze encountered his calamity, he employed a trifecta of skills: energy sensing, psychic probing, and superhuman observation, conducting a meticulous search both within and outside the stadium. He ardently sought the elusive Mephisto, but to no avail. It was indeed a futile endeavor, akin to the infamous Voldemort. Such a character was nearly impossible to pinpoint when concealed. Ultimately, Li Pu had no choice but to acknowledge his failure in action, leaving him unable to report back to the esteemed sorcerer. However, much like a fisherman who never returns empty-handed, even in the absence of a substantial catch, he managed to retain the essence of Johnny Blaze. Li Pu was convinced that as long as the Ghost Rider remained, Mephisto would eventually surface. Should he wish to pursue this formidable adversary again, he would need to lay the groundwork. Yet, Li Pu was unaware that while he regarded Mephisto as a grand prize, the Lord of Hell could very well employ similar tactics to ensnare the Ghost Rider. Moreover, having existed for so long, Mephisto would surely not fall prey to such rudimentary fishing errors. In the Peanut District, within the Oval Office on the second floor of the West Wing, chaos erupted as flames soared skyward, a tremendous explosion shattering even the highest-grade bulletproof glass. Fortunately, the building had been constructed with reinforced concrete, enhanced with state-of-the-art blast-resistant linings that absorbed some of the impact. Otherwise, the detonation of over 10 pounds of explosives within the structure would have obliterated the entire West Wing. Even so, the aftermath of the explosion was terrifying. The blast wave had violently torn a specialized steel hinge from the reinforced steel door at the entrance of the Oval Office. The 2 guards stationed there around the clock fared even worse, while they escaped the direct impact of the shockwave. They were subjected to the devastating effects of the sonic waves emanating from the damaged door. In comparison to the loss of life and damage to the building, the psychological impact of the bombing on the Oval Office was undeniably far more severe. It is worth noting that the last time the White House endured such an armed assault was on the night of August 24, 1814. On that fateful night, British Commander John Bull led the militia of Upper Canada into the White House, feasting on the presidential dinner before setting the residence ablaze. Could it be that John Bull and the Canadians had returned? Such a notion was implausible in this modern age. Even if they possessed 100-fold of courage, they would not dare. Furthermore, it was not a matter of whether they could confront the Western superpower of the new century. Those two nations lacked the capacity for warfare. As you might surmise, of course, pondering such matters was not within the purview of the Presidential Protection Detail. Following the explosion, the commanding colonel on duty at the White House promptly ordered the agents accompanying the president to swiftly relocate him to a secure underground shelter. John, who masqueraded as the supreme leader, had meticulously plotted his scheme. The items concealed within the Oval Office were painstakingly transported in by him, akin to ants carrying their burdens. After all, no guard would dare to defy the norm and inspect the insoles of the supreme leader's shoes, would they? His sole miscalculation lay in his unfamiliarity with the training manual. Consequently, in the supreme leader's lounge within the main building, after engaging in a discussion with the genuine First Lady, he had just lit a cigarette and was preparing to finish it before heading to the underground safe house with the agents. However, before he could even don his attire, he was abruptly seized by a burly figure and hoisted from the bed. As they sprinted with Jatan in tow, the chilly breeze sent shivers through him. Upon reaching the basement door and verifying their identities, the imposing individual flung Jatan into the room. The impact nearly fractured his ribs. Just as he staggered to his feet, a colonel appeared on the screen in this war room, reporting that other dignitaries were en route and inquiring whether to declare a state of wartime. Finally, the moment had arrived. Clutching his aching back, Jatan gritted his teeth and uttered a single word, "Yes." "Are you refusing? Do you intend to declare a state of wartime?" The colonel inquired, astonished. Generally speaking, a supreme leader cannot unilaterally declare such a state unless an actual domestic war occurs. It resembles the emperor's new clothes, existing solely in legal terms without manifesting into reality. Under a state of wartime, the supreme leader of America possesses nearly limitless authority. The previous and only leader to wield such unchecked power was the man confined to a wheelchair. During his tenure, let's just say, capitalists earning over $5 million annually faced a tax rate that would make even the neighboring Red Nation gasp for Siberian air, an astounding 94%. The crux of the matter is that through nearly boundless power, he genuinely managed to collect such hefty taxes. It was by treating the affluent as fuel for the great American engine that the nation emerged from the Great Depression, subsequently becoming a victor in World War II and establishing itself as a true world hegemon. The only lingering consequence has been that ever since, the luminaries of the land of the free have been averse to the emergence of another like him. Even the slightest possibility is intolerable. Jatan, sensing the colonel's hesitance, confidently stated, "Rest assured, this wartime situation will persist for merely 12 hours. I shall not hoard this glory and benefit. Should any calamity arise, I will bear the burden. Allow those individuals to enter the war room upon their arrival at the White House, and I shall elucidate matters to them. Time is of the essence. Once the state of wartime is confirmed, retrieve my memorandums and execute the latest special directives therein. Whether a generation's toil can yield prosperity for 5 generations hinges on your performance this evening." One can only say that Zayton's acquisition of Mephisto's investment and his successful impersonation of the Supreme Commander, alongside his madness, reveals a profound understanding of human nature that rivals that of a demon. Adults speak of interests, provoked by the phrase 5 generations enjoying prosperity. The colonel hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately, with a firm resolve, decided to proceed. Chapter 78. The New Manhattan Project. Johnny Blaze has risen. Just as Johnny Blaze was being carried on a stretcher by the staff, en route to the hospital for urgent care, he suddenly rolled off the stretcher and onto the grass. He sat up abruptly, tearing off the tattered helmet and casting it aside. The stunt motorcycle star then struggled to rise from the ground, extending his arms toward the audience. Johnny, Johnny, the immortal one, the immortal one. The spectators erupted into ecstatic cheers, and the arena once again surged with excitement. Although some still cursed Johnny for not having perished, their voices were swiftly drowned out by the jubilant roars of the crowd. Having completed his challenge performance, Johnny was guided backstage by the staff to rest, while the 10 helicopters stationed in the stadium began to take off one by one. The host stirred the audience's emotions again, leading them to watch the motorcycle performance of Johnny's team. Although Johnny Blaze's helicopter stunt was thrilling and perilous, it lasted only a few minutes. Given the price of the tickets, it was only fitting that subsequent acts, such as fire ring jumps, cage riding, and several stacked motorcycle stunts, were arranged to provide the audience with a sense of exceptional value. Such arrangements were indeed commendable. Drake, who had been quietly conspiring with Hammer, was suddenly captivated by the local specialties of his homeland. He was so overwhelmed that he forgot about the conspiracy, tears of excitement welling in his eyes as he clapped incessantly. This is pure art. What a magnificent performance. Only slightly inferior to our Indian military parade. Unfortunately, the wretched super hearing of Lipu allowed him to catch this remark, and he could barely suppress a laugh. Thus, the performance continued from 6:30 to 8, with half an hour remaining. According to the program schedule, Johnny Blaze was set to return for a routine motorcycle performance. However, at that moment, the voice of the host in the stadium abruptly ceased, replaced by an urgent news bulletin from the loudspeakers. The electronic screen in the baseball stadium displayed several lines of text, and everyone present with a mobile phone received a message from their service provider. This coordinated effort was all to announce one critical message. Attention, attention, this is not a drill or an exercise. Situation report. The Oval Office has been subjected to a bomb attack, and the nation has entered a state of emergency wartime status. In accordance with the powers conferred by the Constitution, the Commander-in-Chief is authorized to issue a presidential decree under wartime conditions. The presidential decree is as follows. From 9 p.m. tonight until 9 a.m. tomorrow, the powers of the New York Police Department, the National Guard, and various federal, state, and municipal agencies will be temporarily suspended, and all relevant law enforcement personnel will receive a paid leave of 12 hours. Intelligence indicates that the assailants who attacked the Oval Office are currently hiding in Manhattan. Every citizen of the United States is entitled to engage in self-defense against the enemy, a right protected by the Constitution. Given that ordinary citizens may lack specific information regarding the enemy, accidental harm or fatalities are inevitable. Hence, the Commander-in-Chief has issued a preemptive pardon. During the specified time from 9 p.m. tonight to 9 a.m. tomorrow, any acts of personal injury occurring in Manhattan will not be subject to legal prosecution, and individuals or groups will not face accountability. This special presidential decree clarifies the definition of personal injury. It must be noted that only acts of personal injury inflicted upon non-public officials and employees of protected enterprises, using weapons of intensity level 4 or below, as outlined in the appendix on the White House website, outside the designated areas of Wall Street, Stark Tower, Osborne Tower, Rand Corporation Building, and all school premises, will be classified as acts of personal injury. Any violation of these stipulations will be regarded as treason, and individuals or groups may face not only prosecution and investigation after the 12-hour period, but also targeted federal countermeasures. Lastly, the Commander-in-Chief calls upon all Manhattan residents to take action, contributing to the protection of liberty and civilization, and to make America great again. Lipu confirmed unequivocally that he had neither misread nor misheard. However, his unease persisted, prompting him to instruct Xiao Kezi to swiftly utilize the modified smartwatch resembling a genius device, equipped with a Dragon Ball power detector, to verify the information. Astonishingly, the bureaucrats at the White House had indeed activated this innovative Manhattan project, and the list of level 4 and below weapons could be found on the White House website. At this juncture, he was entirely certain that, although the outcome of this new Manhattan project would not equate to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Manhattan would likely transform into a scene of widespread devastation within 12 hours post-plan. Leepu glanced at Hammer and Derek, seeking to gauge their awareness through their expressions. To his surprise, both Hammer and Derek appeared equally bewildered, with Justin Hammer's face seemingly turning a shade of green from anger. However, the cause of Justin Hammer's ire was not difficult to deduce. The recent announcement had listed a total of 23 protected buildings and companies. While he was accustomed to being overshadowed by Stark Industries, the inclusion of a real estate mogul's building while his own company was conspicuously excluded from the list was particularly galling. Is this not a form of bullying against the honest? Justin Hammer silently cursed, regaining his composure, and immediately summoned his bodyguards to expedite his departure from this precarious situation. At this moment of impending disaster, he could scarcely afford to beckon Drake from the Life Foundation to accompany him. Moreover, he contemplated astutely that this incident would serve as a litmus test for Drake's true mettle. Should he manage to return to his sanctuary in San Francisco, so be it. If not, he would have to confront the series of crises that might unfold that very night alone. If he could not weather such trivial storms, then it would become evident that his true nature was merely that of a boastful braggart, ill-equipped to challenge the Stark group. Better to retreat to slumber, where dreams abound. Witnessing Justin's hasty exit, Lip could not help but ponder. Is Hammer Industries truly so insignificant that Justin Hammer seems utterly oblivious to the new Manhattan project? Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly, a call from Daniel Rand, who had seldom been in touch, only reaching out with festive greetings. As the crowd within the stadium began to recognize the gravity of the situation, few remained willing to perform, instead rushing towards the exits. Eager to escape this public venue and return home, Lip promptly lifted little Aju from the stroller, securing him in a baby carrier strapped to his chest. He then instructed his sons, Broly and Kaz, to keep an eye on the others, urging everyone to hasten their departure from Yankee Stadium. Only after ensuring their safety did he answer the incoming call. Chapter 79. I have spoken. Who is in favor? Who opposes? Hello, Daniel. How have you been? Lip greeted, responding to the call from Daniel Rand, the man who had once instructed Broly and Kaz in martial arts and claimed to possess immortal weaponry. Daniel, realizing the urgency of the situation, quickly stifled his words, nearly biting his own tongue in the process. Buddy, this is not the time for jokes. You still have Broly and Kaz with you in New York, right? I've just received alarming news. I'm about to board a plane and should be back in Peanut Town by 5 tomorrow morning. Some individuals appear to have lost their minds. They are attempting to orchestrate a New York version of a human purge, and from 9 tonight until 9 tomorrow morning, chaos will undoubtedly ensue in the city. Take my 2 disciples to Rand Tower. It is a secured location and far safer than remaining in Hell's Kitchen tonight. Over 2 years ago, after considerable theoretical deliberation, primarily grounded in physics, Daniel finally reclaimed the Rand Corporation, founded by his father. However, rather than luxuriating in the life of a billionaire in the bustling metropolis, he chose to venture forth with his 2 disciples, whom he had taught all he could, and bid farewell to Lip. He then set off for Borneo, intent on uncovering the truth behind the tragic plane crash that claimed his parents' lives. Originally, Leepu merely believed that this matter was something his Uncle Mitchum and the Hand Association could handle, and there was nothing further to investigate. However, Daniel revealed that he was already aware of Mitchum's situation. His son Ward had ultimately chosen to betray his twisted father. As a member of the Iron Fist, Daniel was no stranger to the Hand Association. Yet, in the scheme to harm his parents, the Hand Association was merely a hired gun. The true orchestrator of this treachery was someone else entirely. He discovered that his parents had taken him to Kunlun, initially a safe journey upon arrival. However, his father, Old Rand, unexpectedly instructed the driver to alter their flight path, landing briefly on the island of Kalimantan in Southeast Asia, also known as Borneo. Being a contemporary Iron Fist, Daniel was acutely aware that there were no individuals associated with Kunlun residing in that region. Furthermore, after reclaiming the Rand Corporation and scrutinizing company records, he found that the Rand Group had never invested in any projects there. So, why had his father insisted on landing? He recalled that his father had ordered him and his mother to stay on the plane while he disembarked for an unknown purpose. After a night had passed, Old Rand hurriedly returned to the airport, instructing the pilot to take off promptly. Thus, Daniel suspected that the true individual who had hired the Hand Association was not Mitchum, the second in command of the Rand Group. Given that Mitchum had been under the control of the Hand Association, confined in a penthouse for over a decade, he was incapable of influencing the association's decisions. Daniel suspected that the one issuing orders to the Hand Association resided in Borneo. This suspicion prompted him to travel to Borneo, where he remained for over 2 years. Leepu, I just consulted with a high-ranking official. We have extensive cooperation in Borneo and have uncovered some truths. With this knowledge, I am confident I can secure some allies once I arrive, starting with controlling the most deranged individual. You must take me and my 2 apprentices to the Rand Tower immediately. I have already granted all Rand Group employees in New York, along with their families and friends, the right to seek refuge, and your family is included. Daniel spoke rapidly, eager to continue, but Li Pu interrupted him. Rest assured, Daniel, we can take care of ourselves. You know the capabilities of Broly and Kaz. After declining Daniel's proposal, he even cautioned Daniel, you should attend to your responsibilities, but do be careful. Do not be sold out while helping others count their money. The hearts of spies are often tainted, especially those of their leaders, whose hearts may be darker than their faces. Upon finishing this exchange and noticing several individuals approaching the exit, Broly turning back to wave at him, Li Pu hastily ended the call with Daniel. Although Daniel was raised in Kunlun, he is not a true descendant of the Huaxiao lineage. Deep down, he remains an outsider. Crisis serves as a crucible. Genuine Huaxiao individuals possess a unique ideological stamp, one that recognizes the absence of saviors and the unreliability of celestial deities. When faced with adversity, the path to safety often hinges on one's own intellect and diligence. Cast aside illusions and remain ever prepared for battle. The so-called New York extermination plan proposed by certain pests poses no real threat to the Lip family. When genuine peril arrives, can mere evasion suffice? That would be a jest of the highest order. Do not fear challenges. Rather, focus on resolving them. If necessary, eliminating those who may cause trouble can also be deemed a viable solution. With this perspective, clarity dawned upon Lip. Upon arriving at the parking lot of the stadium, he communicated with Aunt May, Jessica, and Temple, advising them to forego returning home for the night and instead stay at Aunt May's diner. There, they would have sustenance and drink, ensuring that whatever transpires, they would not go hungry. More crucially, with old Daki, old Tang, and young Luke gathered together to guard the entrance, even the impending Chitauri army would find it challenging to breach their defenses. Broly and Kaz, you 2 should join us for the night. He then entrusted little Aju to his 2 sons. Despite Jessica's presence, when it came to entrusting something dear, one naturally places greater faith in family. Tomorrow morning, school is cancelled. You can play games with Brother Peter. But remember, I am entrusting little sister Aju to your care. You are her brothers, after all. After receiving Broly's solemn promise and witnessing Kaz nod vigorously, Lip allowed them to pile into 3 vehicles and depart together. He himself drove the eye-catching electric tricycle, weaving through the traffic of the Bronx, attracting countless gazes. Initially, Lip intended to reach a destination that could have been approached by opening a portal or even flying directly. However, such actions might come off as impolite. Again and again, one must tread carefully, as provoking others can lead to the emergence of a formidable rival. Moreover, the super intellect had indicated to Lip that eliminating that individual would yield fewer benefits than allowing him to persist. Hence, he resolved to maintain a degree of decorum, observing whether the individual would accept his overtures before considering further actions. Gold, oh gold, do not be foolish, Lip repeatedly reminded himself. Simultaneously, he pressed the accelerator to its fullest, parading through the bustling streets of the Big Apple in his attention-grabbing tricycle. In this vibrant city, no whisper or rustle escapes the keen awareness of the man named Fisk. Those who sought refuge under his command, whether directly or indirectly associated with this crime lord, likely outnumbered the lampposts scattered across New York City. Thus, despite not making a phone call, the flamboyant manner in which Lip drove his 3-wheeled vehicle towards the Fisk Tower already served as a notification to the crime lord. Not only the various lieutenants of Kingpin, but also many watchful eyes within Hell's Kitchen were directed towards the Fisk Tower. Just past 8 o'clock. With less than an hour remaining before the commencement of the Manhattan Human Eradication Program, Lip parked his vehicle in front of the Fisk Tower. Take good care of my car. If there's even a scratch on the paint, be cautious tomorrow when you feed the fish at the bottom of the sea. He removed the key, secured the vehicle with a heavy lock, and, with a parting threat to the Kingpin's guards stationed at the entrance, he finally entered the Fisk Tower. Having visited this location several times to discuss donations for the community school, Lip was quite familiar with the surroundings. Consequently, he strode confidently into the building's elevator and pressed the intercom button. Take me to the top floor. I have an appointment with Kingpin to stargaze tonight. However, to his surprise, although the intercom was connected, the response he received was a refusal. The explanation given was that Kingpin had departed New York earlier that afternoon, and subordinates were not permitted to allow anyone access to the upper floors in his absence. Typically, access to Kingpin was restricted, but the demeanor of the guards was never as courteous as it was towards Lip. Lip furrowed his brow. Kingpin had just left New York, and now the human eradication program was set to launch. If there were no ulterior motives involved, who would believe such a coincidence? Previously, in his quest to provide a normal living and learning environment for his two children, he had taken control of 47th Street in Hell's Kitchen. This action undoubtedly disrupted the existing order of Hell's Kitchen, which was the stronghold of Kingpin. At that time, Lip and Kingpin had engaged in a rather unpleasant disagreement. Nevertheless, due to Lip's extraordinary ability to reason, Kingpin ultimately chose to prioritize harmony. Yet, throughout this process, Lip had entertained thoughts of casting this fellow into the sea to feed the fish. The reason Lip ultimately refrained from such drastic measures was that he had come to understand several truths. First, the tax dollars of the citizens of the Lighthouse Nation had not been allocated for his use. What benefit could he derive from solving numerous criminal issues plaguing the Big Apple? Was it merely for a paltry sum of 160? Secondly, Kingpin's rise to power in New York was not solely attributed to his prowess in combat, but also to his exceptional organizational acumen. More importantly, it was society and the era that had afforded him such opportunities. Kingpin's reign as a crime lord in the Lighthouse Nation was indicative of systemic issues within that society. Even if Kingpin were to perish, another contender would undoubtedly emerge, perhaps a silver pin tomorrow or a bronze pin the day after. Lip could not guarantee that these newcomers would respect the established order as Kingpin had. It was highly probable that they would perform far worse than Kingpin. At that moment, the third reason he spared Jean Bing was his foresight regarding the potential occurrence of today's situation. He needed someone of considerable weight to convey certain messages to others. To spare you is to keep you for a time when you might be of use. How could you escape when the moment arises? Li Pu contemplated this while simultaneously expanding his perception outward. Just as he had recorded the aura of Johnny Blaze, he had previously noted Jean Bing's presence. Indeed, as those minor henchmen had indicated, Jean Bing was not in New York. This emperor of the underworld was currently situated over the Atlantic Ocean. Thus, Li Pu reached up and tore open the cover of the elevator shaft, propelling himself into the abyss below. Although the elevator shaft was equipped with surveillance cameras, this area fell within a blind spot. He opened a secret door in the ceiling and dashed through, arriving on the deck of the yacht where Jean Bing resided. Activating his X-ray vision, he beheld Jean Bing standing in a cabin while a man groped between his legs. Li Pu mused, "I don't recall Jean Bing having such a proclivity." Fortunately, his super hearing quickly elucidated the circumstances. It turned out that Jean Bing was being coerced. "Mr. Fisk, thank you for your cooperation. I have taken the measurements of your body," the man remarked. "I must concede, if anyone believes you to be a corpulent figure, they are gravely mistaken. With your physique, crafting a fitting suit would be quite the challenge. The mold is difficult to replicate, and time is short for modeling. So I took the liberty of doing it myself. I hope you don't mind." Just as the man seemed poised to continue, Jean Bing interrupted him. "Are you finished? Once you are, bring my son Richard to me. I am willing to exchange my identity and my wealth for Richard's safety." As he spoke, one hand tightly gripped his cane, seemingly relying on the unassuming stick to support his considerable weight. "I regret to inform you that I may have to go back on my word regarding this matter. If you harbor resentment, direct it towards the esteemed leader of the Lighthouse Nation. After all, it was he who struck some agreement with Mr. Pierce. We are merely following orders." After this statement, the man swiftly retreated a couple of steps, brandishing a handgun now aimed at Jean Bing's temple. At that moment, the cabin door swung open, and Li Pu entered, accompanied by a high school boy named Richard, whose demeanor was somewhat disheveled and whose body bore numerous wounds. Li Pu had just rescued him from a cabin on the lower deck, where he had been chained like a shorn pig, displaying a multitude of injuries. Inside that cabin, Li Pu had also noticed a camera. He replayed the footage and discovered several individuals mercilessly whipping, cutting, and stabbing the young man's trigeminal nerve. This revelation elucidated why Jean Bing had hastily exited the Fisk building that afternoon, accompanied by a group of unfamiliar individuals boarding a strange yacht. Observing the bewildered man and the unmistakable joy radiating from Jean Bing's countenance, Li Pu raised two fingers. He was, of course, not engaging in a numerical comparison. Rather, Li Pu was articulating 2 points. First, that those who trafficked minors deserved death. Second, that he had rescued Jean Bing's son. And Jean Bing owed him a debt of gratitude that needed to be repaid immediately. Having concluded his statement, he inquired who was in favor or against. Jean Bing let out a primal roar, forcefully propelling himself off the ground in a remarkable leap. His roar startled the man before him, who, despite firing 3 shots, had 2 bullets deflected by Jean Bing's swung cane, with only one striking him in the chest. However, while the bullet breached Jean Bing's skin, It was ensnared by his extraordinarily developed musculature. The unfortunate assailant met his demise as Jean Bing, resembling a grizzly bear, seized his head with one hand and slammed it against the cabin wall. As he howled in rage, Jean Bing exerted tremendous pressure with his arm, thicker than most men's thighs, causing audible cracks to resonate as the man's skull shattered, ultimately resulting in a headless corpse. Chapter 80. Only villains understand villains. What a cunning individual, Li Pu mused. Jean Bing was truly astute and adept at theatrics. He could have easily dispatched the kidnapper with his bulletproof cane, but in the presence of Li Pu, this emperor of the underworld knew to keep a trump card, opting instead to crush the man's skull with his bare hands. Richard was initially startled by his father's fury, but quickly rushed to support his burly father. Struggling to suppress the urge to vomit from the stench of blood and trying to avoid looking at the grisly remnants smeared on the wall, Richard inquired with concern, "Dad, your hand?" Jean Bing had not resorted to performance-enhancing drugs. His formidable physique was the result of innate talent and decades of rigorous training. Despite having crushed the man's skull, fragments of bone and teeth had left his hand battered and bruised. "I'm fine, Richard. Don't worry about me. How are you? We'll head home soon and have a doctor check you out." Unfazed by his own injuries, Jean Bing casually removed several visible teeth and bone splinters, his primary concern being the well-being of his son, who had been kidnapped and assaulted. Such a tender scene of paternal affection emerging from a man of notorious character struck Li Pu as profoundly ironic. He could indeed empathize with Jean Bing's emotions, for he, too, was a father. However, time was of the essence and the task at hand was pressing. Li Pu had no choice but to halt this poignant moment and urge Jean Bing to fulfill the favor he had just promised. At this juncture, despite the availability of civilian video conferencing systems, it was evident that a yacht, only slightly larger than a fishing boat, lacked such equipment. Li Pu resorted to the simplest means. He utilized a satellite phone he found on board, instructing Jean Bing to place a call to his deputy, James. Mere minutes elapsed before James returned the call. The illustrious figures of Hell's Kitchen, the formidable Hamley Viper, the notorious Goose Gang of Brighton Beach, the transport-savvy Irish, and the underground financial Judas Gang had all employed Li Pu's method. James procured dozens of mobile phones along with a speaker to construct a rudimentary online conference platform for these prominent figures of New York's underworld. In summary, all of you must restrain your subordinates tonight, ensuring they do not provoke trouble on the streets. Employ your intellect. Do not misconstrue this as an opportunity to bestow free benefits upon your underlings, allowing them to claim their rewards on the streets. The pleasures of tonight may be fleeting, but will you forfeit your lives tomorrow? This is a trap deliberately laid for us to spring. If you doubt, just observe Wall Street tomorrow. From 9 p.m. to 9 a.m., we are afforded a generous 30 minutes to prepare our strategies before the market opens. How considerate. I have but one directive. Manage your subordinates effectively to avoid becoming tomorrow's news and targets. How you accomplish this is beyond my concern. However, should anyone fail in this regard, I shall pay each of you a visit starting tomorrow. That concludes my address. Who is in favor and who against? Disregarding the reactions of the underworld leaders, Jean Bing ended the satellite call after delivering the last phrase he had recently learned. In his view, if anyone failed to grasp the gravity of his words, they truly deserved to accompany the fish and turtles in the Atlantic. Even Li Pu, upon hearing Jean Bing's words, found himself gaining new insights. No wonder, he pondered, initially perplexed that even the most deranged individual would not concoct a Manhattan-style extermination plan. Yet, if it was indeed motivated by stock market gains, everything suddenly made perfect sense. As he glanced at Jean Bing, who was preparing to escort Richard to the yacht's helm, claiming to have honed exceptional navigational skills from a period spent at sea, Li Pu couldn't help but think, indeed, only a rogue can truly understand another rogue. Subsequently, Li Pu cast his gaze upon the headless corpse lying on the cabin floor, elevating his assessment of Jean Bing's performance and intellect to a higher tier. Truly, he was a cunning and astute individual. Jean Bing had indeed been seething with anger. However, the brutally violent act of shattering that man's skull was perhaps not merely an emotional release. The emperor of the New York underworld is, in fact, concealing the identity of that man. One should not mention comparative technology. Any form of comparison necessitates a database as a fundamental prerequisite. If that man's genetic material is absent from any database in the world, acquiring his DNA would be futile for comparison. A corpse with severely damaged features often lacks convenient means of identification and, more often than not, ends up as an unidentified body. Thus, Jean Bing's choice to obliterate that man's head is, in reality, a remarkably rational act. were it not for the comprehensive Superman template, bestowing upon Li Pu superhuman hearing. He would not have overheard that individual mention the name Pierce upon boarding the ship. Otherwise, he might have needed to capture the soul of that person for interrogation to uncover his identity. If Li Pu's speculation holds true, this Pierce should be the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., now a member of the World Security Council, Nick Fury's superior and old friend, as well as one of the heads of Hydra. The agreement between Pierce and that supreme leader elucidates why S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were unable to thwart the implementation of the Manhattan Human Eradication Plan in a timely manner. Just moments ago, when Daniel Rand made the call, Li Pu too was perplexed. It's worth noting that even if Nick Fury mobilized substantial manpower to Borneo, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters resides in Peanut Town. Does it not? The agency's control over Peanut Town could not possibly be so feeble. To speak bluntly, even with the few airborne carriers near the Tri-Wing building, it is hardly difficult to deduce who truly holds sway over that area, regardless of whether those vessels are currently unfinished. Furthermore, considering the deceased man was engaged in collecting Jean Bing's biological data to fabricate a proportional suit to usurp his identity, Li Pu suddenly conceived a bold hypothesis. He could not help but think, what a clever maneuver, akin to a classic stratagem. You have mastered the 36 tactics. However, after locating Jean Bing and acquiring additional intelligence from him, Li Pu began to feel that his earlier thoughts had been overly simplistic. The orchestrators behind this chaos evidently anticipated that Jean Bing would restrain a portion of the populace to prevent New York from descending into utter disorder. Hence, they preemptively abducted Richard, subdued Jean Bing, and likely intended for him to appear, further igniting the turmoil among the gangs. With such meticulous planning in place, could the mastermind behind this scheme lack foresight or strategy? Chapter 81. You are all guilty. Li Pu, still inexperienced, found his imagination somewhat lacking. The entity behind the realization of the Manhattan Human Eradication Plan, Zayton, conceals a lord of hell whose appearance and hue differ, yet can essentially be viewed as a diminutive version of Mephisto. Plans, strategies? The machinations devised by Mephisto aim to ensure the successful incubation of the Ghost Rider. He has long since formed his plans. A sudden warning prompted the spectators at Yankee Stadium to evacuate in a matter of moments, narrowly averting a potentially catastrophic stampede. The organizers had already collected the ticket revenues in advance and promptly departed. Only Johnny's team found themselves unable to leave on a whim. For even if the props scattered throughout the venue were abandoned, there remained a plethora of valuable possessions backstage that could not simply be discarded. Ultimately, Johnny insisted that the rest of his team leave first to secure accommodations in New Jersey, while he remained behind, operating a forklift to load the motorcycles into the van, securing them with zip ties and fasteners. After more than half an hour of meticulous work, he managed to pack away the most precious performance props and drove off in the truck from Yankee Stadium. By then, it was nearly 8:30, and less than an hour remained until 9. Unexpectedly, however, as he drove the old Volvo truck not far from the venue, he was halted by a police vehicle. You were speeding, sir. I need you to place your hands on the steering wheel. I need to see your driver's license. The officer, brandishing a taser, aimed it at the bewildered Johnny and uttered a series of contradictory statements with utmost seriousness. How could a Volvo, crawling through the congested city streets, be exceeding the speed limit? With only 2 hands, which one was he to use to retrieve his license while keeping both on the wheel? Just as he attempted to explain to the officer, the latter, seemingly in a panic, shouted into his radio 3 times that someone was behaving erratically and threatening the officer, then pulled the trigger on the taser. The electrified dart struck Johnny's neck, and an immense surge of electricity coursed through his body, rendering him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in an unknown police station, locked in a detention cell. Glancing at the electronic clock on the wall, he noted that it was just minutes before 9, and the station appeared devoid of any officers. Upon realizing Johnny had awakened, a few fellow detainees, who had not been incarcerated long enough to develop peculiar habits and were merely restless, approached him. Among them was a lead figure, distinguishable by his numerous tattoos, who squatted down and said, "Look, look, look, a big star is sharing a cell. The sensational Johnny, renowned by all, and I'm your fervent admirer." Johnny regarded the man without uttering a word, his lips tightly sealed. He was in a precarious state, a searing sensation constricting within him, yearning to break free. Yet, reason cautioned him that if he succumbed to the turmoil within, all the efforts he had made over the years to escape that demon would be in vain. "Oh, so you look down on your fans. Do you have any idea how much you've cost me? How could you possibly leap over 10 helicopters and not perish?" As he spoke, the tattooed man rose and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Johnny, his companions joining in to mercilessly pummel him. Thrust and battered, Johnny's face collided with the iron bars of his cell, and although he scarcely felt the pain of the blows, the searing heat within him became unbearable. Enough, Johnny bellowed, his hands instinctively gripping the rusted iron bars, which immediately began to emit wisps of smoke before melting into molten iron, cascading down like liquid ice cream. Oh dear God! What is happening? The inmates in the cell, not entirely deaf and blind, recoiled in fear at the sight, retreating several steps. Alas, they should have seized this moment to blind themselves, for it might have spared their lives. Flames erupted from Johnny's features, incinerating flesh and blood to ash, leaving only a pale skeleton to bear the infernal blaze. He turned to face the inmates, his jaw clicking ominously. Ultimately, he managed to utter a declaration, glaring fiercely into their eyes. You are all guilty. With that, invisible flames ignited within the bodies of the prisoners, scorching their eyeballs into cracked crystalline forms, causing them to collapse, transformed into steaming, charred corpses. Having passed judgment upon these wretches, Johnny, now under the thrall of the Ghost Rider, found himself involuntarily shaking his skeletal head, his jaws clacking once more, as if to emit a silent, ecstatic laughter. Amidst this wordless mirth, a Volvo truck, detained in the police parking lot, bore witness to the sudden liberation of his beloved ghostly Harley, which broke free from its restraints and smashed through the truck's compartment, soaring toward the precinct. Its twisted handlebars, still adorned with a chain meant to secure the motorcycle's tires, shattered several glass doors en route to the detention cell. Upon seeing his cherished vehicle approach, the Ghost Rider wasted no time and mounted it. Hellfire spread from his being to the motorcycle, rapidly transforming it into a more fearsome beast, adorned with chrome skulls, flames erupting from the exhaust and tires, a true infernal war machine. With a resounding crash, the literal embodiment of explosive fury, Johnny broke through the precinct's walls, surging onto the streets of Manhattan. The Ghost Rider, pent up for far too long, accelerated, twisting the throttle, his head bobbing in exhilaration. A clattering sound emerged from his mouth, as if proclaiming, "Tonight, I shall feast to my heart's content." "Damn it, all you think about is eating," exclaimed a plump girl with dreadlocks, playfully smacking the back of her best friend's head. As they entered a gas station convenience store, the attendant opened the freezer and retrieved an exquisitely packaged ice cream, tearing into the wrapper and indulging eagerly. "Hey, you haven't paid yet." The night shift clerk, a Caucasian girl, stood in stark contrast to the two disheveled girls, yet she felt compelled to utter the warning, as any theft would result in a deduction from her wages during the store's inventory check. "Damn it," exclaimed one of the girls with dreadlocks, glancing at the electronic clock on the wall, which displayed the time as 9 o'clock. After a moment of mental calculation, she realized that the hour mentioned in the text message had indeed arrived. With a rush of exhilaration, she screamed and drew a handgun from her pocket, aiming it at the unfortunate clerk. "Die," she yelled, before firing 3 shots, 2 to the chest and 1 to the head. It was a scene from which even divine intervention could not save the clerk. Chapter 82. Little Kaz was unhappy. "Thank you. What are you doing?" Temple gasped, having witnessed the clerk's murder unfold before her eyes. Due to heavy traffic, Broly and Kaz, accompanied by a crowd of uncles and aunts, took significantly longer than usual to travel from the Bronx to Hell's Kitchen. As they neared their destination, Major Dutch, who was leading the convoy, suddenly had a thought. He quickly contacted Luke, who was driving Temple's car at the rear of the convoy, as well as Jessica from the middle car, driven by host Tracy Waters. The seasoned veteran, well-versed in various tactics after years of military service, recalled that the restaurant needed a few more supplies. "We need to stop at a gas station to get some fuel for the return trip," he stated earnestly, drawing from his extensive experience in the jungle. He believed that having ample gasoline was always advantageous in small-scale skirmishes. Although the likelihood of a major incident on 47th Street was minimal, it was prudent to be prepared. As they passed a gas station, Dutch steered the vehicle inside, followed closely by the other 2 cars. The trio not only filled their tanks, but also purchased a couple of portable anti-static gasoline containers, filling them to the brim before stowing them in the bed of the pickup truck. While the men busied themselves with the fuel pump, Temple, having had relatives visiting over the past few days, decided to pop into the convenience store for some essentials. It was then that she stumbled upon the earlier scene. "Bitch, what are you yelling about? It's already 9 p.m. Murder is legal until tomorrow morning. Ha ha ha." The girl with dreadlocks, perhaps emboldened by the gun in her hand or her perception of Temple's skin color, showed no fear of being witnessed committing murder, opting not to silence any witnesses. However, Temple, being a nurse, instinctively sought to provide first aid to the gunshot victim at the convenience store. Undoubtedly, this touched a sensitive nerve in certain individuals, causing the erratic young woman's expression to twist into a grotesque grimace. Your kindness is commendable, but perhaps you should perish as well. Just as she raised her firearm to execute Temple, young Luke burst through the store's entrance. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets struck him. Yet they had no effect on this seemingly invincible man. Conversely, the erratic young woman and her accomplice, who had emerged to engage in $0 shopping and societal vengeance, were swiftly incapacitated by Luke, each receiving a decisive blow to the head. Luke dismantled a shopping cart, using the metal parts to fashion a chain that bound the two women's hands and feet, subsequently placing them beside the victim, planning to notify the New York Police Department in the morning to collect them. Temple, we must leave now. This place is no longer safe. Luke guided the somewhat dazed Temple out of the convenience store and, alongside Major Dutch, who had filled the last gas canister, resumed their journey towards 47th Street. Ironically, as the clock struck 9, gunfire erupted across Manhattan, reminiscent of fireworks during a festive celebration, with the entire city resonating with chaos. Yet, in Hell's Kitchen, a neighborhood that should have been the epitome of American simplicity, this raw essence of community failed to permeate. The threats posed by King had proven effective. Although some violent incidents still occurred in Hell's Kitchen, it was remarkably devoid of firearms. Not only the criminals, but even some street heroes found themselves ill at ease in this environment. Dressed in a tight costume with small horn-like protrusions, Matt, the embodiment of Daredevil, swiftly dispatched two rival gang members armed with inferior weapons, having transformed his white cane into nunchaku. He paused to assess the situation and ultimately resolved that tonight he would refrain from heroics in Hell's Kitchen. He needed to venture elsewhere. The tranquility of Hell's Kitchen rendered any innocent civilians in need of rescue non-existent, while other parts of Manhattan descended into chaos. While Lip had indeed instilled fear in the hellish denizens of Hell's Kitchen, some individuals, driven by greed and the stock market, unleashed the wolves hidden within the hearts of ordinary people. Back at the Resilient restaurant, the adults were busily engaged in preparations. Unaware that Hell's Kitchen would transform into a haven for New York that night, they aimed to be as ready as possible, particularly Old Tang and Major Dutch, who worked with fervor, eager to impress Miss May. Feeling he had fallen behind Dutch at the gas station, Old Tang returned to his primary domain, immediately seeking to make amends. He rearranged the tables and chairs, pots and pans, and even the spare vegetables from the refrigerator, creating a mystical configuration in the hall reminiscent of a nine-palace boudoir array. The more intricate the space, the more adept I become at counterattacking, Old Tang earnestly explained. He lamented that the resources were still insufficient. In an environment akin to a furniture store, he could single-handedly take on several teams of Delta Force operatives without breaking a sweat. After stating this, he provocatively cast a glance at Major Dachi, who, of course, could not concede defeat. This robust elder, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the governor, promptly removed his shirt, donning only a green military vest, and retrieved a red cloth from his pocket to tie around his head. The best defense is always a good offense. The materials for Molotov cocktails are readily available. That lad Luke, go to my bar and fetch the Remington and Gatling guns from beneath the counter, along with ammunition and the electric motor. Broly, I wish to take a stroll. As the two old men engaged in their competitive display, the attention of the onlookers was captured by their antics. On their way back, Kaz, who had been silent, suddenly spoke to his brother. Broly, carrying little Aju on his back, noticed that the young girl had just awakened briefly, kicked him twice, and then drifted back to sleep. Sensing the subtle shift in Kaz's demeanor, Broly curiously inquired, "Little Kaz, why do you seem a bit upset? Are you worried about father? Those uncles and aunts outside with guns are actually quite weak. Just like those weaklings we would encounter while playing with the combat power detectors. Well, there does seem to be a sudden surge of strength. It must be that uncle on the motorcycle. Yet, he isn't particularly strong, probably comparable to that Thor or Hercules I fought before. If I get serious, he would be defeated in a minute. Our father is incredibly powerful, and he has grown even stronger recently. No one outside could possibly harm him. You need not worry." Although under Li Pu's nurturing, Broly had grown up well. Unlike the emotionally driven, talent-dominated beings from Dragon Ball, he was, after all, the legendary Super Saiyan. Thus, his thoughts often revolved around combat. To Broly, their father, Li Pu, was a formidable figure, and there was nothing to fret about. However, akin to Broly, Kaz, as a genetic original, possessed his own unique way of thinking, which was the source of his current frustration, faced with an elder brother who knew only of battle and whom he could not surpass. Little Kaz helplessly scuffed his shoe against the smooth floor of the dining hall. Broly, I am not worried about father, he said with a frown. What frustrates me is that although father is genuinely trying to consider our well-being and striving to build a favorable order for us, some individuals simply do not appreciate it. How can they be so oblivious to fear? Must they truly wait for calamity to befall them before they learn to harbor a sense of reverence? Chapter 83. The choice of young Kaz very well, Broly remarked, tilting his head. Although he found it somewhat perplexing why his younger companion was upset, he refrained from obstructing Kaz's desire to take a stroll. After all, in his perspective, despite the turmoil engulfing Big Apple City that evening, the combat prowess of the individuals around them was woefully inadequate to pose any genuine threat to Kaz. He simply advised Kaz, ensure you take a power detector. I shall carry one too, so we can maintain constant communication. Kaz nodded and discreetly slipped out of the restaurant. In truth, he had deliberately informed Broly, choosing not to vanish silently. Had he wished to remain undetected, only someone with similarly extraordinary psychic abilities, like Leap, might have sensed his departure. Kaz's intention to venture outside was not merely for fresh air. The atmosphere of Lighthouse Nation was hardly refreshing. Apart from the cursed Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan, with its millions of residents, was currently suffused with an air of chaos and disorder. Thanks to having a supportive father, Kaz was no longer like before, possessing a formidable physique while harboring a helpless heart within. It was akin to having a safety net. No matter the insurmountable challenges one faced, one would not entirely lose hope. At the very least, I have my father. As he gazed down upon those who, infected by the chaos, magnified their sinister thoughts 100-fold, 1,000-fold, and projected them onto others, Kaz meandered atop the rooftops of towering buildings, seeking solace in this self-reflection. Unlike the somewhat twisted character of Lawyer Matt, who tirelessly navigated the streets in a frantic effort to save others, Kaz preferred to maintain a broader perspective. He contemplated descending to alert the vigilante Daredevil, who had already made a name for himself in Hell's Kitchen, about the nature of some of those he had rescued. Many among them were not entirely innocent, having only heard a fragment of a plea for help without grasping the complete narrative. It was clear that a significant portion of those saved by Daredevil were not virtuous souls. For instance, some sought to seize the opportunity to loot amidst the chaos, only to encounter a more malevolent force intent on destruction. Moreover, there was a financial saleswoman, recently rescued by Matt, who, upon departing, bent down to wrap her hand in clothing and picked up a handgun that Matt had knocked from an assailant. With his psychic foresight, Kaz glimpsed her intentions. She envisioned using that gun, unrelated to her, to ambush and kill her husband. This act would not only promise a substantial insurance payout, but would also facilitate her union with her lover. However, although Kaz was aware of her malevolent intentions, he refrained from intervening. This was akin to his decision not to alert Matt, for Lip had imparted to Kaz the importance of responsibility. One must first be accountable for their own choices, embody their principles, and strive for the unity of knowledge and action. This necessitates a respect for the destinies of others, eschewing an overabundance of sanctimoniousness. Those who are excessively altruistic often seek the accolades of others, which is, in essence, rather hypocritical. Nevertheless, having been raised by Lip and possessing an inherently kind disposition, Kaz resolved to afford the inhabitants of this chaotic realm another chance. Perhaps it was prudent to observe further. He mused, and thus resumed his leisurely stroll upon the rooftop. Fortuitously, his decision to remain led him to witness a rather intriguing encounter rather than retreating to the restaurant to join Broly, Peter, and the others in their gaming. Within a 24-hour convenience store, two armed robbers were confronting an individual. The masks they donned barely concealed their facial features, and they appeared to be of tender years. Curiously, in addition to their intent to steal money, they had also specifically taken a case of beer, further suggesting their youthfulness. Damn cops, you have no authority tonight. We are merely exercising the power bestowed upon us by the supreme leader. One of the robbers shouted at a man clad in a bulletproof vest, exuding bravado while simultaneously betraying his cowardice. Dykes paid them no mind, instead handing a trembling clerk a $20 bill, instructing, "Give me my change." The clerk, quaking, opened the cash register. As the two young robbers prepared to seize the opportunity to snatch the money, a mere glance from Dykes caused them to shrink back in fear. "Damn cops, we wield real guns. Do not underestimate us," they retorted, yet Dykes remained unfazed, quietly accepting the change from the increasingly anxious clerk, methodically organizing the coins from largest to smallest into his wallet. He even possessed a special compartment for his quarters, wherein a mechanical counter displayed the amount contained within. After swiftly securing all the coins, he retained a solitary quarter, flicking it into the air with his thumb. This peculiar action captured the attention of all present. Just as the onlookers began to ponder the rationale behind Dyke's seemingly erratic behavior, he suddenly extended his fingers, expertly flicking the descending coin at its edge. Clink. Whoosh. The copper-nickel alloy coin, approximately 20 millimeters in diameter, was propelled by Dyke's flick as if it were a bullet, striking the trigger within the robber's firearm. Although the trigger could withstand several pounds of pulling force, it exhibited no redundancy against lateral impacts, shattering with a sharp crack. Simultaneously, the robber's finger, having been struck painfully, involuntarily lifted his arm. This motion imparted an additional force to the coin, sending it soaring once more. It collided with the metallic frame of the convex mirror designed to deter shoplifters, rebounding and ultimately embedding itself into the joint space of another armed robber's finger. At that moment, Dykes had approached the two individuals, observing the bloodied coin and the now cowering minor assailants. He furrowed his brow and softly commanded, "Leave." The duo turned and fled, the robber whose trigger had broken neglecting to retrieve the handgun that had fallen to the ground. They dashed to a nearby trash bin. Several meters away, where the unarmed robber's eyes brightened upon seeing that his companion's weapon remained intact. "Hand me the gun. You can't shoot now. Mine is broken." "That cop is definitely off guard. Let us ambush him." However, before he could finish his sentence, a black pistol spun and struck his temple, ricocheting to hit his companion as well. Thud, thud. Both men collapsed simultaneously, their bodies slumping into the refuse, even the two handguns landing precisely in the trash bin. Exiting the convenience store, Dykes wore a suppressed, sinister smile. Trash belongs in the trash bin. Yet, upon uttering this phrase, he quickly repressed the smile from his face. He hurried towards his vehicle, flinging open the door to the driver's seat. Discarding the other items he had purchased, he swiftly retrieved two size 5 batteries and an old portable cassette player, replacing its batteries. Breathing heavily, Dykes donned his headphones and began to listen to a recorded version of Schubert's Trout on the tape. As he listened, he closed his eyes, lowered his head, gripping the steering wheel tightly, murmuring to himself, "Sunshine, daisies, sweet cream. Sunshine, daisies, sweet cream." Chapter 84. Saving the target eyes. Dykes was a patient suffering from dependent personality disorder. Fortunately, at a young age, his parents sought the guidance of an exceptionally skilled psychologist. By discovering a guiding star that provided him direction, Dykes anchored his life. Coupled with specific music and a series of incantation-like mechanical commands, he effectively subdued the brutality within his character. Not only did he succeed in his education, but he also excelled in sports, ultimately becoming a baseball star at an Ivy League university. However, just as he was poised to embark on a career as an exceptional professional baseball pitcher, Dykes uncovered a grave issue. When a baseball star becomes utterly mundane, even with the potential to amass great wealth, the absence of challenge renders it unappealing. No one could catch the baseballs he threw. During his time on the school team, Dykes believed the students' skills were limited. However, after competing against professional players, he realized that those so-called baseball stars were not particularly extraordinary. Dykes' pitching prowess, if not overwhelming, could certainly be described as effortlessly dominating. After merely 2 training sessions and listening to veterans extol the virtues of being a baseball star, earning substantial sums, attracting numerous beautiful girlfriends, and attending glamorous parties, Dykes found it increasingly tedious. Once on the field, he often felt an impulse to use his baseball to smash the heads of those he deemed inferior. Although he managed to restrain himself through music, spells, and the guiding light of the North Star, pursuing a career in professional baseball was evidently not viable. Thus, he opted for military service. The discipline within the military of the Lighthouse Nation may be questionable, yet it provides an environment of order. Consequently, Dykes thrived in the military, finding life there considerably more comfortable than in civilian society. He earned numerous accolades and mastered various individual weaponry skills, complemented by his remarkable throwing ability, quickly establishing himself as the new generation's soldier king. Due to this, Dykes later received the opportunity for training at Quantico, ultimately becoming a federal protective officer. The role of a federal protective officer is also a disciplined environment, which suited him well, though he was assigned to the Witness Protection Unit. While the job was inherently perilous, the compensation and benefits were commensurate with the risks involved. Within the federal protective officer ranks, this unit was deemed a lucrative assignment, not to mention the occasional gray income. The only drawback for Dykes was the nature of his work, which often put him in contact with unsavory characters among the witnesses. Although the upper echelons of the federal protective officer would grandiosely state that sometimes collaboration with nefarious individuals is unavoidable, for Dykes, this meant he had to constantly exercise self-control to avoid harming those he was tasked to protect. Compounding his challenges, Dykes' guiding North Star recently encountered issues. The North Star he aspired to embody was that of an optimistic, cheerful, and helpful girl. As Dykes matured, the girl naturally could not remain a child. She had begun dating and was contemplating marriage. Dykes was acutely aware that he should not intrude upon her life, for his feelings were not of love, but rather gratitude. She owed him nothing. She had once provided him with significant assistance, and one must not repay kindness with ingratitude. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that, after the girl began discussing marriage, she was no longer suitable to be his guiding star. He observed her life, witnessing her tender moments with her boyfriend, while he, Dykes, grappled with his own mental afflictions, not in the conventional sense. He was in dire need of a new North Star. Regrettably, the psychologist who had initially designated his guiding star had passed away 2 years prior. Dykes, despite his substantial income, spent considerable sums seeking renowned psychologists in New York, only to find them akin to charlatans, engaging him in meaningless conversations without the capacity to help him discover a new guiding star. The psychological strain compelled him to carry a personal audio device at all times. In better times, a weekly session of self-healing sufficed. Now, such healing was a daily necessity. This, in turn, gave rise to another issue. The diminishing marginal returns of this therapy left Dykes feeling on the brink of losing control. Today, the chaotic emotions stemming from the Peanut Town lunatics and their Manhattan human extermination plan had also seeped into him. He remained vigilant. When the battery of his audio device died, he promptly purchased a new one, ready to return home and drift into slumber accompanied by music. Yet, serendipity led him to encounter a duo of robbers at the convenience store. Even though he restrained himself from drawing his firearm and instead subdued them with coins and a malfunctioning gun, Dykes still felt an exhilarating rush. He fervently reminded himself that such sensations were misguided. Deriving pleasure from the harm of others would ultimately invite a dreadful backlash. Nevertheless, his brain relentlessly released various hormones, and the beast within him could no longer be contained. Knock, knock. The window of his car was rapped upon, and instinctively, Dykes thought to reach for his gun. However, upon seeing an exceptionally tall man standing beside his vehicle, illuminated by a blinding light behind him, caution surged within him. Suddenly aware, Dykes hastily flung open the door and leapt from the driver's seat, instinctively tugging at the towering figure beside him. For the glaring light emanated from a dump truck, a clear indication that someone intended to run him down. He had no time to ponder. It was not unusual for witnesses under the protection of the Federal Witness Protection Program to encounter such scenarios, as many were reluctant to testify. Yet, when he yanked at the extraordinarily tall man, he found he could not budge him. You seem perplexed, as if navigating life without a sense of direction, a truly unfortunate predicament. Kaz's voice was not loud, but to Dykes, it resonated with the impact of a bullet. The words pierced deeply into his heart, akin to a shot fired. Dykes instinctively wanted to respond, but he quickly realized that this was not the moment for dialogue. As the monstrous truck accelerated towards them, it was already within a mere 10 meters. He could even hear the heavy metal rock music blaring from the driver's cabin. At that moment, Kaz nodded and remarked, "You still have potential. I am willing to grant you a chance." With that, he turned away and delivered a powerful punch towards the truck that was barreling directly at Dax. Chapter 85, Hail, Lord of the Night. With just one strike, the terrifying might of the genetic entity was fully displayed, leaving Dax in a state of shock. A resounding crash echoed as the truck's front end was forcefully driven into the ground, causing the lengthy vehicle to tilt upwards at the rear. The driver, with the engine crammed into the cabin, had no choice but to curse as he leapt from the vehicle. Yet, as soon as he hit the ground, his form began to transform, morphing into a small giant composed of rock and soil. What in the world is this? Dax stammered, bewildered by such an apparition. Although Kaz had never encountered such a creature either, the aura radiating from it filled him with genuine revulsion. A demon. Kaz instinctively recognized the nature of his foe. At that moment, the Earth Demon, restored to its original form, not only refrained from fleeing but audaciously roared at Kaz. "Human, you have provoked my wrath." His arrogance was palpable. After all, he was none other than the son of Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, and one of the chosen vanguards in the mortal realm. Due to grave suspicions that the Supreme Mage of Earth had discovered a method to utterly annihilate an extra-dimensional being, Mephisto had been notably subdued of late. In simpler terms, this Lord of the Underworld had retreated. Although reluctant to relinquish Earth, he would not descend personally to conquer this realm until he grasped the full truth of the situation. To some unaware observers, this scenario was misinterpreted as a signal. Perhaps Mephisto was indeed aging? Meanwhile, a demon prince, previously suppressed by Mephisto, felt it was his time to rise. Thus, the demon emerged, stealthily slipping from hell to earth. He even recruited several lesser demons lurking on Earth to serve as both guides and subordinates. The primary objective of this demon's visit to Earth was to locate a contract once signed by Mephisto. His father, the Lord of the Underworld, had invested considerable time and energy to corrupt a village entirely composed of devout believers through the power of that contract. The souls of the villagers, upon death, were destined for heaven, but ultimately, they were condemned to hell. However, as the Lord of Hell, Mephisto expended vast amounts of magical energy to prevent those fallen souls from descending into the underworld. He meticulously sealed each soul within that contract, ensuring none were left behind. Ultimately, the accumulation of minor changes led to a profound transformation. That seemingly mundane demonic contract, once relegated to the depths of hell, had indeed metamorphosed into an extraordinary treasure. Should a discerning demon uncover this contract and dare to unveil it, the imprisoned fallen souls would surge forth in an instant, rapidly corroding the fabric of the earthly realm, creating a gaping chasm that would manifest as a veritable hell on earth, quite literally. It would serve as a demonic enclave on terrestrial soil, a forward outpost of the infernal. By obtaining this contract, one could wield the power and prowess of the warlock demon, swiftly seizing control of this outpost. In doing so, he would naturally ascend to the role of lord over this hellish bastion, claiming a portion of authority from his father, Mephistopheles. However, the contract was not easily found. It had been stolen and concealed by a treacherous spirit knight who had betrayed Mephistopheles. To this day, even Mephistopheles remains unaware of its hiding place, compelling the warlock demon to embark on a gradual search upon his arrival on Earth. Yet, demons are not benevolent entities. They are unadulterated opportunists. During the quest for the contract known as the Sanctus Vengasa, he fortuitously encountered the cleansing of Manhattan, feeling the tumult of chaos boiling within the city. Unable to remain idle, he dispatched his minions, the elemental demons Wind, Earth, and Water, to scour Manhattan for potent and dark souls, either to harvest or to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos, thus replenishing their ranks with such talent. It was in this context that Dykes caught the attention of the Earth Demon, dispatched by the king to patrol the streets, who sensed the dark aura emanating from him. The Earth Demon was all too familiar with this scent. After all, if events continued to unfold as they were, the future Dykes would evolve into a supervillain known as Target Eye, infamous for the mark upon his forehead. He initially intended to employ a crude method, to incapacitate Dykes with a bulldozer, then to present himself as a demon to tempt him into signing a contract, thereby securing a henchman for their purposes. However, the Earth Demon did not anticipate that someone else would intervene, nor did he foresee that death was imminent for him that very day. Moments earlier, he had boasted, "Human, you have enraged me," but in the next instant, this concern dissipated, for his stony head had been ensnared upon the blade of a golden electric claw. This weapon was a gift recently bequeathed to Kaz by his father. Lip, an iron-blooded warrior's wrist blade, augmented with 2 golden thunderbolts gifted by the Ancient One, now reborn as a combat partner. And it had tasted blood for the first time today, marking the end of a demon. Although physical weapons typically have little effect on elemental demons, the materials used to forge Kaz's electric claw included fragments of the divine artifact, Golden Thunder. The Golden Thunder possesses magical prowess that rivals that of a universe unto itself. Moreover, it has pledged allegiance to a worthy sovereign, transforming into the divine sword wielded by Li Pu, nurturing itself daily within the subspace. Naturally, the Lightning Claw, intricately intertwined with the divine sword, has also acquired the extraordinary ability to communicate with the subspace. When a mere elemental demon met its demise at the hands of such a weapon, how could its feeble strength possibly allow it to escape the voracious jaws of the subspace? Being devoured by that realm was akin to being consigned to oblivion, sealing its fate irreversibly. In the material universe, with the complete annihilation of the Earth Demon, its petrified form crumbled into a multitude of earthen fragments amidst a cacophony of cracking sounds. Kaz, having vanquished a mere demon, cared little for the act. He merely cast a disdainful glance back at Dykes. "Look down. Witness the fate of this dark creature. Demons perish just as any wicked soul would." He clenched his fist tightly, the lightning claw resonating in his grasp as he leaned closer to Dykes, his golden pupils seemingly ablaze in the night. "Choose. Will you continue your mundane existence? Or will you join me in becoming a nightmare, causing the vial to tremble in eternal darkness?" Somehow, upon hearing Kaz's words, the shadowy abyss within Dykes seemed to undergo a transformation in that fleeting moment. Although the darkness surged and writhed, his heart found an inexplicable tranquility. The shadows within him appeared to shed their shackles, morphing into something potent, capable of crafting midnight terrors that would instill dread in the hearts of evildoers. Thus, Dykes raised his head, gazing into Kaz's luminous eyes amidst the night. A proclamation escaped his lips, seemingly beyond his control. Long live Lord of the Night. Chapter 86. The Midnight Squad, Part 1. As he was hailed as the Lord of the Night, Kaz's form seemed to grow taller, his stature becoming more imposing. This little giant, standing over 2 meters tall, yet bearing a cherubic visage, extended his hand adorned with the lightning claw, resting it upon the crown of Dykes' head. I grant you the ability to walk alongside shadows. Remember, do not betray your oath. Otherwise, the judgment of the shadows shall descend upon you. Upon the utterance of these words, Dykes felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. The shadow within him seemed to swell further, beginning to bubble like molten lava. Now follow me. With the bestowal of power complete, Kaz simply said this, then turned and strode forth toward his next objective. Watching the Lord of the Night depart, Dykes yearned to follow, yet in an instant, he lost sight of his target. Just as his heart wavered, the shadow lurking within him suddenly erupted with a resounding pop. A ripple emerged from the shadowy mass, gradually expanding to form a target-like concentric circle. Dykes seemed to have received some form of echolocation. The target within the depths of his shadowy heart was his own eyes, guiding his steps forward with relentless urgency. Along the way, he passed numerous deranged individuals affected by Manhattan's human eradication plan, yet these souls appeared oblivious to his presence. Some harbored a reckless hope, yearning to rush into the streets for a chance at chaos, while others simply sought the freedom to indulge in mischief for 12 hours without consequence. Dykes found that he could effortlessly attune himself to the inner voices of these insects. Moreover, thanks to the protection of that shadow, the tumultuous emotions of those individuals could not disturb his inner peace. How magnificent, how blissful. For someone like him, achieving tranquility had never been an easy endeavor. However, after pledging his loyalty to the Lord of the Night, this precious serenity became astonishingly accessible. He was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Yet, Dykes did not forget his oath. To the insects on the street, regardless of skin color, age, or gender, he bestowed a small gift, the gift of fear. Tremble, insects, for the night and shadows shall no longer serve as your cloak of protection. The children of the night have arrived. He carelessly gathered various projectiles from the street, cans, trash can lids, scrap cardboard, shards of glass, and pebbles. According to the severity of the misdeeds committed by these insects, Dykes unleashed his throwing prowess, administering a just judgment. In the past, undertaking such actions would have taxed his body and overwhelmed his mind, leading to a mental shutdown from the incessant need for judgment. But now, blessed by the great Lord of the Night, his body and mind appeared to have undergone an immeasurable enhancement. Engaging in these activities felt as effortless as eating and drinking. In truth, he was unaware that this current enhancement was merely a superficial manifestation. In the grand scheme, he was akin to an elite stormtrooper with a slight special ability. Yet he had yet to touch the threshold of the Astartes warriors, who had undergone a series of transformative surgeries. In due time, when Kaz found the opportunity to develop the 22 surgical, original forge techniques, his true days of fortune would arrive. However, for now, his abilities were more than sufficient. As Dykes hurled different projectiles with varying force at different targets, the chaos makers lurking on the streets began to sense profound terror. They had no inkling of the source of their assault. Some, on the brink of committing a crime, felt a plastic fork pierce their palm. Others, guilty of more grievous deeds, were struck by cans or shards of brick, resulting in broken bones. The most unfortunate souls belong to those who have either committed or are on the verge of perpetrating grave misdeeds. The target, Dykes, ensures they experience the sensation of death descending upon them, liberating them from any further worries. Naturally, the anguished cries of these individuals attract the attention of others, notably Matt, who, under normal circumstances, would evolve into Dykes' formidable adversary, the Daredevil. However, despite his extraordinary hearing, which allows him to scour much of New York, Matt struggles to pinpoint Dykes' precise location. In daylight, he might have had a fighting chance, but under the cloak of night, locating a child of darkness and shadow is a daunting task, unless one possesses the skills and experience of a veteran from the Dark Raven Guard's first company, which Matt clearly lacks at present. Oh, great Lord of Night! Dykes has sensed the presence of this daredevil and pondered a question internally directed at Kaz. Why not incorporate the daredevil into your Grand Legion? With him, our forces would be bolstered. Even if Matt and Dykes are inherently mismatched, Dykes feels compelled to remind Kaz out of loyalty. Are you suggesting that strength lies in numbers? Kaz's voice indeed emerges from the shadows of Dykes' mind. While this sentiment holds some truth, Achieving one's goals necessitates a selective approach to team formation. Hastily integrating unsuitable individuals may initially augment a group's power, yet it ultimately serves as a self-destructive act, laying the groundwork for an uncontrollable bomb in the future. Rest assured, this time I will personally select the appropriate warriors for my legion. I have my plans. Though his tone is not harsh, Dykes instantly realizes that as a mere mortal, he should not question the wisdom of the Lord of Night. Just as he prepares to apologize to the Great Lord, an unseen figure re-enters his line of sight. Kaz comes to a halt. They are not far from Wall Street now. On either side of the street lie standard middle-class neighborhoods, home to the financial workers of that bustling financial hub. Yet, the worth of these laborers is merely an illusion when they are of use to their employers. They hold value, but when deemed unnecessary, they are discarded like refuse. At this moment, by the roadside, 3 men donning masks that reveal only their eyes and mouths are busily attending to a parked RV. One man carries a compressed gas canister, continuously delivering anesthetic gas into the vehicle. Another meticulously douses the front and rear of the RV with gasoline from a drum. The third fiddles with a metal lighter, opening and closing its lid, awaiting the final spark. Chapter 87, Midnight Squad, Part 2. What are those men up to? Who do they intend to kill? He could discern that the 3 individuals were professional assassins, and their objective was to eliminate a person residing in a mobile home. However, Dykes could not fathom why. In such a vast and beautiful land, these 3 could not pool their resources to procure a firearm. Had the circumstances deteriorated to such an extent that the income of hired killers had plummeted so drastically? Just as a cascade of questions flooded Dykes' mind, the answer swiftly unveiled itself. The 3 assassins, having acted with utmost caution throughout the day, were startled by a faint buzz emanating from above. The electric sunroof of the mobile home had been opened. In a rush, they drew their pistols, aiming all 3 weapons at the roof. Just as they anticipated that their target would soon reveal themselves from above, a series of gunshots rang out, striking the ankles of all 3 assassins, causing them to collapse to the ground with anguished cries. In the next instant, the gunfire erupted once more, 3 bullets embedding themselves in the foreheads of the assassins. It turned out that the opening of the sunroof was merely a ruse to lure them in, initiated by the intended victim from a distance with a remote control. In reality, shortly after the air inside the mobile home became compromised, an alarm from the internal sensors had sounded. The target had calculated their position upon parking, opened a passage in the floor of the mobile home, and leapt down into a pre-opened manhole. After traversing several meters through the sewer, the individual emerged from another manhole a mere distance away from the mobile home, launching a surprise attack on the 3 assassins. Although just awakened, he donned a perfectly unwrinkled pajamas, as if afflicted by some form of obsessive-compulsive disorder. As he contemplated inspecting the assassins for clues to identify who had sent them to kill him, the compressed gas cylinder that had been releasing anesthetic into the vehicle suddenly exploded with a deafening bang. Caught off guard, he was propelled several meters away by the force of the blast, struggling to rise, but finding himself utterly incapacitated. "Ha ha, well done." A sudden burst of laughter echoed in the air. An uncanny phenomenon occurred as the gentle breeze swept through the street. The gas from the exploded cylinder coalesced into a humanoid form, though it was evident that this being was far from human. Christian Wolf, a cunning accountant assassin. Your employer has gone to great lengths to orchestrate your demise. How does it feel to be rendered immobile now? Do you yearn for vengeance against those avaricious masters? Should you wish to rise again, sign a contract, and I shall grant you the power for retribution. The gaseous figure abruptly ceased its utterance as several glimmering golden claws pierced through his back, ripping out his entrails in one swift motion. Though he is a wind demon among elemental fiends, his elemental form seemed devoid of any signs of transformation before those massive claws. Kaz made his move, having found yet another suitable warrior for his legion, while simultaneously vanquishing an elemental demon. He then posed the identical question to the accountant named Christian Wolf, echoing the words he had earlier spoken to Dykes. In contrast to the resolute fervor of the target, this accountant assassin, while calculating quietly in his mind, ultimately nodded in agreement. "I shall bestow upon you the power to dwell with shadows and darkness. Do not betray this responsibility, lest your life be forfeit," Kaz declared. The genetic progenitor possessed extraordinary wisdom, fully aware that human nature is susceptible to trials. Thus, while assembling the nascent form of his envisioned legion, an organization he named the Midnight Squad, he resolved to delineate a clear boundary for each recruit. Do not act. To do so is to court death. As a being who cherished order and efficiency, the solution was straightforward, unequivocal, and tyrannical. Proceed with your duties. You are an accountant and should comprehend that certain individuals will exploit tonight for profit, which I find distasteful. Wolf nodded. Despite sharing a mental affliction akin to that of the target, his brilliance as an accountant and mathematical savant allowed him to grasp the essence of Kaz's words. Though the stock market experiences fluctuations, those lurking in the shadows always find a way to profit, save for one scenario that renders them impotent. What Kaz sought was that certainty. I have a cache of explosives in my vehicle, the magnitude of which will ensure that the exchange cannot operate normally tomorrow. Those orchestrating this scheme will undoubtedly be unable to earn a single dime before the servers are restored. With that, he boarded his RV and steered it towards the nearby street adorned with a golden bull statue. Another warrior remains unboarded. Casting a glance at the departing RV, Kaz's gaze shifted elsewhere, his formidable psychic foresight allowing him glimpses into fragments of the future. Another assassin appeared. It seemed the ratio of killers within his first squad was rather high. Let me see what he looks like. Ah, a bald-headed assassin. He appears formidable. But whom shall I choose? He beheld several bald-headed assassins, some of whom were seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity of this night to hasten their endeavors. One, masquerading as a beekeeper, was relocating his cherished little creatures, his hive concealing a warm corpse. Another, resembling the beekeeper, employed powerful suction cups to suspend himself beneath a swimming pool, perched atop a luxurious apartment. Even amidst the Manhattan human eradication plan tonight, the lives of billionaires remained untouched. The affluent individual was preparing to indulge in a nocturnal swim, while the assassin plotting his demise awaited the opportune moment to breach the bottom of the suspended pool, intending to deliver the wealthy man a rather unconventional bungee experience. As fate would have it, Kaz also discerned that, aside from having vanquished two demons, the pool appeared to harbor another fiend. Earth demon, wind demon, water demon. Was this some sort of game missing a crucial player? A smile danced upon Kaz's lips as he shook his head, for he had surmised that his excessive glimpses into the future had provoked a counteroffensive from destiny itself. Apologies, but my legion is no trifling matter. With that thought, Kaz's gaze ultimately settled upon an individual distinct from the other bald assassins. This one bore a barcode tattoo at the nape of his neck. It shall be you, 47. Reminiscent of my neighborhood's number, and undeniably more pleasing to the eye. Dykes, Kaz called to his first chosen warrior of the Legion, who promptly stepped forward, eager to heed the inaugural command from the progenitor. I require you to rescue this individual. As he spoke, an image materialized in Dykes' mind. He is the last brother of your squad, also an assassin, currently evading several attempts on his life from others of his ilk. Bring him before me. Yes, I vow to accomplish the task. Dykes enthusiastically pledged to the Lord of Night. Excellent, I place my trust in you. Kaz mirrored the encouraging demeanor that Lip had shown him and Broly, smiling affirmatively at Dykes. Chapter 88. The Adventures of Karen Page in the Skies Above. Dozens of helicopters whirred, their rotors spinning incessantly, emitting a thunderous clamor. The Manhattan Human Purge Initiative had become a veritable feast for journalism. Media companies were not about to forfeit this opportunity. They either deployed their own helicopters or rented them temporarily, embarking on a live broadcast that would last 12 hours. In stark contrast to these lavish corporations, smaller media outlets lacked the resources to engage helicopters, yet their audacity was commendable. After all, nearly all owners were willing to risk it for their employees, and the professions of journalist and photographer were particularly susceptible to the allure of self-fulfillment. One was willing to act, the other to endure, the perfect partnership. Consequently, many hosts and photographers from smaller media companies were galvanized by their bosses, arming themselves with equipment to venture onto the streets of Manhattan. They initiated the live broadcast of the Manhattan Human Purge from the ground, or sought to capture first-hand material. Karen Page was one such media figure, and her employer had not even provided her with a dedicated photographer. As a columnist at a small newspaper, her daily task involved crafting brief societal commentaries, devoid of opportunities for personal exposure. Nevertheless, Karen mustered her courage to drive her second-hand Japanese car, camera in hand, venturing out to gather material. Keep going, girl. You can do this, she encouraged herself while gripping the steering wheel and scanning for worthy scenes to capture. The film in her camera was limited, necessitating careful selection of the precise moment to press the shutter. Furthermore, due to financial constraints, Karen lacked professional telephoto lenses. Thus, when taking photographs, she had to stop, lower her window, and quickly focus her camera, which lacked a polarizing filter, to seize the moment. While this might have been manageable on a typical day, tonight it carried an element of danger. For Karen was exceptionally beautiful, indeed strikingly so. Those who ventured out tonight were either media personnel like her, or others eager to make the most of the fleeting 12 hours. Even though Karen had devised a route in her mind, carefully navigating around protected areas and buildings while resolutely refraining from opening her car door, she could not escape the watchful eyes that fell upon her after successfully capturing several shots. In her rearview mirror, she noticed a vehicle tailing her Kia. The headlights illuminated the road but obscured the occupant's face, causing her complexion to drain of color. Though she carried a firearm in her satchel, its caliber was rather small, suitable for minor confrontations but perhaps inadequate for the night's challenges. She had just witnessed an individual brandishing a rifle, firing into a storefront window, before rushing in to loot the merchandise. Curse it! Karen's already pale face turned even more as she pressed the accelerator, steering towards Wall Street, the nearest protected area. Yet unease lingered within her, for this route traversed one of New York's most notorious locales, Hell's Kitchen. Though not a believer, she found herself silently praying, please let nothing go awry. Perhaps her prayers resonated, or perhaps luck was on her side, for tonight Hell's Kitchen was eerily quiet. Compared to the usual cacophony of gunfire, it felt as though a hush had been cast over the area. Thus, Karen's second-hand Japanese car navigated smoothly beyond the bounds of Hell's Kitchen. Clinging to the edge of this district, she needed only to cross Broadway to reach the sanctuary of safety. However, before she could exhale in relief, an unforeseen calamity struck. The vehicle that had been following her suddenly accelerated, crashing violently into the rear of her car. With a jolt, the crumple zone of her second-hand vehicle shattered, one half dangling helplessly to the ground. Due to the lightweight nature of Japanese vehicles, they are particularly vulnerable when confronted with the forceful impact of a large American car. In an instant, the vehicle was thrust forward violently, causing the engine to emit a cacophony of unsettling noises as it struggled to cope with the sudden shift. Karen let out a terrified scream. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. After disrupting the smooth trajectory of her car, the vehicle behind accelerated aggressively and veered towards Karen's car, executing a brutal maneuver to forcibly halt her progress. This was a disastrous turn of events. The already unstable second-hand Japanese car, further compromised by the initial collision, was now subjected to a lateral force. Given the insufficient weight of the vehicle, Karen swiftly lost control, and the car abruptly lifted off the ground. It experienced a severe rollover, leaping sideways and flying several meters away. "Ah!" Karen screamed in terror. Beyond her cries, several onlookers were nearly paralyzed with fear. "Oh hell! Quick, move the boss's ride!" shouted one. "Where's my rocket launcher? On our turf, no one gets away with this." It turned out that the location where the car had been intercepted was none other than the lair of Jean Bing, right in front of Fist Tower, where Lip's vehicle was stationed. Prior to leaving, Lip had issued strict warnings, and none of Jean Bing's men dared to disregard them. A dozen elite enforcers from the gang, equipped with riot shields, encircled the vehicle, ensuring no one would carelessly scratch the oddly shaped motorcycle. However, they never anticipated that while no careless individuals approached, a car would come barreling towards them. The henchmen were suddenly engulfed in despair. Nevertheless, faced with a small automobile weighing 1 to 2 tons, they ultimately succumbed to their fear, scattering in frantic flight. Of course, they all vowed internally, before Lip could flay them alive, they would make sure to deal with that reckless driver first. Fortunately, the dire outcome they had dreaded did not materialize. Just as Karen's car was about to crash onto Lip's vehicle, a figure appeared by its side. Lip had returned. Upon seeing the small car hurtling towards his vehicle, especially noticing the female driver inside, Lip reached out to intervene. Under the influence of his extraordinary force, not only was the vehicle caught before it could inflict damage, but Karen herself was spared from harm. As Lip set the car down and yanked open the door, pulling Karen from the wreckage, the girl was so terrified that her legs gave way, and with a thud, she collapsed onto the ground. Noticing some unusual circumstances on the ground, Lip swiftly removed his checkered shirt and handed it to the young lady to shield herself. Then, he glanced into the distance and spotted an individual descending from a running vehicle, adorned with a hockey mask and wielding a hefty machete. However, it was evident that this person was not Jason. Upon observing the gangsters in front of Fisk Tower, who were glaring at him with fervent hostility, the figure promptly turned to flee back to his vehicle. Yet, how could he be allowed to escape unscathed after nearly damaging someone else's car, especially with the owner returning? Lip picked up the car door that had been torn off and, with a swift motion, hurled it towards the man, lodging it precisely into the engine compartment of that Jason impersonator. "What are you all waiting for?" Lip exclaimed, his expression stern as he surveyed the gang members, who were astonished by his audacity. "Get in there and teach him a lesson. Do you need a reward for thrashing someone? What happened to your professional ethics?" Chapter 89. The real scoop that Jason impersonator was in for a rough time. A dozen burly men surrounded him, delivering a thorough 360-degree greeting. This is what you get for role-playing in the dead of night. For street racing at this hour. For causing chaos. Just as the man was on the verge of being brutally beaten to death, a spinning baton suddenly shot from a nearby alley. Bang, bang, bang. Several of the gangsters who were assaulting the man received a sharp blow to the head, yelping and clutching their skulls as they dispersed. Even those who were not directly struck began to back off, sensing the tension escalate as they prepared to unleash their true weaponry. However, their reactions were sluggish. A shadowy figure, cloaked in dark red, vaulted through the air and landed among them, deftly catching the baton. The man, sporting a mask with two small horns, unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending all of Kingpin's henchmen sprawling to the ground. The hockey-masked man, who had just been assaulted, struggled to rise and reached out to the vigilante who had incapacitated Kingpin's men. "Please help me, take me away." Matt hesitated momentarily. His superhuman hearing informed him of the situation's context, revealing that the individual seeking his aid was far from virtuous. In fact, this man was a deranged criminal, having nearly committed murder against an innocent. His reckless actions had almost resulted in a collision with Lip's beloved car, inciting the wrath of Kingpin's terrified henchmen, which led to his current predicament. Observing the unfolding events, Lip couldn't help but shake his head. Even without using his psychic abilities, he could surmise what the lawyer next door, akin to Batman in his moral complexities, was pondering at this moment. "My dear," he mused, "what do you think we should do? That maniac nearly took your life. Do you wish to eliminate him, or do you seek to forgive?" Li Pu inquired about the true victim of the incident. He recognized the young woman before him as Karen Page, with her striking beauty. It would be an affront to forget her. "While I believe that Karen possesses a sense of justice," Li Pu's words resonate. "Indeed, that perverse individual nearly took her life. If such actions could be easily forgiven, would it not indicate a flaw in one's reasoning? Very well, it seems you have not completely lost your senses. Grab your camera and hop in. I shall take you to capture a major scoop." As he spoke, Li Pu, clad only in a tank top, leapt onto his three-wheeled motorcycle and revved the engine. Drawn in by the promise of a significant story and glancing at her dilapidated Nissan, Karen quickly tied the shirt Li Pu had lent her, a makeshift skirt to hide the unsightly marks on her trousers, before leaping into the back of the motorcycle. The vehicle roared to life, speeding away as Li Pu shared heartfelt words with the lawyer and Karen. "This world is rife with injustice, and even time can be unevenly distributed among individuals. However, if one seeks a relatively fair notion, I believe it lies in the choices we make. For each person must take responsibility for their own decisions." Upon hearing this, Karen pondered thoughtfully, while the vigilante, Matt Murdock, momentarily stood in silence. Yet, he soon noticed the masked man's furtive movements, as the fiend attempted to reach for a hefty machete. With a swift motion, Matt delivered a powerful kick to the man's face, knocking out a few teeth and rendering him unconscious. Following this, the vigilante returned to the shadows, his mind swirling with peculiar thoughts as he resumed his duties. On a nearby rooftop, a man clad in a bulletproof vest emblazoned with a white skull observed the scene through the scope of his precision rifle, muttering, "Just a child who has yet to grow up." As he spoke, he pulled the trigger, and from hundreds of meters away, the head of the unconscious assailant exploded. Matt, hearing the comment about him, paused momentarily at the gunshot, but soon carried on with his responsibilities. In contrast to his inner turmoil, Karen quickly regained her enthusiasm. For Li Pu had indicated that the major story they sought was on the verge of unfolding. A tremendous explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of Wall Street. The site of the blast was not a towering skyscraper, but rather an unremarkable five-story building. Yet, the explosion within this structure sent shockwaves through many, including powerful figures far removed in Peanuts Town. They were horrified to discover that the exchange's servers had been obliterated, quite literally. Their fear did not stem from concern for the livelihoods of countless workers, but rather from the grim realization that their opportunities for immense profit had been severed. Is this truly the end? Initially, after concluding a series of transactions with the Supreme Leader, they had already obtained the most accurate insider information. Regardless of whether the market rose or fell, they were guaranteed profit, with only the unsuspecting retail investors and the less powerful whales being left in the lurch. In anticipation of tomorrow's monumental harvest, despite the Manhattan Human Clearance Plan having been underway for just over an hour, this group was on the verge of completing their sowing. Some had even resorted to various means to invest a significant portion of their fortunes from the sidelines, aiming to gamble on a grand scale. If, upon the break of dawn, trading were to be disrupted until 9:30, then the chips they had painstakingly acquired would become utterly unmanageable. Would that not be a complete disaster? It is crucial to understand that these chips were not obtained without cost. They were either purchased with hard-earned money or exchanged for something far more precious than wealth from the hands of others by those influential figures. Naturally, in such circumstances, some rejoiced while others despaired. Nick Fury, exhilarated, waved his arms. Had he not been seated as co-pilot in a Quinjet, he would have surely danced on the spot. Addressing the minuscule holographic communicator before him, the current director of SHIELD widened his singular eye, pointing emphatically at it as he bellowed to his former superior. "Pierce, look into my eye. I know there are countless unsung heroes in the Big Apple. It shall be fine. I placed my bets wisely. Those old-timers will surely regret their decisions." On the other end of the communicator, the current chairperson of the World Security Council and the true head of the Serpent Shield nodded in resignation. Pierce had not anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. What on earth was this? Just moments ago, the advantage had clearly been his. As one of the few globally privy to the underlying truths, he understood that the individual posing as the supreme leader was merely an imposter named Zartan. Not long ago, he had expressed significant discontent within the upper echelons of SHIELD and the small circle of the World Security Council regarding Nick Fury's reckless decision to lease some of SHIELD's premium assets at exorbitant prices to those seeking to make a quick fortune. On one hand, Pierce sought to curb Fury's rising influence within SHIELD, which had grown excessively over the years. On the other hand, he felt a twinge of sympathy for the lines between SHIELD and Serpent Shield had blurred. The foundational legacies accumulated by SHIELD before Fury's ascension had been painstakingly gathered by Pierce himself. Such reckless gambits by Fury, in a way, felt like a betrayal of his own origins. Yet, he had not anticipated the reversal would occur so swiftly. Just for the rent of those stocks for tomorrow alone, that group would owe SHIELD over $10 billion. Such funds could erect the most advanced command center aboard an aerospace carrier. Nick Fury exclaimed with great excitement. The airborne aircraft carriers of SHIELD were the collective legacy of himself and Pierce, 2 generations of directors. Thus, it is only fair to say that upon hearing this statement, Pierce felt a surge of exhilaration as well. It signified that Hydra had made another stride towards their goal of world domination. Now, Pierce, you must swiftly reach out to those who are still hesitating, those who have yet to commit completely and have already entered the bunker. With the prestige of earning $100 billion, Nick Fury wasted no time in being forthright with his old superior, Pierce. Inform them that a complete waiver of rent is absolutely out of the question. Should they dare to default, let them try. After all, SHIELD possesses ample means to ensure that they and their descendants repay what is owed, with interest. However, I am a benevolent person at heart. Convey to them that if they agree to join me in opposing that individual, they will receive a 10% discount on the rent. Furthermore, I will arrive at Peanuts Town in 30 minutes. Let them know that there is a potential additional discount of 30%. If they can prompt that individual to abandon the Manhattan Human Eradication Plan even a minute earlier, they will earn a further 1% discount. Upon hearing these words, Pierce nodded, indicating his willingness to comply. Nonetheless, he could not help but internally scoff. When it comes to ruthlessness, Nick Fury reigns supreme. Just moments ago, apart from receiving the promising news from Fury that Hydra was poised to reap considerable rewards, Pierce had also obtained even more favorable information from Crossbones, who was embedded within the ranks of SHIELD. Crossbones reported that as soon as Fury learned of the impending turmoil in Manhattan, he issued directives post-haste. The director had dispatched numerous field agents and a contingent of armed personnel to stand by near a safe house in Times Square. It was then that Pierce comprehended the whereabouts of the veteran they had painstakingly secured in the Arctic only to lose again. He now knew precisely where that individual was hidden. Previously, he had only been aware that the person was in Manhattan but lacked the precise location. Thus, Pierce had previously supported Zatanna's plan to incite chaos in Manhattan with the intention of compelling Fury's hand. Now, his objective had been achieved. Moreover, with the ignorance surrounding the demon Lord Mephisto and the fact that Zatanna's plan failed to yield profit for Hydra, he thought to himself, Zatanna, do not blame me. As Pierce approached the gathered magnates deliberating whether to enter the bunker, he turned his gaze toward a Secret Service agent. He nodded at the individual and silently mouthed a phrase. Hey, Black Claw? The Secret Service agent immediately stood at attention, legs together, and then, with a stony expression, made his way toward the elevator leading to the bunker. After all, why should one only focus on profit without ensuring the safety of the tools that generate it? With the servers obliterated, keeping them around serves no purpose. However, Pierce remained utterly oblivious to the tall figure standing silently in the shadowy corner nearby, observing his every move and utterance. More precisely, Kaz was monitoring them all. After all, the Manhattan Human Purge Plan was a collective endeavor, with each individual contributing in some manner. Upon recruiting 3 members for the Midnight Squad, he opened the arcane portal, leading the nascent form of his legion into the heart of the enemy's territory. Though a primal urge to employ hard excising, skin-flaying tactics lingered in Kaz's subconscious, methods that could easily instill fear during warfare. He altered his original plan after uncovering Pierce's secret through psychic reconnaissance. Indeed, the wise words imparted by my father proved to be undeniably true. Without investigation, one lacks the authority to speak. Relying solely on psychic prophecy not only embodies arrogance and blindness, but can also be deemed an act of charlatanism. The battle here was not one of brutal life-and-death struggle against grotesque entities. Thus, to achieve maximum impact, one must resort to certain stratagems. If you wish to bury secrets within a bunker, how could that be feasible? Such secrets themselves serve as weapons and must be safeguarded by the most suitable individuals. With this thought in mind, Kaz promptly issued his first combat order to the assembled Midnight Squad: descend below and retrieve the imposter. I intend to extract information from his mind. Yes, no more than 10 minutes. Hail, Lord of the Night. The 3 apprentice Midnight Lords, each with their unique style, responded inwardly to Kaz's command through their psychic connection, though Kaz paid little heed. The die had been cast, signifying the commencement of war, where efficiency remained paramount. As the 3 shadows stealthily trailed the Hydra Bureau agent towards the innermost depths of the bunker in their familiar manner, a more significant piece of news reverberated through the Big Apple. It was even more explosive than the financial center's servers going down. After all, the latter could at least be attributed to human error, but the city being scorched by raging flames seemed beyond the capacity of mere mortals. Chapter 90. The Golden Toilet and the Gilded Throne. Sir, I believe you may have taken a wrong turn. To witness the major news, one would seemingly need to head to Wall Street. Karen stood in the back of a pickup truck, gazing at the aerial footage of helicopters swiftly converging upon a single location. Major telecommunications providers had once again dispatched an emergency text notification to every user in the city, free of charge, beyond the hollow lies of defending freedom and democracy. The essence of the message was succinct. Although the previously issued temporary supreme order had not yet been annulled, its end was imminent. Various federal agencies began to forcibly intervene in this unfolding event. Deputy Commissioner George Steach of the New York Police Department has announced, on behalf of the commissioner, that although law enforcement authority has yet to be granted, there are already officers voluntarily taking to the streets to exercise the civil rights conferred by the Constitution. In other words, those who engage in looting, vandalism, and arson should be wary. For should they encounter these volunteer officers, although they may lack the authority to arrest, inflicting a dose of copper poisoning is certainly within their capabilities. The military has also begun to mobilize. In addition to the National Guard, numerous military personnel, along with armored vehicles and tanks, have been dispatched from the nearby Lehigh Army Base in New Jersey, the training ground of Captain America, to support the Big Apple. Karen's initial instinct informed her that these developments were likely a response to the recent explosion at the financial center. Major headlines are emerging from Wall Street, which explains the flurry of aerial news coverage converging on that location, as various media outlets scramble to report this significant story. In response to Karen's skepticism, Lip, who was racing ahead on a 3-wheeled vehicle, remarked without looking back, "What is there to see there? It shines like a toilet made of gold, yet is filled with filth." Were it not for Lip having saved her and her clear recognition of her own small stature in contrast to his imposing figure, Karen might have retorted, "Does your toilet not connect to a sewer, and why are you so intrigued by a golden toilet?" Just as this beautiful woman pouted in silent reproach, Lip suddenly burst into laughter, startling her. Rest assured, the news that has already transpired is hardly significant. The journalists covering it are neither more nor less with your presence. What I am about to show you is a story yet to unfold, but on the cusp of happening. Prepare your camera. With that, Lip executed a sharp drift at an intersection and veered into a narrow alleyway. He led Karen along a shortcut, circumventing Central Park, and arrived at an enclave of opulent condominiums. In the Big Apple, there exists the distinction between old money and new money. The apartments traditionally inhabited by old money families are primarily located in the Upper East Side, near Fifth Avenue and Park Avenue. The power held by their condominium boards is substantial, meticulously scrutinizing every prospective new owner wishing to purchase property there. Even oligarchs from Canada Goose or Hollywood celebrities may find themselves rejected due to their backgrounds. Wealthy individuals possess their own airs of superiority. If one does not find their place here, there are other places that will. Some developers, catering to these demands, have erected numerous slender high-rise condominiums along 57th Street, which is situated south of Central Park. These luxurious residences are characterized by a one-unit per floor design, with average prices around $50 million per apartment. Notably, while lower-floor units boast larger square footage, their prices tend to be comparatively lower, whereas the top-floor apartments typically command starting prices exceeding $100 million. A prominent theme emerges, not the pursuit of the best, but the quest for the highest. Among the affluent residing in the uppermost echelons of these luxurious apartments, there exists a profound satisfaction derived from the notion of having both old and new money beneath their feet. In such exclusive enclaves, each building boasts its own armed guards, and police vehicles are perpetually stationed at the corners. Previously, with the announcement of the Manhattan Human Purge Plan, these neighborhoods were designated as secure zones. Nevertheless, even in this so-called safety, a multitude of officers, ostensibly off-duty, established barricades using their patrol cars. To put it plainly, had it not been for the catastrophic explosion that obliterated an unfathomable sum of money, Deputy Director Stacy would not have had to reallocate some police forces from this area. Attempting to navigate here via back roads was utterly futile, leaving Lip with no alternative but to force his way through checkpoints. Meanwhile, Karen Page, upon being ferried to this location by Lip, felt a wave of confusion wash over her. What significant news could possibly emerge from this place? Although Wall Street is often likened to a golden toilet, these opulent apartments seemed even less impressive. They could only be deemed gilded toilets at best. Sensing Karen's thoughts, Lip halted the vehicle and pointed toward the pinnacle of an apartment building. "Look up," he instructed. "What am I supposed to see? A meteor shower?" Karen responded, glancing toward the towering, spindly structure. She could vaguely discern a prominent overhang at the top, which turned out to be an aerial swimming pool. However, she soon noticed a figure suspended beneath the pool. A question arose in Karen's mind. Is there a Spider-Man working tonight? Such a diligent individual, although motivated by monetary gain. Who among humanity isn't? Draped in a bathrobe and clad in swim trunks, the entity occupying the luxurious body of a billionaire gazed upon the shimmering surface of the water, unable to suppress a moment of reflection. Due to the refraction and reflection of the water, an ordinary person would be oblivious to the assassin concealed beneath the suspended pool, only revealing themselves upon immersion with eyes wide open. Yet, as a demon, he was inherently different from mortals. Moreover, the very water in this pool had been conjured by one of his subordinates, an elemental demon known as the Water Demon. "Just playing with you," he mused. "The Earth Demon and the Wind Demon must have already located the Apostle. You are next." With this thought, the demon shed his bathrobe and plunged into the pool. Upon witnessing the target enter the water, the assassin, suspended beneath the aerial pool, wasted no time in shifting to the side and detonating a small quantity of carefully placed plastic explosives. Having previously calculated the explosive force and slightly controlled the direction of the blast with a container, the detonation created a precisely measured breach of 1 meter in diameter at the pool's base. As shattered acrylic rained down from above, the swimming billionaire was inevitably swept away by the torrent of cascading water, thrusting him through the newly formed opening. However, just as the bald assassin believed it was time to swiftly descend to the lower floors and execute his planned escape, a voice unexpectedly resonated in his ear. Cackling, "Hello, my friend." Chapter 91. The Joy of the Ancient One, Part 1. Li Pu witnessed the bald assassin ensnared by an unnatural flow of water, which defied the laws of physics, and was subsequently drawn upward through the breach. He refrained from intervening, for Li Pu perceived this scenario akin to Frieza's classic interrogation of Goku in Dragon Ball. "You have accused me for ages. Yet are the Saiyans not also guilty of senseless slaughter?" Goku's response was both straightforward and nonchalant. Thus, the Saiyans met their demise. In this world, there is little room for excuses. A hitman who kills for money meeting his end at the hands of another, should that not be permissible? Who indulged you in such vile habits? Ultimately, the bald assassin did not perish. When confronted with the threat of death, he chose to kneel and surrender to the Water Demon. He opted to become an apostle of malevolence, in essence, a minion of the devil. This was quite disgraceful. Thus, Li Pu was amused to witness the assassin's expression upon realizing what awaited him. Meanwhile, the beautiful journalist Karen swiftly captured 2 photographs before promptly inquiring, "What is happening? How did that person hanging beneath the suspended pool get ensnared? At that moment, accompanied by the thunderous roar of a powerful engine, an eerie cackle echoed from the distant street. The two turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a fire dragon, literally racing down 57th Street. At the forefront of this fiery dragon was a rider astride a heavy motorcycle, which belched flames from every crevice. The motorcycle's design was outrageously exaggerated, adorned with sharp-boned spikes and skulls. The rider, clad in a black leather jacket and trousers, was also engulfed in flames, with a flaming skull serving as his head. Though the nature of this spectacle was uncertain, a call to action arose, prompting the officers stationed at the 57th Street intersection to arm themselves. Stop him. A golden-haired elderly gentleman, dressed in a suit and red tie, emerged boldly. He even seized a shotgun from one of the officers, climbing onto the roof of a police car to issue a warning shot at the infernal rider. You halt right there, keep away from my building, or you'll face dire consequences. His audacity stemmed from his status as a real estate developer, and the luxury apartment complex behind the intersection was his creation. The officers complied with his orders, recognizing that he was not only a developer, but also a city councilman in New York. Peanut Town has issued the Manhattan Human Purge Plan. Although 57th Street is theoretically a safe zone, the old man still resorted to issuing orders and enticing with donations. He promptly summoned numerous personnel from the New York Police Department to safeguard his precious wealth. Recently, Deputy Commissioner George Stacy received directives from higher-ups to resume operations. The old man wholeheartedly approved of this. However, upon hearing that Stacy required personnel and insisted that those officers he had brought to 57th Street be reassigned elsewhere, he became immediately displeased. He threw a tantrum and resorted to verbal threats. Yet ultimately, his efforts were futile. Despite being a formidable figure in the Big Apple, his personal interests must yield to the collective interests of the true powers of Peanut Town. In the face of his threats, the Ghost Rider laughed even louder, the sound of his jaw clashing echoing ominously. Seeing that peculiar individual daring to disregard him ignited a fury within the old man. Don't eat sour radishes, he cursed, aiming his gun at the Ghost Rider, pulling the trigger to unleash a barrage of gunfire. The shotgun pellets flew forth, instantly enveloping Johnny Blaze, the dense projectiles undoubtedly hitting their mark. But then, nothing followed. Ordinary bullets were utterly ineffective against the Ghost Rider before even touching his body. They disintegrated into the searing flames of hell. Instead, the Ghost Rider, now provoked, became even more fervent, the flames on his form surging several meters high. The asphalt of the road was scorched, cracking under the heat, as his motorcycle carved a trench through the precious land of 57th Street. Furthermore, after being attacked, the Ghost Rider's motorcycle accelerated. It charged towards two police cars blocking the intersection, sending surrounding officers fleeing in terror. Hey, give me a hand. The old man, frightened, hurriedly slipped down from the car's roof, scrambling to the sidewalk. The Ghost Rider, riding his heavy motorcycle, rolled over one police vehicle with ease. Like a hot knife through butter, the searing wheels cleaved the car in half, the severed metal edges melting. Attention, a spectacular scene is about to unfold. From a distance, Lip quickly warned Karen Page, urging the beautiful reporter to prepare her camera. The Ghost Rider's motorcycle, after breaching the blockade, hurtled towards the wall of the old man's building. An astonishing sight emerged. Just a second before crashing into the wall, the Ghost Rider abruptly pulled the handlebars of his hellish motorcycle, lifting the front end high. As the front wheel made contact with the wall, the infernal machine astonishingly defied logic, climbing vertically along the wall that descended to the ground. What on earth is this? What manner of creature is this? The officers stood in astonishment, their mouths agape, as exclamations of disbelief spilled forth. Just moments ago, some might have speculated that the blazing motorcycle and the flaming skeleton were merely the result of a theatrical performance. Yet now, witnessing the spectacle firsthand, no one could possibly regard the Ghost Rider as an ordinary individual. Outside my building, I can only hope that the insurance company proves to be expedient in their reimbursements. Given the circumstances, the elderly man with golden locks seated on the ground found himself powerless, his only recourse to silently wish that his financial losses would not be excessive. Damn it. All this is the fault of Stacy and that bunch from Peanut Town. It was they who withdrew their manpower. I cannot remain a mere councilman in Big Apple City. In their eyes, I am just a small fry. I must ascend, reaching a position from which I can issue such foolish orders as tonight's, at which point financial gain would become far more attainable. The emergence of the Ghost Rider rekindled the ambitions of the elderly man, ambitions that had waned with age but now began to resurface. He resolved that, in this lifetime, he must ascend to a position of power in Peanut Town, claiming that coveted seat for himself. Chapter 92. The Delight of the Ancient One, Part 2, Li Pu smiled. Upon witnessing the Ghost Rider soar upon his motorcycle against the wall, he knew that his return was indeed timely. Not long ago, he had rescued the Jean family from their captors in the Atlantic and was contemplating his next move. Suddenly, he perceived an extraordinary energy emanating from the direction of Big Apple City. Having memorized the essence of Johnny Blaze, he quickly deduced that this unique energy belonged to the Ghost Rider. At that moment, the system provided him with a notification. Ding! The system has detected that the host has discovered the world-altering event of the Ghost Rider's awakening. Due to the alteration of the timeline, the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, has recently abandoned his plans to come to Earth. Nevertheless, he has become aware that his son, the demon sorcerer, has illegally crossed into Earth, intending to establish a second hell and challenge his authority as Lord of Hell. Consequently, Mephisto has resolved to deploy previously arranged pawns, utilizing the Manhattan Human Eradication Plan to forcibly instigate chaos and disorder in New York. Harnessing the power of this chaos, he has ignited the hellfire that lies dormant within Johnny Blaze. Currently, the hellfire is intensifying, and the Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, is awakening. Due to the host's increased exploration of the world, the system has unlocked the new feature, Exchange for the Host. Note 1. The world in which the host resides is a multiverse, filled with various unique materials and energies, most of which do not possess singularity. Note 2. Any item lacking multiversal uniqueness, if it were to disappear from this universe, would not result in catastrophic consequences for this world. Note 3. The host may utilize these materials and energies to exchange for targeted rewards from the system. Upon the introduction of the redemption feature, Li Pu's immediate reaction was a whimsical hope that he could exchange infinite gems for rewards. After all, he recalled the Loki series, where the Time Variance Authority had drawers brimming with infinite gems. However, he soon relinquished this notion. The redemption feature was newly unveiled. There was no need to be overly ambitious. A modest gamble, like purchasing a lottery ticket, seemed more prudent. With the appearance of the Ghost Rider in New York, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? The Ghost Rider emanated a hellish flame imbued with an aura of formidable magic, which appeared capable of transforming various elements. If Li Pu could seize this hellfire and exchange it with the system, he was certain it would yield some splendid rewards. Crucially, he understood that even without the hellfire, Johnny Blaze would still embody the Ghost Rider. This hellfire originally stemmed from a powerful elemental demon named Zarathos, who had been shattered, yet not entirely vanquished, by a sorcerer on Earth. Mephisto merely employed a fraction of his power to embed fragments of Zarathos within suitable hosts, thus transforming them into Ghost Riders. In truth, while each iteration of the Ghost Rider predominantly exhibited powers linked to Zarathos fragments, the concept of the Ghost Rider was not solely Mephisto's invention. It was not an exclusive domain of that Lord of the Underworld. There was not merely one Ghost Rider, nor was there only a single Ghost Rider per generation. This was due to the potential candidates possessing not only infernal powers, but also divine strengths derived from celestial sources. The Goddess of Vengeance and the Might of the Power Medallion, a Marvel artifact. Such powers coursed through the bloodlines of the Ghost Rider family. Thus, even if a Ghost Rider were to lose the Hellfire, they could still manifest as a Ghost Rider. Consequently, Li Pu swiftly deduced that utilizing this Hellfire for reward redemption was far more reliable than attempting to exchange infinite gems. Hence, he hurried back to New York. However, rather than seeking out Johnny Blaze immediately, he chose to wait until the Hellfire had fully awakened, as Blaze sped through the streets of New York on his striking motorcycle. Johnny Blaze was relentlessly wielding the Hellfire and the Eye of Judgment, interrogating the nefarious wrongdoers lurking throughout Manhattan. This relentless pursuit only served to intensify the hellfire that enveloped him. Ultimately, at this very moment, he had identified two demons that were most deserving of judgment and was hastening towards them. What a fortuitous turn. The thunderous roar from below, accompanied by the motorcycle racing up the exterior wall of the apartment, ignited a spark of excitement within the Witch King. It was as if fortune had unveiled itself effortlessly. Originally, he had dispatched several elemental demons to seek out the apostles, with the intention of garnering additional manpower to aid him in locating the demonic knight, the formidable force left behind by Mephisto in the mortal realm. The possibility of retrieving the sacred covenant of Van Gansa hinged entirely on the demonic knight, as that contract had been seized by a previous generation's knight of evil. Thus, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the demonic knight, he felt an unexpected surge of joy. "Water demon, detain him with your forces," commanded the witch heart demon. Instantly, the waters of the suspended swimming pool began to bubble and churn, coalescing into a massive water creature. The water demon seized the apostle he had just discovered and hurled him towards an approaching demonic knight, deeming the individual's usefulness to be negligible. From a position of superiority, the water demon cast the man forth, who, having narrowly preserved his life by acting as a traitor, was unable to utter a scream before being struck by a chain midair. The demonic knight wielded the chain with remarkable precision, sending the unfortunate soul soaring through the air, reducing him to ashes. Johnny Blazer, despite possessing great strength, was still inexperienced in combat. At that moment, the water demon seized the opportunity, lunging forward to envelop both Johnny and his heavy motorcycle in a watery embrace. The deluge was seared by hellfire, transforming much of it into steam. Yet the water demon managed to endure for a time. Seizing this moment, the son of the Hell Lord transformed from the guise of a wealthy human merchant into a demon with gray skin. His hair, reminiscent of a warrior's, was thick and tied back in braids. In an instant, his form expanded significantly, and he leapt from the gaping hole in the suspended pool. He landed beside the demonic knight, engaging in fierce combat against Johnny, delivering a flurry of punches. Chapter 93, The Joy of the Ancient One, Part 2, Bang, Bang, Bang. Perched precariously on the outer wall of the towering edifice, the exchange of blows between the witch-heart demon and the demonic knight was so intense that it nearly disturbed the resting place of Sir Isaac Newton. This defied the laws of science. Karen Page captured these thrilling moments, yet she found it hard to believe her own eyes. Upon hearing her words, Leap merely shrugged and replied, "Indeed, it is quite unscientific, yet profoundly magical, such is the nature of magic." With that, he prepared to take action. Although Johnny Blazer's demonic knight held great potential, he had only recently awakened and was still unfamiliar with his own strength. The witch-heart demon, however, had been forged in the crucible of a brutal hell since birth. Moreover, he had frequently been subjected to training at the hands of Mephisto, serving as both a punching bag and an experiment. Therefore, in terms of combat prowess, the witch-heart demon was more than capable of overpowering the demonic knight before him at this stage. Furthermore, it must be noted that the Ghost Rider was restrained by the water demon, who had thrown himself into the fray, significantly diminishing the potency of the hellfire. Naturally, due to the inherent elemental opposition and the disparity in energy levels, the water demon was also suffering from this engagement. As the water began to hiss and evaporate, the water demon could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Witch-heart demon, I am unable to hold on any longer. Can you proceed?" The witch-heart demon, however, was far from finished. Although the hellfire enveloping the Ghost Rider largely stemmed from the ancient elemental demon named Thanos, a portion of that power also belonged to Mephisto. Thus, as the witch-heart demon relentlessly pummeled the Ghost Rider, he truly felt a sense of vengeance against his father, Mephisto. The sensation was singularly exhilarating. Yet, despite his deep dissatisfaction with the water demon for interrupting, he could not eliminate him at present. For if he were to vanquish the water demon on Earth, the latter would immediately resurrect in the depths of hell, only to be captured by his father, Mephisto. The water demon, having been recruited as one of his subordinates, was privy to many of his secrets, which could not be allowed to escape. Consequently, the witch-heart demon delivered yet another punch to the Ghost Rider, causing the skull's eye sockets to emit wisps of black smoke. He then instructed the water demon, "Separate him from his steed, just take the steed away." The water demon promptly complied. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from enveloping both the Ghost Rider and his hellish motorcycle to merely encasing the motorcycle itself. Under the overwhelming force of a high-ranking elemental demon, the flames on the hellish motorcycle flickered and dimmed, as though they could extinguish at any moment. The witch-heart demon swiftly extended his dark claws and yanked Johnny Blaze, the Ghost Rider, from his mount. An odd occurrence ensued. Once Johnny Blaze dismounted, he lost the remarkable ability to traverse the wall with ease, which he had previously exhibited. The lid of the Bull Duke's coffin was at last closing partially. Meanwhile, the hellish motorcycle, having been severed from the Ghost Rider's control, was whisked away by the water demon and plummeted from several stories high. This terrifying descent was further exacerbated as the motorcycle collided with the edges of the building, shattering numerous glass windows in its wake. Witnessing this spectacle from below, the elderly man with golden hair instinctively clutched his chest, feeling a profound pain that rendered him breathless. "My property." The heavy motorcycle, after several somersaults, altered its trajectory mid-fall. It did not crash onto the main thoroughfare of 57th Street, but instead ricocheted into a narrow alleyway. "Get out of the way," Karen exclaimed in fright, instinctively pulling on Lip's arm. Unfortunately, this sudden airborne vehicular incident marked her second such encounter that evening. The first had involved her driving. and this time she was a mere witness to a heavy motorcycle hurtling towards her. Yet, fortune favored them, as both unfortunate incidents transpired with Li Pu by her side. With a gentle push, Li Pu harnessed a superhuman biofield to effortlessly lift the nearly 1-ton motorcycle, now infused with water magic. "Get down," he commanded. Subsequently, he summoned his psychic prowess, manifesting an invisible hand that tore the water spirit from the motorcycle. As he clenched his palm tightly, the water was rapidly compressed by his extraordinary force, collapsing from a transparent state into a searing white plasma sphere. The core temperature surged dramatically, causing the hydrogen-oxygen bonds to fracture, resulting in a metallic sheen reminiscent of a degenerate state of matter. Li Pu was akin to the great Superman next door, the Kryptonian son who had not only squeezed coal into diamonds, but had also achieved the audacious feat of compressing the sun to the size of a ping-pong ball. However, Li Pu narrowly avoided disaster. Compressing half a ton of water into the size of a palm generated pressure more fearsome than that of a hydrogen bomb explosion. The core temperature of the water soared above 100 million degrees Celsius, leaving the water spirit no time to scream before being utterly annihilated. Its essence sent to hell to learn a new tune. This process was tantamount to Li Pu nearly unleashing a colossal firework in Manhattan, one that would cause minimal nuclear fallout. Fortunately, assistance arrived just in time. With a sudden flash, a mystical portal materialized, revealing the silhouette of Master Gu Yi in the alley. Coincidentally, this supreme sorceress' portal positioned itself perfectly between Li Pu and the lovely journalist, Karen. Thus, the very next moment after the portal shrank, Karen found herself astonished to see Li Pu vanish before her eyes. He had been pulled into the mirror dimension by Master Gu Yi. Moreover, her mirror dimension enveloped not only the witching entity on the outer wall of the building, but also the beleaguered Ghost Rider. "Do not carelessly discard your possessions," Master Gu Yi cautioned, even within the mirror dimension, reminding Li Pu not to let go of anything in his hands, lest they also face the repercussions of a hydrogen bomb explosion. She opened another door leading to an alternate dimension ruled solely by the entity known as Dormammu. Realizing the imminent danger, Li Pu quickly tossed the massive bomb he had inadvertently conjured through the portal, accompanied by a blinding flash and a string of particularly foul curses. Master Gu Yi hastily shut the dimensional gate. Only then did the supreme sorceress breathe a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand. Just moments ago, had it not been for the frantic warning from the magical disaster prediction of the New York Sanctum, she might not have arrived in time. Kamartash, being one of Earth's most crucial magical nodes, could have faced obliteration that night. Casting a resentful glance at Li Pu, she summoned a magical whip crackling with sparks and lightning into her grasp. Certainly, she was not going to strike Li Pu. The supreme mage regarded the witching demon and the malevolent knight, who stood rigidly together, momentarily bewildered by the aura that had just emanated from the wrathful Dimension Lord, with an intensely dangerous gaze. Observing this scene, Li Pu could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. I had a feeling, after all. I have known Master Gu Yi for quite some time. How could she possibly use a whip against me? That simply would not do. Chapter 94. Gambling is also a form of wisdom. With a crackle of frustration, Master Gu Yi unleashed a flurry of magical lightning strikes upon the witching demon, striking him like a spinning top, darting from one place to another. Even if he wished to evade, within the mirrored space crafted by Master Gu Yi, escaping these lashes was no simple feat. The witching demon lacked even the most basic of educational qualifications. He was utterly incapable of comprehending the coordinate transformations of analytical geometry, let alone understanding the topological connectivity of singularities under continuous spatial deformation, or solving the curvature equations of Riemannian metrics on symplectic manifolds subject to multiple nonlinear constraints. In simpler terms, he was left with no choice but to endure the blows. The witching demon had contemplated evasion. Yet, even when he believed he had escaped the whip, the next moment, it would strike him from an unexpected angle. The gravity beneath his feet could shift unpredictably in both direction and magnitude, while everything around him would fold and distort according to Master Gu Yi's will. Moreover, the magical whip known as the Seraphim's lash in the hands of the supreme mage was no ordinary implement. When it struck the witching demon, it could rend his flesh, and if the onslaught continued, he would surely be left in tatters. Enough. My father has never struck me so. After sustaining heavy damage, the witching demon's dwindling temper finally erupted, as dark energy surged within him, transforming into a swirling weapon. He sought to muster a formidable attack to shatter the mirrored space and hasten his escape. However, despite his grand aspirations, Master Gu Yi swiftly uttered two sentences. "Really? You have never been struck like this by Mephisto? It matters not. but I have certainly dealt blows to your father in such a manner before. The first remark pierced through the witching demon's falsehood, dismantling the defenses of this self-proclaimed son of the Lord of Hell. Yet it was the second statement that elicited a flicker of joy within the demon, causing his ears to perk up involuntarily. Foolish and naive. In her heart, Master Gu judged the witching demon. He was so easily swayed by her words. Seizing this opportunity, she harnessed the dissipating infernal magic energy within the witching demon and opened a portal to hell. Do not take my word for it, inquire directly. The Sorcerer Supreme, wielding the Seraphim's belt, transformed it into an arcane staff in an instant, delivering a powerful blow to the face of the witch-heart demon. Struck with such force, the vile creature was sent hurtling backward, its body colliding with the dimensional gateway leading to hell. Yet, the witch-heart demon struggled desperately to remain. Fully aware that his mission to Earth, concerning the covenant of Sanctum Vangasa, had likely been divulged to his father. Returning to hell now would almost certainly result in a gruesome fate at the hands of Mephisto. As he fought against the dimensional portal, a colossal demonic hand seized his shoulder, its claws piercing through his form. Return home, my son. We must have a serious discussion. Overwhelmed with despair, the witch-heart demon found himself unable to utter a word, resigned to being dragged back into the abyss. Simultaneously, Li Pu concluded his conversation with the Ghost Rider and prepared to attend to more pressing matters. Previously, whether by design or coincidence, the Sorcerer Supreme had delivered a rapid series of strikes to the witch-heart demon. However, Li Pu approached the Ghost Rider differently. Though not inherently malevolent, Johnny Blaze, under the Ghost Rider's control, was far from articulate at this moment. As Li Pu approached, Blaze brandished a whip ignited with hellfire, aiming to strike the man who dared to come near. In a further display of defiance, he unleashed the Eye of Judgment, attempting to pierce Li Pu's golden gaze with his hollow sockets. This, however, bore no effect on Li Pu. Upon harnessing the power of the human emperor template, he drew inexorably closer to the man who resided upon the throne. That man might err, but he was beyond the reach of any mortal judgment. After all, who among the divine or demonic powers could claim superiority over him? You have judged me. It is now my turn to act. Grasping the Ghost Rider's skull with one hand, Li Pu deftly inserted his fingers into Johnny Blaze's bony cranium. With precision, he pinched the remnants of hellfire left by Mephisto, bound by contract to Blaze. As if the gas valve had been turned off, the hellfire gradually receded as Li Pu extracted it, causing the flames enveloping the Ghost Rider to diminish correspondingly. Throughout this process, the hellfire, akin to a living entity, continued to struggle against the remnants of Thanos, the elemental demon entwined within Johnny's bloodline. With each ounce extracted, the Ghost Rider's skeletal form trembled involuntarily, a manifestation of pure agony. Ultimately, as the last vestiges of hellfire were removed, not only did the flames vanish entirely, but Johnny Blaze's flesh also began to regenerate anew. However, the restored Johnny Blaze had long since succumbed to pain, his body occasionally convulsing. To speak candidly, the primary motivation behind Li Pu's actions was to acquire Mephisto's hellfire, which he intended to use for the purpose of exchanging for items within the system. He would refrain from uttering any platitudes about doing this for Johnny's own good. Nonetheless, one cannot dismiss the fact that enduring this torment offered numerous benefits to the Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze. Firstly, with the hellfire taken away, the contract between Mephisto and him was rendered void. Secondly, Mephisto's initial interest in Johnny Blaze for the contract was not due to the quality of his soul, but rather a fixation on the bloodline he possessed. This old rascal Mephisto, wary of directly absorbing the fragmented power of Thanos, chose to bestow his hellfire upon the Ghost Rider instead. That flame served as a seed, with the power within the Ghost Rider's body nourishing its growth until it ultimately bore fruit. At that point, Mephisto would be able to safely harvest that portion of power. Lifespan afforded the Lord of Hell considerably more patience than any human capitalist. He was indeed relying on a long-term strategy to mitigate the risks associated with his investments. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired Mephisto's hellfire, which can be used for targeted exchanges. The host can choose to exchange any proportion of the hellfire, but the higher the proportion, the greater the level of items rewarded by the system. Upon receiving this notification from the system, Li Pu took a deep breath. He then grasped the pulsating hellfire, which seemed eager to escape, firmly in his palm. Patience is a virtue. However, there are times when taking risks is also a form of wisdom. Moreover, Li Pu was wagering Mephisto's power, so let that Lord of Hell maintain his patience. Chapter 95. An extraordinary item. I hold an eternal grudge against gambling and vice. Through the system's targeted exchange, Li Pu indeed acquired some remarkable items. However, he had no desire to reveal them, opting instead to temporarily store them within his personal subspace dimension. Due to his less than pleasant mood, Li Pu exited the mirror space with only a brief farewell to the familiar Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. He then mounted his motorcycle and sped back to Hell's Kitchen, the sound of his ride echoing through the streets. Of course, given that the Manhattan Human Eradication Plan had been declared halted, the streets remained quite chaotic that evening. Thus, he courteously decided to take Karen along for the ride. The beautiful journalist had intended to inquire about Li Pu's recent disappearance, but upon noticing his grim expression, she wisely chose to remain silent. Upon arriving at Hell's Kitchen, Karen's heart tightened as she recognized the winding path that led them to this place. However, considering that a man capable of barehandedly intercepting a car like Li Pu might not need to go through such elaborate measures should he wish to act upon her, Karen decided to make the best of her presence. As she contemplated this, she picked up her camera and began capturing images of Hell's Kitchen. To her surprise, the area, which she had anticipated would transform into a battleground, appeared considerably safer than she had imagined, especially when their rickety vehicle turned onto 47th Street, where pedestrians had emerged to stroll, emboldened by the lifting of restrictions. Upon seeing Li Pu, several local residents greeted him warmly. The vehicle halted outside a fast food joint with an oddly intriguing name. On top of the establishment, a makeshift gun emplacement had been constructed from bags of grain, featuring a 6-barreled Gatling gun. A muscular elderly man, adorned with a red bandana, stood watch behind the sandbags, his machine gun trained on a group of anxious individuals below. This group was visibly tense, not only because they were in the line of fire of the Gatling gun, but also due to the imposing presence of a burly African-American man who had just demonstrated his strength by single-handedly moving a Nissan, dragging it into a local community auto repair shop. At that moment, an elderly gentleman of Chinese descent, clad in a black tailcoat, held a sales catalog and meticulously detailed the repair costs for the vehicle, exhibiting a determination to extract every last cent for the repairs. Despite the blatant opportunism displayed by the old man, the group dared not protest. They acquiesced to his demands without hesitation. Why? Because this elderly man had just dialed a number on his mobile phone, using a loudspeaker to contact the New York office. On the other end of the line, the agent who answered immediately adopted an unusually polite tone, one that even their own fathers had never employed with such deference. The reason for this extraordinary courtesy was that this elderly gentleman was, in fact, the elder brother of their superior. 3 distinct sources of formidable pressure rendered the minions of Jean Bing nearly breathless. They had never anticipated that transporting a battered second-hand Japanese car, damaged in front of the Fisker building, for repairs would not only deprive them of the repair fees they had hoped to claim from Jean Bing's right-hand man, James, but would also result in them incurring additional expenses upon arriving at the location. Upon witnessing Li Pu's return, the henchmen of Jean Bing wasted no time in handing over the repair costs to Old Tang, hastily loading the car onto the tow truck before fleeing the scene in haste. "Is this my car? Someone is actually spending money to repair it for me?" Karen observed that, in the repair shop by the roadside, there stood a battered little vehicle, which was none other than her former means of transportation. Just as she was about to inform Karen that she could retrieve her car within a week, Li Pu suddenly discovered another pressing issue. Peering through the glass window, he surveyed the restaurant only to discover that young Kaz was inexplicably absent. The only figure he could see was Broly, who was amusing little Azar. This was perplexing, as he distinctly felt Kaz's presence lingering in the establishment. Where could that mischievous boy have vanished to? Meanwhile, the Midnight Squad stealthily infiltrated the bunker, swiftly eliminating the special agent from the Secret Service, who was in fact a Hydra spy, and soon managed to bind Zayton. Rather than hastily fleeing, they disguised themselves as the staff coming in and out, brazenly escorting the imposter commander out of the premises. Thanks to the expertise of Dykes, a member of the witness protection team, he was well acquainted with the locations of numerous low-security safe houses around the globe, including Peanuts Town. Under his guidance, the trio brought Zayton to a recently utilized secondary safe house, where the surveillance cameras had just been dismantled. Upon entering, they commenced their interrogation of Zayton. Lacking appropriate tools, and with no specific instructions from their nocturnal leader, their methods resorted to a brutal combination of punches and kicks, interspersed with occasional electric shocks from household circuits. Despite having undergone training with the Cobra organization and possessing experience in enduring interrogations, Zayton was ultimately terrified by the relentless torment inflicted by these 3 merciless interrogators. "Stop. Just ask me what you want to know," he pleaded, desperately assuring them that he would comply. Stark, buoyed by his own resolve and that of his recent ally, Dr. Ethan, steeled himself. Initiate. Power up. Days prior, while showcasing the Jericho missile to clients, Tony Stark had been ambushed and abducted by a group of militants on his return journey to Lighthouse Nation. Despite the robust security measures in place, this experience led Stark to profound reflections and realizations. The heir of the Stark family finally understood the importance of self-preservation. Thus, within that cave, he utilized the components of the Jericho missile to construct the earliest version of his Iron Man suit. The battery was charged and only a minute away from full activation. He instructed, "Ethan, stay behind me. We shall escape together." At that critical moment, a rustling sound erupted outside the cave as numerous militants armed with rifles and handguns prepared to storm in. In this dire predicament, Stark's preemptively hacked program came into play. The iron gate at the cave's entrance descended with a resounding thud, crashing to the ground. Ironically, what was meant to secure Tony had become a lifeline for both him and Ethan. Chapter 96. Your armor is quite impressive, Ethan. Take cover behind me. Observing that some astute individuals had abandoned their firearms in favor of planting explosives on the iron door, Tony Stark urged his newly acquainted friend to duck. As the words left his lips, with a thunderous boom, the explosive charge instantaneously blasted the iron door of the cavernous tunnel as debris cascaded from above. And a shockwave engulfed the makeshift factory. The terrorists had abducted Stark with the intention of compelling him to fabricate weaponry for them. Within this temporary workshop, tools and a plethora of raw materials prepared for Stark lay scattered. Among these materials were numerous weapons sold by Stark Industries, including Jericho missiles. Although Stark had dismantled most of the functional components to construct his own Mark armor, a few warheads remained, carelessly discarded in an inconspicuous corner. "Oh, Buddha, the Supreme Laojun, hasten your decree. Hallelujah." Though this young Master Stark had always been a proponent of science, eschewing belief in the divine, he found himself, in this dire moment, uttering prayers. He fervently wished that the warheads would not be ignited by the explosive pressure wave, for that would spell utter disaster. Fortunately, those fearsome devices did not detonate. Stark Industries quality control. When I return, I shall grant you all a raise. The young Master's heart surged with fervor as he roared, "Ethan, let us go." With that, the mechanical helmet of the prototype Mark armor sealed shut, locking into place. Following a surge of energy from the reactor in his chest, the distributed servomotors of the armor sprang to life. Utilizing a somewhat outdated yet remarkably stable 6-axis drive technology, the legs of the Mark armor began to stride forward. The encroaching terrorists were no mere wooden dummies. Upon witnessing this, they immediately opened fire, yet the bullets were rendered impotent by the armor's magnetic deflection, losing their kinetic energy. Even when striking the armor, the bullets merely produced a cacophony of metallic clinks, signifying an impenetrable defense. In stark contrast, Stark, controlling the armor, needed only to advance and deliver a single punch to send an enemy crashing against the wall. Even if someone clever deduced that toppling the armor would reduce it to a mere tin can, did Stark not anticipate such a possibility? This ingenious inventor had not only integrated a fragment of artificial intelligence akin to JARVIS within the operational program of the distributed servomotors to assist with self-diagnostics and posture correction, but he had also implemented numerous redundant designs, including several gyroscopes salvaged from the missiles. "Get off me, I don't like men clinging to me," Stark bellowed. The oil system affixed to the armor swiftly expelled a mist of gasoline, unleashing a torrent of flames from the arm of the suit. The terrorists, startled by this fiery onslaught, scattered in fear, forsaking their attempt to subdue him. With the advantage of such an advanced weaponry, Stark surged through the cavern like a rampaging rhinoceros, accompanied by his friend Ethan, racing down the tunnel. Just as he was on the verge of escaping the cave, two adversaries suddenly emerged from around the corner, unleashing two projectiles at the Mark armor. "Shit," Stark gasped, his heart racing at the sight. He quickly adjusted the electromagnetic deflector to its maximum setting, intending to divert the incoming missiles. However, the terrorists proved to be formidable, wielding numerous new products from Stark Industries' armaments division, including those very missiles. Although the projectiles were affected by the electromagnetic diversion, they had been pre-programmed to detonate just 3 meters away from the Mark armor, resulting in an explosion. The shockwave was impervious to the electromagnetic interference, and the violent impact severely compromised the stability provided by the servos and gyroscopes. The nearly 1.5-ton prototype of the Mark armor teetered precariously on the brink of being toppled. Fortuitously, Stark had the presence of mind to command the armor to kneel, averting a catastrophic fall that would have left him incapacitated. Nevertheless, the weight of the armor resting on a single knee joint caused the hydraulic suspension within that mechanical leg, hastily crafted in a small workshop, to fail. A cold sweat broke out on Tony Stark's brow as his mind raced, calculating a series of intricate mathematical formulas while cautiously reallocating power to the servos manually. A miscalculation, even the slightest misallocation of power, could transform the armor into a limping giant. In such a scenario, escaping would be impossible. The servos, designed for single use and pushed to their limits, would soon tear the armor, and Stark himself, apart. At that moment, misfortune compounded, as the terrorists, seeing him incapacitated, encircled him like hyenas. They cautiously approached, attempting to fire bullets into the armor's crevices or into the rudimentary observation grates of the helmet. The sounds of gunfire, bang, 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 resounded as Stark, forced to deactivate the electromagnetic deflector to simplify the calculations for redistributing power, faced the grim reality that he was now in grave danger. Witnessing this precarious situation, Ethan, who had followed Stark from behind, made a difficult decision. He picked up a rifle from the ground, raised it above his head, and prepared to execute a desperate act of defiance against the encroaching enemies surrounding the Mark armor. The incessant sound of gunfire reverberated, though the bullets seemed to stray far from their intended targets. Nonetheless, the commotion was sufficient to send the assailants scurrying back to their cover, momentarily abandoning their pursuit of the armored suit known as Mark. Upon witnessing the effect of his actions, Dr. Ethan seized the moment, raising his weapon above his head to continue firing while swiftly maneuvering between various shelters. "Tony, take care of my family," he implored, buying time for Tony Stark with his very life. "Ethan, don't be reckless. Come back. I'll be there shortly." But just as Stark's words hung in the air, Dr. Ethan was struck by a bullet, collapsing to the ground. Ethan, Stark, in that moment, felt tears welling in his eyes for another man. A rarity in his life apart from his father's funeral. "Damn it, you hunk of metal, move. Move." Yet, just when Stark believed Ethan was doomed and began to curse the suit he had crafted, an unexpected voice reached his ears. "Your suit is quite remarkable." Kaz had appeared beside him, inspecting the Mark prototype with keen interest. Although the craftsmanship was rudimentary and the manufacturing somewhat lacking, the overall design concept held promise. However, due to the absence of a black shell, there remained a distinct separation between Stark and the suit, a relationship of control rather than a unified combatant. As Kaz spoke, he gently patted the shoulder of the armor. In that instant, Stark, who had been perplexed about how to allocate power, was astonished to discover that the suit had achieved a state of balance autonomously, akin to driving a manual car solely by feel without glancing at the gauges. What? Stark was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the situation. The overwhelming impact of this technological marvel left him too bewildered to ponder Kaz's presence. Chapter 97. What a million. If someone hears this, they might think I'm bankrupt. Stark let out a hearty belch, having just downed an entire can of ice-cold cola in one go. Finally, he felt revived. He sprawled comfortably in his seat, reluctant to rise. Thanks to Kaz's timely intervention, the terrorist had a first-hand experience of true terror. He managed to extract the injured Dr. Ethan and Tony Stark from the cave, transporting them to the prototype Stormbird parked nearby. The aircraft took off swiftly, heading towards the land of the lighthouse. With Kaz at the helm, reciting a prayer taught by Old Wong during takeoff, the aircraft reached an astonishing speed of 13 Mach. Certainly, its remarkable speed can be attributed largely to the machine's soul being invigorated by the genetic core. Additionally, Kaz had dismantled the makeshift palladium reactor from Stark's chest and temporarily stabilized his injuries using a car battery. He connected the reactor to the Stormbird, providing this flying craft with ample energy. "I am genuinely eager to disassemble it and uncover the enigmatic technology that you have ingeniously integrated into this machine," Stark mused, filled with curiosity. However, no sooner had he uttered these words than the Stormbird, which had been flying smoothly, suddenly jolted, nearly dislodging the power connector from his chest. "Hey, I was just joking, don't take it seriously," the young Stark hastily remarked, casting an incredulous glance at Kaz. "You claim that your machine lacks artificial intelligence. How do you explain that recent reaction? Was that not artificial intelligence, but rather the machine's soul?" Upon hearing Kaz's response, Stark wore an expression that suggested he was well-read and not easily deceived. Yet, he suddenly noticed another peculiar detail, instinctively standing up to compare his height with the seated Kaz. "Hey, how is it that you've grown so much taller? What's going on? What is strange about it?" "It's quite normal to grow taller during one's developmental years," Kaz replied. Stark shrugged. "Well, everyone has their own secrets. For instance, I have never disclosed that during the night I discussed scripts with the twin sisters on the cover of Playboy. Most of the time, we were simply gaming together. They were quite inexperienced, which is why I never invited them again." After making that remark, Stark turned his gaze back to the Stormbird's cockpit. His friend, Dr. Ethan, had already received emergency treatment to staunch the bleeding and was now awaiting their return to Los Angeles for admission to a Stark Industries hospital. Meanwhile, his marked suit stood silently in the rear of the cockpit, now secured. Suddenly, a thought struck Stark, and he furrowed his brow. He had witnessed an alarming number of weapons produced by his own company within the terrorist stronghold, prompting a rather unsettling association. Thus, he withdrew his carefree demeanor and earnestly made a request to Kaz. Could my suit remain in your possession for the time being? Once everything is settled, I will return to retrieve it. At that moment, he was increasingly convinced that Kaz was a brilliant inventor, perhaps only slightly inferior to himself. Therefore, since the prototype had already been seen by Kaz, there were no longer any concerns regarding technical confidentiality. Moreover, Stark was confident in his ability to develop even more formidable armor in the future. In comparison to the potential issues that could arise from bringing the prototype home, he deemed it more prudent to leave the battle armor with Kaz. Kaz nodded in agreement and remarked, "Very well." The events of the evening had catalyzed a significant maturation in the boy. The super brain of the genetic original had granted him an understanding of the depths of depravity exhibited by the so-called elite. In truth, his motivation for rescuing Tony Stark was, in part, to impart a profound lesson to those upper echelons. Previously, he had returned with the Midnight Squad, having apprehended Zatanna and thwarted the Manhattan human extermination plan, which had already significantly depleted the coffers of several elite individuals. He believed that those well-informed elites were likely privy to Tony Stark's abduction in Arjunkan long before the general public. Given their insatiable greed, it was improbable they would remain inactive or refrain from placing their bets to secure a share of the spoils. Thus, should Tony Stark appear before the public at an unforeseen time and place, the investments made by those individuals would be rendered futile. Kaz felt that experiencing two such failures would finally enable these elites to grasp the true meaning of heartfelt betrayal. Beyond merely striking at those in power, Kaz had a third objective in rescuing Tony Stark with the Stormbird. He intended to collect the armor's custody fee, as well as the expenses incurred during this rescue, which he candidly communicated to Tony Stark. After assembling the Midnight Squad and leading the trio into their inaugural operation, Kaz recognized several issues that persisted among them. Firstly, while the three selected Midnight Lords possessed exceptional individual capabilities, they exhibited considerable deficiencies in various physical attributes. For instance, in utilizing the portal of arcane secrets, Kaz, along with his father, Leap, and brother, Broly, could frequently employ this magic for swift transportation, something ordinary individuals could not accomplish. The mages of Kamartaj, through years of training, could, to some extent, disregard the illusions created by spatial distortions. However, the three members of the Midnight Squad lacked both the requisite physical prowess and the innate talent for sorcery. Although they were unaware of their shortcomings, Kaz observed anomalies in their breath and thought processes during their traversals through the portal. Consequently, he chose to leave the trio in New Apple City to interrogate Zatanna. In fact, such interrogation tasks could have been competently managed by a single individual. This realization was why Kaz did not transport Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan through the portal, but instead returned to Lighthouse Country via the Stormbird. After all, in terms of physical capabilities, the two were inferior to the three members of the Midnight Squad. Of course, the existence of problems was not alarming. Recognizing and addressing them was paramount. Kaz believed that administering 193 procedures to the trio would ultimately resolve their issues, at least after undergoing 3 modifications of the meninges, the ear of Lyman, and the visual control organs. Their condition should improve significantly. The foremost challenge facing Kaz at present is the lack of sufficient funds to carry out the surgical enhancements on the trio. To proceed with the operation recklessly would be tantamount to playing with lives, a notion that Kaz, raised by Lip, could never entertain. Thus, he sought to procure $1 million from Tony Stark. With this sum, he could leverage the financial knowledge he acquired in Peanut Town and utilize insider information he had generated to amass the resources necessary for the genetic alterations of the 3 warriors. Upon hearing that young Kaz was requesting $1 million, Stark's eyes widened in surprise, only to be replaced by a displeased expression. Thankfully, Ethan was asleep. Otherwise, he might think I'm bankrupt. $1 million? I could give you $100 million. Is there even internet access here? I can transfer it to you right now. Chapter 98. Lip's communicator. Despite the swift flight of the Stormbird, it took several hours to transport Tony Stark from Arjunkan to Los Angeles. Upon seeing Tony's assistant and bodyguard appear, undeterred by the pungent smell of sweat, Kaz embraced them warmly before taking his leave. He found an unoccupied spot to open the mystical portal, leading directly to his garage, where he carefully pushed the storm bird back inside. Just as he was quietly preparing to return to his room for some rest, he discovered Lip sitting in a chair, waiting at the door for him. "Father." Upon seeing Lip, Kaz offered an awkward smile, realizing that his solitary excursion had indeed extended later than intended. "I've earned at least $100 million. Lip's previously stern expression softened in surprise, and with genuine concern, he inquired, "Kaz, did you rob a bank?" Faced with his father's peculiar concern, Kaz pondered for a moment before confidently replying, "How could that be? Banks generally don't hold $100 million. In fact, the 3 warriors he had recruited that night, had they not become his subordinates, might have resorted to such unskilled endeavors as bank robbery in the future. Yet, destiny would not lead them down that path. As members of the Midnight Lords, they would hold their genetic progenitors in reverence, a devotion far surpassing that of mere worship towards deities." Observing Lip's hesitance to probe further, Kaz noticed his brother Broly was not asleep either, but rather eavesdropping from behind the door. Touched by this, he decided to candidly share the details of his evening's exploits with Lip. He modulated his voice perfectly, ensuring both Lip and Broly could hear without disturbing Jessica, who was soothing little Aju and had already fallen asleep. Upon hearing that young Kaz had embarked on the inevitable path of a genetic origin, garnering 3 followers in a single night and earning a staggering $100 million from the affluent Tony Stark, Lip felt a mix of concern and immense pride. "Truly," he thought, "what a remarkable son I have." "Father," Kaz announced, "the initial funding I received from Uncle Stark will be invested into the market to cover the costs of the transformation surgeries for my Legion members." Upon hearing this, and possessing some knowledge about the 193 transformation procedures, Lip quickly inquired, "Everything else is manageable, but from where do you intend to acquire the initial genetic seeds?" Kaz blinked in curiosity, considering this part of the process to be the most straightforward segment of the entire transformation. "I merely need to open my own body, extract a portion of flesh and blood, and then bestow it upon them. During the transplantation, I can control that flesh to regenerate its omnipotence and grow into genetic seeds. Father, you may rest assured that I am more than 99% certain that these 3 initial warriors of the Legion will not experience any rejection." At these words, Lip could not help but slap his thigh and, with a stern expression, admonished, "Nonsense. Those 3 fellows are not my beloved sons. I cannot concern myself with their rejection or acceptance." Lip's worry lay with Kaz. He spoke earnestly, "Kaz, how old are you? Moreover, you are no Neza. Do not be so harsh on yourself." Kaz opened his mouth, wanting to argue that this was merely the most straightforward, efficient, and natural method he knew. The flesh of the origin is, after all, the perfect seed. However, under his father's gaze, which was a mixture of pain, concern, and a hint of fear, his cold logic was extinguished in an instant. He realized that his father's objection was not to the effectiveness of the method, but rather to his utter disregard for his own body. Lip perceived a flicker of confusion and a sense of unfounded calm in his son's eyes, which tightened his heart even more. "No," he thought, "I must not allow this child to cultivate a habit of recklessly sacrificing his own flesh." He did not want his son to bear such burdens alone. Furthermore, as a good father, Lip was not merely the type to criticize without taking action. After reprimanding young Kaz, the seriousness on his face evaporated, replaced by a hint of pride and a look that seemed to say, "Watch what I can do." He extended his hand, and suddenly, a peculiar object appeared in his palm. It was a square, archaic-looking metallic device that exuded an inexplicable sense of technological sophistication. Its warm golden hue, smooth surface, and subtle metallic matte finish bore no complex buttons or interfaces, save for a small grid area on the front that resembled an old-fashioned speaking tube. This was the reward he had exchanged with Mephisto's Hellfire, a one-time golden communicator. "Young Kaz, you require genetic seeds, do you not?" Li Pu's voice softened, imbued with a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child, yet underlined by an undeniable authority. "Do not use your own flesh and blood. Do not even entertain the thought. Utilize the gene seeds procured by your father." As he spoke, he delicately lifted the communicator, treating it as if it were an exceedingly sacred relic. He instinctively cleared his throat, adjusting his posture to sit more upright, as if preparing to deliver a solemn proclamation. Cozy widened his bright eyes, curiously observing this strange box he had never encountered before, devoid of any discernible psychic fluctuations or advanced technological essence. Broly peered from behind the door, equally intrigued. Li Pu took a deep breath, leaning slightly forward, and in a tone that was clear, serious, yet commanding, he addressed the mesh of the communicator. "My son, Conrad Cozy, requires gene seeds." After a brief pause, he added, "He aims to construct a loyal army, Provide me with some suitable, flawless gene seeds. The very best. Upon the conclusion of his words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Seconds ticked by without any response. Cozy furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing something, yet grasping nothing. Broly silently swallowed behind the door. Suddenly, the once unassuming golden communicator erupted in a brilliant, yet gentle, golden light. The radiance flowed like molten gold, instantly filling the interior of the communicator, intricately etching golden patterns on its surface that transcended ordinary comprehension. It emitted an indescribable, deep hum akin to celestial movements, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Then, as if it had never existed, the communicator vanished into thin air. Li Pu was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt an influx of life within his subspace dimension. It was a reforged Astartes' cursed legion, ablaze with fierce flames. Standing in perfect formation, seemingly ready to rend asunder anything in his path. Instinctively, he waved his hand, opening the barrier between subspace and reality, allowing Cozy to behold this formidable force. Upon witnessing the fiery, skeletal Astartes warriors before him, Cozy's mouth fell slightly agape. He even discerned over 30 skulls adorned with more than 7 service studs, alongside 17 or 18 uniquely designed dreadnoughts. The soldiers of the Cursed Legion reacted in various ways upon seeing Cozy. Some raised their weapons in salute, others hesitated, while a few seemed to perceive a distinct aura emanating from the original body before them, contrasting sharply with the essence of their memories. Undoubtedly, they hailed from the Midnight Lord's Legion, yet belonged to the faction of the Loyalists. Having been captured by subspace, they had prepared to endure any torment. Yet they had not anticipated the sight of their young and untainted original. However, the warriors of the Cursed Legion, who initially held divergent views on their treatment of Kaz, upon seeing Lip waving at them, were compelled to kneel solemnly on one knee, their heavy bodies curling in reverence. And they pressed their hands to their chests in a gesture of profound respect. At that moment, the once tormented fallen warriors, now within the formidable frames of the dreadnoughts, felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if the burdens of pain had been lifted from their souls. They even sensed a resurgence of vitality within their bodies, which they believed had long succumbed to death. The reward of loyalty was indeed not in vain. Even the dreadnoughts could not suppress their emotional whimpers. In the name of the Emperor and Saint Gil-Lyman, let the blood of traitors stain the stars. Midnight has arrived. We shall hunt our formidable foes throughout the night for the Emperor. Loyalty itself is a reward. Death is but a sacrifice. I am the bastion of the Empire. I am the shield of the Emperor. For Russ and the Allfather. For the Emperor. In an instant, a cacophony of fervent prayers erupted from the Immaterium, their resonant voices echoing throughout the material realm, reaching even the depths of the Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 99. The Reward of Loyalty. The Cursed Legion was in a state of frenzy. Witnessing such fervor, little Broly could not resist joining in the excitement, cheering along with the throng. That mischievous child, Lip, approached and affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. Observing the Emperor's gentle demeanor towards the green-haired boy, the warriors of the Cursed Legion widened their eyes in incredulity as they recalled a secret long concealed by the Empire, one whispered only among the fearless. The Emperor had 2 other great primarchs. With his formidable psychic prowess, Lip easily sensed the unfounded speculations swirling among the Cursed Legion warriors. To quell their rising excitement, he raised a hand to silence the crowd, urging them to calm down. He utilized his psychic abilities to muffle the surrounding noise, prioritizing the tranquility of the sleeping girl in the adjacent room over the matter of secrecy. Then, Lip addressed the warriors, explaining that he sought their cooperation in finding suitable genetic seeds for Kaz. However, this request elicited a profound sense of frustration among the majority of the Cursed Legion warriors. Having transformed into beings of steel and flame, they had long abandoned their flesh and blood, rendering the concept of genetic seed glands utterly irrelevant. Only the dreadnoughts, clearing a path through the younger warriors, stepped forth with resolute strides. Within the mecha that sustained their existence, there lay the remnants of a lifeless body, concealing within it a genetic seed that might still hold potential. Although extracting this seed would likely result in their immediate demise, they were undeterred, willing to face death if it fulfilled the Emperor's desires. For many of the fearless, a complete death might even be considered a favorable conclusion. Perceiving the resolute determination of these fearless warriors to embrace death, Lip contemplated before finally pointing towards a mecha that distinctly bore the Midnight Lord's signature. He summoned the mecha from the subspace and, before the gathered assembly, opened its hatch. Inside the mecha's stone sarcophagus lay a half-preserved, yet emaciated corpse, retaining only its upper body, a single arm, and half a head. Upon seeing Lip, a single tear of blood trickled from the corpse's eye socket. It yearned to speak. But despite numerous attempts, it could not utter words of praise for the Emperor or its progenitor, relying instead on the speaker linked to its communication beads. Relax. Lip reassured the deceased soldier, extending his hand to rest upon the corpse's crown. The warrior felt a flicker of confusion. The Astartes' genetic seed glands were not situated within the skull. Did the Emperor intend to claim his head? Yet, despite his doubts, he offered no resistance. Whatever the Emperor chose to do was his supreme honor, and all he needed was to remain steadfastly loyal. Loyalty, after all, often yields reward. Welcome to the new world. Lip smiled at the Midnight Lord, unleashing a surge of potent psychic energy that drew forth power from the subspace he commanded. Though his subspace was not exceedingly strong, it seemed feasible to occasionally alter the fabric of reality. Lip was not merely extracting the genetic components of the fallen warrior. He was using his own power to reactivate the soldier's body, which had long since lost its regenerative capabilities, even making one-to-one modifications at the genetic level. This sensation was ineffable for the Midnight Lord's warrior, yet it felt profoundly real. This should suffice. 20 minutes later, the transformation of the warrior was finally complete, prompting Lip to exhale a heavy sigh of relief. He was drenched in sweat, and his scalp even emitted steam in a literal sense. Just moments prior, Lip had undertaken an exceedingly intricate and arduous endeavor, encoding and reorganizing every single gene of this warrior. Without harnessing the power of the subspace, it would have taken him 800 years to accomplish such a feat with the system in place, particularly with the comprehensive superhuman template. Lip had never before felt such exhaustion. Even describing his state as weary would be an understatement. He was on the brink of total exhaustion. Supporting himself with his hands upon the shoulders of his two sons, he leaned against Broly and Kaz, thereby avoiding a complete collapse to the ground. This was a reward for loyalty. No devoted soul should ever be forsaken. He spoke to the Midnight Lord warrior, who was gradually acclimating to his new form, attempting to emerge from the life-sustaining sarcophagus. However, to be more precise, that warrior could no longer be referred to as Astartes. The transformation he had recently undergone was a privilege reserved solely for the custodes within the Warhammer 40,000 universe. Although both were creations of the Emperor, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that Astartes and custodes represented two distinct dimensions of existence. While they did not possess the Emperor's sacred genetic traits like the Primarchs, and were not endowed with the life and responsibilities bestowed by the Emperor, each custodes was meticulously crafted into a super soldier by the Emperor himself. The selection of custodes occurred even before birth, followed by genetic modifications from a young age, growing under the Emperor's watchful gaze until they were deemed worthy. In contrast, Astartes were typically produced in bulk after reaching adulthood or near adulthood through various trials set by the different legions. Naturally, compared to ordinary Astartes, the majority of custodes exhibited overwhelming strength. For instance, while there were also the wholly venerable dreadnoughts among the custodes, many Astartes were compelled to enter such service. Whereas the existing wholly venerable dreadnoughts were mostly those custodes who had voluntarily chosen to extend their service. Even after a millennium of serving the Emperor, some custodes would experience a decline in physical capabilities and strength. At such times, these custodes would typically shed their armor and automatically transition into the ranks of the Emperor's Eye, tasked with monitoring the decaying bureaucrats of the Imperium and certain charlatans within the state religion. Of course, some custodes were reluctant to join the Emperor's Eye, which led them to voluntarily opt for the wholly venerable dreadnoughts to extend their service. Li Pu had recently elevated an Astartes warrior to the level of a custodes within a remarkably short span of time. Hence, his fatigue was understandable. However, the results of his efforts were undeniably immediate. Endowed with the physique of a custodes and revitalized by the presence of Li Pu, the Astartes dreadnought was reborn. He regained his former appearance, his lost body restored, and his once withered form became robust and youthful again. With tears of joy, he emerged from the dreadnought sarcophagus, his newly rejuvenated feet once again touching the ground, and he knelt on one knee in humble prayer to the Emperor and to Li Pu. As he beheld the visage of this individual, Kaz was momentarily taken aback, his mind suddenly flooded with memories that had yet to transpire. "Are you Abho?" Upon hearing the name of his progenitor called by the gene original, the newly awakened Abu burst into tears, feeling the embodiment of loyalty's reward in that very moment. Long life, Lord of the Night. Abu, the 3rd Company commander of the 8th Legion, offers his salutation to you. Chapter 100. The initial phase of a career Abu's transformation served as a powerful stimulant for all the warriors of the Cursed Legion. However, Lip also elucidated to them that Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would restore one warrior each month, bestowing upon them vitality. This restoration endeavor posed a considerable burden for him, if it were a daily occurrence. Even Lip, made of iron, would struggle to endure. The Cursed Legion comprises 130 warriors, conservatively estimating. It would take him about 11 years to convert them all into genuine living beings. Naturally, the priority would be given to the formidable war machines before attending to the ordinary soldiers of the Cursed Legion. The latter harbored no doubts, nor dared to question this order. After all, even the warriors of the Cursed Legion would feel the sting of a strike from the indomitable Iron Fist for several days. Interestingly, Lip discovered something remarkable about the restored Abu. Beyond being able to live as a normal soldier or an Astartes, he had not entirely lost the capabilities of the Cursed Legion. At any moment, he could transform, becoming a super warrior wreathed in flames, reminiscent of the fearsome Hell Knight. Moreover, in that state, should he perish, his soul would return to Lip's subspace for rebirth. The only limitation was that the number of times he could be killed and resurrected was likely finite. His soul's strength was limited, allowing for approximately 13 cycles of death and rebirth. Just as Lip felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding this limitation, he suddenly realized he might be excessively greedy. This was already quite remarkable, a version of the Hell Knight with 13 lives. What more could one desire? Furthermore, this was not the Warhammer 40k universe. There were not endless interstellar battles to engage in daily. A month passed. Following the Manhattan Human Purge Initiative, Wall Street endured a bleak week, with the financial markets of the Lighthouse Nation echoing with lamentation. The only stock that seemed relatively bright was that of Stark Industries, a leader in military-industrial enterprises. Thanks to Tony Stark's safe return, aside from a few astute investors with foresight, many shareholders and retail investors reaped dividends from this stock. Just as Stark Industries stock surged to unprecedented heights, Tony Stark, as the largest shareholder, took it upon himself to hold a press conference. In a startling announcement, he disclosed a significant piece of bad news. Stark Group would indefinitely close its weapons division. Simultaneously, he declared that he would no longer serve as the head of the group, instead appointing his personal assistant, the seemingly ornamental Pepper Potts, as the new leader of the organization. Without a doubt, Stark Industries' stock price experienced a dramatic plunge, triggering widespread circuit breakers throughout the trading market of the Lighthouse Nation. Many, including Obadiah Stane, a major shareholder of Stark Industries, believed that the young heir had likely lost his mind. He confined himself within the laboratory of his Malibu mansion for over 2 weeks, causing Pepper to frequently enlist Happy to escort her back from headquarters for a check on him. She was genuinely concerned that Tony was engaging in perilous experiments, fearing he might inadvertently bring about his own demise. Tony Stark was indeed experimenting, yet he approached it with utmost rationality, even engaging in dual operations with the assistance of his intelligent assistant, Jarvis. He devoted his entire focus to the development of a new generation of armor, while Jarvis managed various mundane tasks. Only on rare occasions, prompted by Jarvis, would he emerge from his laboratory to address matters personally. For instance, it was only when young Kaz brought back the prototype of the Mark armor, which had been stored for some time, that Tony finally stepped out of his lab. Pouring himself a glass of whiskey, a rare indulgence during these days, he inquired of Kaz, who was seated on the sofa, whether he would care for a drink as well. However, young Kaz promptly declined his offer, stating, "No, minors cannot consume alcohol. I prefer milk." Tony Stark, with a curious expression, asked, "But how old are you this year?" He scrutinized Kaz, a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height. Noticing Stark's inquisitive gaze and the bone conduction earphone concealed beneath his hair, Kaz replied, "I am not yet 18. Meanwhile, Jarvis conveyed through the bone conduction device, "Mr. Stark, audio scanning analysis confirms that Mr. Conrad Kaz is not speaking untruths. However, I have been unable to retrieve any identity information regarding him. Everyone harbors their own secrets, especially individuals of remarkable intellect." Tony Stark found some understanding of Kaz, reflecting on his own school days when he was most reluctant for anyone to discover his browser history. To that end, he had even developed an exceedingly complex encryption program, which he later implemented for Jarvis's use. After instructing the intelligent robot, Dummy, to pour a glass of milk for Kaz, Tony Stark comfortably settled onto the sofa, engaging Kaz in conversation. He was indifferent to how Kaz spent the $100 million he had transferred. After all, during his time in the laboratory, the resources and computational power consumed for armor development could easily amount to hundreds of millions daily. In fact, even the wealthiest individual would struggle to access the resources he could. What truly piqued his interest was whether Kaz had utilized that sum to create something intriguing that might captivate him as well. However, to his surprise, Kaz revealed that he merely took the money for a brief excursion in the market, all revolving around Stark Industries. Initially, Kaz profited from the appreciation of Stark Industries, then short-sold through margin trading, extracting the profits to continuously reinvest in Stark Industries stocks. Though somewhat time-consuming, it was undeniably clever. Stark, smacking his lips, remarked, "You see, I'm cleansing Stark Group of those with ulterior motives among its shareholders. Only when the waters are shallow can we discern who the true internal adversaries are." He concluded with a reminder, "You may hold on to my company's stock for the long term. Trust me, it will yield you greater profits and provide ample funding for research and development." Yet, Kaz's response once again caught Stark off guard. He stated, "I will retain a portion, but I intend to withdraw most of the profits from this transaction. My father requires startup capital for his business." Stark blinked in astonishment, as his brilliant mind quickly calculated Kaz's recent gains. If he was not mistaken, even without the nefarious leverage, based on the operations just mentioned, $100 million could potentially yield nearly $300 million in profit. This was no trivial sum. For an ordinary billionaire, it would be quite a challenge to readily produce such cash. Moreover, Kaz had just mentioned that he intended to use this money to support Leap's venture. What kind of business was his father embarking upon? Curiosity piqued, Stark could not restrain himself and immediately instructed JARVIS to investigate whether Leap had registered any new companies recently. The results, upon investigation, caused Tony Stark's mind to momentarily short-circuit. JARVIS discovered that Leap had indeed registered a new company, with a name as ludicrous as that of the noble restaurant, Godzilla Tricycle Company. Chapter 101. Customers hello. Welcome to explore our products, high quality at reasonable prices, with guaranteed after-sales service. On the streets of Brooklyn, riding a tricycle emblazoned with the Godzilla Tricycle Company logo, Leap meandered along, stopping occasionally as he attempted to distribute flyers. The advertisement promoted his newly opened tricycle shop, specializing in these vehicles. Just a few days prior, a cargo ship, previously utilized by the Hand Association as a test vessel, had docked, delivering hundreds of tricycles from Huagua. Although the paperwork and collection processes were managed by the ship's crew and Daniel, the protector of the New York sanctum, the cost for customs clearance and port fees fell squarely on Leap. Initially, he considered simply opening a magical portal to transport the tricycles one by one. However, upon further reflection, this plan seemed unfeasible. Hundreds of three-wheeled vehicles, even though his family has modified them from a second-hand factory, cannot accommodate such a multitude of items. Furthermore, even if he were to find a place to store these three-wheeled vehicles, would he truly hold on to them in anticipation of their appreciation in value? Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to sell them, which would conserve space and also yield some cash. However, another dilemma arises. If he only needed to sell a few, dozens, or even 100 of these three-wheeled vehicles, he could simply employ a secretive method to transport the cars and casually sell them as smuggled goods. Yet, that ship had transported a staggering 700 to 800 three-wheeled vehicles disassembled into parts and packed into crates. If he were to pursue his initial idea of pressuring the local power brokers in Hell's Kitchen to absorb such a large quantity of smuggled vehicles, it would only take a few days before complications arose. He even reached out for professional advice, consulting Bob, the brother of Old Tang. The director of the New York office candidly informed him, "Lip, if you're referring to specialty local products, I might be able to assist. But if they are three-wheeled vehicles, that would be an entirely different matter." In a short span of time, not just in the Big Apple, but even nationally, the emergence of several hundred such vehicles would surely make headlines. Realizing the futility of the situation, Lip could only curse the malevolent capitalist beacon of the country in his mind, subsequently complying with the customs declarations, paying taxes, and covering all costs associated with warehouse rental. Armed with these receipts, he could operate a specialized dealership, legally selling those three-wheeled vehicles. Consequently, his finances dwindled significantly. For several consecutive days, every time he passed by a bank, he found himself involuntarily pausing for a moment. Although Little Cuz reassured him that there were funds available in his account at any time. Considering that Little Cuz was in the process of establishing his own enterprise and the children were in need of money, Lip resolutely declared he could manage on his own. Having already committed to this course of action, and after years of transitioning from operating a food truck to a stationary business, Lip had no choice but to re-enter the fray. He printed numerous advertising flyers and, accompanied by Abu, who was just beginning to adapt to the life of the Second Era, traversed the streets and alleys of the Big Apple. The two imposing figures, one of whom towered above most centers with remarkable stature, rode on specially modified three-wheeled vehicles, undoubtedly capturing the attention of many. However, while many approached them for casual conversation. Those genuinely interested in making a purchase were few and far between. After distributing flyers for 2 or 3 days, they had yet to sell a single vehicle. Originally, they had intended to use the funds from pre-sales to cover the transportation costs of bringing the 3-wheeled vehicles from the West Coast to the Big Apple. But their progress thus far stood at zero. The people in America, particularly in a major city like the Big Apple, truly struggle financially, despite wearing decent clothing. Their pockets were devoid of coins. Amidst the sweltering heat of over 30 degrees, after tirelessly promoting for nearly an entire afternoon, Leepu had almost resigned himself to seeking out Abu to return to Hell's Kitchen for dinner. Unexpectedly, a surprising turn of events unfolded before him. Abu approached, jovially accompanied by a well-built man whose muscles were prominently defined. Leepu was momentarily taken aback. It is worth noting that this was the early 21st century, and life in America was relatively normal at that time. Just days prior, while distributing flyers, the majority of interactions had been with women. Most men had merely glanced curiously at their bicycles, often dismissing them with remarks about how their tricycles paled in comparison to Chevrolet muscle cars, or branding them as vehicles for country bumpkins, asserting that the elite of New York City only purchased and drove luxury cars. Had it not been for Leepu's quick reflexes in intercepting Abu, the latter would have undoubtedly responded with scorn to anyone daring to disrespect Leepu, perhaps even spitting in disdain at those who drew their brows with eyeliner, akin to the mannerisms of a certain Astartes. This particular saliva, secreted by modified salivary glands, was originally intended to assist Astartes in digesting specific foods. But it was also a terrifyingly potent organic acid, far more fearsome than alien blood. A mere spray of such saliva from an Astartes would likely disintegrate not just the face of an ordinary person, but perhaps even their skull. Thus, when Leepu observed Abu walking alongside a muscular man significantly younger than himself, sharing laughter and camaraderie, he was indeed astonished. His surprise deepened when the muscular man turned his head, for Leepu recognized him. Goodness, how could it be him? This muscular figure was none other than Steve Rogers, the Captain America, whom Leepu had fortuitously saved years ago while he was serving as a hunting guide in Alaska. Abu, is that your boss? Steve inquired curiously, looking towards Leepu. Though he had no recollection of having interacted with this individual, an inexplicable familiarity tugged at him, as if he had seen Leepu somewhere before. After racking his brain in vain, he concluded that perhaps this was merely a case of uncanny recognition. Steve had recently awakened from a prolonged slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself entangled in a web of deception spun by Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who attempted to shroud him in cinematic illusions. Yet, Fury seemed to have forgotten that Steve was no primitive man. Having grown up in a metropolis, Steve had watched countless films and stage plays, even performing in numerous productions himself. Consequently, he quickly discerned the true nature of his surroundings and promptly escaped from the set. However, upon venturing outside and arriving at Times Square, he finally comprehended the reason behind Nick Fury's deception. He had inadvertently slumbered for over 70 years and had now awakened in the 21st century. Time is a merciless entity. The passage of 70 years not only caused Steve to miss an important dance, but also rendered him profoundly out of sync with his surroundings. Despite his youthful and handsome exterior, he was, in essence, akin to an elderly man disconnected from society. During this period, he relied heavily on vigorous exercise to adapt to the changes of the era, while simultaneously keeping his mind from wandering into disarray. This afternoon, after completing over 50 kilometers of aerobic exercise, Steve arrived at the boxing gym to train with the heavy bag. Oh, how the boxing gym had fallen out of favor. Nowadays, such activities were relegated to fitness centers, where boxing was merely a small segment of the offerings. While striking the bag, Steve suddenly noticed an unusual stillness enveloping the gym. The usual sounds of exertion had dissipated. This silence was broken by the entrance of Abu, a towering figure exceeding 2.5 meters, who began marketing a 3-wheeled motorcycle to the fitness enthusiasts. Chapter 102. Nick Fury, is there a mole? Observing Abu as he marketed his product to the muscular patrons of the gym, Steve's instincts informed him that this was a seasoned veteran and an exceptionally skilled warrior. Driven by curiosity, he approached Abu and engaged in conversation, gradually being led out of the gym by him. Steve Rogers found himself intrigued. The 3-wheeled motorcycle from their dealership was a vehicle of commendable functionality and aesthetics. However, many had never tried it, and ultimately, out of a desire to maintain their own absurd pride or simply due to habit, they dismissed it as industrial waste. Abu's brief remarks instantly transported Steve back to his former self over 70 years ago. At that time, he had just been injected with the serum. fully capable of showcasing his abilities on the battlefield. Yet, for the sake of others' reputations and the so-called precious assets of the Lighthouse Nation, he had been relegated to the role of a mere figurehead for a considerable time. Thus, Steve resolved that as long as the quality of that three-wheeler was satisfactory, he would purchase one on the spot. This decision would not only assist Abu, a fellow veteran, but also serve as a means of aiding the version of himself from 70 years prior. Had he known, he would not have mentioned the substantial amount of money accumulated in his account. Observing the live footage transmitted back to headquarters of the captain being followed by agents, Nick Fury found himself overwhelmed. Steve's rank of captain had been maintained, and the Lighthouse Nation's military had consistently disbursed his full salary for over 70 years without fail. Additionally, he received special allowances for being a unique talent and hero, resulting in a considerable annual income. Most crucially, this wealth had not simply languished idly in his bank account for 70 years. SHIELD had also assisted Steve in investing this money in the SP index. In the preceding decades, this investment exhibited a steady ascent. However, between the late 1980s and early 1990s, when General Gorbachev bestowed upon the United States an unparalleled Christmas gift, the value of this investment surged exponentially. To this day, Steve's personal fortune has amassed to over $10 million. Although a significant portion of this wealth is tied up in stocks and funds, the amount of liquid cash at his disposal is still a substantial $2 to $3 million. Compared to his contemporaries, this Captain America possesses a remarkably modest disposition towards material possessions, indulging primarily in the occasional cinematic experience to revisit classic films he had missed over the past 70 years. If he were to spend solely in this manner, excluding daily expenses, his expenditures would barely surpass the interest accrued from his bank deposits. Consequently, Nick Fury felt at ease in trusting the management of an account that was rightfully Steve's into his capable hands. However, the one-eyed director never anticipated that this captain harbored a rather impulsive side, willing to spend $7,000 or $8,000 on a whim after merely hearing a few persuasive words. Moreover, aside from his reckless spending, the captain found himself entangled with Leap, a figure that had recently prompted Nick Fury to elevate his level of surveillance, particularly due to his escalating risk profile. Initially, it was merely the Strategic Intelligence Division of SHIELD that took note of Leap's peculiarities. They discovered that this former hunting guide, who had relocated from Alaska to the bustling metropolis of New York, had swiftly risen to become the kingpin of a street in Hell's Kitchen and had successfully established a community school. When this intelligence was compiled into their weekly report and presented to the director, Nick Fury, upon reviewing it, noticed a concerning detail. Leap's neighborhood had previously been infested by a band of vampires. An elite agent, Blade, who Fury had in a direct line of contact, had once attempted to eliminate these bloodsuckers, only to find that someone had already preemptively dispatched them. This revelation prompted the director to deploy his most trusted subordinate, Coulson, to engage with Leap and glean further intelligence. Surprisingly, despite Coulson's usual success in such endeavors, he faltered this time. Nonetheless, Coulson did not return empty-handed. He acquired some valuable information regarding notable individuals. Old Tang, the chef from a fast food joint with integrity, Major Dachi, the bar owner who gained notoriety for his fierce dealings, Luke, a mechanic, and Jessica, a secretary. These individuals, particularly the first two, were notorious figures documented in SHIELD's archives, ones that even Nick Fury recognized. Clearly, the ability of Leap to attract such formidable talent to his side indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Originally, Director Fury intended to delve deeper into Leap's background. However, with an imminent high-stakes negotiation with the Kree, he was compelled to set this matter aside and meticulously prepare for discussions with extraterrestrial allies, as he relied on his daily repertoire of ostentatious tricks to successfully deceive the iron-willed elder, just as he was about to strike at his newly acquainted friend. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. The iron-willed elder discreetly withdrew with his entourage. How utterly impolite. In the midst of Nick Fury's seething anger, he was astonished to discover that Lip had reappeared in the vicinity of the scene. Although subsequent investigations revealed that Lip had a legitimate reason for being there, supporting a friend, the timing and location of his appearance seemed too fortuitous to ignore. Nick Fury found it difficult to dismiss his suspicions, yet just as he prepared to lead an inquiry himself, news emerged from a long-forgotten island in Borneo. An organization, established during the reign of Commander Du in the Lighthouse Nation and named the Emperor, had inadvertently stirred up some troubling matters. Consequently, Nick Fury was compelled to once again postpone his investigation into Lip and personally lead a team to Borneo to manage the evolving situation. There, he encountered Iron Fist Daniel and was astonished to learn that this head of Rand Corporation was also acquainted with Lip. Later, as conditions in Borneo improved, a series of urgent and significant complications arose in quick succession. Stark was kidnapped in Ajan Khan. A peculiar incident occurred at the notably White Peanut Town, and the upper echelons of the Lighthouse Nation conspired in stock trading, concocting a ludicrous Manhattan human purge plan. The commander was abducted. The discovery that the kidnapped commander was an imposter followed. The real commander was located, and he was infuriated to the point of bloodshed due to a grievous breach of security. In New Apple City, a fiery skeletal monster appeared, complete with photographic evidence. A certain real estate tycoon turned senator protested to the commander for compensation due to damage to his private property. Amidst this chaotic series of events, it is noteworthy that Nick Fury, relying on his cunning, managed to quell each crisis, even securing substantial benefits for S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, he was indeed overwhelmed, with blisters forming on his lips and his balding head nearly sprouting hair from the stress. However, when the dust finally settled and he could once again focus on Lip, Director Fury was taken aback to discover that Lip had embarked on an unusual venture. He had opened a three-wheeled motorcycle shop. Nick Fury was not particularly concerned about the establishment of a three-wheeled motorcycle business, nor was he inclined to investigate whether these tricycles were imported from a certain major Eastern nation and dumped in the Lighthouse Nation. The crux of the matter was Lip's choice of name for his new enterprise, Godzilla Tricycles. This left Nick Fury somewhat rattled. Of course, he was not questioning who Godzilla was or why Godzilla's tricycles were so remarkable. What truly perplexed the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was how Lip had knowledge of Godzilla. The branding he employed for his promotional imagery bore an uncanny resemblance to the top-secret documents of the Emperor Organization, which had been sealed away for decades. Before Nick Fury could devise a strategy on how to respond or whether to meet in person, Leap surprised him with a new twist. He had actually established a connection with Captain America. Indeed, upon witnessing Abu bringing Steve to view the product, Leap swiftly sold the first tricycle from his dealership. Yet, that was not the end of it. After the sale, he audaciously invited Steve to become the spokesperson for his product. Nick Fury, observing this scene, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 103. Lumberjack, is it true that for an additional $3,000, one can enjoy a lifetime warranty on this three-wheeled motorcycle? Upon being invited to serve as a brand ambassador, Steve first posed this question rather than outright declining. He did not believe Leap could recognize him, as he now sported a scruffy beard, presenting a stark contrast to the captain depicted in comics and magazines of yore. Moreover, during his time awake, Steve had discerned that the current generation in the land of the free seemed to have gradually forgotten about Captain America. He assumed that a small businessman like Leap was simply eager to penetrate the market and sought a spokesperson to aid in promotion. However, that was not the case. Leap candidly replied, "For the engine version you purchased, the $8,000 plus $3,000 for the warranty does not include the engine itself. In contrast, for the electric tricycle priced at $7,000 plus $3,000, one can enjoy a comprehensive lifetime warranty on the entire vehicle. Even if the vehicle becomes completely inoperable, customers can come to our store for a replacement, free of charge, albeit limited to one instance." Leap's marketing strategy certainly bore elements of risk, yet in reality, offering a lifetime warranty on the electric tricycle posed no strain whatsoever for him. It was rather a trivial matter. After all, when $7,000 plus $3,000 is divided by 2, the average price of 2 tricycles barely reaches $5,000. Provided he sourced his inventory from an Eastern power, he would undoubtedly still profit. Moreover, the likelihood of a whole vehicle becoming entirely inoperable was exceptionally rare. Most customers would merely need to replace a battery. Leap believed that the lead-acid batteries currently utilized in these tricycles, as production in an Eastern country surged, would likely plummet in price. Replacing batteries for customers would only become increasingly economical for him. Not to mention, aside from the initial battery replacement, he could charge for subsequent replacements or upgrades. In a decade or so, he envisioned showcasing to the citizens of the land of the free what true industrial prosperity resembled. The very thought of such a scene ignited a sense of excitement within Leap. Although the captain sought to purchase a tricycle powered by traditional fuel, this still marked the successful sale of his first vehicle, a significant initial step. From here, he could proceed steadily. I shall take a moment to contemplate this. Though I currently have no intention of entering the workforce, having just completed an arduous task and still in the process of acclimatizing to society. As for the invitation to act as a spokesperson, Steve did not immediately accept. yet he also did not outright decline. Consequently, Lip left him a phone number and address, allowing Steve to retrieve the vehicle whenever he wished. Task accomplished, he prepared to head home for dinner. Having successfully sold a tricycle, Lip was in high spirits and intended to prepare a sumptuous hot pot feast of lamb. On his way, he visited a butcher and procured several hundred pounds of beef and lamb, much to the astonishment of the shopkeeper, and alongside Abu. He loaded the fresh meat into the tricycle's cargo bed. Furthermore, while passing through Chinatown, Lip purchased an assortment of condiments such as chive flour sauce, sesame paste, and fermented tofu, along with around 100 flaky oil pastries. Most importantly, he acquired a jar of sweet garlic. After briefly immersing the fresh slices of beef and lamb in the pot until they changed color, he relished them with the condiments, and if they were too salty, he complemented them with the warm oil pastries, finishing off with a clove of sweet garlic. The exquisite flavor was utterly irresistible. Although Aunt May, Old Tang, and Old Dacky could not be present by the pot due to their responsibilities at the shop, this was not a significant issue. Young Luke, being fleet of foot, could easily run a batch over to the two old gentlemen and Aunt May. Thus, when he and Abu returned on their tricycles to 47th Street, Lip made a stop at the auto repair shop first. The establishment was bustling with business today, filled to the brim with vehicles undergoing repairs or part replacements. And it was evident that these cars were quite valuable modifications. "Kevin, gather your wife and son tonight. We shall have a hot pot party." His exclamation seemed to resonate with the crowd, as the term party holds a particular allure for foreigners. Instantly, 8 or 9 heads popped up from the garage. Lip was taken aback. It was not the sheer number of individuals in the shop that surprised him. In fact, he had sensed the presence of several outsiders before entering. Initially, he assumed they were customers, hence their presence in the garage as they watched over their prized vehicles. However, it turned out that these patrons were quite familiar to him: Dominic Toretto, Brian, Hobbs, Letty, Pierce, Han Solo, Roman, and Mia. "Family," Lip nearly exclaimed. At that moment, Kevin approached from within the shop, wielding a specialized octagonal wrench and a bag of matching nuts. "Boss, please hold on a moment," Kevin greeted Lip, passing the items to Dominic before making his way over. "Boss, these individuals are my relatives and their friends." That bald man glanced at Hobbs and Don. Yet Kevin ultimately chose to side with his nephew. "The more handsome one, named Dominic, is my nephew." Hobbs remained noncommittal, believing that the two were equally matched in terms of attractiveness. Kevin explained to Lip that Don, or rather his nephew Dominic, had recently wed a woman named Letty, and his trip to Los Angeles was for that very occasion. Now, Don is in New York for his honeymoon, accompanied by family and friends who have come along to relax and explore. They drove across the country and needed to service their vehicle in New York. Thus, Kevin invited them to the auto repair shop, where he could also impart some skills to young Luke. Lip nodded, indicating that as the manager, Kevin should handle things as he saw fit. He then mentioned his plans for a hot pot gathering that evening and extended an invitation to Don and his group to join in. He primarily communicated to Kevin that they had a friends and family discount at the store, urging him not to hesitate in offering a discount to relatives and friends, suggesting he only charge for the cost of materials. After conveying this, he hurried home to prepare the meat, as little Broly and little Kaz would be getting out of school soon. Chapter 104. The hot pot gathering. Despite the need to slice several hundred pounds of fresh meat, Lip chose not to employ psychic magic for the task, believing that such an approach would result in soulless slices. He called on Abu for assistance. As the third squad leader of the Midnight Lords, Abu was both swift and skilled. Each piece of beef and lamb was cut with perfect marbling and uniform thickness, as though measured with calipers. "Well done, Abu. Where did you learn such a skill?" Lip exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to commend Abu's meat-cutting prowess, the latter part of his comment being a light-hearted jest. He had assumed Abu had honed his skills within the Midnight Lords, for who among the 8th Legion's Astartes had not practiced their craft on enemies? However, to Lip's surprise, Abu, upon receiving the compliment, felt both exhilarated and apprehensive. The towering warrior fell to his knees, bowing his forehead to the ground. "I dare not deceive you. My swordsmanship was taught by the first squad's leader, the great Primarch's adjutant, Savita." His voice dropped, revealing his reluctance to acknowledge this truth. "Savita is indeed my mentor. He is a traitor, having betrayed you and the great Primarch. If I encounter him again, I shall wound him severely or even slay him, even at the cost of my own life." Lip quickly patted Abu on the shoulder and hurriedly helped the towering warrior back to his feet, who was on the verge of tears. "In the realm of time-traveling novels, all shall be well. Your war has concluded, and it is now imperative for you to embrace your own life." Li Pu intended to offer solace to Abu, but upon uttering these words, Abu was so moved that he burst into tears. After considerable effort, Li Pu managed to console the warrior. The Savita that Abu mentioned was somewhat familiar to Li Pu. Within the Warhammer 40,000 universe, after Kaz succumbed to madness, the commander of the first company, Savita, became the de facto leader of the Midnight Lord's Legion. He not only participated in the grand celebration initiated by Horus on Terra, but was likely the first to utter the slogan "Slay the False Emperor," aligning himself with the rebellious Astartes. Moreover, Savita was renowned for his headbutt, earning the moniker Champion of Headbutts, due to his grueling 30-hour duel with Sigismund, which concluded without a definitive victor. Ultimately, Savita secured victory with his headbutt, though he was deemed the loser as a result. Nonetheless, his prowess garnered recognition among the various legions, making him a formidable contender for the title of the foremost warrior beneath the Primarch. Abu acknowledged his apprenticeship under Savita, stating that after his transformation into the Adeptus Custodes, he could even match Savita blow for blow, indicating his true strength. Li Pu had indeed underestimated Abu. In a physical confrontation, Captain Rogers might not prevail against him. Li Pu contemplated this briefly, but it was merely a fleeting thought. Engaging in combat with Captain Rogers was not of great significance. What mattered most to him at present was to swiftly prepare the meat while Broly and Kaz were still occupied. Abu, the task of cutting the beef and lamb falls to you. I shall gather the scallions, ginger, and mushrooms for flavor, as well as some frozen shrimp. The sounds of chopping vegetables and meat resonated in Li Pu's home for over an hour. During this time, Jessica arrived with little Azhu, who had just awakened from her afternoon nap. This little girl, possessing abilities akin to Azhu but with a different gender and childhood experience, couldn't help but giggle incessantly upon seeing Li Pu. She had now begun to crawl, and, astonishingly, aside from breastfeeding, little Azhu had started to consume some soft foods. It is only fitting that she is a remarkable little prodigy. Although she may not rival her two brothers, she certainly grows at a pace beyond that of ordinary children. Li Pu utilized an air fryer he had assembled himself, employing minimal oil to prepare carrot fries specifically for little Azhu. Observing his daughter seated in her stroller, grinning at him with innocent delight as she licked and nibbled on a carrot fry, Li Pu's heart melted with paternal affection. Suddenly, a grave concern crossed his mind, yet he quickly resolved it. If any young rascal dared to approach his daughter on a motorcycle with ill intentions, he would expel that boy from the realm of sports and kick him out of the solar system. Indeed, if he could conceive such a thought, Li Pu could certainly bring it to fruition. Certainly, Li Pu is an enlightened father. In the future, should anyone wish to court little Azhu, it is not out of the question, but there are 3 prerequisites. First, on the day of her full moon celebration, one must engage in a spar with little Broly, enduring at least 15 minutes without yielding. Second, a contest of wits with little Kaz must ensue, wherein they tackle mathematical problems to see who achieves the higher score. If one manages to pass the first 2 trials, it is of little consequence. At that point, Li Pu will usher the young suitor into the subspace for a heart-to-heart discussion. If the young man emerges unscathed, he will have passed the test. As Li Pu meticulously devised a comprehensive plan for the future of his anti-blonde endeavors, little Broly and little Kaz fortuitously returned home. By coincidence, the brothers encountered the Kevin family at their doorstep, including young Luke, his girlfriend, little Spider, and the relatively unfamiliar Tang Lao family. Upon sensing Broly and Kaz's arrival, their pet dog, a Fu, joyously barked to welcome his young masters back home. Given the authentic hot pot experience, featuring a copper pot and smokeless charcoal, Li Pu decided to set the pot along with the table and benches in the spacious yard. Each copper pot was equipped with smokeless charcoal, and the broth, infused with goji berries, red dates, scallions, ginger, garlic, and large shrimp, was on the verge of boiling. With a mere adjustment of the iron vent, one could commence the delightful cooking of meat at any moment. Seeing everyone gathered, Li Pu jubilantly exclaimed, "Let the pot begin." He then picked up a pair of long chopsticks and placed a platter of lamb and beef into the bubbling broth. Instantly, the rich broth began to froth, as goji berries and red dates danced amidst the heat, releasing an aromatic blend of meat, scallions, ginger, and shrimp that enveloped the entire yard. Wow, this aroma is divine. Peter was the first to rush to the table, his eyes sparkling as they fixated on the meat floating in the pot. Li Pu chuckled heartily, handing out chopsticks, ladles, and forks. "Don't just stand there, it's time to dig in." With a roar that belied his adorable appearance, little Broly was the first to respond to his father, stuffing a generous mouthful of steaming meat into his mouth. The boy nodded fervently, unable to utter a word as he savored his feast. Unlike Broly, little Kaz did not indulge with such vigor, yet his pace of eating was unhurried and steady. An hour later, those still capable of enjoying the hot pot feast were reduced to Li Pu and his 2 sons, along with a Fu. Young Luke, who had previously boasted that he could out-eat Li Pu, had succumbed. He had made several trips away from the table, delivering freshly cooked meat to Aunt May and Old Tang, and only then managed to endure until now. Burp. Among the trio of father and sons, it was Li Pu who succumbed first, having indulged to the point of feeling overly satiated, thereby signaling the conclusion of his battle. Observing Li Pu's reaction, it became evident that the others were also losing their appetite, merely moving their chopsticks aimlessly. Abu, who primarily focused on companionship, also set down his chopsticks. The broth in the copper pot continued to bubble enticingly, while Li Pu noticed Dominic and his group animatedly conversing with Kevin. Though out of courtesy, the elder Tang had brought along a considerable amount of purchased beverages for the gathering. Aside from Letty, Mia, and Temple, Jessica had only sipped on some wheat juice. As the other men abstained from alcohol, they adhered to the principle of not drinking while driving. Li Pu speculated that it was highly likely these individuals would soon be on the move. After all, why would these foreigners indulge in hot pot merely for the sake of feasting, as he, a true blue Chinese individual, did? Coupled with the fact that these people were known for their love of racing games, Li Pu's curiosity was piqued. Hobbs, hailing from a modest background, inquired while sipping orange soda, "Dominic, are you certain that after such a hearty meal, you wish to compete against the local car enthusiasts?" The elder Tang reclined in his chair and waved his hand dismissively. "It's merely a gathering within the modification community, devoid of any gambling. At least, I am not participating. Furthermore, I have promised Uncle Kevin that I would help elevate the reputation of our auto repair shop within the New York modification scene. Tonight, there will indeed be a fast and furious event." After listening attentively, Li Pu grasped that this event was orchestrated by Kevin, the manager of the auto repair shop, aimed at promoting the business. The world over, the modification car community predominantly comprises affluent second-generation individuals. These people are not constrained by financial limitations. The expenses incurred in modifying a single vehicle often surpass the cost of purchasing several cars of the same model. If they could attract a segment of such clientele, the business of the auto repair shop might truly take flight. However, breaking into this circle is no easy feat to gain entry and earn the admiration of others. One must either invest heavily or possess exceptional driving skills and modification expertise. Dominic embodied the latter, not only with his unparalleled driving prowess, but also with legendary tales that had long circulated within the modification community. Thus, taking advantage of his honeymoon in New York, Kevin had ingeniously enlisted his nephew to assist in organizing a fan meet-and-greet style exhibition race. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Li Pu's mind. Perhaps it was time for his quirky tricycle to make an appearance. Encountering such a novelty, these affluent young heirs might impulsively reach for their wallets to procure one as a playful toy. As for whether this could be considered a diversion, it mattered little. For in the end, Li Pu was the proprietor of the auto repair shop that Kevin managed. He believed this was not an issue at all. Firstly, the showroom for the tricycle was established within the premises of the automotive repair shop, a notion conceived by the seasoned professional, Old Bob. By leasing the space, a portion of the tax burden could be alleviated. Secondly, those who indulge in modified vehicles, even if they purchase a tricycle, do so merely for novelty. It is unlikely they would usurp business from the repair shop. It is worth noting that even after more than 2 decades, the emergence of a certain Eastern electric vehicle has not disrupted this niche. The reason lies in the essence of vehicle modification. Traditional fuel-powered cars offer far greater potential for customization compared to their electric counterparts. To achieve a remarkable transformation of an electric vehicle, one must possess wealth akin to that of Tony Stark. It is a pursuit reserved for the ultra-wealthy. Even affluent second-generation heirs, despite their riches, cannot justify constructing an entire electric vehicle production line merely for the sake of modification. Conversely, the logic surrounding the tricycle is diametrically opposed. Such vehicles possess limited customization potential, and those affluent heirs may purchase a tricycle simply to enjoy it briefly. Even if they embark on modifications, their interest is likely to wane quickly. Having contemplated these insights, Li Pu promptly shared his thoughts with Kevin and Big Don. He expressed a desire to explore the modified vehicle scene in the Big Apple, yearning to broaden his horizons while simultaneously attempting to promote the tricycle. In fact, Kevin harbored similar sentiments. Furthermore, he believed that his boss was indeed a reliable individual who seized every opportunity to market products. Malcolm, Maddie, Luke, take a page from Mr. Li Pu's book. Kevin reminded his 2 sons and his relative, young Luke. To achieve success in life, one must engage in meticulous thought and possess the courage to take risks. Both elements are indispensable. Luke, accompany the boss, stand by his side to bolster our presence, so those wealthy heirs perceive our company as formidable. Upon hearing this, Young Luke's face betrayed a hint of bitterness, as tonight his girlfriend Temple had fortuitously secured a night off. Yet Kevin remained undeterred, and Big Don had no objections either. Mr. Lipu, would you care to take a spin? The event would take place near the Stark Group's industrial park, just beyond the tunnel and off the highway. As the roads would be less congested at night, would you consider tuning the tricycle's horsepower for enhanced speed? Those youngsters revel in fast vehicles. And I observe that your company's models seem to have speed limitations. If they are too slow, they may become the subject of ridicule. Big Don, with good intentions, contemplated offering assistance, as he specialized in this kind of work and could tune a tricycle in no time. However, before he could finish, young Broly and young Kaz had simultaneously set down their chopsticks. The two mischievous lads, in unison with young Spider-Man Peter, turned their eager gazes towards Lipu, having been captivated by the intriguing conversation, and were now eager to lend a hand in modifying the vehicle. Given this enthusiasm, what could Lipu possibly do? He could only acquiesce to the three mischievous boys eager to stir up some excitement. After all, it was he who would be piloting that peculiar contraption, and the safety redundancy of the driver was inherently negligible. The trio could play however they wished, as long as the machine was operational. They need not factor in the existence of the driver, a seemingly superfluous entity. Lipu merely stipulated one condition: to remember to install two systems. For the vehicle's weight had ample redundancy. The dual power and fuel systems would allow me to showcase the performance of both products, saving the trouble of writing two separate contraptions. Chapter 106. Is this fellow capable of driving? The sounds of clanking and banging filled the air. Broly, Kaz, and Little Spider, three boys exceptionally skilled with their hands, transformed the vehicle into an entirely new creation in less than an hour. Peter took the liberty of applying a vibrant coat of red primer to the body of the vehicle, rendering it strikingly visible under the night lights. This was, indeed, the sole safety assurance for the driver on this peculiar machine. However, at Kaz and Abu's fervent insistence, Peter reluctantly removed all the blue embellishments that aligned with his aesthetic preferences. It was imperative to incorporate golden patterns as adornments. Such was the rightful essence of the matter. As Kaz spoke, he meticulously inscribed 13 phrases, such as exterminate the fiends and candlelight of imperial ambition, onto the vehicle's body with golden spray paint. Little Broly also contributed by crafting a decorative feature. He affixed a set of steel horns resembling those of a triceratops to the front of the vehicle, ultimately naming it Triple Speed. This vehicle was modified by the three of us, and the name Triple Speed suits it perfectly. Lipu climbed aboard the Triple Speed, now adorned with Broly's triceratops horns and Kaz's golden inscriptions, as the engine roared to life, cutting through the nocturnal ambience of the Big Apple. Young Luke drove a pickup truck closely behind, with Peter seated in the passenger seat. The truck bed contained spare parts, along with Kaz and Abu, who could not fit in the cab, and little Broly, who was adamant about sitting with his brother. Upon arriving at the temporary racetrack outside Stark Industries, the family racing team of Don had already ignited the fervor of modifying supercars. In contrast, Lipu's peculiar contraption appeared as an oddity intruding upon the scene, instantly attracting considerable attention. A group of young individuals clad in fluorescent racing suits gathered around, inspecting Lipu's vehicle with keen interest. However, upon noticing the Godzilla Trike logo and contact information, alongside the rather absurd advertisement promising lifetime warranty with an additional fee, they erupted in derisive jeers. Such a tin toy claims a lifetime warranty? How ludicrous, as if it could actually perform. For those who had never encountered such a contraption, yet found it reminiscent of familiar memories, the majority exhibited little tolerance. Derision and belittlement were the norms for many. After all, the incessant critic, the echoing parrot, and the procrastinator are deemed the three quintessential traits of humanity. Hobbs crossed his arms, furrowing his brow as he spoke softly to Dom. These lads who dabble in modified cars are not easily deceived. If your uncle's boss mishandles this, Kevin's auto repair shop's reputation will be at stake. Hobbs's words were not without merit. Upon arriving at the scene, they discovered that the fan meet organized by Kevin indeed boasted quite the grandiose scale. Given that Dominic rarely visited the East Coast and had previously sought refuge abroad for an extended period, many car enthusiasts in the Big Apple had never witnessed him in action. The anticipation was palpable, and with the affluent scions of New York in attendance, some had even summoned media and photographers to document the evening's exhibition race. Should that modified car falter on the track tonight, it could very well tarnish Kevin's shop standing. However, just as Dom was contemplating a timely warning, the ever-prepared Leap merely snapped his fingers in response to the murmurs of the crowd. Luke, little Broly, Leap, little Kaz, and Abu stood apart, their presence less conspicuous until they formed a line in ascending order of height. Any ordinary person witnessing these 5 robust figures could be forgiven for feeling a sense of intimidation. As the murmurs from the wealthy young racers gradually subsided, a smile crept onto Leap's face, though to the latter's eyes, it appeared more akin to a grimace. Good, very spirited. So, how about you challenge yourselves to see if you can keep pace with my car? For these affluent individuals, conventional marketing strategies often proved ineffective. Only a more assertive approach yielded results. Of course, one's product must genuinely possess the prowess to impress them. Leap held unwavering confidence in the triple-speed vehicle. Setting aside his faith in the 3 prodigious youths, he had already sensed the car's extraordinary qualities during his ride from home. As he navigated it, he could feel the spirit of the machine, hidden within its gears and circuits, rejoicing in exuberance. This triple-speed vehicle seemed eager to convey to Leap just how extraordinary it truly was. Whoever can keep up with my triple speed and visits my shop to purchase a modified car will receive a discount. Reddy, Dom's wife, Letty, stood in the middle of the road, twisting a red flare in her hands, lifting it high above her head. After waving it 3 times to signal everyone on the street, she released her grip. As the red flare fell to the ground, splashing into a puddle while continuing to burn, Letty shouted. 20-some modified muscle cars, even carbon fiber sports cars, roared to life at that moment. They surged forward in a frenzied acceleration, vying for the lead position on the track, a test of each vehicle's 0 to 60 capabilities. However, while those affluent heirs reveled in their so-called exhilaration, a formidable vehicle had already surged ahead of them. Dominating the forefront was Tang's Dodge, propelled by its American naturally aspirated horsepower, launching forth with an impressive takeoff that set it apart from the rest of the convoy. Close behind was his brother-in-law, Brian, who piloted a car that had been so extensively modified that only its shell retained any semblance to its factory design. Following Brian was a Mazda 7, driven by Han Solo, who navigated the race with a serpentine finesse, closely tailing the vehicle in front. Meanwhile, the burly Hobbs exhibited a shrewdness of his own, maneuvering a Gladiator Jeep, distinct from typical off-road vehicles, and after breaking free from the pack, he unscrupulously obstructed the optimal path for the other racers. Despite being an offline fan meet, the atmosphere was charged, as the world of modified racing knows no mercy. Idols do not indulge their fans, and once behind the wheel, enthusiasts do not spare their heroes. As Tang's racing family established their dominance, intent on sweeping the top positions, the Team's radio crackled with voices. Yet, amidst the cacophony, a golden red specter suddenly surged forth, breaking away from the convoy once more. Initially unnoticed due to its remarkable quietness, it gradually caught the attention of others as it stealthily overtook one racer after another. It was the triple speed. Its acceleration was astonishing, indeed surpassing that of ordinary vehicles by 3-fold. Not only did it glide past Tang's supporters, but it also deftly evaded Hobbs' blockade, swiftly leaving the Gladiator behind and entering into fierce competition for the top 3 positions. Is this fellow truly racing? He's off the line from the very start. Is he mad? Such thoughts flickered through the minds of many racers. Undoubtedly, it was Li Pu at the helm, but contrary to what others speculated about nitrous acceleration, which, I know, refers to nitrous oxide, he was utilizing a rotary engine. It's worth noting that his triple speed was equipped with both electric and gasoline systems. During the initial phase, employing the electric motor provided an overwhelming advantage over traditional combustion engines, yielding results more astonishing than one could imagine. Chapter 107, The Fortuitous Iron Overlord, Part 1, Exhilarating. Accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate again. The triple speed, driven by Li Pu, resembled a streak of golden red lightning, swiftly closing the gap with Tang's Dodge. What modifications had been made to this 3-wheeled motorcycle? Its exhaust appeared to emit no fumes whatsoever. Mia, did you bring the speedometer? Calculate its acceleration and thermal efficiency, and speculate on the engine model within this vehicle, as well as the duration for which its nitrous acceleration may persist. Dominic, affectionately known as Big Brother, naturally took notice of the tri-accelerating vehicle. He promptly called his sister via radio, urging Mia and Tej, who were observing from the sidelines, to leverage their technological expertise. In truth, his words were unnecessary, as the audience had already erupted into a frenzy. Many modified car enthusiasts had their own teams of technicians, although not as professional as Dominic's family. They possessed the requisite equipment. Consequently, some had utilized specialized portable computers to calculate the results, a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in a mere 1.8 seconds, with thermal efficiency reaching an astonishing 42. However, this was not the most alarming aspect. Formula One racing was one thing, but the terrifying thermal efficiency was another. Bound by the constraints of the Carnot cycle and the limits of contemporary material science, the theoretical maximum thermal efficiency of gasoline engines could only approximate 45. In practice, even the most advanced gasoline engines achieved thermal efficiencies around 35. Even with a nitrous oxide acceleration system, the efficiency could only marginally rise to 39 to 40. Any further increase would inevitably lead to engine failure. Thus, after several individuals arrived at similar approximations, anyone with even a modicum of understanding was left in a state of disbelief. Had he installed an extraterrestrial engine in that vehicle? Or had he procured such resources, undoubtedly requiring wind tunnel testing? Riding that three-wheeled motorcycle without a seatbelt, he was nothing short of a superhero. Is that three-wheeled motorcycle still for sale? How much for one? I must acquire it immediately. It is nothing short of an industrial marvel. In an instant, the spectators were in a state of uproar. They no longer feared the imposing presence of Abu, Kaz, Broly, or the formidable Luke. They surged forward, some even brandishing credit cards, inquiring if they accepted payment. Among them were media representatives from the modified car community, who, despite their reluctance to spend, sought to uncover the secrets of this industrial wonder. Anticipating this reaction, Lee had already prepared a response with the only reliable adult present, Abu. Abu promptly produced some sales brochures. Behold, this is the prototype of the tri-accelerating vehicle, the flagship product of the Godzilla Trike Company, manufactured in a certain eastern nation, commonly referred to as the three-wheeler. Its rapid acceleration is due to the motor rotor, which reaches peak performance swiftly, achieving rotational speeds far superior to that of gasoline engines. This is not mere superstition or alien technology. It is simply a matter of straightforward engineering. Nevertheless, faced with Abu's explanation, the knowledgeable individuals present remained skeptical. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. While electric motors do accelerate quickly, they also have power limits. Their maximum rotational speeds cannot remain so stable. In response, Abu was prepared to clarify further. Thus, we merely assert that the electric tricycle showcased in the flyer is a prototype, modified to operate at 3 times its original speed. In addition to the electric motor, it is equipped with a fuel engine and a power distribution module that manages the energy output when both the motor and engine operate simultaneously. Naturally, these modifications are the result of our proprietary technology and will not be present in the prototype. Nevertheless, you have at least glimpsed the potential of the prototype, have you not? This reasoning resonated well with the crowd of automotive enthusiasts, who swiftly accepted it. It is a jest. Those who indulge in vehicle modifications often contribute little in terms of technological innovation, and many do not even bother to apply for patents, as doing so requires submitting detailed technical drawings to the patent office. Soon after, the crowd began clamoring to inquire where they could purchase Li Pu's prototype tricycle. Observing this enthusiasm, Abu took the opportunity to distribute the flyers he held, which contained the address and contact information for Kevin's auto repair shop. In reality, Li Pu was rather straightforward, as he had no stock available and was awaiting shipment from Los Angeles, which is why he merely instructed Abu to hand out the flyers. If a true capitalist witnessed this scenario, they would undoubtedly mock him for his lack of business acumen. Is it truly so difficult to collect a deposit? Even if the goods do not arrive by the due date, one could always offer some peripheral items, like floor mats, to placate the buyers. Deception and exploitation remain the 2 primary avenues to amass wealth and status, a truth that has remained unchanged throughout history. Obadiah Stane, the second largest individual shareholder and vice president of Stark Industries, gazed upon the industrial marvel before him, muttering to himself. He was clutching a locked briefcase handcuffed to his wrist, observing the flurry of activity among the researchers as they diligently fine-tuned various programs. Today, fortune has smiled upon me, he thought, glancing at the briefcase containing the items he had personally pilfered earlier that day. Ever since viewing the footage captured by surveillance cameras that depicted Tony Stark's presence in the cave at Arginin, Obadiah had been unable to sleep for several weeks, his mind in a state of distress. However, upon Stark's return to the Lighthouse Nation, he had not only announced an indefinite halt to the operations of the Group's military division, but also sequestered himself within his Malibu mansion's laboratory. Even if Obadiah wished to take action, opportunities were scarce. After all, the security measures within Tony's mansion were formidable, and Obadiah harbored doubts about whether he could successfully seize the energy core and escape thereafter. Today, however, by a stroke of luck, Tony Stark had ventured to New York, providing Obadiah with the chance to meet Stark in his opulent apartment and, seizing the moment, to launch a surprise attack and extract the miniature reactor embedded in Stark's chest. Chapter 108. The Fortunate Iron Tyrant, Part 2. At least I did not have to be the one to kill that little scoundrel, Obadiah Stane mused. He considered himself to be quite ethical. After successfully executing a surprise attack, he merely left Tony Stark with a gaping hole in his chest, to languish in his apartment and await his demise. By doing so, he felt he was honoring the late Mr. Stark and the gratitude he owed him. The mere thought of Tony Stark sent Obadiah Stane into a spiral of frustration. That young man had not only inherited his father's brilliance, but seemed to surpass it. However, he had also inherited the elder Stark's notorious penchant for indulgence. The difference was that old Stark had married in his 30s and became a paragon of a devoted husband, never stirring up any scandal despite his vast fortune. In stark contrast, Tony Stark remained the quintessential playboy even after crossing the threshold of 30. Moreover, if Tony's only vice was playing cards with random women, Obadiah could perhaps tolerate it. After all, a little expenditure was hardly a grave matter. Yet, Tony Stark's audacity knew no bounds. The arrogant scion held a disdainful superiority over anyone he deemed less intelligent. During every board meeting, he was convinced he was the smartest person in the room, and he often was, which was quite infuriating. Caught between his inability to endure it any longer and his desire to seize control of the Stark industries he had labored over for decades, Obadiah orchestrated the operation in Afghanistan. Originally, he intended to have the mercenaries he had bribed eliminate Tony Stark with a bomb, for which he had supplied them with a batch of Stark Industries' most advanced weaponry. However, those treacherous individuals, upon discovering their target was Tony Stark, inexplicably altered their plan. They captured Tony, intending to compel him to produce even more advanced weapons for them. The outcome was disastrous for those greedy terrorists. Under the pressure of impending death, Tony Stark unleashed an extraordinary level of ingenuity and resourcefulness. Utilizing every scrap of available material in his dire circumstances, he created a weapon far ahead of its time. Subsequently, Tony employed this very weapon to turn the tables on the terrorists and escape their stronghold. Obadiah only learned of this later while on a business trip in Europe. Upon discovering that Tony had returned to Los Angeles, he had to rush to Afghanistan to clean up the aftermath. It was there, after eliminating the terrorist leader he had been in contact with, that he learned of Tony Stark's remarkable feat. The young man had, astonishingly, invented the Iron Man suit. Obadiah's emotions were tumultuous. While Tony's survival filled him with trepidation, he also foresaw the monumental rise in Stark Industries' market value that this revolutionary weapon would bring. However, just as he returned to Los Angeles from Afghanistan, Tony managed to stir yet another complication. He arrived just a moment too late, failing to intercept Tony's loose tongue at the press conference. That fellow audaciously proclaimed an indefinite suspension of Stark Industries' arms dealings. His meddling caused Stark Group's stock, which had surged back to its original price due to Tony's reemergence, to plummet once more, and this time, the dive was even more catastrophic. In a matter of days, Stark Group's market value evaporated by several $100 billion. Faced with the ensuing turmoil, the ornamental president, Pepper, was utterly incapable of managing the situation, leaving Obadiah Stane, the vice president, overwhelmed yet barely able to navigate through the chaos. This incident solidified Obadiah's resolve. Tony Stark must be eliminated. If that genius and madman continued to wreak havoc, Stark Group would be beyond salvation. Thus, he clandestinely initiated a project within Stark Industries' New Jersey facility. Obadiah intended to harness the existing research capabilities of Stark Group to replicate the Iron Man suit invented by Tony Stark. Unfortunately, science often reveals that the brilliance of a singular genius can eclipse the collective efforts of all other researchers. Obadiah poured substantial funds from Stark Group into this project, even supplementing it with his private savings. Yet the researchers ultimately produced a suit that was immobile. They confessed to Obadiah that to operate the suit, a stable and sufficiently powerful energy core was essential. The most suitable energy core was, of course, Stark Group's arc reactor, a groundbreaking invention by Tony Stark aimed at venturing into the renewable energy sector. However, the arc reactor occupied a space at least the size of a basketball court, and could only be installed on an aircraft carrier at best. The project team unanimously deemed it an impossible task to shrink it down for integration into the Iron Man suit. Yet Tony Stark had succeeded, even inventing a miniature reactor capable of being housed in his chest, functioning like a lead-acid battery. Obadiah could not disclose this fact to them, and was left in a state of frustration and fury. However, today, the very individual he often mentioned, inadvertently provided him with an opportunity. Not only did Obadiah successfully orchestrate Tony Stark's downfall, but he also seized the miniature reactor from him. Upon acquiring this device, he hastened to the industrial zone in New Jersey to equip it into the Ironmonger suit he had invested in. If Tony Stark were to perish in Afghanistan, matters would be simpler. It would merely entail enduring some hardship from the local populace and conducting a revenge campaign. However, should he die in the land of the lighthouse, subsequent investigations might uncover the truth. Rather than hope for an inconclusive investigation, Obadiah deemed it far more pragmatic to enhance his own value, as the circumstances dictated. Even if something were to be uncovered, individuals within the military of the Lighthouse Nation would surely rise to ensure his safety. Faster, quicker. Observing the researchers diligently fine-tuning the program, having toiled for over an hour, Obadiah could no longer contain himself. In 5 minutes, I must be able to operate this iron armor. Otherwise, all of you will forfeit your special bonuses for the night. Threatened by his words, the weary researchers hastened their efforts, completing the adjustments in approximately 3 minutes. With a hiss, the cockpit of the Ironmonger opened, and the interface for the power core extended from within the armored body. However, at that moment, the internal security alarm of Stark Industries blared unexpectedly. Warning, warning. An intrusion has occurred in the industrial complex. Warning, warning. An intrusion has occurred in the industrial complex. Warning, warning. The alert has been lifted, Mr. Tony Stark has accessed the network. Instantly, Tony Stark's visage appeared on the laboratory screens, his complexion resembling that of one recently recovered from a grave illness. Through the screen, Stark's gaze bore down on Obadiah with intensity. Uncle Obadiah, you nearly brought about my demise. However, you are now officially relieved of your duties. Within a minute, all your permissions within Stark Industries will become null and void, and a team of SHIELD agents has already infiltrated the facility to apprehend you. Stand down, Uncle Obadiah. You may seek the finest lawyer to defend you, but should you resist, you may very well face gunfire. Chapter 109. The Fortuitous Ironmonger, Part 2. Bang, bang, bang. No sooner had Stark finished speaking than gunfire erupted within the research facility. Yet, the shots were not fired by SHIELD agents but rather by Obadiah himself. Realizing Stark had survived, he decisively resolved to unleash the Ironmonger. This was his singular opportunity. Should he demonstrate his worth, Obadiah might still garner favor from the military or influential figures within the upper echelons. Conversely, if he proved to be of no value, his life would essentially reach its terminus, with a prison cell as the best outcome he could hope for. He fired those shots towards the screen and the surveillance cameras within the lab, simultaneously aiming to intimidate the researchers present. Replace the power core in my Ironmonger. Obadiah opened a cherished safe, retrieving a miniature arc reactor radiating a brilliant blue glow, and thrust it towards one of the researchers, pressing the gun to his head and coercing him to insert the reactor into the Ironmonger's energy slot. Once the blue light illuminated the chest of the Ironmonger, Obadiah leaped into the cockpit. The suit he had crafted was more aptly described as a mech, due to its considerably larger size compared to Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. The humanoid mech could not fully conform to the body. As the cockpit hatch was sealed, the mech's eyes illuminated, and it staggered down from its mechanical support. The operator, Obadiah, lacking proficiency, inadvertently severed numerous cables linking the mech to its support structure. Thick cables snapped back, sending the researchers in the facility into a panicked frenzy as they rushed towards the exit. Fowler, do not move. At that moment, the entrance to the research facility swung open, and a team of individuals clad in Fowler agent attire stormed in. Among them were Pepper, the current president of Stark Industries, and Tony's bodyguard, Happy. Their presence facilitated the rapid entry of the agents into the facility's most secure laboratory, unhindered by security protocols. Notably absent from this group was Obadiah Stane. Pepper meticulously assessed the subdued researchers in lab coats before addressing the leader of the Fowler agents. However, it was evident that this team, including their captain, was nothing but imposters. The captain, in fact, was Coulson. As for the ruse of impersonating Fowler agents, SHIELD could only deem it a mere formality. Damn it, where's Obadiah Stane? Happy exclaimed, gripping a researcher by the collar. The burly bodyguard was visibly agitated. Having just witnessed Tony nearly perish, he was on the brink of panic. While part of his distress stemmed from concern over his job security, it could not be denied that he had grown to regard Tony and the others as friends over time. Stane is inside that Iron Man suit, and it has already been activated. We must get out now. We are non-combatants. The researcher, caught by the collar, quickly implored, casting a fearful glance at the mech, fully aware of its formidable arsenal. Please let us go. The researcher's face turned ashen as the mech's eyes glowed red, and he instinctively pleaded with Happy to release him. Although this act resulted in him being shocked by an electric blast, it inadvertently saved the lives of those present. With a resounding hum of electric motors, a cannon produced by Stark Industries, intended for use in fighter jets and armed helicopters, extended from the mech's arm, unleashing a barrage towards the entrance of the research facility. The distinct sound of the large-caliber weapon firing was unlike any other, thanks to the timely dispersal of those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Obadiah hastily activated the machine guns, but the targeting system on the Ironmonger was not particularly reliable. The barrage of bullets missed entirely, leaving only a series of perforations in the reinforced iron door of the research facility. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents began to retaliate, unleashing a hail of fire from their assault rifles directed at the Ironmonger. Their aim was commendable. However, the mech's armor was composed of the same gold-titanium alloy utilized in Tony Stark's new suit. Moreover, their counterattack drew Obadiah Stane's attention, prompting him to redirect the machine guns towards the agents. One cannot always be a master of precision. This time, fortune favored the unlucky, as an agent was indeed caught in the crossfire. Agent Coulson and Happy, two robust men, swiftly supported Pepper, guiding her away from the line of fire. In the midst of their escape, Coulson called for reinforcements, exclaiming, "We require immediate support. The enemy possesses heavy firepower, real heavy firepower. We need tanks, armed helicopters, even Raptor fighter jets." His call for aerial support was not a panic-induced whim. This senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had commendable tactical acumen. As he maneuvered to the side of the Ironmonger, he noticed the thrusters on its back had ignited. The next moment, the Ironmonger indeed soared into the sky, albeit rather clumsily due to Obadiah's lackluster piloting skills. "I must make an appearance in the Big Apple. If no one witnesses my Ironmonger, its existence becomes meaningless," Obadiah resolved. However, this distraction led to a slight misalignment in his coordination. Having just breached the roof of the research facility, the Ironmonger executed a lateral turn before plummeting toward the roadway outside the industrial park. Fortunately, he adjusted his posture just before the descent, allowing the Ironmonger to land not headfirst, but with its shock-absorbing hydraulic legs, resulting in a hard landing. The impact shattered the asphalt, sending cracks sprawling across the surface. Nearby, a Dodge vehicle swerved abruptly, narrowly avoiding the sudden obstacle that had descended from above. Damn! The expletive came not from anyone else, but from Dominic Toretto, who had just rounded the corner and nearly activated the nitrous boost. He was genuinely startled, simultaneously relieved that he had not engaged the boost while turning, for that would have surely led to a collision with the falling contraption. "Attention! Attention! A roadblock has appeared ahead. Everyone be cautious. Slow down after the turn." He hastily communicated this message over the car's radio channel to his family and fellow car enthusiasts in New York. Yet, in a moment of realization, he smacked his shiny forehead. "Damn it, I forgot. There's no radio in the Lips car." Dominic hurriedly opened the car window, extending his head out in an attempt to alert Li Pu with a shout. Yet, he was a moment too late. A golden-red tricycle, with a fierce acceleration, rounded the corner, barreling toward the iron behemoth that was preparing to lift its legs from the asphalt. Bang! Chapter 110. What absurdity have you learned? A gracious thanks. Witnessing the collision between Li Pu's tricycle and the monstrous contraption, Dominic couldn't help but utter an expletive in shock. He nearly opened the car door to leap out. Fortunately, he refrained. He saw Li Pu waving his hand and shouting, quickly turned the car around. "This place is about to become a battlefield." Li Pu had intentionally crashed into it. Just as he made the turn, he spotted the descending steel mech, which was evidently several sizes larger than Stark's suits. However, in terms of sheer bulk, it was still slightly smaller than the invincible mech considering that they were in Stark Group's industrial park. Li Pu instantly deduced that this mech must be the Iron Behemoth from Iron Man 1. Thus, he pressed the accelerator, driving the tricycle headlong into it. A collision with this mech would surely spark a surge of business. After all, wasn't this free marketing material? Yet, to claim he was merely seeking a collision would be an understatement. Besides Li Pu's intent, his tricycle had its own eagerness to engage with the mech before it. The spirit of the tricycle was undeniably eager for impact. Its three horns at the front were practically quivering with anticipation. Having just competed with smaller vehicles, it felt something was missing from its debut performance. So, as the driver felt the exhilarating power of his magnificent machine, the tricycle's fuel and electric engines unleashed a potent surge of horsepower. In a surprising display of speed, the duo crashed headfirst into the Iron Behemoth. Although one of the metallic horns broke, the Iron Behemoth was not unscathed. The broken horn lodged itself into its universal joint. The operator of the Iron Behemoth, Obadiah Stane, glanced at the screen displaying a long list of error messages, and couldn't help but curse. Overcome with rage, he failed to consider why the tricycle that had collided with him remained intact, and why its rider appeared unfazed. Obadiah raised the mech's arm, intending to obliterate Li Pu with its cannon. "Oh, you dare retaliate." Li Pu's eyes lit up, and he promptly pressed a button on the tricycle's control panel. Although he was unsure of what modifications Kaz, Broly, and Peter had made to the tricycle, an instinctive premonition assured him that pressing this button was the right choice, promising an exhilarating surprise. Indeed, as he pressed the button, the metallic fragment embedded in the waist of the ironmonger suddenly erupted into a burst of flames. It turned out that the triple-speed fragment was not merely broken, it had actively detached itself. The reason for its fiery display lay in the fact that the three horns, designed for triple speed, were crafted from ceramic steel infused with promethium. This fusion of ceramic steel and promethium was undoubtedly a marvel of technology from the Warhammer 40k universe. This was the moment when Kaz had transformed Abu into a cursed legion, revealing his explosive firearm formed from subspace energy, disassembling its ammunition, and ingeniously reconfiguring it into a novel apparatus akin to missiles. Upon ignition, the fractured horn morphed into a substantial explosive round. Although the warhead was not explosive in nature, the propulsion was undeniably potent. The thrust generated by the promethium within the explosive darts propelled the several-ton ironmonger upwards into the sky. What? Obadiah had yet to comprehend the situation when his ironmonger soared to an altitude exceeding 100 meters above the ground. At that moment, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom, a crimson-hued armored suit soared through the skies from the direction of New York. Iron Man had arrived on the battlefield. In a manner reminiscent of a football player, Tony Stark executed a shoulder charge against Obadiah's ironmonger, sending it crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, the ironmonger once again created a crater in the pavement. "Stand down, Obadiah," resonated Tony Stark's voice through the amplification device of the Iron Man suit, as he momentarily endeavored to negotiate Obadiah's surrender. However, upon witnessing Stark donning his armor, Obadiah's anger flared, reminiscent of an enemy encounter. He momentarily forgot about the earlier collision with Lip and swiftly aimed his weapon at the airborne Stark, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. To be fair, the ironmonger was indeed stocked with considerable ammunition. Yet, the fire control system of the suit was rather rudimentary, and Obadiah's shooting skills left much to be desired. In a reckless display of firepower, the bullets were expertly calculated by JARVIS within the Iron Man armor, allowing Stark to effortlessly evade the projectiles. Immediately following, Stark extended his palm towards the ground, unleashing an energy pulse that shot forth towards the ironmonger. With another impactful thud, the energy pulse struck the ironmonger, causing it to stagger once more as it struggled to regain its footing. Tony Stark was not one to act foolishly. His reluctance to fire another round at the ironmonger was due to the limited energy reserves within his suit. Several hours prior, he had been ambushed by Obadiah, who had managed to dismantle the palladium reactor from his chest, nearly costing him his life in his apartment. Fortunately, Pepper had arrived just in time, serendipitously bringing Stark a birthday gift. This gift happened to be the old reactor he had previously removed. Tony casually discarded it, but it was Pepper who carefully kept it. Today, she intended to present it as a gift to remind this affluent gentleman not to disregard the view behind him. It was indeed thanks to this that Tony Stark preserved his life, as the metallic shards within him did not seep into his heart. However, this energy core, an older model, while brimming with energy, lacked the requisite power. In simpler terms, this antiquated reactor could not adequately support Tony Stark's new armor. Upon hastily flying over from New York after completing his suit, he found himself unable to accelerate beyond Mach 2. Utilizing the palm-mounted energy pulse cannon, Jarvis calculated that he could fire at most once every minute. Moreover, the dire situation was compounded by the fact that although his armor was designed with kinetic weaponry launch capabilities, he had yet to fabricate the custom kinetic weapons to match the suit. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to hand-to-hand combat. Tony instructed Jarvis to urgently find a martial arts tutorial online and teach the Iron Man suit to fight. Jarvis inquired, "Mr. Stark, what type of martial arts would you prefer?" Naturally, he desired the most visually impressive moves, as showcasing the superiority of his armor was equally as important as winning the battle with flair. "Very well," Jarvis replied. Acting on Tony Stark's request, the artificial intelligence swiftly downloaded a tutorial on Taekwondo choreographed movements to instruct the Iron Man suit. As the Iron Giant regained its stance, Tony could not help but urge, "Jarvis, are you ready yet?" The iron suit had completed its deep learning. "Let us go." Tony interrupted Jarvis, plunging towards the Iron Giant on the ground. However, upon diving down, the suit astonishingly failed to strike the stationary target, the Iron Giant. It first landed on one knee, utilizing its robust metallic shock absorption and hydraulic system to leap high, executing a kick at the Iron Giant in midair without any room for adjustment. What's this? Obadiah, controlling the Iron Giant, effortlessly seized the airborne Tony Stark. The mechanical claws of the Iron Giant gripped the helmet and lower leg of the Iron Man suit with a firm hold. Jarvis, what have you learned? Chapter 111, Unfortunate Obadiah Stane. As the Iron Giant's mechanical claws tightened, Obadiah twisted as if wringing out a cloth, aiming to crush Tony Stark's suit into scrap metal. Although the Iron Man helmet had been specially reinforced and was not twisted off, the screen inside was severely cracked, resembling a blizzard of static. Jarvis, is the pulse energy cannon ready? Tony Stark, desperate to escape, found Jarvis's response not only unhelpful but utterly alarming. The energy pulse cannon requires an additional 15 seconds to charge. However, Mr. Stark, the armor on your lower body has already warped. Good heavens! Upon realizing his imminent doom, Tony Stark was utterly beside himself. Forget the charging, fire a shot at once. Mr. Stark, according to my calculations, a hasty launch of the energy pulse will not suffice to free you from your restraints. No time for that, just fire. Fortunately, at that moment, a vehicle surged forth once again, rescuing both Tony Stark and his younger brother. Lip drove the modified trike at triple speed, once more colliding with the Iron Overlord, allowing the latter to experience the sensation of crashing into a whirlwind. However, this time, it was not a direct assault. Under the dual control of Lip and the mech spirit, the revamped trike came to a sudden halt 2 meters from the Iron Overlord. Utilizing its front wheels as a pivot, the 2 rear wheels lifted off the ground due to inertia. The entire vehicle executed a dramatic 180-degree spin, driving a rapidly rotating chainsaw sword that emerged from the vehicle's body forcefully against the Iron Overlord's vulnerable knee joint. This maneuver could indeed be termed a Shia flying kick, albeit in chainsaw sword form. With a swift slice, the molecular-level sharp blade tore through the Iron Overlord's knee, severing one of its lower legs. The tremendous impact, coupled with the fact that the Iron Overlord was now reliant on a single leg for balance, caused it to stumble involuntarily. Its operator, Obadiah Stane, let out a cry of pain. In pursuit of high-tech sophistication, with the intention of impressing the Bartra employees and persuading Commissioner Smith to procure it at a high price for the military, he had insisted on equipping this mech with Stark Industries' most advanced, yet untested, force feedback system. When the trike collided at triple speed, the force feedback jolted his knee, leading Obadiah to feel as if his meniscus might have been crushed. Even worse, with only one leg to maintain equilibrium, the Iron Overlord was compelled to redistribute the output power of all its motors. As power was redistributed, the gripping strength of its mechanical claws diminished significantly, granting Tony Stark the opportunity to escape. Bang! An energy pulse shot forth from Iron Man's palm, striking the Iron Overlord's chest at close range. The thrust generated by this shot, combined with the propulsion of the armor itself, finally enabled Tony Stark to break free from Obadiah's claws. Just moments ago, those iridium-infused titanium alloy claws had been mere centimeters from young Tony Stark. He was nearly paralyzed with fear. At that moment, Tony Stark also noticed Lip, who was piloting the trike. Overwhelmed with excitement, he exclaimed without a second thought, "Lip, is this the trike you devised? This vehicle is an extraordinary invention. No matter the cost, I am investing in this project." Upon hearing Tony Stark's reckless investments, Obadiah Stane could not contain his fury, exclaiming, "You prodigal son! Stark Industries will inevitably crumble under your stewardship. According to the immense value I contribute to the company each year, how long is this inevitability? A century? 5 centuries?" Once liberated from his predicament, Tony Stark's brilliant intellect swiftly regained its ascendancy, effortlessly rendering Obadiah speechless with a singular retort. The truth is indeed a sharp blade. Although Stane fancied himself the true savior of Stark Industries after the demise of Old Man Stark, he secretly acknowledged that the company's valuation had multiplied 2 or 3 times over the years solely due to Tony's relentless innovations. With his singular inventions, he had monopolized technologies across the industry. Ultimately, Stane could only seethe impotently, shouting, "Be silent, you wasteful little brat." Yet, in his fervor to spar with Tony, he overlooked a grave concern. Wasn't Lip still beside Ironmonger? Seizing the opportunity, Lip swiftly retrieved the chainsaw sword from the triple-speed chassis and wielded the classic weapon, which he had long admired but never used, and struck at Ironmonger's other leg. With a resounding slice, Ironmonger collapsed to the ground without the need for redistributing power. Immediately, Lip leaped onto the fallen titan, brandishing the chainsaw sword in a flurry of strikes against Ironmonger. He severed the mechanical claws, sliced through the multi-layered armor on its chest, and hacked away at the wires of the miniature arc reactor. Finally, with a decisive blow, Lip cleaved off Ironmonger's head, adorned with a myriad of sensors, raising it triumphantly. In that moment, both the triple-speed chassis and the chainsaw sword emitted an exhilarating hum of excitement. The machine's spirit rejoiced, reveling in the opportunity to battle alongside a man possessing the human emperor template. Even within Tony Stark's Mark III armor, the artificial intelligence Jarvis sensed an unsettling anomaly. Mr. Stark, I perceive that this suit seems to be malfunctioning. The internal circulation system appears compromised, and the temperature within is rising. Realizing the urgency, Tony felt the heat becoming unbearable and hurriedly urged Jarvis to unlock the suit, eager to escape for some fresh air. Meanwhile, Agent Coulson and his team emerged from the Stark Industrial Park. Not far away, the whirring of helicopter rotors filled the air as several armored vehicles from the military encroached upon the street, effectively sealing it off. Watching the soldiers disembark in disciplined rows, armed to the teeth and swiftly erecting barricades, the privileged youths, who were accustomed to Dominic's modified cars, stood in stunned silence. Some media personnel within the modified vehicle community, sensing the anticipation of a significant news event, immediately raised their cameras without a second thought. However, as soon as the flash illuminated the scene, at least a squad of soldiers would rush over, swiftly confiscating their photographic equipment. Coulson glanced at Lip, who was conversing with him, then directed his gaze towards Obadiah, being hoisted out of the Ironmonger cockpit by the soldiers. After enduring a relentless assault from Lip's chainsaw sword, Obadiah Stark was indeed suffering a grave misfortune. Thanks to the commendable efficacy of the force feedback system, the elderly gentleman was rendered unconscious by the overwhelming sensations sent back to him. The area was cordoned off, with all photographic equipment confiscated to prevent any revelation of the armored suit's secrets. Chapter 112. The invitation from Daniel Rand Coulson had entertained such thoughts, but he resolved that he would refrain from such musings in the future. Even if he could silence all others, he could not possibly stifle the blabbering of an exceedingly wealthy individual. How foolish of me, truly. How could I have believed he would adhere to the script? Coulson muttered to himself. On the day following the Ironmonger incident, Stark Industries convened a press conference, during which Tony Stark publicly unveiled a video. He also admitted to being the owner of the crimson and gold armored suit that had recently wreaked havoc upon several waves of terrorists in the Middle East. Then, in front of all the assembled media, he proclaimed, "I am Iron Man." Following this, he disclosed yet another revelation. Stark Industries would be establishing a civilian vehicle innovation division, with its first partner being the company specializing in the sale of a tricycle pickup affectionately dubbed the Trike. "Oh my goodness," Coulson exclaimed, echoing the astonishment of the journalists present as he absorbed the monumental news Tony Stark had just announced. His headache intensified. Originally, Coulson had anticipated receiving a call from the director within 3 minutes. Now, he feared it would be within 1 minute before he faced the director's wrath. As an 8th-level agent who had previously accompanied the director to Skull Island in Borneo, he was well aware of the implications of the name Godzilla. Prehistoric creature? Lip observed a photo album brought by Daniel Rand and, after flipping through a couple of pages, detected something unusual. Initially, he presumed that Iron Fist had come to showcase the natural wonders he had captured during his expedition to Borneo for Broly and Kaz's benefit. However, he was taken aback when he stumbled upon several images of creatures that were evidently not modern animals. The pictures depicted a pseudo-crocodile, a pterosaur, a brachiosaurus, a tyrannosaurus rex, a duck-billed dinosaur, and a spinosaurus. Were these photographs taken on-site rather than within the confines of a Jurassic Park set? Jurassic Park? What is that? A new film? Daniel inquired with curiosity. Never mind. I meant to say let us discuss these animals in the photographs instead. Ah, indeed. This is not a creature from the Jurassic period. Neither the Spinosaurus nor the Pseudosuchians belong to that ancient epoch. This revelation piqued Lip's curiosity. Surely, Kunlun would not impart such knowledge pertaining to paleontology, would they? How could someone like Daniel, who had not even graduated from elementary school, possess such understanding? Fortunately, Daniel was quick to elucidate the matter. It turned out that these insights were gleaned from his recent expedition to Borneo. Upon obtaining shares in the Rand Group, Daniel Rand had indeed adopted a more approachable demeanor, establishing friendships across the globe, Borneo included. Initially, he had believed that his journey to Borneo was solely to investigate the circumstances surrounding his parents' tragic plane crash, which he anticipated would require considerable time, possibly even leading to a survival ordeal on a deserted island. However, to his astonishment, Rand Corporation was already conducting business in Borneo, a venture that had been ongoing for many years. Each year, as a prominent multinational engineering and manufacturing enterprise, the Rand Group exported a variety of large-scale construction machinery to that region, ranging from small carts and forklifts to massive bulldozers and mining drill bits, with an extensive assortment available. Remarkably, the volume of construction equipment procured from that locale constituted 20 of the Rand Group's operations, all purchased through an organization known as the Emperor Organization. What? The Emperor Organization? Lip nearly questioned his own hearing. He had just entertained thoughts of Jurassic Park, and now he found himself entangled in matters reminiscent of Godzilla, King Kong, and Godzilla versus King Kong. Yet, upon reflection, it did not seem implausible for titanic beasts like Godzilla and King Kong to appear in the Marvel Universe, especially since he recalled a comic depicting a battle between the Avengers and Godzilla. Moreover, the Emperor Organization was a legacy institution tracing back to the Truman era, funded by none other than the government of our beacon of democracy. To this day, over $10 billion are allocated annually by the government to the Emperor Organization, which necessitates such substantial funding due to its responsibility for uncovering and controlling the entrances to a bizarre world. Daniel recounted his observations and experiences. Upon learning the name of this organization, he initially suspected it was a criminal syndicate. He speculated that his father's decision to disembark alone during a layover in Borneo, prior to the tragic accident that claimed his parents, might be linked to this organization. Furthermore, he conjectured that the plane crash itself might also be connected to this clandestine group. Thus, he resolved to investigate further. However, before Daniel could embark on his inquiry, he was approached by representatives from a secretive agency with an exceedingly lengthy name, governed by the World Security Council. Due to his guilt over concealing the name of S.H.I.E.L.D., Daniel felt compelled to add a remark. However, I can affirm that the organization embodies justice. During my time in Kunlun, my mentor, Raijin, shared with me tales from the outside world, including matters pertaining to that lengthy acronym of an organization. In stark contrast, Li Pu expressed vehement opposition. Those who understand, understand. Can that organization still be referred to as S.H.I.E.L.D.? It ought to be called the Serpent Shield Bureau for it to be more authentic and legitimate. Of course, if Daniel insists on his viewpoint, Li Pu can only acquiesce for the time being. After all, to refute another's perspective, one must first present a counterexample, mustn't he one? Currently, if Li Pu were to produce definitive evidence that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been usurped by the Serpent Shield Bureau, he would find himself at a loss. The head of that organization invited me to accompany his team to Borneo. Daniel then recounted their journey to Borneo and how they discovered a vast base of the Monarch Organization nestled within the dense rainforest. The assets of the Rand Group were all there. The Monarch Organization utilized those engineering machines to establish and maintain a colossal base. My father had previously visited there to secretly engage with the Monarch Organization, primarily for business and collaboration. His hurried return to the aircraft was prompted by his realization of the significant dangers posed by the Monarch Organization's activities, threats severe enough to potentially reduce all of Borneo, and even the western coast of the Lighthouse Nation, to ruins. The prehistoric reptiles I have shown you are, in fact, the results of the Monarch Organization's ongoing experiments. They are byproducts of their research endeavors. Furthermore, the island hosts not only these prehistoric creatures, but also various colossal monsters shaped by the island's unique geomagnetic and energetic properties, evolved from ancient times to the present. Fortunately, these gigantic beasts are largely contained by the Monarch Organization, kept at a considerable distance from human society. Subsequently, Daniel revealed his true purpose for seeking Li Pu. He wished for Li Pu's consent to take little Broly and Kaz to the island in Borneo. The unique energy on that island resembles that of the dragon of eternal life to some extent. I believe little Broly and little Kaz should explore that island during their holiday for training. Although they may not inherit my iron fist, they are still my master's disciples, and I must take responsibility for the two children. Upon hearing Daniel's proposal, Li Pu's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "That would be splendid." Meanwhile, Nick Fury, upon receiving a recent intelligence report, felt his head nearly spinning. Following Tony Stark, it appeared that Daniel Rand had also allied with Li Pu to create further complications for him. The exposure of the iron suit was one matter, but the secrets on Skull Island must not be easily revealed, and the Titans guarded by the Monarch Organization should never be exposed to the public eye. The tempestuous Pacific currents were violently torn asunder by the armored exterior of the Stormbird prototype, emitting a deep, resonant howl. Lip firmly gripped the control stick as the expansive wings swept beneath the low-hanging clouds. Broly and Little Kaz pressed their faces against the windows, entranced by the swirling azure abyss below. Meanwhile, Jessica sat in the cabin with Little Aju, casting not a single glance at the scenery outside. Daniel's private jet is far too slow, Broly exclaimed, an exuberant grin spreading across his face as he patted the sturdy inner walls of the aircraft. It is indeed secure. Just not sufficiently swift, Lip corrected, a hint of satisfaction dancing at the corners of his mouth. A thick fog began to coalesce before the wings. Rolling as if imbued with life, Lip's hands glided over the controls, switching to detection mode, ready to decelerate. Ahead lay the target area beyond Borneo, Skull Island. Brace yourselves. The Stormbird's body plunged suddenly, akin to plunging into a viscous liquid. The fog parted, revealing the ominous silhouette of a grotesque island. It indeed resembled a colossal, wrinkled skull, its green veins pulsing as it emerged from the depths of the ocean, exuding an ancient savagery and a suffocating silence. Strange peaks, like interlaced fangs, pierced the dim sky, while dense rainforests blanketed its surface. Lip pushed the control stick, initiating the final descent procedure. Just as the metallic landing gear was about to touch down on a relatively flat area of the island's periphery, a sudden buzzing echoed. All the instrument panels in the cockpit abruptly dimmed. The previously smooth readings transformed into distorted patterns, and the holographic images flickered before vanishing entirely. Warning lights futilely blinked red for a moment before succumbing to silence. The immense thrust vanished in an instant, and the entire aircraft plummeted toward the rainforest below as if seized by an invisible hand. Hold on tight, Lip cautioned, bracing for landing. The Stormbird's backup hydraulic system emitted a sharp hiss after a brief delay, the massive body leveling off perilously just meters above the ground. Turbulent winds below sending the treetops into a frenzied bow. Tremors coursed through the fuselage as the cabin doors swung open, letting in a wave of thick, humid air reeking of earth and rich, decaying vegetation. They had landed in a man-made clearing. A colossal, cumbersome steel contraption emitted the thunderous roar of an antiquated diesel engine as it slowly emerged from the dense green barrier. It resembled a relic of the industrial era. Bulky rivets protruded, tracks caked in mud, and the overall structure appeared remarkably utilitarian and rugged. The driver, peering halfway out of the cockpit of this heavyweight transport machine, donned a khaki uniform and a slightly askew, weathered cap. Mr. Rand's introduction? The driver boomed, his voice overpowering the diesel's chugging. Call me Huck. Here. Aside from a few reinforced bespoke machines, no electronic devices last more than 5 minutes. He gestured toward the Stormbird, which now lay silent and still. You, my precious darling, must remain here for the safety window, deep within the heart of the island. Ah, that contraption is more likely to yield waste than anything else. Not even a bubble will form. What can possibly enter? Young Kaz, with keen insight, inquired, her petite frame tensed, and her dark eyes scanned the dense shadows of the surrounding jungle with vigilance. Hark grinned widely, revealing a set of teeth stained yellow by tobacco, and patted the robust steel frame of the ground bull beneath him. Rely on it. Naturally, you must also depend on your legs, and our most unpicky treasure. Primitive yet sturdy. He gestured toward the Stormbird's rear with a stout thumb, recalling last month's romantic escapade in the Western Valley, where a lost thunder dragon, in a furious mating frenzy, demolished 3 remote monitoring stations. You are fortunate. We shall take the eastern route. What does that mean? Little Broly murmured, curiosity dancing in his eyes. Are the creatures here truly that enormous? Larger than you can imagine, my boy. Hark skillfully maneuvered the ground bull to turn, its heavy treads crushing the soft, damp earth, while he called out to Lip by the Stormbird. Sir, time is of the essence. The safety window is nearing. Quickly move your luggage onto my vehicle. We are heading to the airborne platform. The platform they ultimately reached was the base of a colossal dormant volcano situated in the northwestern part of the island. Beneath the immense lava dome, the light was dim, and the air felt heavy. An extraordinarily bizarre aircraft rested upon the hard black stone platform. It featured a short, cylindrical metallic main cabin, flanked by enormous, translucent wings interlaced with reinforced skeletal structures, through which one could even perceive silvery materials pulsating like muscle fibers. Its main engine was a massive rotating turbine, emitting a faint blue-white glow, accompanied by a hum that was not purely mechanical. Welcome aboard the airborne vessel, designated internal number 013. A middle-aged researcher clad in a white lab coat and glasses was conducting final checks. Upon seeing Hark arrive with Lip and his companions, he adjusted his spectacles and introduced the craft, a combination of biomimetic materials derived from reverse engineering and unconventional propulsion systems. In those zones of intense energy fields and high gravity, only they can carve out a stable path. Lip, along with his family and the quiet creature, boarded this biomechanical hybrid. As the hatch closed, the main cabin felt somewhat cramped. The brightness of the blue-white energy intensified, and the entire vessel resonated with a deep hum as the enormous biomimetic wings began to flap slowly, stirring the heavy air within the volcano's caldera. The turbine engine's rotation accelerated, the blue light blinding. Chapter 113. The Great Escape from Rio, Part 1, Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. At a soda beverage factory in the Rocinha slum, 5 p.m. marked the official end of the workday. The punctuality of quitting time was not a testament to the benevolence of capitalist owners or their adherence to labor laws. This regulation was primarily instituted because, at 5 p.m., the local stable power supply period came to a close. Continuing production beyond this hour would not only drastically increase the defect rate, but could potentially damage precious machinery as well. The latter is of utmost significance. Otherwise, the factory owner would not invest thrice the local average salary to employ a mechanic. Hey, pale face, it's time to clock out. Our factory does not compensate for overtime, shouted the foreman, donning a hard hat, to the mechanic, who appeared rather pallid and frail. Consequently, the factory workers often jested with him, referring to him as Pale Face. Over time, few could recall his actual name. As for his true identity, Bruce Banner, it remained a mystery to nearly everyone. Indeed, he is the very Dr. Banner, harboring within him a ferocious green monster that transforms him into the Hulk upon provocation. Where could it be? Banner meticulously inspected a conveyor belt, finding no additional grime beyond the grease. Throughout the day, he had felt somewhat unsettled due to a grave error committed the previous day. While repairing the conveyor belt, he had inadvertently cut his finger on a large metal nail protruding from a rubber patch, causing it to bleed. The sharp pain at his fingertip nearly triggered his transformation, turning his visage an ashen hue. Ultimately, it was only through deep breaths and meditation that he managed to suppress the Hulk within and avoid transforming into the green giant in the factory. However, his focus on containing the Hulk led him to neglect the bleeding. Although untraceable externally, every cell within him differed from that of an ordinary person, infused with gamma energy. His blood was no exception. While it flowed within him without issue, exposure to the outside world could render it a source of radiation if not addressed promptly. Prolonged contact with ordinary individuals could potentially induce cancerous mutations due to the radiative energy. Curiously, when he transforms into the Hulk, his blood does not emit radiation. A perplexing anomaly. Banner shook his head, striving to consolidate his scattered thoughts. The workers here were impoverished individuals with families. He must locate the source of radiation, lest time exacerbate the situation. He continued to examine the conveyor belt with a Geiger counter he had modified to detect gamma radiation. However, after thoroughly inspecting the entire conveyor belt inch by inch, he found nothing. Surely not. If no traces of radioactive blood were present on the conveyor belt, it could only mean one thing. A pallor swept over Banner's face. Since this conveyor was part of the beverage production line, if no traces of blood were found on it, it was highly probable that his blood had dripped into a beverage bottle yesterday. Much like Warren Buffett indulges in a cold Coca-Cola, despite the factory's location in a poverty-stricken area, the beverages produced therein find their way into the refrigerators of the affluent districts of Rio de Janeiro. Bruce Banner speculated that even a mere drop of his blood, if ingested, could potentially lead to immediate fatality. It is indeed a testament to his genius, one acknowledged by Tony Stark, that he arrived at such an accurate conclusion. Last night, an elderly gentleman, a wealthy individual, consumed his drink and collapsed, promptly being transported to the finest hospital in Rio de Janeiro. Following a meticulous toxicological examination, the doctors confirmed the presence of a radioactive substance in the affluent man's system. At the moment the man's condition was logged into the computer, a trigger embedded within the system activated upon detecting certain keywords. South America serves as the sovereign territory of the lighthouse. Dr. Banner, believing he had eluded the military's pursuit by retreating beyond the bounds of civilization, perhaps possessed an extensive understanding of science, but lacked sufficient knowledge of geopolitical realities. Thus, following the trail of the wealthy gentleman, the military pinpointed the location of the elusive Dr. Banner. However, mobilizing a special forces unit to Rio de Janeiro took a full day, as there were unseen hindrances impeding the military's progress. It was not only the military that was aware of Dr. Banner's presence in Rio. SHIELD had also received this intelligence. Consequently, SHIELD initiated their own operations. On one front, they employed minor delays, such as logistical issues, to prolong the Special Forces deployment to Rio. Simultaneously, S.H.I.E.L.D. discreetly conveyed messages to Dr. Banner through their invisible influence. The foreman, noticing Banner's pale visage lost in thought and unresponsive to his presence, silently cursed under his breath. He decided to approach and gently tap Banner on the shoulder. Subsequently, he smacked his own forehead and rolled his eyes at Banner. "What are you daydreaming about? The factory has closed for the day, and I need to speak with you." With that, the foreman unceremoniously pulled Banner out of the production area and into a secluded spot. Earlier that morning, a relative connected to the American department enthusiastically informed him that they were tasked with locating an American who had fled to Brazil. The reward for finding this individual was substantial. The relative mentioned that the person in question was a mechanic who had escaped to the impoverished region of Hashin area due to an inability to pay taxes. "Cousin, you know this area well. If you find him, there's a 500 reward, and we can split it," he had said. Upon hearing this, the foreman confidently assured that it was no problem. However, after the relative departed, he muttered to himself in frustration, $500, and I have to split it? Do they think I'm a fool? Certainly, while insults may be exchanged, this overseer has accurately deduced the identity of the individual in question, none other than Dr. Banner. With his pallid complexion, I must inquire, have you perhaps fled from the land of the lighthouse? You claim to be Argentine. Yet I have relatives in Argentina and possess some proficiency in Spanish. Your accent, however, does not align with that of the locals. Furthermore, the passport you hold is undoubtedly a forgery, is it not? Allow me to enlighten you. Although your passport appears convincingly authentic, it harbors a significant flaw. The materials used are far too superior. Genuine passports bear staples that deteriorate within months, yet yours remains pristine after several years. It is a counterfeit of the most blatant kind. Chapter 114. The Great Escape from Rio, Part 2. Dr. Banner felt his composure shatter. He could accept being exposed due to his linguistic missteps, but the absurdity of being unmasked for the exceptional quality of a fake passport was beyond his tolerance. Clenching his fists tightly beneath his sleeve, a surge of green began to rapidly ascend his arm. The portly overseer, oblivious to the brewing storm, boasted, "Now, don't accuse me of lacking loyalty. I was once part of the underground myself. Here's the deal. I can keep your secret and introduce you to a more skilled forger. However, such assistance cannot come without a price, your 3-month salary, totaling $3,000. Before he could elaborate on the forger's fees, Dr. Banner gritted his teeth and uttered through clenched jaws, "Stay away from me, I beg you." "What is going on?" As the overseer perceived Banner's uncooperative demeanor and rolled up his sleeves, intending to teach him a lesson. It was Banner's own sleeves that began to bulge. More accurately, his entire garment swelled, transforming the seemingly frail figure into a muscular behemoth, bursting the fabric of his shirt with a resounding rip. The overseer, startled, instinctively recoiled, adopting a defensive posture. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Banner's transformation into a muscle-bound giant was merely the beginning of his metamorphosis. Within mere moments, the overseer stammered, "How much spinach have you consumed?" In the aftermath of Banner's transformation into the Hulk, and under Banner's stringent internal restraint, the Hulk merely stomped the ground, creating a massive crater before bellowing at the overseer, "Get out." The roar emanating from the Hulk reverberated throughout the soda factory, sending dust cascading from the ceiling. The overseer, caught in the force of the wind generated by the Hulk's shout, was sent tumbling backward in a panic. As he fled in terror, outside the factory, several faint sounds echoed, revealing that the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had devised a clever strategy, employing unseen forces to facilitate Dr. Banner's escape. However, the military of the so-called Beacon Country is not devoid of merit. While they may not rely on unseen forces, The Art of War by Sun Tzu serves as a foundational text at West Point. General Ross, who harbors ambitions to capture the Hulk, graduated at the top of his class, excelling in all subjects. Naturally, he comprehends the concept of making a show of strength while concealing one's true intentions. Thus, while the Shield delayed a public special forces unit's deployment to Rio, unbeknownst to them, another unit had already arrived. This unit, named the Hulk Striker, was led by an active duty major named Blonsky. Blonsky, not only adept in various tactical commands, but also possessing personal combat skills second only to a retired Special Forces legend, arrived in Rio in the morning and located Dr. Banner. However, he chose to act in the afternoon, not out of concern for civilian casualties. After all, the Beacon Country rarely prioritizes such matters, but rather because he was awaiting the arrival of specialized equipment. Having reviewed Hulk's past records, He understood that conventional light weaponry would be ineffective against him, while heavy weaponry was either difficult to aim or utterly useless. To capture this vital military asset, a fierce battle was inevitable, necessitating formidable weaponry. At this juncture, the required arms were in place, prompting Blonsky to mobilize his soldiers. After meticulously arranging all tactics, he personally took on the role of the primary assaulter. Under the cover of snipers, they were to undertake the perilous mission of apprehending the Hulk. With 3 distinct signals emanating from the communicator, the first team of special forces promptly launched preposition mortars. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of shells descended upon the factory. But knowing that mortar shells would have no effect on the Hulk, they employed ether gas rounds, which would not only induce a degree of sedation but also obscure the Hulk's vision. As the ether gas enveloped the area, the Hulk roared in fury, attempting to escape the gas's grasp. Immediately, the second team sprang into action, deploying fast ropes from an elevated position, securing the ropes at predetermined points, and executing a rapid descent assault. Moreover, armed with non-lethal net guns produced by Stark Industries, they fired nets at the Hulk while descending on the ropes. These firearms had a single-shot capacity, and after firing, the second team members promptly discarded them. The batteries embedded within the weapons released high-voltage currents, transmitted through wires to the ensnared Hulk. Although the battery capacity was limited and the current modest, the voltage coursing through the net was exceedingly high. In an instant, crackling sounds filled the air, and the Hulk, akin to shedding a winter sweater, was enveloped in static electricity. While the harm was minimal, any organism with nerve tissue that transmits sensations through electrical signals instinctively fears such static. Success, Bronsky observed with delight as the Hulk's form began to contort. He promptly led his assault team forward. Comprised of 7 or 8 individuals, they wielded a mere 100 specialized black bamboo gold tranquilizer rounds. A costly arsenal with each round priced at a staggering $5,000, even without Commissioner Smith's procurement assistance. The total cost for 100 rounds amounted to $5 million, as each projectile was coated with a thin layer of vibranium. Such ammunition was essential to penetrate the Hulk's resilient skin and enter his body. Furthermore, these rounds released a potent muscle relaxant, inducing a tranquilizing effect on the Hulk. Bang, bang, bang. As Bronsky and his team approached the Hulk, they unleashed a volley of bullets aimed at his joints, momentarily breaching the defenses of the Green Giant and rendering him weak. The Hulk staggered and knelt upon the ground. Just as Bronsky was about to lead his team in for an arrest, an unexpected transformation occurred. The Hulk, enraged by the tranquilizer darts, radiated a green glow as gamma energy surged within him, accelerating his metabolism and nullifying the effects of the muscle relaxant. The Hulk rose once more, seizing a rusted steel frame from a bottling assembly line and swinging it like a colossal hammer towards Bronsky and his men, disregarding the sparks erupting from his muscles. In the distance, a sniper quickly targeted the Hulk's neck and fired repeatedly, but the Hulk let out a thunderous roar, yanking out the tranquilizer darts that had surfaced on his skin and flinging them back toward the sniper's position. First and second teams retreat. Third team, open fire. Bronsky commanded urgently. Following his orders, soldiers equipped with a weapon purchased from Stark Industries, known as the directional sonic cannon, activated the device, unleashing focused infrasound waves that caused the Hulk to stagger and fall to his knees. Continue the suppression, Bronsky urged, witnessing the cannon's effectiveness, insisting that the third team maintain their fire without pause. However, before he could finish speaking, yet another unforeseen mishap occurred. The directional sonic cannon drew an exorbitant amount of power. Although Bronsky had initially connected several public power lines to supply energy to the cannons, less than a minute had passed before they overloaded the frail transformer connected to Rio's grid, rendering the sonic cannons inoperable. Damn it! Bronsky seethed with fury. Seizing the moment, the Hulk tore through the ropes and nets binding him, propelled by a primal instinct, and leaped powerfully toward the ocean breeze. In the blink of an eye, he cleared several blocks, breaking through Bronsky's blockade. With just a few leaps, the Hulk arrived at the renowned Copacabana beach, plunging into the deep blue waves of the Atlantic Ocean. Bronsky could only make one final attempt, send the helicopter after him, and the speedboat must follow. Yet he was acutely aware that without a large vessel such as an aircraft carrier for mid-journey resupply or the use of jet fighters for pursuit, it was utterly futile to rely solely on a helicopter and a speedboat to chase the Hulk. Moreover, even if they did manage to catch up, what could they possibly do with the Hulk? Chapter 115. A grateful acknowledgement of nature's gifts. What? He leapt into the Atlantic? Mobilize forces to intercept him along the European coastline. Our allies ought to contribute their share. What? He plunged into the Atlantic. Head to the Gold Coast of Africa. The vastness of the continent and its sparse population mean that Dr. Banner is bound to surface there. Two individuals keenly monitoring the movements of Hulk Banner. General Ross and Director Nick Fury each made their assessments after the green giant disappeared beneath the waves. It's rather amusing. Nevertheless, regardless of whether their conclusions were influenced by their prejudices or not, they both overlooked a critical fact. The Earth is spherical. Furthermore, any creature traversing the sea over long distances, whether consciously or unconsciously, inevitably drifts with the ocean currents, as it requires less effort. This principle is one even the Hulk cannot escape. In truth, after swimming several hundred nautical miles, the Hulk unwittingly hitched a ride on the equatorial current. Upon reaching the African continent, just as Director Nick Fury was on the verge of a fortunate lottery win, the Hulk turned and swam towards the Cape of Good Hope, circumventing it and continuing eastward with the current. Had he persisted along the current, it was highly probable he would have arrived at the fabled land known as Barrett. Yet, perhaps by some unseen design, the Hulk veered away from this land, which brought tears even to the eyes of air conditioning units and car exhausts alike. Instead, he found himself near Borneo, climbing ashore on a seemingly mangrove-laden island to the northwest, breathless. There was no choice. The Hulk was not Superman. After a mere night, having circumnavigated much of the globe, he was now quite famished. Although the gamma energy within him had hardly been expended, his biological instincts compelled him to seek food to satiate his growling stomach. Finding sustenance required some ingenuity. In such moments, even if reluctant, the Hulk had to relinquish a portion of his bodily control back to Dr. Banner. Consequently, upon spotting the mangroves, the green giant hurriedly swam ashore, urged by Banner's insistence. While Dr. Banner was not an expert in geography or biology, he understood that areas with mangroves typically lie at the confluence of saltwater and freshwater. In mangroves, one can often find fresh water and edible food more readily. Once ashore, the Hulk, clad only in a damp purple pair of shorts, exclaimed, "Hulk hungry." Dr. Banner, too, felt a pang of hunger. He glanced westward and noticed, beside the dense mangrove, a patch of black reef rising prominently above the water's surface. Without hesitation, Hulk leapt into the air, covering several meters before landing heavily on the slick, algae-covered rock adorned with barnacles. Elevated, he sought a vantage point to scout for potential food. However, to his astonishment, as he landed with a thud, the rock beneath him trembled twice. Two enormous pincers emerged from the water, and the reef swiftly revealed its true nature. It was, in fact, a colossal crab. More precisely, it resembled an immense coconut crab, far larger than any found elsewhere. The reef was merely its chitinous shell, nearly 3 meters wide and as thick as armor, while its formidable pincers appeared akin to a digger's claw. Startled by Hulk's descent, this creature, designated the giant fiddler crab by the Empire Organization, instinctively raised its massive claws in retaliation. With remarkable speed, it clamped down on Hulk's sturdy thigh, producing a dull thud. Though it inflicted no injury, it enraged Hulk. He despised being pinched. In a fit of fury, the green giant seized the crab's shell with one hand while his other gripped the base of its claw, unleashing a terrifying surge of strength. With a resounding crack, the hard shell and robust pincers were effortlessly torn apart, resembling brittle twigs under Hulk's might. The sweet, viscous fluid burst forth, splattering Hulk, who paid it no mind. Instead, his eyes sparkled as he bit into the crab meat nestled within the shell, savoring the delectable white flesh. Hulk relished his feast. Despite its formidable shell and claws capable of crushing steel, the giant fiddler crab was merely a sovereign of this mangrove and other intertidal zones of the island. Yet, faced with the insatiable and immensely strong green giant, it could only serve as a source of crab meat. Moreover, the meat was indeed quite sweet. The only drawback was that, despite its large stature, this crab, a close relative of the coconut crab, contained less edible flesh than true crabs like blue crabs or king crabs. The body of an adult coconut crab degenerates significantly, leaving little crab meat, mostly filled with mud and seawater. Additionally, its internal organs contain neurotoxins, making the nearby meat inedible as a precaution. Hulk only consumed its 2 large pincers and the flesh within its legs. Yet, his appetite was not yet satisfied. Unsated after a single crab, Hulk continued his search in the area for traces of more giant fiddler crabs. Upon encountering black rocks, the green giant struck them with his fists. But most were indeed just rocks. After traversing several kilometers of the intertidal zone and nearing the jungle, Hulk had managed to consume only 6 giant crabs. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to express gratitude for nature's bounty, as his hunger had been quelled. Sated, he sought a dry spot to rest. However, just as he was preparing to settle down, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A group of dinosaurs, resembling fish with towering dorsal fins and low-slung bodies, suddenly burst forth from the thicket. These creatures were sizable, measuring approximately 8 meters in length when including their tails, and moved in a coordinated pack. Have I traversed time? How is it possible that dinosaurs exist? And not just any, but spiked-back dinosaurs from the mid-Cretaceous period? As the surreal scene unfolded, Dr. Banner's consciousness surged to the forefront, leaving the green giant momentarily bewildered, even scratching his head in disbelief. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the spiked-back dinosaurs lunged at him, jaws agape. Drawn by the scent of the giant crab carcasses, they were further enticed by the aroma of crab meat clinging to Hulk, igniting their excitement. They perceived Hulk as a delectable, shell-less giant crab, an irresistible feast.